Chapter 1. Oh, encountering the enigmatic Nanliang at the start. In September, at Yangqing University, the sun scorched the earth, and the air was thick with a sense of urgency. Imagine if I had a white-haired beauty in a JK uniform as my girlfriend, how wonderful that would be, lamented a senior, fanning himself. What if, upon undressing, you discover it's Nanliang? Another senior remarked nonchalantly. Wouldn't that be even better? The two seniors exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. After all, who wouldn't cherish a lovely wife who couldn't conceive? Stop staring at your phones and look up. What the? Am I dreaming? A stunning white-haired girl in a plaid JK skirt was struggling with a multitude of bags, a smile gracing her lips like freshly bloomed cherry blossoms. Her eyes sparkled with life, scanning her surroundings. Wow, who is this girl? She's breathtaking. A perfect 10. Junior, let me help you with your luggage. A well-meaning senior rushed over, determined to tackle her belongings single-handedly. Senior, the white-haired beauty cooed sweetly. I'm bleeding from my nose. Her voice is too enchanting. One senior exclaimed, clutching his nose. That voice, it's making me dizzy. Another senior leaned against a wall, clutching his stomach. What's wrong, Junior? The kind senior blushed, stammering. I don't need a campus card. The white-haired beauty whispered into the senior's ear. His face flushed crimson, standing frozen as he watched the adorable figure before him giggle behind her hand. Her voice had sent shivers down his spine, and the fragrance she exuded quickened his heartbeat. I'm just teasing you. Senior, she winked playfully. Raichi. The senior awkwardly chuckled, channeling his embarrassment into energy as he huffed and puffed while hauling her luggage, all the while encouraged by her cheerful remarks. Even as the burdens weighed heavily, he found himself unable to stop. In no time, they arrived at the dormitory. We're here. Junior, wait. This is the boys' dormitory. What are you doing here? The senior gasped, out of breath. Hee, with looks like mine, of course I'm a boy. Zhu Xing playfully bit her finger, her silvery hair dancing in the breeze, while she gently swept a strand away from her forehead. No way. You're not pulling my leg. The senior was utterly astonished. This was the quintessential heroine from a novel. How could she possibly be a boy? I'm not lying, Zhu Xing replied cheerfully, adding, whoever lies will have no second brother. The senior was left speechless. This gorgeous girl is actually a boy. Another senior gasped in disbelief. Bro. Another senior, blushing, rushed to help the fainted senior, taking over Zhu Xing's luggage. Thank you, classmate, Zhu Xing said, her pink lips parting as she delicately grasped the hem of her skirt and retrieved a piece of candy from her small bag. This is for you. Zhu Xing's movements were slow, yet deliberate. The senior's eyes widened. This was the Godesno, the male goddess, or perhaps just a beautiful boy who offered him candy. His spirits soared by 200. Thank you so much, classmate. Goodbye, Zhu Xing waved cheerfully. No problem, bye. The senior stumbled away, feeling lightheaded. Once Zhu Xing confirmed that the senior had departed, she closed the door, turning away from it, her demeanor shifting from earlier gentleness to a playful and elusive smile. Nanliang truly reigned supreme. Zhu Xing placed her hands on her hips, her laughter ringing melodiously throughout the dorm room. With just a touch of charm and a piece of candy, I've summoned two pure-hearted boys comparable to nuclear-powered donkeys. What a thrill. The thought brought another chuckle. A carefree and delightful university life beckoned him. Zhu Xing had been raised as a girl by his family, making him quite adept at cross-dressing. His petite stature and sweet appearance left no doubt about his gender, showcasing remarkable talent and femininity since childhood. Throughout his life, suitors have flocked to him. Even boys who didn't pursue him treated him like a little sister, while girls clamored to befriend him, incessantly asking, Zhu Xing, how do you maintain your flawless skin? Zhu Xing, how are your legs so fair and slender? Zhu Xing, can I bear your children? Such inquiries were, of course, firmly rejected by Zhu Xing. But one person stood out, Ye Chen. A mere thought of him ignited Zhu Xing's ire. This guy, towering at 181 centimeters, always bullied him with his height, teasing him for being short, often questioning, Zhu Xing, are you really a boy? Zhu Xing would adamantly assert, absolutely. Really? Can I see you without your pants? Get lost. Each encounter left Zhu Xing blushing furiously, chasing Ye Chen in a fluster. That infuriating guy. If I encounter him in college, they'll make him my loyal subject, enlisting him among those who pursue me. He'll have the other boys tear him apart. Lost in thought, Zhu Xing couldn't help but giggle. Bang! The dorm door swung open with a loud crash. Ah! Zhu Xing jumped, shattering the fantasy bubble that had just formed in his mind. He spun around, mumbling, "Who's making such a racket?" "Ah, it's you." Zhu Xing screamed in shock. "What the hell could it be you?" A surprised male voice responded. "Ye Chen, Zhu Xing, your system is now online. You will be served by the universe's super invincible villain Nanliang world domination system." A surge of electricity coursed through Zhu Xing's mind, his eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 2. The youthful love story of Zhu Xiaoxing and Ye Xiaocheng begins. A gentle breeze rustled Zhu Xing's light blue plaid skirt, carrying his essence toward Ye Chen. Zhu Xing's face reflected sheer astonishment as the system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Detected the destined male, lead Ye Chen experiencing moderate shock and excitement, emotional value 10,000. Villain, Nanliang system, destined male led. Zhu Xing's expression was one of incredulity. This was the hallmark of a typical novel's golden finger. Yet, something felt amiss with this system's name. According to the original world line, host, you'll become an inconspicuous little villain, ultimately eclipsed by Ye Chen in your pursuit of the destined female lead, ending up alone in a dark room to grow old in solitude, the system explained blandly. Wait, am destined for such a miserable fate? Zhu Xing's expression darkened, his lips twitching slightly. However, the revelation that Ye Chen was the destined male lead was indeed startling. System, what is the purpose of emotional value? Zhu Xing inquired curiously, recalling the recent surge of 10,000 emotional value. Emotional value can be exchanged at a 1-to-1 ratio for cash or for other items such as strength potions, invisibility potions, etc. The system clarified. Emotional value can be obtained by stirring the emotions of the destined male lead, completing novice tasks, daily tasks, and achievements. In other words, that recent interaction with Ye Chen had netted him a cool 10,000 soft coins. Zhu Xing's eyes gleamed with dollar signs. It seemed his path to wealth depended entirely on Ye Chen. System, show me the novice tasks and today's tasks. Novice Task 1. Confess to Ye Chen. Task Reward. 10,000 emotional value. Unlock daily shopping mall. Today's task. Evoke a strong sense of attraction in Ye Chen. Task Reward. 1,000 emotional value. Task Failure Penalty. Be flirted with by Ye Chen. Task Failure carries penalties? And this penalty. Zhu Xing's eyelids twitched slightly, and he murmured to himself, System, what does this punishment entail? It seems rather frivolous. The system replied, Ahem, this system is devoted to cultivating the extraordinarily brilliant and charming Nanliang. Thus it must employ certain methods. Zhu Xing scoffed. However, there are still aspects that are quite commendable. The path to wealth lies with Ye Chen. His eyes sparkled with starlit anticipation, gazing at Ye Chen as though he were gazing upon a mountain of gold. Ye Chen beheld the familiar figure before him, a flicker of nostalgia and joy at their reunion flashing across his eyes. At last, I'm able to see you once more. Though such thoughts danced in his mind, his words were laced with playful irony. Little Zhu Xing, do you think I am rather unfortunate to be assigned to the same dormitory as you? You speak contradictory words. I wager your heart is brimming with joy, Zhu Xing retorted, his cherry lips parting in indignation. Ahem. Ye Chen's face flushed slightly. He had indeed harbored that very thought. Yet, he swiftly diverted the conversation. It has been several months since we last met, and you still present yourself in such a girlish manner? Zhu Xing turned his head, puffing up his cheeks, and huffed, What of it? Are you displeased? I am an extraordinarily adorable young lad, and having you as my roommate is a cause for celebration. While I do find it appealing, Ye Chen's expression was one of astonishment. Although he had spent considerable time with Zhu Xing, he remained perplexed about whether Zhu Xing was a boy or a girl. His curiosity piqued. Nevertheless, no matter how he pondered, Zhu Xing appeared entirely feminine, save for a slight flatness in the chest area. Noticing Ye Chen's gaze flitting between his chest and legs, Zhu Xing's face flushed crimson. How lecherous! He must be taught a lesson. With determination, Zhu Xing summoned all his strength, lunging forward, causing Ye Chen to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Ouch, you rascal! That hurt. His complaints were interrupted as Zhu Xing straddled his abdomen, gradually pinning him down. Zhu Xing's cheeks were flushed, and glistening tears brimmed at the corners of his eyes, his snowy hair cascading down, some strands brushing against Ye Chen's face, inducing a tingling sensation. Zhu Xing's petite frame, even while seated upon Ye Chen, did not impart much weight. Ye Chen found this position quite favorable. Their pupils reflected one another, Zhu Xing's face drawing ever closer as they felt each other's warm breaths. Ye Chen's heart raced, a sensation of infatuation enveloping him, rendering time as slow as a snail. Zhu Xing, Yu's words were silenced by Zhu Xing's delicate hand covering his lips, the air filled with a distinct sweet aroma emanating from Zhu Xing. Leaning closer, Zhu Xing whispered into Ye Chen's ear, "Ye Chen, I like you." The gentle declaration echoed in his ears, leaving Ye Chen in a state of shock, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Detection of the destined male lead, Ye Chen reveals extreme astonishment, profound infatuation, emotional value 111,111. Chapter 3. Kidney Deficiency. Zhu Xiaoxing, may you not dream of the athlete from 180 Sports. Their faces were mere inches apart. Ye Chen could even discern the fine fuzz on Zhu Xing's cheeks and felt the gentle exhalation of Zhu Xing's breath brush against his face. Zhu Xing's soft, pink lips were tantalizingly alluring, and his petite nose was charmingly cute. Even his gaze was imbued with a tender warmth. Alas, the desperate pilot attempted to halt the aircraft's ascent. Zhu Xing sensed the shift beneath him and pressed his body closer. As if he were about to collapse onto Ye Chen, his eyes gradually taking on a teasing glimmer, as if to inquire, "What will you do now?" Soda. With a resounding shout, Ye Chen grasped Zhu Xing's slender waist, leapt to his feet, and swiftly covered Zhu Xing's eyes with one hand, shoving him out the door. The sequence of actions was fluid and seamless. Before Zhu Xing could react, he found himself locked outside, listening to the cacophony within. A mischievous smile crept across Zhu Xing's face. Detection of the destined male protagonist, Ye Chen's acute embarrassment. Emotion value 1,813,672. A substantial accumulation of emotion value was recorded, prompting Zhu Xing to burst into laughter as he began to examine the system. Ding! The host has completed today's task, earning 1,000 emotion value. Ding! The host has completed the beginner task 1, earning 10,000 emotion value. Today's shop is now open. Please take a look. Ding! The host has unlocked the achievement, Confession, earning 10,000 emotion value. Click to view. Zhu Xing rubbed his small hands together, excitement bubbling within as he continued to browse. Magical Cucumber, price 100 emotion value. Description: this is a magical cucumber found in the vegetable patch, covered in soft barbs, with high nutritional value, suitable for external and internal use. Zhu Xing was tempted to inquire about the legitimacy of this cucumber. Flirtation Perfume, price 3,000 emotion value. Description: when sprayed on oneself, it grants a specified target an additional 10 favorability. Comic book, price 50 emotion value. Description: a product of heaven. This exquisite comic narrates the tale of a fallen figure from the southern Liang, rescued by a straight man, culminating in their sweet union, with sequels available. Zhu Xing wasted no time and purchased it outright. This could prove invaluable. He chuckled inwardly. Then he scrutinized the last item. Today's special, status glasses. Original price, 10,000 emotion value. Now priced at 99.99 emotion value. Description: high-end glasses invented by the technological realm, capable of real-time observation of the target's physical state, including but not limited to height, weight, psychological state, and additionally, the target's favorability and romantic inclination towards the wearer, with upgrade potential. Truly a remarkable item. Its discount is merely a single emotion value. Zhu Xing's lips twitched, yet he was immediately captivated by the system's description. This is practically tailor-made black technology for me. With this in hand, strategizing my approach towards Ye Chen will be effortless, haha. Zhu Xing began to fantasize about a future where Ye Chen would be completely enamored, following him like a faithful shadow, obediently responding to his every command. A blissful life, indeed. Just thinking about it sent a thrill through him. It was a done deal. With a grand gesture, Zhu Xing made the purchase and retrieved the item from the system storage. The glasses appeared ordinary, yet upon wearing them, Zhu Xing pulled out a small mirror, and a flurry of text filled his vision. Target: Zhu Xing, height 159 centimeters, weight 41 kilograms. Build: A. Physical and psychological state: a hint of greed, severe narcissism, slight hunger, mild fatigue, weak constitution, kidney deficiency, heightened libido. Zhu Xing fell silent, simply removing the glasses. With a creak, the door swung open. Come. Ye Chen's complexion had returned to normal, though his ears remained slightly flushed. Zhu Xing donned the glasses, silently scrutinizing Ye Chen. Target: Ye Chen, height 181 centimeters, weight 73 kilograms. Physical and psychological state: severely startled, acutely embarrassed, moderately shy, slightly smitten. Favorability towards the host: 67, friend. Due to their interactions in high school, his favorability towards you has surpassed that of most friends. Romantic inclination towards the host: 35, slightly stirred. Due to his limited understanding of you and a strong gender perception, the path to conquest remains arduous. It appears I must exert more effort. Zhu Xing mused. Ye Chen noticed Zhu Xing's glasses and inquired, "Why are you wearing glasses? I thought you weren't nearsighted." "Recently, I've been straining my eyes and developed a slight nearsightedness, but primarily." Zhu Xing leaned closer to Ye Chen. "I want to see you more clearly." Ye Chen, baby, his sweet, teasing tone sent shivers down Ye Chen's spine. Detection of the destined male protagonist: Ye Chen's moderate shyness, acute astonishment, and slight infatuation. Emotion value 333. Favorability towards the host: 67 to 68. Romantic inclination towards the host: 35 to 36. "Just kidding, look at you." Zhu Xing laughed mischievously. "Please don't make such jokes." Ye Chen rubbed his head, wiping away the sweat that had formed. "Why not? What is wrong with that?" Zhu Xing huffed, stamping his foot. All right, is that how it is? Watch me." Ye Chen seized the fidgeting Zhu Xing, one hand restraining his movements while the other began to tickle him. Stop. I was wrong. It's the medicine." Zhu Xing laughed so hard he could barely breathe, and only after a while did Ye Chen relent. "Let us see if you dare to make such jokes again." Ye Chen patted his hand. "Humph." Zhu Xing turned away, refusing to look at him. Ye Chen adopted a threatening tone. Glaring at Zhu Xing, Zhu Xing shrank back, sticking out his tongue playfully before darting out of the room. Once Zhu Xing had dashed away, Ye Chen remained rooted in place, momentarily dazed, before inexplicably bringing his hand to his nose and inhaling deeply. Detection of the destined male protagonist: Ye Chen's moderate shyness, moderate tension, and slight infatuation. Emotion value 520. Zhu Xing looked on in confusion. Chapter 4: Peculiar. The inexplicable emotional value. Zhu Xing encircled his waist with one arm, while the other stroked his chin. Ye Chen was indeed his fortune god, and he was determined to treat him well. To achieve financial freedom, he must skillfully provoke Ye Chen. He needed to contemplate how to extract every ounce of emotional value from him. System: purchase flirty perfume. Understood. Ye Chen, ha. How will you evade this time? The corners of Zhu Xing's mouth curled slightly, as if he had thought of something amusing. After a simple lunch, Zhu Xing returned to his dormitory. It was a double room with excellent conditions, 2 beds on opposite sides, each equipped with an independent bathroom and even a washing machine. Ye Chen was nowhere to be seen. He must have gone to eat. His bed and belongings were neatly arranged, while Zhu Xing's were still lying beneath his bed. Taking a deep breath, he hurried to tidy up. He thought, little Ye Chen, just wait. A smile involuntarily appeared on Zhu Xing's face as he imagined the events that would transpire soon. Once tidied up, Zhu Xing wiped the sweat from his forehead. His clothes were thoroughly soaked. The temperature was soaring to 37 degrees. Although autumn had already arrived, there was no hint of its coolness. Sweating was perfectly normal, especially for a charming and delightful girl like him. After a refreshing shower, it was entirely reasonable. Zhu Xing began to unbutton his shirt, revealing his fair and delicate skin, piece by piece, until his top was discarded, showcasing a small camisole underneath. He pulled down his skirt, which immediately slipped down his shapely legs. After removing his knee-high socks and slipping on some slippers, Zhu Xing looked in the mirror at his adorable, fair feet, which led up to his toned calves and rosy knees. A pair of pale pink safety shorts adorned with Peppa Pig rested beneath. Zhu Xing playfully patted his slightly protruding abdomen. He was quite slender, and his fair skin even revealed the outline of his ribs. A pure white camisole covered his softly curving chest. Lightly biting his lip, Zhu Xing struck a disdainful pose in front of the mirror. With a silver-haired beauty mirrored the same expression. How lovely he was! Zhu Xing tilted his chin upward. Then he clasped his hands together, pressing his rosy lips, and made a pitiable expression towards the mirror. Zhu-style first technique. Adorable pouting. The beauty in the mirror conveyed a sense of vulnerability, evoking sympathy and a fluttering heart, or perhaps even igniting a desire to ravage the delightful sight before him. How much emotional value would this attire elicit from Ye Chen? Zhu Xing chuckled to himself. He placed his discarded clothes on the desk, positioning his suitcase, filled with his belongings, in a conspicuous location before stepping into the bathroom. The sound of running water filled the air as Zhu Xing busied himself under the cascading shower. Here should be an extra chapter. After drying off, he changed into fresh undergarments and stood at the bathroom door. Estimating Ye Chen's return time, Zhu Xing turned on the shower, allowing the droplets to cascade down. System. I'm here. Utilizing flirty perfume. Understood. With a sudden bang, Ye Chen returned, instantly spotting Zhu Xing's discarded skirt and shirt, accompanied by the sound of rushing water from the bathroom. So he was showering, Ye Chen thought. The person in the bathroom seemed to have heard his voice. And a moment later, a delicate voice called out. Why, Ye Chen, are you back? Zhu Xing asked bashfully. I'm back, what's up? Silence ensued from the bathroom. What's wrong? If not, I'll be leaving. Ye Chen inquired again. Wait. I forgot to prepare my clothes. Could you help me find them? Zhu Xing's shy voice echoed from the bathroom. Huh. Ye Chen was taken aback, excitement surging, emotional value 666. Quickly, the clothes are in my suitcase. Please give me a couple of items. Zhu Xing urged. Not so fast. You need to call me something nice first. Ye Chen's mischievous side emerged, eager to tease Zhu Xing and witness his reaction. Huh. Zhu Xing raised an eyebrow, realizing Ye Chen was quite playful. Quickly call me, will you? Ye Chen's voice was laced with amusement. Fine. Ye Chen ji, brother. Zhu Xing's shy voice slipped into Ye Chen's ears. Ha! So this is what it feels like to tease him. Ye Chen reveled in the moment. Did you find it? It's in that pink suitcase. Just grab any 2 pieces. Zhu Xing continued to urge. Don't rush me, let me look. Ye Chen took his time, feeling a mix of emotions. Am I rummaging through a girl's suitcase? Although it's with her consent, it feels strangely thrilling. Inside the suitcase, everything was neatly arranged, a collection of skirts, shirts, and undergarments. But where were the boys' clothes? Zhu Xing? Ye Chen hesitated to speak. Did you find anything? Zhu Xing replied. Why is it all girls' clothing? There's not a single piece of male attire? Ye Chen's expression was intriguing. Mind your own business. Hurry up. Zhu Xing, now aware, felt a blush spread across his cheeks. He hadn't anticipated that Ye Chen would see all the clothes in his suitcase. How careless. Zhu Xing sighed. After a thorough search, he found not a single piece of male clothing, not even a pair of boxers. Ye Chen was left with no choice but to pick out a light blue bra and a pair of light green panties. Knock, knock, knock. Here you go. Open the door and reach out. Ye Chen kunokit. Don't open your eyes. I just finished showering and I'm not wearing anything. Okay. I'll keep my eyes closed. Ye Chen complied, yet a thought crept into his mind. If I open my eyes while he is reaching for the clothes, I can find out whether he is a boy or a girl. But what if he got angry? If he was a boy, there was no big deal. They were both boys after all. If he was a girl, Ye Chen recalled Zhu Xing's every smile and frown, questioning himself if he would take responsibility. If he got angry, he could comfort him. He would tackle whatever came his way. With resolve, the little devil in his heart triumphed over the little angel. When Zhu Xing reached out to touch Ye Chen's arm, he suddenly opened his eyes. However, he was met with Zhu Xing's mocking expression. Those teasing eyes seemingly knowing he would do just that. His hair was damp, cascading down to his waist, his smooth shoulders glistening, exuding an enchanting allure. but below. He was still in his undergarments and safety shorts. Ye Chen's eyes widened as he took in Zhu Xing's figure, who wore an expression of disdain, lips slightly parted. Pervert. With that, Zhu Xing snatched the clothes away and pushed Ye Chen aside, returning to his suitcase. Emotion value detected. Ye Chen in a state of shock, extreme embarrassment, moderate shyness, moderate guilt, and slight infatuation. Emotional value 55-55. Emotional value 942. Emotional value 648. Ye Chen realized he had crossed the line, lowering his head, unable to bear looking at Zhu Xing's body. Yet, in a corner where he couldn't be seen, Zhu Xing's lips curled into a satisfied arc. Excellent. Mario, keep showering me with coins. Zhu Xing felt a delightful satisfaction within. The entire afternoon passed until nightfall, and the two climbed into their respective beds to rest, sharing not a single word thereafter. Imo so sorry, so sorry, so sorry. Ye Chen repeatedly apologized in his heart, acutely aware of Zhu Xing's displeasure, yet uncertain how to broach the subject. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? This is truly a disaster. Noticing that Zhu Xing had set aside her phone for quite some time, Ye Chen resolved to free himself from the torment of guilt. Come on, Ye Chen. Zhu Xing, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to this afternoon. However, after his self-talk, there was still no response from Zhu Xing. Listening closely, he could only hear the steady and soothing rhythm of her breathing. Zhu Xing had fallen asleep. Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Zhu Xing, you adorable and charming little troublemaker. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to a meal. The night was serene and luminous, and the two spent the night in peaceful slumber, untouched by dreams. Chapter 5. Strange tasks. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Zhu Xing's face. Outside, the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air. Slowly, Zhu Xing opened his eyes, stretched luxuriously while emitting a rather embarrassing groan. Ye Chen, who was brushing his teeth early that morning, felt his cheeks flush upon hearing that sound. He turned to see what Zhu Xing was up to, only to lock eyes with him as he sat on the bed. Zhu Xing, disheveled and clad in disarray, revealed patches of his fair skin, his once smooth silver hair now tousled. Bathed in the golden sunlight, he resembled a fallen angel, exuding an undeniable charm and sweetness. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Zhu Xing let out a huge yawn, still seemingly lost in slumber. Cupid's arrow struck Ye Chen's heart with astonishing swiftness, piercing through his very core. He stared at Zhu Xing, momentarily forgetting his actions, and in that instant, he acknowledged the stirrings of his affections. Goodness, this cuteness is simply unfair. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind, detected moderate emotional response from the destined male lead. Ye Chen, emotional value 1314. Zhu Xing was jolted awake by the system's announcement. He immediately adopted a starry-eyed expression, scrutinizing Ye Chen intently. This was his benefactor, the one who had begun showering him with riches even at this early hour. What a delightful surprise. Ye Chen, unable to withstand the intensity of Zhu Xing's gaze, quickly averted his eyes and resumed brushing his teeth. Amused by his bashful demeanor, Zhu Xing chuckled softly before springing out of bed. After a full night of restful sleep, the splendid weather, and the influx of emotional value, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. System, check today's tasks. Zhu Xing exclaimed enthusiastically. Checking. Today's task. Description cannot be disclosed. Task description. You have known the destined male lead for quite some time, as a qualified individual from Nanliang. How could you not engage in an unforgettable encounter with him? Task reward, 5,000 emotional value. Task failure penalty, fainting in bed for 2 days. What? Zhu Xing blurted out incredulously. Are you joking? How am I supposed to complete this task? Ye Chen turned back to see Zhu Xing's conflicted expression, his gaze filled with a mixture of longing and frustration. Silently, Ye Chen turned away and continued brushing his teeth. Zhu Xing felt exasperated. Was he truly expected to surrender himself to Ye Chen? A deep encounter for 5,000 emotional value? The thought of failure made him shiver. He certainly did not want to faint for 2 days. What to do? What to do? What to do? Desperately, he decided to check if the day's marketplace could offer any assistance. System. Check today's marketplace. Comic book. Sequel price. 50 emotional value. Description. Produced by Heaven. This is a premium work detailing the tale of a lost soul from Nanliang, rescued by a straight man, culminating in their sweet union. What luck to stumble upon a sequel. Zhu Xing thought to himself and promptly purchased it. Energy potion. Price. 888 emotional value. Description. Consume this potion to gain extraordinary energy, surpassing even that of coffee, keeping you invigorated for an entire day. Excellent. I'll take it. Pink memories. Price. 3888 emotional value. Description. Remembering the tears of yesteryear. Wait, system, are you serious? What on earth are these items? Zhu Xing's face flushed with embarrassment. This system was utterly shameless. Craft beer. Price. 350 emotional value. Description. Strawberry flavor craft beer. A true delicacy. One sip and you'll feel euphoric. Zhu Xing blinked. It had been ages since he had indulged in craft beer, and the strawberry flavor was tantalizing. 350 emotional value? Why not? Alas, today's marketplace could not assist him. He would have to rely on his own wit. Zhu Xing, can I take you out for lunch today? Do you have time? Ye Chen asked cautiously after finishing his grooming. Sure. Zhu Xing knew Ye Chen wished to apologize, but he hadn't been too bothered by yesterday's events. After all, a free meal was an opportunity not to be missed. At Panda Square, the two strolled along the pedestrian street. Ye Chen, dressed in a simple white t-shirt and fitted trousers, with his handsome features, caught the attention of numerous young women as they passed. Zhu Xing, adorned in a creamy white dress, his silver hair cascading down his back, skipped along, revealing his delicate legs. Nearby boys were eager to approach Zhu Xing, but he noticed their gazes and, with a playful smile, wrapped his arm around Ye Chen's, detected mild surprise, mild embarrassment, and mild affection from the destined male lead, Ye Chen. Emotional value, 874. Shoo! Don't move. Look at those boys. They're all staring at me, Zhu Xing whispered, standing on tiptoe to convey his secret. Okay, Ye Chen quickly understood, feeling quite pleased to have such a stunning girl clinging to his arm. Seizing the moment, Ye Chen gently took hold of Zhu Xing's hand, leaving him momentarily stunned. What are you doing? Zhu Xing exclaimed softly. Don't move. Ye Chen gripped Zhu Xing's hand tightly, chuckling, so delicate and smooth. It's quite pleasant. Pervert. When did this dense guy get so clever? Zhu Xing thought, resigning himself to let Ye Chen hold his hand. To onlookers, they appeared as a pair of lovebirds. Honestly, I didn't mean to cause any trouble yesterday. I feel quite embarrassed. Can you forgive me? Ye Chen suddenly spoke after a while of walking. Sure, Zhu Xing readily agreed. But you have to treat me to something delicious. Absolutely. Ye Chen had braced himself for a scolding, yet he was pleasantly surprised by Zhu Xing's easy forgiveness. Detected moderate excitement and happiness from the destined male lead, Ye Chen. Emotional value 500. What do you want to eat? Let me think. I know. Zhu Xing's gaze fell upon a corner stall selling roasted chicken, and a thought sparked in his mind. Today's task. Just wait to be conquered by me. Zhu Xing revealed a mischievous smile. Chapter 6. Brother Ye Chen, please let's take a photo together. Ye Chen glanced at Zhu Xing, whose excitement was palpable, and a hint of tenderness flickered in his eyes. Sure, let's go. I want to eat KFC chicken, Zhu Xing urged, shaking Ye Chen's hand. All right, he replied. Hey, let us take that couple photo over there, shall we? Zhu Xing jabbed Ye Chen's side with her elbow, directing his gaze towards the offer. What? Couple discount? No way. Ye Chen shook his head vigorously. Please, brother Ye Chen, Zhu Xing pleaded, clinging to his arm. Why are you begging me? I'm the one treating you. Ye Chen looked at her, bemused. Oh, right. Zhu Xing scratched her head awkwardly, then quickly added, I just want that Yusachi doll, please. Fine. Ye Chen relented, unable to resist her charm. He secretly added that he considered her just a girl in his heart. Wow, husband, look over there. That couple is so well matched. A female voice chimed from nearby. Matched? I admit that the white-haired girl is cute, but the guy? He's just average. A disdainful male voice retorted. Ouch, dear, why'd you step on my foot? A trembling voice followed. Scum. You're just jealous of that handsome guy. Many patrons chuckled, captivated by the charming couple that had just entered. Come on, Young lady and young man, strike a pose. The photographer called out. Zhu Xing suddenly had a bright idea, leaping into Ye Chen's embrace, her right leg slightly raised. Ye Chen froze for a moment, one hand instinctively caressing her head while the other encircled her slender waist. Zhu Xing, are you really a boy? Why are you so soft? You even smell sweet. The sensation of touching your head feels wonderful. Ye Chen, you scoundrel. Who gave you permission to touch my head? No one has ever touched my head before, but since I'm in a good mood today, I'll allow you to do it for a while. Just a little while. 3, 2, 1, cheese. The camera clicked, capturing a moment of bliss. Young lady, your photo with the young man is fantastic. Our manager said we'll give you an extra G doll. The smiling staff member announced. Yay, thank you. Zhu Xing exclaimed, clutching the 2 dolls, her eyes sparkling with joy, a sight that elicited smiles from those present. Ye Chen stood quietly to the side, his heart racing with an inexplicable urge to request another photo, which he now kept hidden in his pocket. If only Zhu Xing were a girl, perhaps he could pursue her. What would you like to eat? Ye Chen inquired as he allowed Zhu Xing to place her order. This one, and this one. Great, that's it. Zhu Xing replied, busily tapping her phone. Wait, can you eat all that? Ye Chen asked, puzzled. Oh, if I can't finish, there's always you. Zhu Xing said, engrossed in her phone. After her recent flurry of activity, Zhu Xing had accumulated 372 emotional points, making her feel wealthy beyond measure, like a little heiress. Ye Chen smiled at her comment, thinking how true it was. If she couldn't finish, he would be there to help, though he had ordered less than usual. It's our turn. Go pick up the food. Zhu Xing nudged Ye Chen's leg. Okay. As they ate, Zhu Xing suddenly asked, what flavor are your fries? Mine are salt and pepper. Do you want to try? Ye Chen pushed his fries towards her. Feed me. Zhu Xing pouted, launching another charm offensive. Hurry up. All right. Ye Chen held out a fry to her. That is more like it. Zhu Xing smiled, leaning forward to take a bite, her actions becoming more intimate. Hey, what are you doing? Ye Chen's eyes widened as he caught her playful expression. Zhu Xing gently licked the fry, her tongue brushing against the disposable glove on Ye Chen's hand. Of course, when eating fries, one must wear gloves. Before long, she removed the glove and playfully licked a salt grain from her lips. Ye Chen, these fries are delicious. Ye Chen remained silent, simply changing to a fresh glove. After finishing a pack of fries, a pair of Orleans chicken wings, a portion of chicken nuggets, and a cup of cola, Zhu Xing pushed her half-eaten burger towards him. I can't eat anymore. You finish it, she said before returning to her phone. It seemed Ye Chen's decision had been correct. Suddenly, Zhu Xing felt inspired to check Ye Chen's feelings towards her. Wearing her status glasses, she saw the panel materialize before her. Target, Ye Chen. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 74 kilograms. Physical and mental state, self-doubt, awkwardness, infatuation, shock, satiation. Affection towards host, 73, friend. His feelings for you are already quite high. Love for host, 42, slightly stirred. Although he still harbors gender recognition, he is increasingly attracted to you. Oh my, I didn't expect his affection level to be so high, Zhu Xing mused to herself. After Ye Chen settled the bill, he noticed Zhu Xing spinning in place, clutching the 2 dolls, and couldn't help but chuckle. Let us go. Zhu Xing okay, she replied, clearly enamored with the adorable Yusachi and G dolls. However, as she looked at Ye Chen walking ahead, she hurried to catch up. Here, take this. Zhu Xing handed him the G doll. Huh, all right. Ye Chen patted his head. Take good care of it. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Zhu Xing flashed her little tiger teeth, playfully threatening him. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it. As long as I'm around, I'll treat it well. Ye Chen promised earnestly. Zhu Xing's cheeks flushed as she turned her head away, muttering softly, oh, you don't have to treat it that well. What did you say? Ye Chen asked, not quite catching her words. Nothing. Zhu Xing snapped back, taking a few steps forward before stopping. Give me your hand, she demanded. Huh? Why? Don't you want to hold my hand anymore? Zhu Xing averted her gaze, her voice growing softer. Ye Chen laughed heartily and grasped her hand, pulling her along. What are you doing? Zhu Xing followed closely behind him. Let's go get some milk tea, Ye Chen said excitedly. Slow down, slow down. Ding, the host has completed the task. Close physical contact. Reward: 5,000 emotional points. Ding, the host has unlocked the achievement. Close physical contact. Reward: 10,000 emotional points. Chapter 7. A Toast. To the legendary drunken king, Zhu Xing. I can no longer drink. You take this one, Zhu Xing said, cradling a cup of milk tea. After taking a couple of sips, he handed it to Ye Chen. Oh, all right, Ye Chen replied as he accepted the cup. This isn't tasty. You finish it. Zhu Xing grimaced, pushing the cup of fried skin remnants towards Ye Chen. Fine, I shall not refuse. Ye Chen took it without hesitation. This is delightful. However, I can no longer eat. You take it. Zhu Xing was astonished by the flavor of the bamboo tube zongzi, yet he gently patted his slightly protruding belly, resolutely deciding to let Ye Chen have it. You've only taken a bite, Ye Chen remarked, observing the glistening rice grains atop the zongzi. Never mind that. We cannot waste food. Zhu Xing's eyes glimmered with warmth as he urged. As the two returned to their dormitory, the sky had quietly drawn its curtains. It's all your fault. After eating so much today, I am bound to gain weight. Zhu Xing's eyes were full of reproach, seemingly blaming Ye Chen for leading him to indulge. Ye Chen's feelings were beyond mere words, as he reflected on how he had always been the one eagerly dragging Zhu Xing to food stalls. Yet each time, it ended with him devouring only a couple of bites before handing it back. I have never complained about eating so much, and yet here you are turning the tables on me. Noticing Ye Chen's heavy silence, Zhu Xing's emotional value surged by 1,001 points. Zhu Xing recalled his own gluttony today and thought perhaps it was not entirely Ye Chen's fault. He chuckled sheepishly, edging closer to Ye Chen. You know, I haven't had this much fun in a long time. Thank you, Ye Chen, he said, adjusting his tone. Well, if it's fun, we can do this every day, Ye Chen said, fiddling with his GE plush toy, not meeting Zhu Xing's gaze. Is this a confession, Ye Chen? Zhu Xing suddenly leaned into Ye Chen's face, questioning him. No, Ye Chen stammered, his eyes wide with surprise before he quickly regained his composure. Really? It doesn't count? Zhu Xing inched closer, now able to see his own reflection in Ye Chen's pupils. No, it doesn't. Ye Chen gently pushed Zhu Xing away, his ears slightly flushed. Ah, the reticent Ye Chen. Your heart's secrets are laid bare. Zhu Xing's eyes twinkled with amusement. I thought you liked me. Zhu Xing's tone hinted at disappointment. Zhu's first technique, acting cute. But truly, you don't like me? Am I not adorable? Zhu Xing clasped his hands together, his expression a picture of innocence. He gazed intently into Ye Chen's eyes, keenly aware of the system's prompts. Listen, Zhu Xing, Ye Chen said earnestly, regardless of whether you're a boy or a girl, I will always see you as a sister, devoid of romantic feelings. Thus, that was not a confession. After speaking, Ye Chen let out a long sigh. Zhu Xing was now perplexed. Did Ye Chen like him or not? If he did, why say such things? If he didn't, why were there so many prompts indicating otherwise? Lost in thought, Zhu Xing unconsciously found his way back to his chair. Seizing the moment, as Zhu Xing turned away, Ye Chen slipped a photograph into the plush toy S-fur. He then climbed onto his bed, placing the toy beside his pillow. He was determined to fulfill his promise to Zhu Xing. Yet, a peculiar gloom settled in his heart. Perhaps a stroll would clear his mind. System, do you think Ye Chen likes me or not? Zhu Xing pressed his face against the table, his fingers poking at the Yusachi leaning against the corner. Host, this system does not involve itself in your romantic entanglements. The cold robotic voice of the system echoed, seemingly devoid of emotion. Fine. It appears this dilemma is for me to unravel. Zhu Xing commanded, System, produce the strawberry-flavored liquor. Understood. 4 bottles of strawberry-flavored liquor appeared on Zhu Xing's table. He opened one, leaned in to inhale the aroma. What a delightful scent of strawberries. His eyes sparkled with excitement. As the liquor flowed down, an explosion of strawberry flavor filled his mouth, the sweetness balancing the bitterness of the alcohol. The cool liquid slid down his throat, bringing warmth that spread throughout his body. Eventually, a faint strawberry essence wafted back up, tantalizing his senses. Zhu Xing swore it was the finest liquor he had ever tasted. With starry eyes, he indulged in cup after cup until he succumbed to a deep intoxication. Ye Chen, having merely stepped out for a brief moment, returned to find 3 empty bottles and 1 half full on Zhu Xing's table. "Hey, Ye Chen, you're back." Zhu Xing, with dreamy eyes and flushed cheeks, staggered towards him before suddenly collapsing. Whoa! Ye Chen rushed to catch him, but Zhu Xing's body slipped further down. With no other choice, Ye Chen hoisted him up. Zhu Xing nestled into Ye Chen's embrace, and Ye Chen, gazing at the white-haired bundle in his arms, thought to himself, "You really shouldn't drink so much if you can't handle it." Yet, his mind lingered on Zhu Xing's earlier question. Was it a confession? Surely not. In that moment, silence enveloped them as Ye Chen observed the serene Zhu Xing. His fair, charming face, delicate nose, elegant eyebrows, and rosy lips captivated Ye Chen. He swallowed hard, wishing Zhu Xing would always be this obedient. "Oh, if only you were always this well-behaved, I would truly like you," he sighed, unconsciously murmuring. As if sensing his thoughts, the inebriated Zhu Xing grinned foolishly and slurred. "Hee, you really do like me." "Not at all." Ye Chen's face flushed crimson. He had forgotten Zhu Xing was still conscious. Zhu Xing suddenly began to squirm. "What's wrong, Zhu Xing?" Ye Chen asked, a hint of alarm in his eyes. I need to use the restroom," Zhu Xing said, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Oh, I'll help you over," Ye Chen sighed in relief, assisting Zhu Xing towards the bathroom. "Don't come in." Zhu Xing turned his head, scolding Ye Chen playfully. "Are you sure you'll be okay? Don't fall while you're at it." Ye Chen questioned skeptically. "Relax, I'm sitting," Zhu Xing assured from inside. Sitting? To use the restroom?" Ye Chen was utterly befuddled regarding Zhu Xing's gender norms. "We're not normal boys supposed to stand. I'm out." Zhu Xing triumphantly displayed his freshly washed, soft, white hands. "All right, let us go to bed," Ye Chen said, still wanting to assist Zhu Xing. "Okay. But you must carry me up. I can't walk or climb the ladder," Zhu Xing declared, leaning into Ye Chen's arms. "How indebted I am to you," Ye Chen thought as he lifted Zhu Xing, carefully navigating to the ladder. "Come on, put in a little effort. I'll boost you up." Zhu Xing was nearly unconscious, but with Ye Chen's assistance, he managed to ascend. After tucking Zhu Xing in, Ye Chen stood in the hallway, the lingering scent of liquor from Zhu Xing clinging to him. While it was fragrant, he ultimately chose to shower and change into fresh clothes. Suddenly, a question flashed through his mind like lightning, escaping his lips before he could even rein it in. "Zhu Xing, do you like me?" Ye Chen inquired softly. There was no response. Ye Chen sighed. Indeed, Zhu Xing was so intoxicated that he could hardly be expected to answer. Shaking his head, he turned away, preparing to change his clothes. "Ido." A murmured confession drifted into his ear. Ye Chen's mind exploded with astonishment as he whipped around, only to find Zhu Xing lying on the bed, softly snoring. Ye Chen longed to delve deeper into the matter, but upon realizing that Zhu Xing had succumbed to slumber, he chuckled softly and abandoned the thought. Ye Chen understood that Zhu Xing was drunk, and how much credence could be given to the ramblings of a tipsy soul. "Good night, Zhu Xing." Chapter 8. The past of Zhu Xing under the influence of alcohol. Zhu Xing had a peaceful slumber in the first half of the night. However, in the latter half, he experienced a lucid dream, a memory that would forever remain etched in his mind. Zhu Xing found himself standing in a hospital corridor, where snippets of conversation reached his ears. "What, doctor? My child is a eunuch? Are you serious? He just appears a bit short." A woman's anxious voice broke through. "Serious? He is only 7 years old, yet he is 20 centimeters shorter than boys his age. Due to being a eunuch, his testosterone levels are abnormal, resulting in his stunted growth," the male doctor explained. He continued, "The family should prepare for the possibility that the child may never be able to bear offspring." "What? Why is that? His father is perfectly fine." The woman's voice grew increasingly frantic. "It may be due to a congenital genetic defect or abnormalities during fetal development," the male doctor elucidated. The woman's voice was tinged with despair. Zhu Xing pushed open the examination room door to find a middle-aged woman, weathered by life, weeping as she cradled a small girl. The girl, exquisitely delicate in appearance, was dressed in boy's clothing. The nearby doctor averted his gaze, fixated on the medical records. Please don't be so sorrowful. Eunuchism is not an incurable condition. Modern medical technology may offer surgical remedies. The male doctor, unable to witness the scene of despair any longer, reassured her. Really? Hope flickered in the middle-aged woman's eyes. However, the cost of surgery is quite steep, amounting to 180,000, and it must be completed before adulthood to ensure a higher success rate. The doctor added, "Where's the child's father? You should discuss this with him." The middle-aged woman's face clouded with bitterness as she replied, "The child's father died in a car accident when he was 3. The doctor fell silent. Zhu Xing bent down and gently embraced the middle-aged woman, his throat tightening as he whispered, "Mom." Time passed, and the little girl had grown into a middle school student, blossoming into a graceful young lady with many admirers at school. One day, however, a confrontation ensued with a boy who, in a fit of rage, shouted, "You're a freak. Why are you wearing a girlesque dress when you're clearly a boy?" The class erupted in an uproar, chastising the boy for his insensitivity. Yet the girl remained silent, tears streaming down her cheeks. After school, her mother arrived to pick her up. "Zhu Xing, did you enjoy school today?" Her mother inquired with a smile. "I had a great time," the girl eagerly replied, but then hesitantly added, "Mom, why do some people call me a freak? I don't want to wear skirts anymore. I want to be like those boys." Her mother abruptly turned around, and the girl's tears began to flow uncontrollably. Zhu Xing looked on, his own tears cascading down. "Xiaoxing, you will find happiness in the future." Later, the boy returned with his parents to apologize to the girl and her mother, but she did not forgive him. The girl fell ill with a fever, her body aching as she murmured, "Water, water, water." Zhu Xing empathized, his throat parched, yearning for water. In reality, Ye Chen, an early riser, was washing his face when he heard Zhu Xing's desperate pleas for water. Unable to locate Zhu Xing's water cup, he offered his own instead. After providing some water, Zhu Xing's parched lips finally began to moisten. "Do you feel better, Zhu Xing?" Ye Chen gently inquired. "Do you feel better, Zhu Xiaoxing?" A tender voice surrounded the girl as she took her medicine and drifted into a deep slumber. In the blink of an eye, she had entered high school, exuding an unparalleled beauty that captivated all the students. She appeared indifferent until he appeared. "Ye Chen, are you really a girl? Why do you have such long hair?" Ye Chen asked curiously. "I'm a boy. I like to keep it long, and why should you care?" Came the crisp response. "Not convinced, unless you drop your pants and let me see." Ye Chen teased. "Get lost," the girl retorted angrily. "Oh, don't be mad. Here, let me treat you to candy, my favorite. Just these 2 pieces, take them all." Ye Chen hurriedly consolidated. The girl was quite proud, until that fateful day, while taking an exam, the homeroom teacher suddenly called her out. "Zhu Xing, please return home. There is something happening with your family." The teacher's tone was calm, which momentarily eased Zhu Xing's anxiety. "Okay, teacher," she replied with a sweet smile. Yet upon returning home, she called for her mother. But no answer came. Instead, her aunt emerged from the kitchen, holding a ladle. "Auntie, where's my mom?" the girl asked urgently. All she received in response was her aunt's reddened eyes. The girl dashed out of the house, collapsing in tears at the roadside. "Hey, Zhu Xing, why are you here? Why are you crying?" Ye Chen, witnessing her distress, hurriedly tried to comfort her. "Take me for a ride, please." Her voice was hoarse. "Of course, hop in. Let us go." A week later, the girl's mother was laid to rest. Clad in mourning attire, she bowed with every step, her voice hoarse and her tears dried. The girl was taken in by her grandmother, who, a week later, presented her with an envelope. Confused, the girl opened it to find a letter and a bank card inside. Her fingers turned pale as she gripped the letter, which trembled slightly. A letter, a lifetime of affection. "The money in the account is for your surgery. The password is your birthday," her grandmother concluded. "It's all because of this cursed illness. This cursed illness. If not for this, my mother would never have left me. It's all my fault. All my fault." The girl suddenly stood up, turning to face the door. At that moment, Zhu Xing stood at the entrance, taken by surprise as their eyes locked. Flames of fury ignited in the girl's eyes as she called his name. "Zhu Xing. Zhu Xing? Zhu Xing? Wake up. Why have you been sleeping for so long? It's already noon, and I've brought you lunch." Ye Chen knelt beside the bed, patting the blanket and calling out to Zhu Xing. As Zhu Xing opened his eyes and saw Ye Chen, tears could no longer be contained, and he lunged at Ye Chen, embracing him while sobbing uncontrollably. What is happening? Ye Chen was taken aback, witnessing Zhu Xing's incessant tears, and could only offer gentle reassurances. Bewildered, he wondered if he had inadvertently upset Zhu Xing. Chapter 9. What have I forgotten? Please do not cry. Ye Chen gently patted Zhu Xing's back, soothing her softly. In his arms, the little white-haired bundle wept profusely, her tears cascading like a torrential flood, soaking his short sleeves in no time. Zhu Xing's shoulders trembled as she emitted intermittent, muffled sobs. Gradually, her cries subsided. Zhu Xing, are you feeling better? Ye Chen inquired softly. Zhu Xing sat up, rubbing her reddened eyes, her voice hoarse. What happened? Did someone upset you? Would you like a share? Ye Chen sat up as well, probing gently. No, I just had a nightmare. Zhu Xing averted her gaze. Perhaps she would tell him later. For now, it was best to keep it to herself. Really? Ye Chen scrutinized Zhu Xing's expression, skepticism evident in his voice. Yes, Zhu Xing affirmed. A silence enveloped them, a palpable barrier seeming to form between them. An emotion named awkwardness began to spread in their hearts. I brought you some food. Remember to eat it later. Ye Chen broke the silence. After changing into a fresh short-sleeved shirt, he stepped out. At the door, he paused and turned, saying, If anything comes up, don't bottle it up. Don't be too hard on yourself. He added quickly, I have something to attend to this afternoon, so I'll be leaving. Call me if you need anything. He gazed deeply at Zhu Xing's expression before departing without a backward glance. Ye Chen was not foolish. He noticed Zhu Xing's evasive eyes and understood her reluctance to confide in him. Just as one cannot awaken a person feigning sleep, it was better to let Zhu Xing speak when she was ready. Upon detecting Ye Chen's moderate disappointment and slight disheartenment, the emotional value rose by 679. Zhu Xing remained seated on the bed, lost in thought before letting out a deep sigh. Her heart was equally filled with helplessness. She understood Ye Chen's intentions well. Some pain, if articulated, would be much easier to bear. Yet, she lacked the courage to expose her deep scars before him. Doing so would not only fail to heal her pain, but would make it even more unbearable. I'm sorry, Ye Chen, for disappointing you. I don't wish to share this with you, Zhu Xing murmured inwardly. After sitting alone on the bed for a long while, her stomach growled, snapping her back to reality. Upon getting up, she found a portion of rice and a serving of fish-flavored shredded pork. Though the rice had hardened a bit, Zhu Xing finished it all. Closing the door, she slowly retrieved a yellowed letter from her bag. To my dear little Xing, I know you have many questions. Allow me to write them down slowly. When you asked me why you couldn't dress like those boys and had to wear a skirt, I fell silent. I understand you're growing up, but I too have my unspoken burdens. Your body has a flaw, which means you cannot grow up, marry, and have children like those normal boys. I know you have endured much injustice and that you are incredibly strong. You might not understand why I always insist you wear skirts. However, wearing girls' clothing serves to protect you better. When you were in school, I had already spoken with them about your situation, and they agreed to handle your records as a girl, so you would not be subjected to the disdainful gazes of others. I apologize for being too busy to notice your feelings. I believed you were doing fine and not resisting girls' clothing so much. I contemplated whether to proceed with the surgery because this life, in many ways, is quite stable. I could raise you as a girl for life. But when you tearfully asked me that day, my heart ached. I resolved to go through with the operation. I'm almost able to gather the funds for it. Once you finish your college entrance examination, we will proceed with the surgery. I eagerly await the day you emerge from it. Love you, your mother. This was the letter her mother had left behind. But a sudden cerebral hemorrhage had claimed her life. They were so close to a happy life together. It was all her fault, all due to her strange illness. If it weren't for her, her mother wouldn't have to endure such exhaustion. 1,000 words ultimately condensed into a single sigh. A profound weariness and overwhelming drowsiness enveloped Zhu Xing like a tidal wave. Her head throbbed painfully. She felt exhausted, finding life so unsatisfactory. The dusk light illuminated Zhu Xing's profile, and a gentle breeze caressed her hair. Perhaps I should sleep a little longer, she thought. After tucking the letter away in a hidden corner of her bag, Zhu Xing climbed into bed. Before long, the room was filled with the sound of her steady breathing. Meanwhile, on the other side, "Hey, Ye Chen, I have a partner now. You're still single, aren't you?" Ye Chen looked at Fang Yuan, who was grinning widely, and scoffed. "You? Don't be ridiculous. You're just fooling around with your buddies. Don't fool yourself." "Really? You don't believe me? Look, here's a photo of us. This one is from our hiking trip, and we even tied a red string together," Fang Yuan boasted, showing off the red string on his wrist. "Oh, congratulations," Ye Chen replied nonchalantly. "Why such a cold reaction? With your looks, you can't possibly still be single. Can you?" Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow, questioning him. "Girlfriend?" Ye Chen couldn't help but picture Zhu Xing in her dress, her lovely hair cascading down. If you were to find a girlfriend, it would surely be someone as adorable as Zhu Xing, if only she weren't so mischievous. "Hey, are you listening? You must still be single," Fang Yuan said, throwing an arm around Ye Chen and raising his voice. Ye Chen was startled, instinctively replying, "I have one." Where? Show me a picture," Fang Yuan pressed. Ye Chen fell silent, wishing he could seal his lips. How was he to resolve this? Reluctantly, he retrieved the couple's photo from behind his phone case, the one with Zhu Xing. "No way, you really do have one. And she's stunning." Fang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Although Zhu Xing's face was not visible, her fair, delicate skin and slender legs led Fang Yuan to instinctively assume she was beautiful. Ye Chen opened his mouth, but remained silent. "All right, let us arrange a dinner soon with our partners. I want to see what your girlfriend looks like." "Don't worry, I'll bring mine too. We can all enjoy a good time together." "Agreed. Well, I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Fang Yuan waved dismissively and dashed off. "Wait, hold on." Ye Chen couldn't catch Fang Yuan in time. "What should I do now? Am I really going to have Zhu Xing pretend to be my girlfriend? Perhaps I should just cancel." But he had a fatal flaw. He disliked rejecting others, especially Fang Yuan, his childhood friend. Sighing in frustration, Ye Chen returned to the dormitory. The room was dark, and upon switching on the light, he found Zhu Xing already asleep. However, her sleeping posture was quite unrefined. Her legs were sprawled out, and the blanket had been kicked aside. Ye Chen sighed, adjusting her position and covering her with the blanket. After tidying up, he gazed at Zhu Xing's serene sleeping face, resolutely deciding, "Let Zhu Xing pretend to be my girlfriend for a while. When he returned, he would allow her to express her grievances." "Good night, sweet dreams," Ye Chen whispered, turning off the lights and leaving only a small lamp lit. That night, Zhu Xing slept soundly. "Wait, have you forgotten something?" "Buzz, today's task, to kiss Ye Chen on any part of his body. If the task remains unfulfilled, a penalty shall be enforced starting today, to fall in love with Ye Chen for a day. Tomorrow's task is suspended until the unfinished task is completed." Chapter 10, Dumbing Down. Quite interesting. The following morning, Zhu Xing stretched widely. A big yawn escaped her lips. She rose from her slumber, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Yesterday's sleep had been incredibly refreshing. However, a feeling lingered, as if she had forgotten something important. "Allow me to enlighten you on what you have forgotten," came the system's cold voice. Yesterday's daily task. Kiss Ye Chen in any place of your choosing. The task remains unfulfilled, and a punishment is now imposed. Fall in love with Ye Chen for a day. Affection towards Ye Chen will surge. Intelligence will decrease by 50, lasting 24 hours. Today's daily task is suspended and will resume only upon completion of yesterday's task. Should you fail to accomplish yesterday's task today, the punishment will double. What? System? No. Zhu Xing's expression stiffened, yet the system's punishment had already been enacted. "Good morning, Zhu Xing." Ye Chen, who was busy washing up, turned to greet her upon hearing her rise. Zhu Xing gazed at Ye Chen's face, heart-shaped sparks igniting in her eyes. Her hair playfully mimicking the shape of a heart. Having just completed his morning routine, Ye Chen's handsome visage was adorned with droplets of water. His eyes sparkled. His face was perfectly sculpted, and his features strikingly handsome. Sunlight cast upon him accentuated his allure. As the fated male protagonist, Ye Chen's looks had always been exceptional, though Zhu Xing had not previously focused on his attractiveness. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Moreover, Ye Chen was undeniably stunning. At this moment, in Zhu Xing's eyes, Ye Chen had transformed into a super handsome prince. How had she never noticed how handsome Ye Chen was before? Gulp, haha. Zhu Xing swallowed hard, her gaze fixed on Ye Chen, a lovesick grin spreading across her face. She thought how she wished to be with him. Ye Chen shivered slightly. Was Zhu Xing acting a bit odd again? Why was she smiling at him like a love-struck fool so early in the morning? Nevertheless, the feeling of being so adored was rather pleasant. A smile crept upon Ye Chen's lips, though he quickly suppressed it. Hurry and get dressed. Let us have breakfast together, Ye Chen urged. After a prolonged moment, Zhu Xing finally responded. However, as she attempted to dress, an unforeseen mishap occurred. The dress she usually wore with ease now refused to fit. Zhu Xing was anxious, unable to put it on, and feeling embarrassed before the one she admired. Tears welled in her eyes as she turned to seek Ye Chen's help. Juste seconde technique. Play the victim. Chen, I can't get it on. Zhu Xing's eyes brimmed with tears. Do you know how it feels to turn around and see a beautiful girl with a half-fallen dress, exposing a generous amount of skin, pleading for your help? Ye Chen understood all too well. Blood rushed from his nose. He was utterly captivated by the alluring sight before him. Initially, Ye Chen thought Zhu Xing was merely playing coy, teasing him, but seeing her on the verge of tears, he decided to assist her in donning the dress. However, having never helped a girl with a dress before, he fumbled clumsily, yet managed to help Zhu Xing into it. Phew, task accomplished. Ye Chen knelt on the ground, adjusting Zhu Xing's dress, and let out a long sigh of relief, only to lift his gaze and meet Zhu Xing's affectionate stare. Detected moderate heart fluttering in Ye Chen. Emotional value 521. Ye Chen admitted. His heart had indeed skipped a beat. The feeling of being smitten. Ahem. Ye Chen cleared his throat, attempting to mask his reddening ears. Chen, your hair. Just as Ye Chen was about to wash his face to regain composure, Zhu Xing tugged at his shirt. Indeed, what about his hair? Ye Chen pondered. He had never styled a girl's hair before. What to do? Of course, he would learn on the spot, searching for a simple yet attractive tutorial for tying long hair. Ye Chen first smoothed Zhu Xing's frizzy locks, then secured them with a small hair tie, looping it once, leaving a little tuft, and finally securing it tightly, tucking the ends neatly away. Perfect. Such a delightful bun. Ye Chen admired his handiwork, but a glance at Zhu Xing, gazing at him lovingly through the mirror, made it a bit overwhelming. Let us go. Zhu Xing, it's time to eat. All right. Upon arriving at the breakfast spot, Ye Chen called out to the owner. 2 baskets of soup dumplings. Coming right up, the owner replied. As soon as the soup dumplings arrived, Zhu Xing couldn't wait to take a bite, resulting in Zhu Xing's face flushed, her tongue sticking out, her expression slightly twitching. However, when she lifted her gaze and saw Ye Chen chuckling, her expression instantly turned to one of grievance as she poked the dumplings with her chopsticks. All right, I'll feed you. Ye Chen, watching Zhu Xing's adorable antics, felt a warm flutter in his heart and slowly blew on each dumpling before offering them to her. Yum. Zhu Xing chewed, her starry eyes fixed on Ye Chen. A warm tide surged within Ye Chen. This must be happiness. So heartwarming. So heartwarming indeed. Ye Chen reconsidered his earlier thoughts. Throughout the morning, Zhu Xing acted strangely, almost childlike, gazing at him with infatuated eyes. Initially, Ye Chen found it amusing, but as time passed, he grew increasingly uncomfortable, especially upon overhearing others remark, "Now that's a good man. Even with a silly wife, he willingly cares for her." TSK. The praise from onlookers pushed him to his limit. He escorted Zhu Xing back to the dormitory. You stay here this afternoon. I have to step out, Ye Chen instructed. No, I want to be with you, Chen. Zhu Xing's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Ye Chen pushed Zhu Xing away, locking the door behind him as he hurried off. He had heard that girls sometimes acted foolishly during their periods, but why was Zhu Xing behaving like this today? He couldn't comprehend. Inside, Zhu Xing weakly tapped on the door, but with Ye Chen gone, there was no one to open it for her. Yet, Zhu Xing soon found a distraction. She discovered Ye Chen's photograph. She kicked off her shoes, climbed onto Ye Chen's bed, and pulled the covers over herself. Zhu Xing inhaled deeply, enveloped in the scent of Ye Chen's sunshine. She then noticed the plush toy beside the pillow, scooping it up into her embrace. Chun Chun, I like you. Zhu Xing giggled foolishly. Her breathing gradually intensified. Here, an additional chapter would be appropriate. Chapter 11. The entangled Ye Chen wandered outside for a considerable time. Yet the moment he paused to retrieve his phone, he found himself irresistibly drawn to open the chat window with Zhu Xing. Her avatar appeared dim, indicating she had not sent him any messages. Ye Chen typed it fervently, only to erase his words repeatedly. He felt conflicted, unsure of how to initiate a conversation with Zhu Xing. He yearned to chat, yet words eluded him. What was happening to him? Whenever his hands were idle, Zhu Xing's figure would inexplicably materialize in his mind. That girl truly was a source of constant worry, perpetually embroiling herself in trouble. Particularly today, when Zhu Xing unabashedly gazed at him, her eyes brimming with affection, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. He found himself utterly unprepared to withstand such intensity. However, the feeling of being the center of her attention was undeniably delightful, and a subtle smile graced Ye Chen's lips. Nevertheless, Zhu Xing's behavior today was indeed peculiar. He understood that during her ovulation period, a girl's desires might intensify. Yet he had never heard of it leading to such a drastic decline in rationality. Ye Chen stood by the roadside, pacing back and forth as the sun dipped below the horizon, gradually enveloping the sky in darkness. It was time to return. He typed into the chat, "What would you like to eat? I'll bring it to you." Yet, Zhu Xing remained unresponsive. Was she upset with him? This thought flooded his mind like a breaking dam, uncontrollable. Perhaps she merely wished for his company, but here he was, having left her locked away in the dormitory. She must be angry, right? The image of Zhu Xing sitting alone in the dormitory, sulking quietly, with tears welling in her eyes, flashed through his mind. The more he pondered, the more his heart ached, and he could hardly wait to return. However, he needed to buy something delicious to comfort her. Ye Chen's gaze caught sight of a small stall selling candied hawthorn skewers at the intersection. Perfect. Zhu Xing adored sweets. He would buy her some candied hawthorn. Here are your 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. All set. The dim glow of the street lamp illuminated the crystalline sugar coating on the skewers, sparkling like gems. The hawthorn glistening with a sugary glaze that emanated an enticing aroma. Ye Chen took a bite. The sugar coating melted instantly in his mouth, followed by the sweet syrup spreading across his palate, revealing the tart flesh of the hawthorn. The rich interplay of sweet and sour flavors elicited a soft exclamation of delight from him. Zhu Xing would definitely love this. With skewers of grilled meat and a skewer of candied hawthorn in hand, Ye Chen stood at the entrance of the dormitory, his heart fluttering with trepidation as he opened the door. Zhu Xing? The room was shrouded in darkness, prompting Ye Chen to switch on the light. Where had Zhu Xing gone? Hadn't she locked the door? She shouldn't have been able to leave. As he pondered this, a soft, warm embrace enveloped his waist, and he felt a familiar face pressed against his back. A sweet, milky fragrance wafted into Ye Chen's senses. Zhu Xing had been hiding behind the door. All right, let go quickly. I brought you something delicious," he urged softly. "I won't." Zhu Xing's resolute voice rang in his ears. "Why not? I'm scared. I'm afraid you'll abandon me." Her voice dwindled, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Ye Chen's heart jolted. Indeed, anyone confined within a room for an entire afternoon would feel uncomfortable. "All right, I won't leave you. Just release me first. I have candied hawthorn." Ye Chen gently patted Zhu Xing's hand. "Fine." Reluctantly, she loosened her grip, but her attention was quickly captured by the candied hawthorn. "Here, eat slowly. Don't hurt yourself." Ye Chen offered the skewer to Zhu Xing. With her tongue, she deftly wrapped around the sugar coating, savoring the syrup, her eyes instantly brightening. She bit into a piece of hawthorn, closing her eyes to relish the flavor. Zhu Xing's pink lips glistened with syrup, becoming even more translucent, and Ye Chen found himself captivated, swallowing hard. Were Zhu Xing's lips as sweet as the candied hawthorn? Yet, he cautiously asked, "This afternoon, when you were alone in the dorm, did you think of anything?" He intended to ascertain whether she was upset with him. "I was thinking of you," the little white-haired bundle before him replied without hesitation. Zhu Xing's clear gaze rendered Ye Chen defenseless. His cheeks flushed, but after a moment, he continued, "This afternoon, I'll lock you in here. Were you angry with me?" "Of course I was." Zhu Xing pouted, neglecting her candied hawthorn as she glared at Ye Chen with indignation. "Don't ever lock me in a room again." As he expected, guilt welled up within Ye Chen. He set down what he was holding and enveloped Zhu Xing in his embrace. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhu Xing, caught off guard, found herself drawn into his arms. "I will never leave you alone again," Ye Chen solemnly declared, his hand instinctively stroking her head. Zhu Xing's cheeks turned a rosy hue, thoroughly enjoying Ye Chen's embrace and gentle caress. "All right, enough of that. Let's eat." "Ah, can't we hug a little longer?" Zhu Xing murmured reluctantly as they separated. "Quickly eat. It'll get cold and one tea tastes good." In a flurry, they devoured the grilled skewers laid out on the table. "Chen, could you help me wash up?" As Ye Chen wiped the grease from the corner of Zhu Xing's mouth, she suddenly spoke. "Sure." Ye Chen filled a cup with warm water, took Zhu Xing's pink toothbrush, and squeezed a bit of toothpaste onto it. "Open wide." "Ah." Zhu Xing's teeth were neatly aligned, her 4 little canine teeth adding a touch of playful charm. The toothbrush danced around her mouth, causing her to gag twice, quickly earning her a reproachful glance from Zhu Xing. "No more jokes." Ye Chen straightened his demeanor, meticulously cleaning every corner before allowing her to rinse. Next came the face washing. Ye Chen noticed by the sink that Zhu Xing had only a simple bottle of facial cleanser and a bottle of moisturizer. He inquired, "Is this all the skincare products you have?" After receiving her confirmation, Ye Chen was taken aback. In his experience, many boys possessed far more skincare products than Zhu Xing. He glanced at her fair, delicate face. Had she never worn makeup? She was so adorable without it. But with just one bottle of moisturizer, that seemed rather insufficient. "Why don't you buy more skincare products?" "Just one bottle of moisturizer?" Ye Chen questioned, lifting the bottle. Zhu Xing lowered her gaze, her expression dimming as she replied softly, "This one works well, and it's quite affordable." Ye Chen's heart ached. Zhu Xing didn't even own a complete set of cosmetics, let alone a makeup routine. He silently vowed to ensure she would have the best in the future. "All right, the water temperature is just right. Let's wash your face." Ye Chen carefully wiped Zhu Xing's face with a towel, and once she finished washing, her complexion appeared even more radiant. "Chen, I still need to do my hair." Zhu Xing pointed at her slightly frizzy locks. Chapter 12. You said, "Let me be your girlfriend." In the future, Ye Chen must write a book titled "A Day in the Life of My Girlfriend." Ye Chen fetched a small stool for Zhu Xing to sit on. After adjusting the water temperature, he took the shower head and poured water over Zhu Xing's head. The water flowed down her silvery long hair for 3 to 4 minutes, and after confirming that her hair was thoroughly wet, he squeezed out some shampoo. Rubbing and scrubbing on the smooth floor, Ye Chen couldn't help but recall a catchy tune. Wasn't he meticulously lathering Zhu Xing's hair? "Chen, the foam got into my eyes." Zhu Xing tugged at Ye Chen's pant leg. "Close your eyes. It will be fine in a moment." Ye Chen quickly rinsed off the white foam. After finishing, he handed Zhu Xing a towel and rubbed his sore waist. "Chen, help me dry my hair." Zhu Xing's voice called out again. "Coming, my little ancestor." Ye Chen replied, somewhat exasperated. "Chen, you're so nice." Zhu Xing winked at him. "Don't move." Ye Chen held a strand of Zhu Xing's hair, gently blow-drying it. Zhu Xing had a lot of hair. It took several rounds before it was slightly dry. After about 7 or 8 minutes, her hair was completely dry, and the room was filled with the fragrance of shampoo. Ye Chen stroked the silky strands in his hand, the texture comparable to fine silk, utterly delightful. After such a long endeavor, a little reward wouldn't hurt, right? Ye Chen placed his hand on Zhu Xing's head and gently rubbed it. Zhu Xing closed her eyes, her head tilting back slightly. "All right, let's sleep." Ye Chen reluctantly halted his actions. Zhu Xing stood up, wrapped her arms around Ye Chen's waist, and nuzzled her face against his chest. "Chen, thank you. You're so wonderful." It was just a casual gesture, yet Ye Chen's eyes widened in surprise as the white-haired girl pecked his neck, the moist sensation leaving him momentarily stunned. "Hey, Chen, sleep early." Zhu Xing made a funny face before quickly climbing into bed, wrapping herself in the blanket, leaving only her eyes peeking out to observe Ye Chen's reaction. Ye Chen touched the damp lip mark, thoughts racing in his mind, yet his body remained frozen. It wasn't until Zhu Xing chuckled a couple of times that he snapped back to reality. This little rascal, so crafty. Ye Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. After turning off the lights and getting into bed, Ye Chen gazed at the slightly disheveled sheets and the oddly piled blanket, lost in contemplation. It wasn't until he plucked a strand of silvery hair from the pillow that he confirmed Zhu Xing had secretly slept in his bed. You little troublemaker. Ye Chen looked at Zhu Xing, who was already asleep and breathing steadily, and could only sigh helplessly. Years later, he would still remember the rich, milky scent from that day under the blanket. In the morning, Zhu Xing woke up. Daily task. Kiss Ye Chen on any part of his body. The task penalty had ended, and the task was completed. Due to exceeding the time for task completion, no reward would be given. Today's task has commenced. Maintain a deep gaze with Ye Chen for 1 minute. Task reward, 1,500 emotional points. Task failure penalty, beauty enhanced by 100, intelligence reduced by 90, action capability reduced by 90. Zhu Xing's mind was in a daze. Suddenly, memories from yesterday flooded back like a tidal wave. She remembered everything. She had been flirting with Ye Chen all along. How could she have said so many sentimental things yesterday? And she had even called him Chen repeatedly. How could she have let Ye Chen take care of her teeth, face, and hair like a personal service? My first kiss. How could I have done that on Ye Chen's bed? So embarrassing. Zhu Xing's cheeks flushed with a deep crimson, her heart raging. System, what on earth is happening? Zhu Xing questioned indignantly. The host did not complete the daily task, hence the applied penalty, which led to an increase in affection towards Ye Chen, followed by a 50-point reduction in intelligence. The system replied nonchalantly. Increased affection for him, then a 50-point drop in intelligence. That makes me a foolishly infatuated person. That would be one way to put it. This is outrageous. Zhu Xing buried herself under the blanket, feeling as if the sky had fallen. I have become like Ye Chen. Woe is me. I am no longer pure. Thus, the host should diligently complete the daily tasks. Good luck. The system vanished. Zhu Xing glanced at the penalties for failing today's task, her mind racing with frustration. What is this? Intelligence and action capabilities both reduced by 90. That is akin to being a paralyzed fool. Beauty enhanced by 100? Does that mean my looks will double? Any random guy could easily devour me alive. A sense of déjà vu from a storyline unfolded. System, is there a way to reduce or change the penalties for failing a task? Or perhaps an option to automatically complete the daily tasks? After all, if I were to part ways with Ye Chen for some reason, I wouldn't be able to complete the daily tasks and shouldn't have to bear the penalties for failure. Zhu Xing covered her face for a long while before asking the system. There is a way. Tell me. Zhu Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. I won't say. Zhu Xing was on the verge of being driven mad by this system. This relies on the host's own ingenuity. I can only remind you that such a method exists, the system clarified. Fine. Zhu Xing waved her hand dismissively, turning to look at Ye Chen, who was washing up. Zhu Xing quickly tidied herself up and said to Ye Chen, Hey, Ye Chen, let us play a little game, seizing the opportunity to complete the task without any mishaps. Sure, what game? Ye Chen noticed that today, Zhu Xing appeared more mentally agile, unlike yesterday. It seemed that moments of foolishness were indeed rare. We just need to maintain eye contact for a minute. Whoever falters first loses, and the loser must fulfill a small request from the winner. Is that all right? Sounds good. Ye Chen's interest was piqued. Seeing Ye Chen agree, Zhu Xing felt a surge of excitement within. In this game, whoever gets emotionally swayed first loses. Zhu Xing was certain she would win this round. Ye Chen, wait for me to avenge my embarrassing defeat from yesterday. 3, 2, 1, start. Both Zhu Xing and Ye Chen held their breath, focusing intently on each other's eyes. Although Ye Chen's serious demeanor made Zhu Xing want to laugh, she restrained herself. Ye Chen gazed at Zhu Xing's beautiful face, his heart racing uncontrollably, desperately trying not to lose at this critical moment. He wanted to seize the opportunity to have Zhu Xing pretend to be his girlfriend for a day. I cannot lose. Ye Chen continuously encouraged himself, his slightly trembling face gradually calming down. Ye Chen can actually hold on for so long. Does he not like me that much? Zhu Xing wondered as she noticed Ye Chen's composed demeanor. I can't let my mind wander. Zhu Xing admonished herself. The more she tried not to think, the more new and intriguing thoughts flooded her mind. Does he not truly like me? The moment that crossed her mind, Zhu Xing felt a slight panic. And as she looked into Ye Chen's unwavering gaze, she couldn't help but recall what she had done on his bed yesterday. Zhu Xing's heart raced, her expression losing its initial firmness, her face turning increasingly flushed. Noticing Zhu Xing's gaze slightly falter, a glimmer of amusement flashed in Ye Chen's eyes, and he leaned in closer. Oh no! Zhu Xing couldn't hold on any longer and was the first to concede. He turned his head to the side, his mind now filled with visions of yellow paint. He truly lacked the courage to confront Ye Chen's unwavering gaze, as if yesterday's misdeeds had been laid bare before him. Zhu Xing was overwhelmed with regret, cursing the foolishness of his past self. Spring had yet to arrive, yet he had already turned green with embarrassment. Should I now voice my request? Ye Chen smiled and inquired, Zhu Xing, could you be my girlfriend for half a day? Ye Chen exclaimed while placing a hand on Zhu Xing's shoulder. Huh? Zhu Xing was taken aback. Was this straightforward fellow truly so bold? It's just that my childhood friend wishes to catch up. Ye Chen recounted the events of that day in detail. As expected, Zhu Xing declined, prompting a sigh from Ye Chen. However, he quickly reconsidered. After all, Zhu Xing was a boy, and asking him to be his girlfriend was indeed rather excessive. All right, Zhu Xing replied, a peculiar expression on his face, as the system's voice echoed in his mind. Today's task has been completed. Reward: 1,500 emotional points. The crucial part followed. Detected Ye Chen triggering a keyword, hereby issuing a new novice task 2. Become Ye Chen's girlfriend. Reward: 2,000 emotional points. In addition to unlocking weekly tasks. What are the weekly tasks? They entail more challenging assignments with superior rewards spanning a week. Had he inadvertently triggered the main storyline? Chapter 13. Wow, the drop rate is indeed astonishing. Now that the qualification for unlocking the weekly tasks has been achieved, it is imperative to seize the opportunity. Zhu Xing's ambition is to attain financial independence. Accumulating 10 million as soon as possible will allow him to simply relax at home, reaping the benefits of interest. Working? The prospect of working for a lifetime is utterly inconceivable. With the system in place, and Ye Chen continuously showering him with gold coins. What if an unforeseen circumstance arises? Or if they part ways after graduation? Wouldn't that hinder his ability to amass wealth? It is unrealistic to think he could follow Ye Chen for life. Thus, during these 4 years of university, it is crucial to gather 10 million early on and plan for the future. Ye Chen, please shower me with more gold coins. What? I said it's possible. Great. Zhu Xing has agreed. Ye Chen, filled with enthusiasm, picked up his phone to call Fang Yuan. Hello, Fang Yuan. Are you free tonight? Let us gather. And remember to bring your partner. Of course I'm free. Let us go for hot pot. I'll send you the location later. Fang Yuan's cheerful voice came through the line. Okay. After hanging up, Ye Chen turned to Zhu Xing. Thank you. Otherwise, I would have had to refuse him. What's the big deal about bringing a girlfriend? Can't you find one, given your conditions? Zhu Xing rose and walked slowly to Ye Chen, placing his hand on Ye Chen's abdomen. The muscular contours distinctly felt beneath his touch. Each taut abdominal muscle gently rose and fell with Ye Chen's breaths. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Zhu Xing's eyes as he caressed Ye Chen's abs, involuntarily envisioning corn kernels, reminiscent of individual grains. However, Zhu Xing still envied Ye Chen's tall stature, while he himself felt soft and lacking in muscle, barely having any flesh to speak of. Zhu Xing remarked, if you were to seek a girlfriend, surely many girls would be interested in you? Ye Chen paused, having never considered seeking a girlfriend, nor had any girl ever stirred feelings in him like Zhu Xing did. You wouldn't be gay, would you? Zhu Xing asked suspiciously. Nonsense. How could I possibly be gay? Ye Chen immediately retorted. Then why don't you find a girlfriend? Why are you pressuring me to find a girlfriend? It wouldn't benefit you at all. True enough, haha. Zhu Xing leaned closer to Ye Chen's ear and softly inquired, if you were to look for someone, what would you desire in a partner? Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, Zhu Xing's image vividly appearing in his mind. No way. Ye Chen silently screamed. Zhu Xing is a boy. How could two boys be a couple? Despite Zhu Xing's striking looks deep down, Ye Chen still yearned for a young girl to nurture. Unless, what if Zhu Xing were a girl? If Zhu Xing were a girl, all problems would be effortlessly resolved. He gazed at Zhu Xing with a complex expression and asked, Zhu Xing, are you truly a boy? You can't possibly have feelings for me. Zhu Xing, hands clasped to his chest, looked at Ye Chen warily. Ye Chen was quite astonished by Zhu Xing's thought process. Who would have feelings for your flat chest? In fact, if you wish to pursue me, I might be open to it. Zhu Xing sidled slightly, teasingly lifting his long hair, his face slightly flushed. This topic could not continue any further. As evening approached, Fang Yuan sent the location. Ready to go. Zhu Xing, wait a moment. What do you think of this outfit? Zhu Xing lifted a crop top. Since he had decided to masquerade as Ye Chen's girlfriend, he had to dress impressively, allowing him to shine in front of his friends. This is too revealing. No way. Change it. Ye Chen glanced over and immediately became restless. Oh, are you jealous, Chun Chun? Zhu Xing teased with a laugh. The temperature drops drastically at night. If you go out in the cold wind, you'll catch a chill. It's fine to wear in the dorm, but not outside. Ye Chen asserted, though the flush on his ears betrayed his true feelings. The mere thought of other boys on the street staring at Zhu Xing made him feel a twinge of jealousy. He absolutely could not allow Zhu Xing to wear such attire in front of others. Only he could wear it. Zhu Xing secretly chocolate, Ye Chen. I can sense your possessiveness. Wear this. Ye Chen picked out a light yellow floral dress and handed it to Zhu Xing. Put it on. Why are you looking at me? Noticing Zhu Xing's unwavering gaze, Ye Chen was perplexed. Zhu Xing raised an eyebrow. Fine, this is what you suggested. Zhu Xing quickly unbuttoned his nightwear, pulling off the top with a sudden motion. An expanse of milky skin was revealed before Ye Chen, whose eyes widened in shock. Quickly turning away. What the heck? Why are you undressing? Having uttered that, Ye Chen instantly regretted his words. What nonsense, of course. One must undress to change. Ye Chen, why are you acting like such an amateur? Didn't you ask me to change in front of you? Am I misunderstanding something? Zhu Xing's cool voice drifted from behind. Ye Chen stood frozen, too afraid to turn around. What? Don't you want to look? I've already taken off my top. Zhu Xing pressed again. Hurry and change. I won't turn around. Zhu Xing raised an eyebrow again, questioning whether Ye Chen was being deliberate or simply oblivious. Wasn't he going to step out? Then I might take off my pants, so don't look. The sound of Zhu Xing changing echoed once more, and Ye Chen's body tensed, immobile. The tantalizing scene from moments ago was deeply etched in Ye Chen's mind. That delicate skin, the visible collarbone, the elegantly curved waist, and that soft little belly. Ye Chen felt the blood rush to his head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He belatedly realized that Zhu Xing had been hinting for him to step out. Ye Chen's gaze darted to the door, his body shifting as he desperately sought to escape the dormitory. Hey, don't move. I'm completely undressed. Zhu Xing's flustered voice rang out behind him. Completely undressed. Zhu Xing was completely undressed. Ye Chen's throat tightened, his body trembling slightly. Zhu Xing, holding the dress, focused intently on Ye Chen's back, his mind flooded with system prompts. Well, still not turning around? Looks like he's learned his lesson. Excellent, just like that. Shower me with more gold coins. Ye Chen, help me. The zipper of the dress is stuck. I can't reach it. Zhu Xing's voice called out for assistance, causing Ye Chen's body to tremble, and he bolted out of the room. Upon detecting Ye Chen's overwhelming embarrassment, intense excitement, and heart-fluttering emotions, the system recorded an emotion value of 3,642. Wow, the drop rate is indeed astonishing. Ye Chen, who possessed a thief's heart but lacked the courage, truly stirred excitement. Zhu Xing covered his mouth, chuckling softly, for if Ye Chen were to turn around, he would see that Zhu Xing was already fully dressed. Chapter 14. We are cohabiting. All right, it's time to stop teasing Ye Chen. Zhu Xing suppressed her desire to continue playfully provoking him, tidied her hair, and prepared to step outside. Ye Chen crouched at the dormitory entrance, panting heavily. Let us go, Ye Chen. He looked up to find Zhu Xing clad in a delicate yellow floral dress, her silvery hair cascading like a curtain over her shoulders, exuding an exceptionally fresh and sweet aura. Ye Chen found himself captivated, lost in her beauty until her gentle hand waved in front of his eyes. "Hey, is it really that mesmerizing? Why are you staring at me?" Zhu Xing smiled coyly. "Oh, right." Ye Chen stood up, his gaze darting nervously, avoiding direct eye contact with her. Embarrassment washed over him. He was utterly entranced by the sight of Zhu Xing in a dress. "Let us go. They're already waiting for us." Seated in the back of a taxi, Ye Chen was distracted, glancing at his phone one moment and staring out the window the next, occasionally sneaking glances at Zhu Xing. She sensed his gaze and pretended to focus on her phone, all the while keenly aware of his attention. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly awkward, prompting the driver to interject. "Hey, buddy, is this your girlfriend?" "She is truly beautiful." A girlfriend with a half-day validity, I suppose, counts as a girlfriend." "Come on, as a man, why are you so shy? You haven't even said a word to your girlfriend since getting in the car." The driver continued chattering away. Ye Chen's expression stiffened as he silently turned to Zhu Xing. Under the dim lighting, he could feel her teasing gaze upon him. Zhu Xing leaned closer to his ear, whispering mockingly, "You see, others say you're incapable, yet you still claim you're not gay." Instantly, a rush of heat flooded Ye Chen's face. A man must never admit to being inadequate, especially in front of his girlfriend. He wrapped his arms around Zhu Xing, and her face pressed against his chest. "Can you hear my heartbeat? It beats solely for you." He whispered softly into her ear, his warm breath sending a shiver through her. So, it turns out her ears are a sensitive spot. Realizing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile. Alas, his playful intentions backfired, and Zhu Xing found herself entirely at his mercy. She felt utterly limp, unable to muster any strength to escape his embrace. "All right, this is how it should be with my wife." The driver chuckled. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xing's breath quickened, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. She attempted to break free, but was firmly held in place by Ye Chen. "Don't move," he said in a low, gentle tone. "Remember, you are currently my temporary girlfriend. Is it not reasonable for me to exercise a bit of my rights?" "Let go of me," Zhu Xing protested, her voice barely above a whisper. "No way. A man must be assertive, strong and firm." Zhu Xing, realizing her struggles were futile, slowly relaxed, thinking to herself, "Ye Chen, just wait. You'll see." Yet, she couldn't help but admit that Ye Chen's embrace was incredibly warm. 20 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. As they exited the car, Zhu Xing playfully grabbed the soft flesh around Ye Chen's waist and spun him around. "Easy now. I'm your boyfriend, remember? Are you addicted to cosplay or something?" Zhu Xing replied with a friendly smile. Clearing his throat, Ye Chen reflected on their antics in the car. "Let's go. Why are you still standing there?" Zhu Xing glanced back at Ye Chen and took a couple of steps forward, her right hand discreetly waving for him to follow. Understanding her cue, Ye Chen quickly caught up and took her hand. Upon entering the establishment, a handsome young man waved and greeted them. "This is Fang Yuan." Ye Chen embraced him briefly before Fang Yuan turned to Zhu Xing with polite courtesy. "Hello, I'm Fang Yuan, and this is my girlfriend, Xiaomoan." "Hello, my name is Zhu Xing," she replied with a smile. As Zhu Xing settled into her seat, Ye Chen was about to join her when Fang Yuan pulled him aside. "No way, bro. You're really lucky. Your girlfriend is stunning." Fang Yuan patted Ye Chen on the back, laughing teasingly. "Of course, my girlfriend must be beautiful." Ye Chen straightened his posture, glancing at the gentle and well-behaved Zhu Xing, his gaze softening. "Who pursued whom?" Fang Yuan asked eagerly. Of course, it was, but as Zhu Xing shot him a look, Ye Chen immediately fell silent. "Just go back. Don't keep our girlfriends waiting too long." He waved dismissively. Fang Yuan had already ordered the dishes in advance, and the hot pot was simmering. Zhu Xing observed Fang Yuan closely. He had a high nose and a refined appearance, with thick black hair, a rare handsome man. She then turned her attention to the quiet girl beside him, who had black curls and wore a lightweight white tank top. Her collarbone slightly exposed, appearing both refreshing and alluring. They made a lovely pair, Zhu Xing thought to herself, nodding silently. "Fang Yuan, how did you and your girlfriend meet?" Ye Chen inquired as he added vegetables to the pot. "Well, that's a long story," Fang Yuan replied, his eyes narrowing with a smile. I met Siem Mohan through gaming, and later when we exchanged contact information, I discovered she was my senior. Gradually, we got closer until the day I confessed. Fong Yuan's happiness was palpable as he gently kissed Siem Mohan's hand. Our families have met, and they approve of each other. We plan to get engaged after graduation. Congratulations, Ye Chen said, feeling a tinge of envy as he turned to meet Zhu Xing's gaze. What about Ye Chen? How did you meet Zhu Xing? Fong Yuan asked curiously. Zhu Xing quickly covered Ye Chen's mouth, interjecting, I've known him since high school, and we are currently living together. No way. Fong Yuan exclaimed in shock, his eyes nearly popping out. Siem Mohan stifled a laugh beside them. Ye Chen's gaze went unfocused, thinking to himself, this is a disaster. Fong Yuan dragged Ye Chen to the restroom, looking around before wrapping his arms around his neck, exclaiming in astonishment, Bro, even though you're usually quiet, you've really moved fast this time. No wonder people say you're capable of great things. He gave Ye Chen a thumbs up. Ye Chen felt utterly stifled, unable to articulate a response. Zhu Xing was right. They had indeed known each other since high school and were now cohabiting. But he could never disclose that Zhu Xing was actually a boy. Who would believe that such a petite, charming, white-haired bundle of joy was a boy? What a joke. Bro, you're ahead of me in progress. Next time we meet, are you going to bring a child along? Fong Yuan joked. Not all. Just remember to invite me to be your best man when you get married. Ye Chen deflected, shifting the topic back to Fong Yuan. Sure, I'll definitely call you then, and I'll make sure to arrange for Zhu Xing to be the bridesmaid. Chapter 15. The freshly renewed first kiss disappeared again. Zhu Xing, how does Ye Chen treat you? Siem Mohan inquired with curiosity. Zhu Xing, her face flushed with shyness, gently cupped her cheeks with her delicate hands and stammered. He treats me well, but sometimes I get a bit too touchy. Really? Siem Mohan exclaimed, her lips slightly parted and brows furrowed. Gripping Zhu Xing's hand, she cautioned, You must protect yourself, dear. Men can be quite the rogues. Pausing for a moment, her face reddened, yet she remained serious as she added, If it ever comes to that, ensure you take the necessary precautions. Zhu Xing, who had been responding with murmurs, suddenly fell into a daze, staring at the beautiful woman before her. Noticing Zhu Xing's silence, Siem Mohan hurriedly clarified, You're still young. It's best not to get pregnant. If possible, you shouldn't even give yourself to Ye Chen. After scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was listening, she leaned closer to Zhu Xing's ear and whispered, Ye Chen is quite the handsome fellow. Many girls must adore him. As young women, we should possess something that makes men infatuated. If he were to take everything from you and then cast you aside, you'd find yourself with nowhere to cry. Rest assured, Sister Xia, I will be cautious. Zhu Xing replied earnestly, though inwardly, she was stifling laughter at Siem Mohan's earnestness. How could boys possibly have children? And Ye Chen, with his clumsy demeanor, could never take everything from her. It was utterly laughable. However, Siem Mohan's genuine concern on their first meeting revealed her kind-hearted nature. With that thought, Zhu Xing's expression softened, and their conversation became increasingly amiable, transforming them into close confidants in no time. Ye Chen and Fong Yuan returned after finishing their discussion, observing the two women engaged in lively conversation, occasionally bursting into laughter. They exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile. Fong Yuan returned to his seat first, wrapping his arms around Siem Mohan and planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Siem Mohan's eyes sparkled with affection as she lowered her gaze, shyly twisting the flesh at Fong Yuan's waist and chiding, I'm still here. Look at your foolish face. Ouch, my dear wife, I was wrong. Fong Yuan quickly raised his hands in surrender. Zhu Xing and Ye Chen exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of suffocating embarrassment from the display of affection. Ye Chen opened his mouth to speak, but retreated under Zhu Xing's warm smile. Noticing Ye Chen's moderate disappointment, his emotional value increased by 475. Zhu Xing's phone vibrated in her bag, and she pulled it out. Ye Chen messaged, You're now my girlfriend, followed by a crying emoji. Zhu Xing chose not to respond with words, but sent an emoji of a fist striking a cow. The gentle tug at her waist drew her attention back to Ye Chen, whose gaze was both mournful and pointed toward Fong Yuan and Siem Mohan. Zhu Xing glanced at them, and they paused their actions, eagerly watching the two. Zhu Xing thought to herself, "Is this some kind of coercion?" She then typed, "You better wait for me," accompanied by a Sandman emoji. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed, realizing that Zhu Xing's heart had softened. As for what came next, she would leave that for her future self to handle. Turning around, Zhu Xing adjusted Ye Chen's forehead and lightly kissed his cheek, akin to a dragonfly touching the water. The soft scent of milk wafted toward her, and Ye Chen's eyes widened, the sensation of her touch lingering vividly. Ye Chen's emotional value surged, reflecting intense heart fluttering and excitement, increasing by 25-10. Fang Yuan and Xian Mohan exchanged knowing smiles, having just successfully matched the couple. How delightful! Truly delightful, Zhu Xing declared, rising gracefully. "I'm off to the restroom." She signaled to Fang Yuan and Xian Mohan before stepping on Ye Chen's foot with a firm stomp. Ye Chen gasped, the pain causing his muscles to twitch, yet he refrained from voicing his discomfort in front of Fang Yuan and Xian Mohan. Observing Ye Chen's expressive reaction, Zhu Xing huffed, feeling much of her frustration dissipate. Standing at the restroom door, Zhu Xing glanced at the gender signs, contemplated for a moment, and then confidently entered the ladies' room. After all, she feared that entering the men's restroom might frighten someone and lead to trouble. At the sink, Zhu Xing touched her delicate lips, recalling the earlier scene, and her face flushed crimson. How could my freshly renewed first kiss vanish again? Ye Chen. The nearly extinguished flame within her reignited passionately. Zhu Xing's chest heaved as she took a moment to compose herself. After splashing some water on her lips and patting her flushed cheeks, she stood up and returned. Her bowl was already filled with lamb rolls, and Ye Chen looked up at her with a smile. "You stubborn winter melon. I won't forgive you just because you filled my bowl," she thought, resolutely refusing to acknowledge his kindness. Moments later, Ye Chen's bowl was also filled. Witnessing this, Ye Chen grew anxious. This girl, why is she so ungrateful? No, I must fill her bowl again. Thus began a fierce battle of mutual serving, igniting sparks between them. Initially, Fang Yuan and Xian Mohan found it amusing, but soon, the pot was nearly emptied of meat by the two. Fang Yuan grew impatient and exclaimed, "Hey, leave some for us." Zhu Xing and Ye Chen shared a glance, their faces simultaneously turning a deep shade of red. Xian Mohan stifled her laughter. The atmosphere brightened once more, and they indulged in a delightful hot pot feast. As time slipped away, night deepened. Zhu Xing and Fang Yuan exchanged contact information. After a brief chat, both pairs prepared to depart. Fang Yuan waved his arms, calling out, "Hey, brother Ye Chen, remember to bring Zhu Xing next time. Get lost." Ye Chen laughed, retorting. Xian Mohan held Zhu Xing's hands and said, "Sister, if you ever need anything, reach out to me. If Ye Chen bullies you, come find me, and I'll arrange a place for you to stay." She flashed her keychain as proof. Zhu Xing's eyes widened in surprise. "A wealthy woman beside me." Her smile broadened as she replied, "Okay, sister, if he bullies me, you must reserve a big room for me. Let's team up to teach him a lesson." Xian Mohan burst into laughter. "All right, sister." Zhu Xing beamed, teasingly raising an eyebrow at Ye Chen. Ye Chen scoffed softly. After bidding farewell to Fang Yuan and Xian Mohan, he and Zhu Xing made their way home. Perhaps it's time to calculate our affairs?" Zhu Xing mused ominously. "What affairs?" Ye Chen, fine ignorante. Chapter 16. My dear wife, I was wrong. Do not wail. Playing the fool, are we? Just wait and see. System. Open today's marketplace. Zhu Xing navigated the interface and finally focused on today's special offer. Powerful laxative. Original price, 1,000 emotional points. Current price, 100 emotional points. Description, a specialty of the system. Potent in detoxification, harmless to the body, and beneficial for beauty. Duration, 8 hours. Zhu Xing glanced at the energy potion he had purchased a few days prior. Description, upon consumption, you will experience energy far exceeding your usual levels, surpassing the effects of coffee, allowing you to maintain vitality throughout the entire day. A mischievous idea began to take shape in his mind. Ye Chen, if you choose to feign ignorance, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Ye Chen summoned a vehicle, and the two of them entered. Zhu Xing was engrossed in his phone, ignoring Ye Chen. Ye Chen felt a wave of anxiety. It would have been preferable if Zhu Xing had scolded or hit him, but Zhu Xing remained calm while scrolling through his phone. This tranquility instilled in him a sense of impending doom. Detecting Ye Chen's moderate anxiety and slight panic. Emotional points 995. Zhu Xing chuckled inwardly. This time, nothing could save you. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Zhu Xing was about to take a shower when the corner of his shirt was gently tugged. Hey, Zhu Xing, aren't you angry? Ye Chen asked cautiously. Hee, why should I be angry? After all, you are my boyfriend. Zhu Xing replied with a sweet smile. Though his words sent chills down Ye Chen's spine. Do not wail. Zhu Xing was genuinely upset. Had he known better, he wouldn't have stirred up such trouble. Ye Chen was filled with regret, wanting to catch Zhu Xing and sincerely apologize, but Zhu Xing cleverly evaded him. Zhu Xing's expression was icy, and his tone distant. What are you doing? I'm going to take a shower. Do you intend to join me? Ye Chen lowered his head. Oomph. Zhu Xing huffed, grabbed a towel, and headed for the bathroom. Ye Chen felt as if the sky had fallen, yet he still sought a way to remedy the situation. Searching online, how to appease an angry girlfriend. The content creator rambled on extensively, but then Ye Chen suddenly realized, Zhu Xing is a boy. Ye Chen hurriedly searched, how to appease an angry boyfriend. The content creator spoke at length again, but Ye Chen felt a vein bulging on his forehead. What nonsense! Neither girlfriend nor boyfriend seemed suitable for Zhu Xing. What should he do? Should he truly allow Zhu Xing to remain angry? Ye Chen envisioned himself bearing delicious treats to appease Zhu Xing, only to see Zhu Xing turning away, smiling sweetly at another boy. The mere thought caused Ye Chen's head to boil. No, Zhu Xing must not be allowed to be angry. Ye Chen wiped his forehead, forcing himself to calm down, and he discovered the crucial principle of comforting someone. The attitude must be sincere. One must genuinely care for the other's feelings. Ye Chen learned a few comforting techniques online. Now, he awaited Zhu Xing's emergence. Ye Chen, satwuprite. The sound of water ceased, and he could distinctly hear his heart racing. The first rule of comforting: acknowledge your mistakes. Footsteps echoed, and Ye Chen stood up, closed his eyes, bowed his head, and shouted, Wife, I was wrong. Oh no, that was the wrong phrase. How did I end up parroting the words from the video? Ye Chen's sweat poured down. The sky seemed to freeze in that moment, as if a flock of cawing crows had flown by. Zhu Xing was momentarily stunned. What did this foolish boy just call her? Wife. The spark of anger flared up once more. Hee. Zhu Xing laughed, infuriated yet amused. Ye Chen, feeling tense, thought that Zhu Xing had forgiven him upon hearing her laughter, and he eagerly lifted his head. Blood gushed from his nose. Ye Chen, blushing profusely, hastily grabbed a tissue to staunch the flow. Zhu Xing paused, glancing down at herself. Her skin, as smooth and white as milk, her collarbone visible. The gentle rise of her chest concealed beneath a towel, and her pristine legs revealed. Zhu Xing walked past Ye Chen to check herself in the mirror. Her adorably crafted face, with damp silvery hair cascading over her shoulders, made her blush. Oh, how embarrassing. Zhu Xing cursed silently. How dare he gaze at her so brazenly? Unforgivable. Ye Chen, with tissue in hand, finally managed to stop the bleeding, only to see Zhu Xing crossing her arms and looking at him. Zhu Xing, I was wrong. Ye Chen sincerely apologized, but just as he was about to continue, a delicate hand forcibly lifted his chin. Zhu Xing's lips parted slightly. Oh, where did you go wrong? What? Ye Chen was bewildered. This was not how the internet had instructed him. Fool, you misled me. Zhu Xing's playful gaze bore into Ye Chen, flames hidden in her eyes. As Ye Chen gazed up at Zhu Xing, his thoughts derailed, and the words of apology he had just learned fled his mind. This is too ambiguous. Ye Chen silentivit. Answer me. Where did you go wrong? Zhu Xing's gesture shifted, and she pinched Ye Chen's face. I was wrong everywhere. Wrong everywhere, you say? What will you do now? Zhu Xing exclaimed, her voice laced with mischief. Ye Chen, eyes shut tight, trembled uncontrollably, his face betraying his unease. A flash of inspiration struck Ye Chen. He recalled another comforting technique. The second rule of comforting: tell a joke to lighten the mood. Ye Chen pouted and said, Don't be angry. Let me tell you a joke. One day, a girl named Duck accompanied her boyfriend shopping. In the crowded street, she panicked and grabbed a hand that wasn't her boyfriend's and exclaimed, "Wrong hand, Duck! Wrong hand, Duck!" Ye Chen looked at Zhu Xing with pitiful eyes. But little did he know, this cold joke acted like fuel, igniting Zhu Xing's smoldering anger into an explosive fire. That damn Ye Chen, neglecting her feelings and rambling about jokes. Get lost! Zhu Xing's head spun with rage. She could barely see the person before her. Do you think your jokes are funny? Zhu Xing's voice dripped with disdain, echoing in Ye Chen's ears. Ye Chen's expression froze, fear plastered on his face. Do not wail. Ye Chen dropped to his knees. Wife, Zhu Xing, I was wrong. The third technique, the meteor fist. A flurry of punches rained down upon Ye Chen, accompanied by Zhu Xing's scolding. I told you not to push me to kiss you. I told you not to make me angry. I told you not to tell those absurd cold jokes. Get lost. Ye Chen endured the blows, feeling a deep sense of bitterness. That private content creator, unworthy of being an influencer. I will unfollow you. Ye Chen shouted in his heart. The farce continued until Zhu Xing finally ran out of energy. Here, drink this, and I will forgive you. Zhu Xing brought over half a bottle of liquor. Ye Chen knew it was laced with something, but he obediently drank it down. That's more like it, Zhu Xing huffed. Ye Chen felt an overwhelming surge of energy. But soon his stomach began to churn violently. Damn it, I need to make a dash to the restroom. Ye Chen clutched his backside and sprinted to the toilet. Zhu Xing, witnessing this comical scene, burst into laughter. Yet she still typed, I added a bit of caffeine and laxative. You can now enjoy a night in the bathroom. All right, Zhu Xing, I submit. I am in fear that night. Ye Chen felt as if he had seen his great-grandmother's short epilogue. A sleepless night. Ye Chen lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. It had already been a week since he and Zhu Xing began cohabiting. How time flies. As he reminisced about the moments shared with Zhu Xing, a smile graced his lips. Yet, a perplexing question that had long troubled him resurfaced in his mind. Was Zhu Xing truly a boy or a girl? In the inky darkness of night, his heart was ensnared in a web of confusion. Despite Zhu Xing's insistence on being a boy, his striking beauty, petite frame, and uniquely feminine habits told a different story. He could be playful, charming, mischievous, and sensitive, often seeking comfort. Zhu Xing was undeniably adorable, perhaps the most delightful person Ye Chen had ever encountered. It could be said that Zhu Xing embodied the most cherished qualities typically associated with girls. Whenever the term girlfriend was mentioned, even by Zhu Xing, Ye Chen's mind conjured the image of Zhu Xing. No girl he had ever known seemed more suited to be his girlfriend than Zhu Xing. With this thought in mind, did it really matter whether Zhu Xing was a boy or a girl? He placed a hand over his heart, feeling its rhythm. Whenever he thought of Zhu Xing or spent time with him, his heart would race fervently. Do I have feelings for Zhu Xing? Ye Chen pondered it. He recalled Zhu Xing's blushing face when shy, his fiery demeanor when angry, the joy radiating from his face when happy, and the tears that lingered when he was sad. Memories of their moments together flashed in his mind, culminating in the image of the foolish Zhu Xing gently kissing his collarbone and the tender peck on his cheek during a meal. The softness of that touch and the refreshing scent lingered deeply in his heart. It was evident that he harbored affection for Zhu Xing, regardless of gender. He simply cherished the essence of who Zhu Xing was. Gradually, the threads of realization unraveled in Ye Chen's mind. He turned over, lying on his side, gazing at the moonlight illuminating Zhu Xing. He was fast asleep, his innocent demeanor causing Ye Chen's heart to flutter. Once more, he found himself questioning. If he were to pursue Zhu Xing, would Zhu Xing react with disdain? What? You want to pursue me? Are you serious? Or we're just joking? We're both boys. This can't lead anywhere. The harshness of that imagined voice felt like a dagger piercing his heart. The mere thought tightened his chest. But did Zhu Xing harbor any feelings for him? Surely he must. He recalled the playful glances Zhu Xing cast his way, the laughter that danced in his eyes. While shopping together, Zhu Xing would often take his hand. When Zhu Xing was inebriated, his words would reveal a candid vulnerability. And when Ye Chen playfully teased him, the shy expression on Zhu Xing's face seemed to indicate that there was mutual affection. He bit his lip, turning once more to gaze at the plush toy, Gigi, resting beside him. This was the very first gift Zhu Xing had bestowed upon him. Had Zhu Xing ever gifted anyone else? Perhaps not. He had never seen Zhu Xing converse with anyone else. That silly girl seemed to have no social circle beyond him. Memories fluttered back to when he had passed by Zhu Xing while riding his bicycle and had seen him crying. His heart had tightened then, but despite his inquiries, Zhu Xing had remained silent about the reasons for his tears. Was it due to familial discord? Did Zhu Xing come from a single-parent household? Was there anyone caring for him? A torrent of questions surged within him, yet none found answers. Perhaps he must directly ask Zhu Xing. Zhu Xing appeared so lonely. Ye Chen yearned to protect Zhu Xing, wishing to shield him from any harm. He embraced the Gigi plush toy, its gentle fragrance wafting through the air as he smiled softly. Good night, Zhu Xing. Chapter 17. I would never like that dullard. The following morning, a notification chimed. Newbie Task 2 completed. Reward, 2,000 emotional points. Achievement unlocked, girlfriend. Reward, 10,000 emotional points. Weekly tasks unlocked. Would you like to view them? Yes. Zhu Xing focused her thoughts. Weekly task, emotional connection akin to lovers. Task description. How could the exceptional Nanliang baby be without a devoted partner? Promptly evoke romantic feelings in him. Task requirements. Elevate Ye Chen's affection level to above 90 and his love level to above 80. Task reward. 100,000 emotional points. No penalties for task failure. Zhu Xing widened her eyes in astonishment. Upon encountering a task with a six-figure reward in emotional points, she felt tears of excitement welling up. Checking her emotional points account, accumulated for various tasks, and Ye Chen's emotional contributions, she found herself with over 300,000 points. She withdrew 200,000 emotional points to her bank account. Gazing at the substantial balance, she pressed her cold phone to her chest, suppressing the rapid beating of her heart. The system, concealed within its digital realm, observed and noted. Today's task, engage in an intimate interaction with Ye Chen. Reward, 1,000 emotional points. Penalty for failure, to faint in revealing lingerie on Ye Chen's bed. Zhu Xing was no stranger to such absurd penalties. Zhu Xing, we must seize the physical education class. Ye Chen exclaimed. After a night of galloping energy, he felt remarkably invigorated, walking as though on clouds. Strangely enough, despite a sleepless night, he felt unusually alert, even noticing an improvement in his skin during his morning routine. Seize the class? Yes, rise quickly, or we shall miss out. With that, Ye Chen began refreshing the course selection app. Zhu Xing got out of bed and joined the fray. The loading circle spun endlessly, refusing to let her access the page. Rubbing her tousled hair, she turned to him. Have you gotten in yet? Not yet. Oh, I'm in. Let me see what classes are available. Oh, let me see too. Zhu Xing leaned closer, their heads nearly touching as they scrutinized the phone screen. Basketball, badminton, table tennis, football, martial arts, tai chi, what? Why are all the classes except basketball and football filled? Are they that fast? Ye Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Zhu Xing's app continued to spin. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Why did you get in before me? Ye Chen chuckled, because I'm using the campus network. Oh no, is it too late to get my campus card? Fortunately, it wasn't long before Zhu Xing was also granted access. The only class left was basketball. Her spirits dampened. She looked at her small, feeble hands, squeezing her soft arms. She had never played basketball and had no interest in it, fearing the ball might hit her head. I chose basketball too. We'll have the same teacher. Though I've heard he can be quite strict, Ye Chen remarked, leaning closer to see her selection. Quite strict? Zhu Xing felt deflated. Ye Chen, that insufferable dullard. What was he so happy about? She punched him playfully and said, I'm hungry. Go get me something to eat. All right, my little ancestor, what would you like? A stuffed egg pancake and a bag of soy milk. After giving her order, Ye Chen turned and exited. Zhu Xing donned her status glasses and communicated with the system. I remember these glasses can be upgraded. What is the benefit of upgrading? Upon upgrading, the status glasses will relax their judgment, allowing you to view Ye Chen's affection and love levels towards the host at any time, as well as the host's feelings towards Ye Chen. Not bad. How do I upgrade? Zhu Xing inquired, licking her lips. It requires 50,000 emotional points for an upgrade. 50,000? Really? Indeed, host. Why don't you just rob a bank? Robbing would not be as swift. Zhu Xing lamented that even after a day's worth of labor, her task rewards and emotional points earned still fell short of 50,000. She felt her small savings fluttering away. With a heavy heart, she acknowledged that this emotional points expenditure was indeed her own doing. Ding. Status glasses upgraded. Target. Ye Chen. Height. 181 centimeters. Weight. 70 kilograms. Physical and mental state. Exceptionally energetic, excited. Affection level towards host. 83. Close friend. He considers you one of his best friends. Love level towards host. 65. Infatuated. His perception of her gender has become vague. He is enamored by your presence and accustomed to your reliance on him. How had his affection and love levels risen so dramatically? Had Ye Chen unknowingly charmed himself? Why had his perception of gender also diminished? Was he truly considering her as a romantic partner in the future? Surely not. Zhu Xing decided to check her feelings towards Ye Chen. Target. Zhu Xing. Height. 159 centimeters. Weight. 42 kilograms. Size. Dash. Physical and mental state. Energetic, physically weak. Fatigued, in a poor mood, hungry. Affection level towards Ye Chen. 87. Close friend. He is your only friend. Love level towards Ye Chen. 81. Irreplaceable. He holds special significance for you, being the only one who could potentially enter your heart. Zhu Xing rubbed her eyes in disbelief, reviewing the data multiple times. What? My affection and love levels towards that dullard are so high. System, are you serious? You can't be selling me false information. This data is derived from an analysis of micro-expressions and psychological state changes, with a deviation of no more than 1%. Zhu Xing's expression fell. How could she possibly have such high feelings for Ye Chen? High affection was somewhat justifiable, as he was indeed her most valued friend. But why was her love level so elevated? It was utterly perplexing. Host, those involved are often blinded. Onlookers see clearly, the system interjected. Could it be that you have not realized you do not resist intimate contact with Ye Chen? Furthermore, only in his presence do you experience significant emotional fluctuations. That's merely because I become overly shy during tasks. Zhu Xing hastily explained. Is that so? You truly need to confront your own feelings. There's no need for that. How could I possibly like him? The system fell silent. As Ye Chen descended the stairs, he realized he had forgotten his phone and had no cash on him. Upon reaching the dorm entrance, he overheard Zhu Xing assert firmly, I would never like that dullard. Ye Chen. Crack. It felt as though his heart had shattered a little. Chapter 18. Heart in agony, I would never harbor feelings for that insufferable Ye Chen. The light-hearted words struck like a colossal hammer, shattering Ye Chen's heart into pieces. Clutching his chest, he leaned against the wall and slowly slid down. Was his budding romance already obliterated? Yet, Zhu Xing was right. How could two boys possibly develop such feelings for one another? All his efforts had been nothing more than a one-sided affection. The corners of his eyes stung, tears dampening his cheeks. Ye Chen propped himself up on his knees and made his way to the restroom in the corridor to wash his face. Detecting Ye Chen's profound sorrow and heartache, his emotional value surged by 25,100. Zhu Xing was taken aback, glancing outside the dormitory door. No one was there. What was troubling Ye Chen? Why was he so despondent? Ye Chen steadied his emotions, striving to appear normal. However, when he stood at the dormitory entrance and locked eyes with Zhu Xing, the anguish within him erupted like a geyser. He simply could not accept this reality. Zhu Xing watched as Ye Chen bypassed him, pulling out his phone as he prepared to leave. He opened his mouth. Ye Chen, what's wrong? Nothing. Ye Chen's voice seemed normal, yet Zhu Xing detected a tremor. Just a pancake and soy milk, right? Ye Chen fixated on his phone, slowly inquiring. Zhu Xing intended to ask Ye Chen what had transpired, but only managed to feint him. After receiving confirmation, Ye Chen exited. Worry consumed Zhu Xing. Had something happened to Ye Chen? Ye Chen stumbled, retrieving the photograph from behind his phone case. Himself, astonished, embracing a similarly bewildered Zhu Xing, tears dripped onto the picture, cascading down at an angle. refracting endless light in the morning sun. Host, Ye Chen's affection and love levels towards you have changed. Please check immediately, the system prompted. Zhu Xing temporarily set aside his inner turmoil and began to review. Target, Ye Chen. Affection level, 83 to 85. Close friends. You remain one of his most important friends. Yet his inner feelings have shifted. He currently harbors the thought of silently protecting you for a lifetime. Love level, 65 to 45. Initial infatuation. His desire to become your partner has temporarily ceased. Although he still feels attracted to you, he now perceives you more as a sister. The sky had fallen. Zhu Xing began to faintly grasp that Ye Chen had overheard his earlier comment. What to do? Regret surged within him. Zhu Xing no longer wished to concern himself with the weekly tasks. He hunched over, clutching his chest, feeling a dull ache. He yearned to appear before Ye Chen and clarify everything. But what could he possibly explain? After all, the words had originated from his own lips. He recalled the system's words. Host, you must confront your true feelings. How should I confront my true feelings? Ye Chen returned. Zhu Xing's expression was complex as he opened his arms, longing for a hug from Ye Chen. Instinctively, Ye Chen moved to reciprocate, but he forcefully restrained himself. Mustering the words, hurry and eat, it will get cold. Zhu Xing's arms froze mid-air, a profound sense of disappointment swelling within him. Was even a simple embrace too much to ask? Undeterred, Zhu Xing leaned towards Ye Chen, only to be blocked. He attempted to speak, but Ye Chen silenced him. Don't say anything. With that, Ye Chen turned his gaze out the window. Words were swallowed back down, and Zhu Xing stared intently at Ye Chen, his eyes betraying a hint of sadness. Was a single remark sufficient to shatter their relationship? It was indeed heart-wrenching. Zhu Xing pressed his hand to his chest, his eyes slightly reddening as he bowed his head, wishing to conceal his expression from Ye Chen. Meanwhile, Ye Chen's gaze returned to Zhu Xing, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. To not become lovers, but merely siblings. He found it unbearable. He had promised himself to protect Zhu Xing well, yet he felt utterly devoid of motivation. He couldn't even uphold his own vow, and now it felt like a farce, playing out like a scene from a television drama. No, he needed to break this deadlock. Just as he prepared to speak, his phone buzzed in his pocket. An unknown caller. Ye Chen hesitated, but ultimately chose to answer. Hello, is this Ye Chen? A lively female voice echoed through the receiver. Yes, what is it? Ye Chen repeated. You dropped your student ID at the school gate. You should come and retrieve it. Glancing at the still, downcast Zhu Xing, Ye Chen sighed internally before responding. All right, please wait. I'll be there shortly. Hanging up, he gently tousled Zhu Xing's hair and said, I'll be right back. With that, Ye Chen stood and left. Zhu Xing felt utterly drained, collapsing into his chair. As a child watching films, he had seen male and female leads become estranged due to misunderstandings, leaving behind an indelible regret. Problems that could have been resolved through simple communication. Why could they not just speak? Yet, when he found himself in such a situation, he truly understood the protagonist's plight of being unable to voice their feelings. When did I become like this? Zhu Xing stared at the ceiling, murmuring helplessly. You must be Ye Chen. Here's your student ID. A vibrant girl stood before him, about 165 centimeters tall, with an endearing appearance. Yes, Ye Chen said, taking his ID and turning to leave. Hey, how rude. I helped you. Don't you owe me a meal? The girl flashed a mischievous smile. Fine. I'll add you on WeChat, and when I have time, I'll treat you. Ye Chen thought only of hastening back to Zhu Xing. You're in quite a hurry, the girl remarked. Yes, very busy. I have important matters to attend to, Ye Chen replied earnestly. Oh, can you share what it is? The girl asked curiously. Not convenient. Ye Chen bluntly refused. Come on, you might need my help. The girl persisted, though somewhat exasperated. Ye Chen glanced up at her. I don't wish to discuss it. With that, he turned and walked away. The girl, surprised by his rejection, hurriedly followed. Let's walk and talk. Just give me a hint. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Thinking that even the school beauty could charm him, Ye Chen paused, reminded of Zhu Xing's playful tone. His expression softened as he slowly said, It's about my sister. Nothing significant. Sister? The girl, astute, sensed something amiss at the mention of sister. What does she look like? Is she pretty? Ye Chen regarde Zhu Xing's adorable demeanor. Smiling as he replied, "She is incredibly beautiful. She's the most stunning person I've ever seen." "Really?" The girl was intrigued. Her curiosity piqued as she grinned. Zhu Xing stood by the window, quietly observing Ye Chen and the girl sharing laughter. "Weren't you supposed to be retrieving your student ID? Why are you chatting and laughing with another girl?" Zhu Xing murmured to himself. Chapter 19. My body. Ye Chen must like it. How should I confront my inner self? Zhu Xing slumped onto the chair, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Could it be that he truly harbored feelings for Ye Chen? Just moments ago, Ye Chen had rejected his embrace, and an overwhelming sense of loss immediately flooded his heart. Was it merely the habit of being embraced by Ye Chen that caused this dismay upon rejection? It seemed not. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown accustomed to living with Ye Chen. Ye Chen would feed him, attend to his daily needs, coax him into laughter when he was angry, and offer solace when he was downcast. Ye Chen had seamlessly woven himself into Zhu Xing's life. Reflecting on the past week, it was indeed a week of unparalleled comfort. He felt akin to a koala in a zoo, his life entirely cared for by Ye Chen, the keeper. Whenever challenges arose, he would pass them on to Ye Chen to resolve. If he were in Ye Chen's shoes, encountering such a languid individual, perpetually willful and reliant on others, he would undoubtedly feel exasperated. A shiver ran through Zhu Xing's heart. Did Ye Chen perceive him in such a light? The mere thought tightened his chest. Upon careful reflection, he realized he had always been the one passively receiving in their relationship. If he was the one lacking affection, then Ye Chen was the one overflowing with it. Ye Chen poured his love into filling Zhu Xing's emptiness. Had he ever offered anything in return? What could he possibly offer Ye Chen? Apart from his physical form, it seemed there was nothing else he could use to reciprocate Ye Chen's kindness. Zhu Xing stared blankly at the ceiling, slowly bringing his hand to his face. A wave of dizziness enveloped him. He shook his head and walked to the window, seeking to calm his tumultuous heart. Yet upon glancing down, he saw Ye Chen laughing and chatting with a girl. Did he not say he would return shortly? Why was he now engaged in conversation with another girl? Zhu Xing's expression remained impassive, but beneath his calm facade lay a brewing storm. A bitter tide threatened to engulf him, and he slowly crouched by the window. Ye Chen was the one who took the initiative. What right did he have to choose Zhu Xing? There were countless attractive individuals in the world, many of whom possessed far better personalities. If Ye Chen grew weary of this life and shifted his attention to someone he truly liked, Zhu Xing would feel like a desolate reed, unable to find a place to anchor his soul. After his mother's passing, he had become directionless, unsure of the meaning of life. He was left alone, devoid of happiness and love. He began to evade life itself, wishing to forget everything about his mother. During the Qingming festival, when he returned home to honor her, his relatives wept bitterly, yet he felt not a shred of sorrow within himself. Tears wouldn't even come to him. His cousin, observing his demeanor, pulled him aside afterward and said with a complex expression, "I know you're still young, but remember, your mother was the one who cared for you the most in this life. How can you not even shed a tear?" He opened his mouth, but the words remained trapped within. Prolonged avoidance had truly dulled his emotions. Yet, when he encountered Ye Chen, the feelings he experienced mirrored those he had for his mother, a long-lost, familiar warmth. He cherished his time with Ye Chen, who introduced him to the beauty of life and provided him with a purpose to continue living. Perhaps this was why the system claimed that Ye Chen was the only one capable of entering his heart. Regardless of whether he genuinely liked Ye Chen, the nature of their relationship, akin to that of close friends or family, meant Zhu Xing could no longer evade the truth. Only he could claim Ye Chen's tenderness. No one else could intrude. Siam Mohan had cautioned him. He must possess something to firmly keep Ye Chen by his side. His looks, his body. Ye Chen would undoubtedly be attracted to him. Zhu Xing's gaze turned resolute as he looked at the weak potion in the system shop. It could reduce the user's physical condition by 50. He then shed his clothing. If you like a boy, but that boy does not return your feelings, what would you do? As their conversation deepened, Ye Chen posed a question. Me? If it were me, I would strive to improve myself. If the boy I like notices me and develops feelings for me, then everything will be perfect. The girl paused before adding, even if he doesn't like me, I would still have better options. Such an answer prompted a sigh from Ye Chen. Zhu Xing was not a mere option. He was his only choice. What's your name? I'll make a note of it. Yi M Dan Chen, as in the Tang dynasty, with Chen referring to the Chinese tune. A faint pair of dimples appeared on Tang Chen's face, showcasing her adorable little canine teeth. All right, I'm off. Okay, goodbye. Ye Chen waved his hand and turned to enter the dormitory building. Ye Chen is truly handsome, Tang Chen exclaimed. She hurried back to her dorm, pondering if someone important awaited him there, or if the boy she liked happened to be male. With her head bowed in contemplation, she smiled and retorted to herself, how could that be? Such a handsome boy couldn't he possibly like boys? Ye Chen slapped his forehead in frustration. During his chat with Tang Chen, the topic of Zhu Xing had piqued his interest. However, he had gained something from it. At the very least, he could ask the girl to indirectly probe Zhu Xing's feelings. He was determined not to give up, even if it meant being Zhu Xing's boyfriend for just a day. He would seize the opportunity. He hurriedly made his way to the dormitory, pushing open the door, words ready to spill forth. But Zhu Xing lay weakly draped in a towel across the table, his face flushed to the extreme, eyes tightly shut. What on earth had happened? Ye Chen touched Zhu Xing's forehead, the feverish heat sending a jolt through him. Hastily, he administered fever-reducing medicine, preparing to carry Zhu Xing to the hospital. No, don't go. Let me sleep for a while. The frail voice echoed in his ears. No. Ye Chen firmly scooped Zhu Xing up. Listen to me. Otherwise, I will never like you again. The voice of the girl in his arms turned desperate. Ye Chen paused, his heart torn in conflict. Yet, such contemplation was fleeting. He said sternly, I don't care about that. Just get better. A warm surge coursed through Zhu Xing's heart. I caught a chill. Just let me lie down for a bit. No need to go to the hospital. As if to demonstrate his condition was not dire. Zhu Xing's voice regained some strength. Ye Chen hesitated in his steps. Hurry, just put me on the bed. Zhu Xing urged repeatedly. Ye Chen had no choice but to comply, laying him on the bed and tucking the covers around him snugly. I'll be right here. If you feel unwell, just call for me. Ye Chen instructed. Okay. Zhu Xing closed his eyes, drowsiness washing over him. Just before drifting off, he murmured softly, I'm sorry. Chapter 20. You will always be the one in my heart. I'm sorry. A weak whisper reached Ye Chen's ears. He felt a sense of satisfaction, as if he had received the most gratifying answer. He understood that Zhu Xing truly valued their relationship. Silly girl. Don't resort to self-harm in order to gain my attention, Ye Chen thought warmly as he gently caressed Zhu Xing's head. Even if you do nothing, even if you despise me, I will always cherish you. You will forever be the singular one in my heart. In her dreams, Zhu Xing seemed to hear this heartfelt confession, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Host, are you truly going to use it? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Xing nodded firmly. Yes. All right. In an instant, she felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away. Glancing in the mirror at her pale cheeks, she smiled contentedly. Her already frail constitution had diminished further. She was now as fragile as a flower petal in the wind. She removed her clothing, leaning against the wall as she made her way to the bathroom step by step. Cold droplets of water splashed against her skin, causing her to shiver, her teeth chattering. Suddenly, her legs gave way, and she succumbed to the force of the cascading water, choosing to sit on the floor. Host, this is enough. It's nearly time. Just wait a little longer. The warmth from her body was being fervently drained, and even the sensation of cold was gradually fading, leaving only a numbing sensation. Yet, strangely, after a while under the shower, an extraordinary warmth enveloped her. Host, this is sufficient. Any longer, and something will go awry. It's fine. I'm feeling quite warm now. Zhu Xing's consciousness began to wane. The system, anxious, realized that if something happened to Zhu Xing, it too would face consequences. Without time for explanations, it hastily maneuvered Zhu Xing's body out of the shower, dried her off, and expended enormous energy to heal her. Then, it wrapped her in a towel and sat her in a chair that was perfectly illuminated by the sunlight. Having a host like you is truly a hassle, the system complained. Fortunately, after expending its energy, Zhu Xing's condition had stabilized, leaving only a slight fever that would mend with a couple of days' rest. And this. The system's gaze sharpened as it cleared the effects of the weakness potion. Now it awaited Ye Chen's return as the sun reached its zenith. Ye Chen ordered takeout. Zhu Xing, are you feeling better? Zhu Xing, parched, could clearly sense an improvement in her condition. Water, I want to drink water. Ye Chen, unable to locate Zhu Xing's water cup, resorted to using his own. Zhu Xing stared at the cup before her, bewildered. This isn't my cup. Then where's your cup? After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Xing suddenly realized, I seem to not have a water cup. This silly girl. Ye Chen sighed, rubbing his forehead. Shall I pour you some into a disposable cup? No need, this is fine. Zhu Xing seized the cup and drank nearly half of its contents in one go. Ye Chen watched as water dribbled from the corner of her mouth, cascading down her neck into areas that were beyond his sight. Why can't I see? He silently lamented. Yet, more pressing than this was his concern for Zhu Xing's health, prompting him to inquire again. How are you feeling now? Zhu Xing looked down into Ye Chen's worried eyes. Much better, but I still feel a bit unwell. Can you stay a little longer? Ye Chen was taken aback. Chun. That name is something only the foolish Zhu Xing would call me. Could it be that she has reverted to her silly self? Is it the fever that's causing this? See, the fever has muddled her mind to the point she doesn't even know what to call me. He quickly reached out to check Zhu Xing's forehead, but it wasn't hot. In the midst of Zhu Xing's astonished gaze, he pressed his forehead against hers. Not hot. It seems you haven't lost your mind. What are you doing? Zhu Xing's cheeks flushed slightly. Seeing her reaction, Ye Chen found himself even more perplexed. This was not the behavior of the previous foolish Zhu Xing. It seemed she had indeed retained her wits. Why did you call me Chen? Zhu Xing paused, realizing she had instinctively said it. Why do you care? If I want to call you Chen, I will. If you don't want to hear it, I want to say it. Zhu Xing huffed, crossing her arms defiantly. Wait, just call me Chen. Ye Chen chocolate accordly. That nickname felt far more endearing than Ye Chen. I still feel a bit unwell. Can you stay with me a while longer? Zhu Xing employed her combined tactic of cuteness and feigned weakness, gazing at Ye Chen with large, watery eyes, launching her attack. Ye Chen felt a wave of emotion wash over him. It's no wonder I adore Zhu Xing. She is simply too adorable. All right, I will stay until you are better. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xing beamed, then shyly added, Chen, I'm not sleepy anymore, but I'm rather bored. Can you come to bed and watch a movie with me? Zhu Xing's first tactic, cuteness. She felt triumphant in her heart. I'll see if you can resist. Ye Chen felt tears welling up again. After all this time, he had finally made a breakthrough. This was the first time Zhu Xing had invited him to share a bed while she was fully conscious. He vowed silently in his heart to treat Zhu Xing well for a lifetime. All right, but you must eat something first. You will feed me. Certainly, my little ancestor. Gently brushing the rice crumbs from Zhu Xing's lips, Ye Chen gazed intently at her delicate and pale face. I want to take care of you for a lifetime. He wished to shield Zhu Xing from any harm. Zhu Xing, observing Ye Chen's handsome and masculine features, along with his earlier gentle actions, thought to herself, if only this tenderness could belong solely to me. A subtle smile graced Zhu Xing's lips, at least for now. Ye Chen's eyes were filled with her. Both harbored their own secret intentions. You were tacitly aware of one another. What movie do you want to watch? Feel me. Hey, want you be scared? With you here, I'm not afraid. Zhu Xing arranged the blankets and patted the bed, beckoning Ye Chen to join her. Ye Chen felt tears prickling at his eyes once more. The current Zhu Xing was just as obedient as before. I adore her. If only Zhu Xing could reciprocate his feelings. What shall we watch? This one. Zhu Xing snuggled deeper under the covers, exposing only her eyes as she stealthily observed the plot unfold. Ye Chen, witnessing her hamster-like demeanor, was utterly charmed. How could she be so adorable? Initially, the distance between them was well managed, but as the horror film intensified, Zhu Xing's heart raced, and she found herself trembling, pressing her eyes shut. While Zhu Xing faced the horror on screen, Ye Chen's gaze was fixed on her, and the ghost stared at the exposed Ye Chen. An eerie, triangular relationship formed. Ye Chen wanted to laugh. If you're so timid, why watch horror films? However, upon reflection, without the horror film, he wouldn't have the chance for such close contact with Zhu Xing. Thus, horror films had to be watched, and more of them, lest he lose the opportunity to gaze at Zhu Xing from such proximity. As the scariest scenes unfolded, Zhu Xing was so frightened that she instinctively leaned closer to Ye Chen. He took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her. Why not embrace when given such a chance? Zhu Xing chuckled softly. This silly winter melon doesn't he require my guidance? She leaned her head against Ye Chen's chest, one leg draped over him. Ye Chen's heart raced anxiously, fearing that being so close might allow Zhu Xing to hear the tumult of his emotions. Yet he was reluctant to push her away. Zhu Xing glanced up at Ye Chen, a subtle sweetness rising within her. Such moments were precious, solely for their own sake. Chapter 21. What a joke. Ye Chen's version. Zhu Xing nestled in Ye Chen's embrace, occasionally rubbing her head against his chest. Ye Chen tendalis truket had flafi huv. Inhaling her fresh scent, his heart racing with excitement. The two remained silent, yet relished the intimacy of the moment. The sky transformed into a gentle gray, leaves rustling softly, and the air was imbued with the earthy scent of damp soil, enveloping the world in tranquility. Rain was imminent. Ye Chen gently patted Zhu Xing's head, then got up to close the window. Zhu Xing lay on her side, propping her head on her hand, her gaze as gentle as flowing water. System. Check the current affinity level. Ye Chen's affection for the host, 85 to 86. Close friends, his fondness for you has increased by 10. The host's love level, 45 to 70. Falling in love. Through their efforts, Ye Chen's mindset has once again transformed. His goal is to witness the mountains and seas together with you. Fortunately, it has been salvaged. Zhu Xing exhaled softly, a weight lifted from her heart. Excellent. Let us raise both the affinity and love levels further. Zhu Xing was curious about what Ye Chen would be like if both levels reached 90. Surely, she would be pampered beyond measure. Her heart was captivated by Ye Chen's unique love, which explained her high fondness for him. That must be it, she silently affirmed. Since she did not wish to relinquish this unparalleled affection, she must cherish it. Zhu Xing, keep it up. As long as she filled Ye Chen's eyes with her presence, making him enamored with their sweet moments together, he would not cast his attention elsewhere. Her possessiveness grew stronger with each passing moment. This love, it can only belong to her. Ye Chen took a deep breath, calming his racing heart. He was uncertain of Zhu Xing's feelings for him, yet he sensed her seriousness regarding their relationship. If he wished to advance further, he needed to take action. Love could be nurtured over time. If Zhu Xing could feel his passionate heart, perhaps she would entrust her true feelings to him. Ye Chen firmly believed in the phrase, love grows over time. He was convinced that one day, Zhu Xing would accept him. After closing the window, Ye Chen turned to find himself gazing into Zhu Xing's eyes, her cherry blossom-like long hair casually draped behind her, her head slightly tilted, and her eyes shimmering with warmth. Zhu Xing parted her lips slightly. Do I look good? Ye Chen was momentarily spellbound, muttering, You look beautiful. Oh, it seems you have a fondness for Lolis, you pervert. Zhu Xing scoffed, a hint of playfulness in her expression. Ye Chen realized he had been teased by Zhu Xing and hastily demanded, Ask me again. The previous one doesn't count. Zhu Xing acquiesced, posing the question once more. Do I look good? Yes, you look stunning, but only I can think so. Others cannot. Zhu Xing chuckled, this being the most satisfying response she had heard. She patted the quilt and said, What are you still doing down there? Hurry up and join me. At your command. Coming right away. Ye Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. What shall we play? I don't know. I'll accompany you in whatever you wish to play. Less chatter. Let us see which game is fun. How about playing PUBG? Sound good. The two exchanged playful banter. Chen, em dying. Zhu Xing exclaimed, her pupils dilating in urgency. Don't speak, I'm coming. With his beloved beside him, pleading for help, Ye Chen sprang into action. After a series of impressive maneuvers, he saved Zhu Xing. Chen, you're amazing. Zhu Xing giggled. Of course. Ye Chen flicked his hair, proudly declaring, Hee, you're so impressive. Have you ever played with other girls? Zhu Xing asked, though her laughter masked a rather daunting inquiry. A critical question. Ye Chen felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead and hurriedly replied, No, I usually play with Fong Yuan. I'll show you my team records. There's no one else. MMIC. Zhu Xing trusted him, gently patting Ye Chen's head. Good. Promise me you won't play with other girls, okay? I promise you. I want to play with other girls, nor with other boys. All right, I believe you. Zhu Xing then returned to the battlefield, while Ye Chen sighed in relief. Outside, a gentle drizzle began to fall, yet the two were fully immersed in their game. Zhu Xing lay on the bed, feeling somewhat bored. Hey Chen, is there anything else fun to play? Ye Chen pondered, knowing there were plenty of enjoyable games. But he wanted to test Zhu Xing's boundaries. Have you ever played a special game? Zhu Xing raised an eyebrow, questioning Ye Chen's intent. What is a special game? Feigning innocence, Zhu Xing inquired. Ye Chen met her clear gaze and felt a sudden awkwardness. He regretted asking. Zhu Xing was so naive, surely she had never played such games. He did not want to corrupt her. Seeing Ye Chen fall silent, Zhu Xing grew anxious. If he wouldn't elaborate, how could the story progress? Chen, what is a special game? Please tell me. Zhu Xing pleaded, shaking Ye Chen's arm. Now, it was Ye Chen's turn to blush. It's that kind of game. He stammered, gesturing in a manner that indicated entanglement. Just entangled. Don't overthink it. Zhu Xing lowered her head, her lips slightly pursed, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks, reminiscent of early spring peach blossoms. This blunt Ye Chen. Yet Zhu Xing still shyly spoke up. Observing Zhu Xing's bashful demeanor, Ye Chen swallowed hard. There was no turning back now. He mustered his courage. Do you want to play? Ye Chen sighed inwardly, realizing he was too reckless and should have deliberated longer. Okay, came Zhu Xing's timid voice, her face hidden behind her hands. Ye Chen's breath caught, his expression incredulous. Zhu Xing agreed. Seize the opportunity. Ye Chen sent the software to Zhu Xing. She could play, while he would not. Sitting cross-legged, Ye Chen allowed Zhu Xing to lie comfortably between his legs, ensuring he could still see her as she played. But then, Zhu Xing lay on his stomach. Ye Chen felt a pang of frustration, wanted to push her away, yet Zhu Xing merely made a couple of playful sounds, refusing to budge. Of course, Zhu Xing was aware of her position. It was intentional. A smile graced her lips, teasing him. Ye Chen was still far from ready. As Zhu Xing pondered this, she nestled closer into Ye Chen's embrace, the unique scent of sweetness enveloping him, leaving Ye Chen feeling quite powerless. What a joke. The game commenced, and Zhu Xing gazed at the charming little girl in the game, her eyes sparkling. Chen, this little girl is so cute. Chapter 22. Younger brother. Choose the right time to rise. Chen, this little girl is so adorable. Ye Chen's gaze was vacant, and regret washed over him like a tide. Had he known earlier, he would never have informed Zhu Xing. Now, all he could do was pray that Zhu Xing would not act recklessly. This was his lifeline. He felt like crying. Zhu Xing controlled the little girl, moving her left and right, beginning to explore the game's narrative. Don't go left. There are monsters. Ye Chen silently shouted in his mind. But Zhu Xing had previously asked him not to spoil the plot, so he had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. Yet, it seemed Zhu Xing could hear his thoughts. Fully aware of the dangers, he directed the little girl to the left. Soon after, the little girl knocked over a vase on her path, the sound of shattering glass attracting a swarm of tiny bugs. In her fright, the little girl stumbled over the stairs, watching helplessly as the bugs crawled up her body. The dormitory was shrouded in darkness, with only the dim glow of the phone screen illuminating the scene. Zhu Xing's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the little girl being consumed by the insects. A special animation unfolded before them. The girl's whimpers echoed intermittently. Zhu Xing was left speechless, and then both of them exchanged a silent glance. Ye Chen's face was filled with despair and helplessness, while Zhu Xing's eyes glimmered with a hint of shyness. Chen, so you enjoy playing such games? Zhu Xing shyly remarked. Ye Chen's eyes widened in alarm as he hastily defended himself. This was downloaded onto my phone by Fan Yuan. I've never played it. Zhu Xing, seeing his awkward demeanor, stifled a laugh. Ye Chen pleaded, how about we switch to another game? Let's not play this one, okay? No, I want to play this. Zhu Xing stubbornly refused. Disaster loomed. All hope seemed lost. Ye Chen could only resign himself to Zhu Xing's whims. The game reset, and the little girl revived. This time, Zhu Xing had learned his lesson, guiding the girl to the right. You can't go right either. There's a psychopathic killer. Sometimes, knowing the plot in advance felt like a curse. The game's visuals turned dark, eerie sounds emanating from behind the little girl. She turned abruptly, yet found nothing. Anxiety washed over her, and the music grew sharper, filling her with dread as she began to flee, the sound of her footsteps echoing in the corridor. Yet, when she stopped, the sound of running did not cease. Someone was pursuing her. Zhu Xing's scalp prickled as he hastily maneuvered the little girl to run. The surroundings grew increasingly dark, the sound effects more chilling, accompanied by the heavy breaths of a man behind her. However, the little girl's stamina was poor. After a brief sprint, she stumbled and collapsed. Struggling to sit up, she turned to find the killer had arrived. She met the gaze of a pair of crimson eyes. The music turned sorrowful, and Zhu Xing stared in a daze at the special animation, watching as the little girl was forcefully pinned to the ground. Soon after, muffled sounds mixed with the heavy breathing of the man filled the air. The crucial point was that this special animation could not be skipped. After being compelled to witness the entire scene, Zhu Xing's face turned crimson. He grasped Ye Chen's leg tightly, twisting it with fervor. What kind of game is this? Whether you go left or right, you die. And the animation can't be skipped after dying. Do we even want to continue? After a moment of silence, Ye Chen's voice, filled with a sense of pity, broke through. Zhu Xing gritted his teeth, forcing out 2 words, continue. He refused to believe a game could lead to 3 consecutive deaths. This time, Zhu Xing chose not to move, refraining from controlling the little girl. With only 2 directions to choose from, it seemed futile. Either way, death awaited. What was the point of playing? He could just stand still. But as the darkness deepened, the little girl displayed fear. Only when the darkness enveloped them completely did Zhu Xing realize a monster lurked within. Another special animation ensued. Zhu Xing slapped his flushed face and declared, continue. I refuse to believe I can die 4 times in a row. The 4th death came when a towering stack of books from a shelf toppled over, knocking her unconscious, leading to her being collected as a corpse. Continue. I refuse to believe I can die 5 times in a row. The 5th time, she was discovered by a patrolling monster, which teleported and swiftly eliminated the little girl. Continue. I refuse to believe I can die 6 times in a row. This time, the little girl cautiously explored many rooms in the corridor, learning the game's overarching plot. The girl had been captured by a giant monster and confined to its castle. Now, she had to exit through the main door, where the ultimate boss awaited. To escape, she needed to utilize the various tools and resources scattered throughout the map. Zhu Xing sighed in relief. After dying 5 times, he finally grasped the main storyline of the game. Ye Chen, unable to bear it any longer, tapped Zhu Xing, indicating his current state. Zhu Xing observed Ye Chen's pleading expression, filled with pity and even a hint of humility and eagerness to please. Zhu Xing snorted softly, but ultimately chose to spare Ye Chen. Ye Chen immediately withdrew, leaning against the wall with a vacant stare. He felt utterly humiliated. Initially, he believed Zhu Xing's skills were stiff, but upon looking down, he realized it was he who was rigid. He lamented internally, "Younger brother, I apologize for your suffering. Please wait for a better time to shine. Now is truly not the moment." Through constant self-persuasion, he finally calmed down. Zhu Xing was utterly engrossed in the game, the little girl skillfully evading various threats. His control became increasingly adept, and he felt ready to attempt completing the game. After dying a dozen times, Zhu Xing finally reached the main door, but encountered the ultimate boss. In a single encounter, the little girl was pierced through the chest, blood gushing down like a torrent from the monster's iron-like claws. Zhu Xing fell silent. The excitement of nearing the end was abruptly extinguished. How could one win if a single encounter meant death? Zhu Xing persisted, but whether she was pierced by claws or crushed by a giant foot, the outcome remained the same. Frustration began to bubble within him. How can this be won? Let me give it a try. Ye Chen's voice whispered in his ear, and Zhu Xing scoffed, "Go ahead, give it a shot." At first, Zhu Xing was dismissive, but as he observed Ye Chen's adept control of the little girl, even surpassing his own, he began to pay close attention. Under Ye Chen's guidance, the little girl deftly dodged the monster's attacks, her agile movements leaving Zhu Xing astounded. Moreover, Ye Chen utilized resources within the castle to craft explosives. Ye Chen grew increasingly excited, pointing at the explosives in the little girl's hands. With this, we could defeat the final boss. However, he remained oblivious to the peculiar expression on Zhu Xing's face. Zhu Xing's demeanor shifted as he glanced back and forth between the game screen and Ye Chen's countenance. Finally, Ye Chen executed a stealth attack, using the explosives to obliterate the final boss. The phone screen illuminated with the shimmering words of game completion. Eagerly, he turned to showcase his achievement to Zhu Xing, ready to boast, but suddenly his expression faltered, fear etched across his face as he slowly met Zhu Xing's knowing gaze. "You said you had never played before, right?" Zhu Xing's voice echoed ominously in his ear. Danger. Chapter 23. My relationship with Zhu Xing is not for others to interfere. A soft voice echoed in my ear. A large warning sign seemed to hover over Ye Chen's head. How embarrassing. I accidentally exposed myself. Ye Chen's expression was grim, forcing a stiff smile, his eyes betraying a hint of pleading and appeasement. Zhu Xing, with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, slowly crawled towards Ye Chen until she pushed him down and straddled his abdomen. Ye Chen let out a light hum, closing his eyes and exclaiming loudly, "I was wrong." "Oh, what did you do wrong?" Zhu Xing asked softly, her finger tracing her cherry lips. "Ahem, I should not have lied to you. Actually, I played a bit myself." Ye Chen coughed shyly, trying to defend himself. "Oh, are you sure you only played a bit?" Zhu Xing's eyes sparkled with mischief as she probed further. All right, I played for quite a while." Ye Chen could no longer keep his secret and confessed entirely. "So, does that mean you have seen all those special animations?" Zhu Xing lightly poked Ye Chen's chest, leaning closer, their positions becoming increasingly intimate. I have." "No, wait, I haven't seen them," Ye Chen instinctively replied, but he quickly realized what Zhu Xing was inquiring about. His face turned pale with terror, and he hastily denied it. Zhu Xing's head rested against Ye Chen's chest, her cheek pressed against him, listening to his increasingly rapid heartbeat. "You naughty boy." Ye Chen's eyes brimmed with tears. It felt like he had shot himself in the foot. "Pain. It stung. Actually, if you have needs in that regard, you can come to me." Zhu Xing's eyes glimmered with shyness, her cheeks flushed. "What?" Ye Chen doubted his own hearing. What had Zhu Xing just said? If there were needs, he could seek her out? He looked down at Zhu Xing, who was sprawled on him, her gentle breath brushing against his shirt. Unable to help himself, Ye Chen wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Zhu Xing let out a soft hum, but did not resist. She permitted his embrace. Yet, Ye Chen did not proceed further. He merely held her close, wishing to merge with her completely. Zhu Xing's form was soft, and Ye Chen savored her warmth, the unique fragrance enveloping him in waves. He closed his eyes, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. A sense of emptiness washed over him. No matter how he held Zhu Xing, it never felt enough. He longed to freeze this moment in time. The room fell silent, leaving only the warmth of their closeness. Zhu Xing blinked, somewhat puzzled. Ye Chen did not make any advances toward him, merely holding him close without even a kiss. Was he pretending, or did he truly not harbor any thoughts of intimacy? Zhu Xing began to squirm, but her movements were feeble, insufficient to escape Ye Chen's embrace. Nevertheless, the teasing effect was palpable. As they fumbled, Zhu Xing's nightgown rode up, revealing a large expanse of delicate, fair skin. Ye Chen, pressed against her, could feel the softness of her skin through the thin fabric of his shirt. They remained together in silence, without any extraneous movements. Seconds turned into minutes, and half an hour passed. Yet, Ye Chen still made no further advances. This stubborn fool, why was he not assertive when it mattered? Remaining at this stage was hardly enough to make Ye Chen infatuated with his own body. Zhu Xing felt a pang of urgency in her heart and gently patted Ye Chen, signaling a desire to change positions. In truth, Ye Chen was nearly comfortable enough to fall asleep. Outside, light rain drizzled, and the room was dimly lit while he lay in bed, holding his beloved. It felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life, too much happiness to contain. Seeing Zhu Xing's intent to change positions, he reluctantly released her. Zhu Xing stretched out Ye Chen's legs and lay down across his thighs. "Chen, my eyes feel uncomfortable after playing the game. Could you give me a massage? Zhu Xing closed her eyes and spoke softly. Ye Chen complied, placing his fingers on her temples and gently pressing. Then employing the techniques from his high school eye exercises to find the right pressure points. How's the pressure? Chun, your technique is really good. It feels wonderful. Zhu Xing hummed softly, clearly immersed in the experience. Before long, Zhu Xing's steady breathing filled the air. Ye Chen lightened his touch, gazing at the tranquil, beautiful face resting on his lap. He pondered. Zhu Xing must have feelings for him, though she likely remained unaware of them. Perhaps the words she spoke earlier were merely reflections of her own confusion regarding her feelings for him. If that were the case, then it would be easier for him. A slight smile crept onto Ye Chen's lips. Pursuing someone who had a crush on him would undoubtedly be more attainable than chasing someone indifferent. Zhu Xing cared for him more than she realized. She must have seen him chatting with Tang Chun, which caused her jealousy and led to her current clinginess. Thank you, Tang Chun. Ye Chen tilted his head slightly. He certainly understood Tang Chun's affections, but in his eyes, she paled in comparison to Zhu Xing. However, it was precisely the presence of an outsider that stimulated Zhu Xing, making her aware of her own feelings for him. So, Tang Chun, be a good little tool for flirting between me and Zhu Xing. With that thought, a cruel smile appeared on Ye Chen's face. His relationship with Zhu Xing was not for others to meddle in. Sensing the moment was ripe, Zhu Xing slightly tilted her head and poked her cheek with her finger. With such a clear signal, Ye Chen should understand, right? Ye Chen's heart raced. He indeed comprehended. Zhu Xing was inviting him. Since she had consented, he must accept with joy. Leaning closer, Ye Chen slowly approached her sweet cheek. Zhu Xing kept her eyes closed but could still feel the growing shadow looming before her. A secret smile crept across her face. As everything was unfolding according to their plan, their breaths intertwined at that moment, Zhu Xing's eyelashes fluttering slightly, almost as if in anticipation. Finally, Ye Chen's lips brushed against her delicate cheek, a faintly sweet fragrance flooding his senses. Zhu Xing clutched the fabric of Ye Chen's shirt tightly as he deepened a kiss. She could even feel his warm tongue grazing her cheek. Ye Chen's heartbeat resounded in his chest like a drum. As Ye Chen's excitement surged, emotional levels skyrocketed. A unique atmosphere enveloped them, a certain indescribable sentiment, the air thick with hormones. After what felt like an eternity, they concluded this extraordinary experience. Zhu Xing slowly opened her eyes, a dazed look in them. Chin, do you like it? Chapter 24, Are abs those pale, soft bits of flesh? Chin, do you like them? Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, then gently traced his lips with his fingers, as if still lingering on the tender sensation. Of course I like them. He paused, adding, and I only like you. I only want to be with you. And I can only be with you. Zhu Xing smiled softly, sitting up and gently bumping her forehead against Ye Chen's. You swear you won tea like any other girls in the future. Zhu Xing gazed intently into Ye Chen's eyes, enunciating each word. I, Ye Chen, swear that I will only like you and no one else. Ye Chen clenched his fist and vowed to Zhu Xing, but was interrupted by her delicate fingers covering his mouth. Shoo, don't say anything unpleasant. I believe you. Zhu Xing's eyes sparkled with warmth. The two shared a tender moment before Ye Chen went to prepare dinner. Don't go out. It's raining outside. I can manage. Ye Chen tidied his clothes, put on his hat, and was about to step out. The rain is light now. A hat will suffice. Oh, Chun, take this, Zhu Xing said, sliding on her slippers and retrieving a dark blue umbrella from his cabinet. All right. Ye Chen took the umbrella and ruffled Zhu Xing's hair. Zhu Xing squinted her eyes, letting out a soft hum. The sensation of having her head patted felt quite delightful. Well, I'm off. Ye Chen waved his hand in farewell. Hurry back. You're not gone for long. Zhu Xing watched Ye Chen leave, her demeanor reminiscent of a devoted wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return. Zhu Xing settled back in her chair, propping her legs on the table, and began scrolling through short videos on her phone. Her laughter ringing like silver bells from time to time. The rain fell like threads from the gray sky, with passers-by hurrying along, each umbrella concealing their unique stories. The air on the street was fresh, and Ye Chen took a deep breath, feeling a warm sensation wash over him as he thought of the umbrella Zhu Xing had given him. This life was precisely what he needed. Life requires beauty and wonder. And Zhu Xing provided him with just that. As his thoughts wandered, he recalled Zhu Xing's delicate cheeks. Even just her face offered a delightful sensation during a kiss. If it were her lips, a bubble of fantasy formed above Ye Chen's head. In the future, if he could achieve a lasting relationship with Zhu Xing. On a day like today, with the warm light illuminating the room, Zhu Xing would be nestled under the covers, her eyes filled with shyness, softly calling, "Chen Chen, come here." He imagined himself leaning over Zhu Xing under the gentle patter of rain, their lips meeting in a tender kiss. When Zhu Xing struggled for breath, he would gently withdraw, only to return to her lips once she caught her breath. After their kiss, Zhu Xing would gaze at him, her beautiful eyes wide in surprise as he lifted her shirt. Outside, the sound of rain mingled with the warmth of their intimacy inside. Suddenly, Ye Chen's daydream was punctured by a raindrop landing on his nose. Having dreams is good. At least Ye Chen could strive for that future. Zhu Xing's future would surely belong to him. He was confident in himself. Tall, handsome, fit, resilient, skilled in cooking, earning well, and most importantly, his heart belonged solely to Zhu Xing. It wasn't just a claim, it was a certainty. If Zhu Xing were to have a boyfriend, it would undoubtedly be him. Other men, more accomplished than him? None had yet to be born. Ye Chen chuckled to himself, realizing that even a slight effort on his part seemed to surpass most men. How lonely it must be to be invincible. But the first step in pampering his beloved wife was to ensure her hunger was satisfied. He couldn't keep his dear Zhu Xing waiting. With that thought, he sprang into action, rushing into the rain. Is he a superhero, running this fast in the rain? A classmate stared in astonishment at Ye Chen's graceful figure. What a lunatic, another classmate scoffed. The umbrella might shield him from the rain, but it could not conceal the fervent heart of the young man. Raindrops splashed against Ye Chen's face, the refreshing sensation invigorating him. He had never felt this liberated before. A beautiful, happy future lay before him. As long as he continued to treat Zhu Xing well, she would ultimately agree to his pursuit. At that moment, he envisioned holding Zhu Xing with one arm and managing paperwork with the other, achieving both career and love, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of life. What about children? Ye Chen musit. A child would only delay the affection he shared with Zhu Xing. He would naturally eliminate any obstacles to their happiness. If Zhu Xing truly desired a child, they could always adopt. With nimble strides, Ye Chen rushed to the cafeteria, purchased his meal, and dashed back. He could hardly contain his eagerness to continue their affectionate moments. Meanwhile, Zhu Xing was still merrily watching low-budget abstract videos when she suddenly heard a loud bang as the door swung open. "I'm back, Zhu Xing," Ye Chen exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement, yet he was drenched, his clothes soaking wet. Zhu Xing raised an eyebrow. "What in the world? Didn't I give you an umbrella? Why are you soaked like a drowned rat?" She chided him playfully. "How did you get into such a state?" Ye Chen scratched his head and replied candidly, "I missed you too much. I didn't want to be apart." His straightforward confession struck Zhu Xing's heart. He did all this for her. Her pulse quickened, her face flushed with embarrassment, yet her voice softened considerably. "It was just a short while. Is it really necessary? Go take a shower." She tiptoed up, tenderly stroking Ye Chen's damp hair. "All right, eat while it's hot." The sound of water splashing in the bathroom filled the air as Zhu Xing covered her blushing face, her heart brimming with sweetness. Chen Chen truly cared for her, expressing such honest affection. It was hard not to be moved. When Ye Chen emerged, wrapped only in a towel that barely covered his lower half, his sculpted abs were exposed. Zhu Xing's eyes widened, her mouth agape. Though she had touched Ye Chen's abs before, this was her first time seeing them in person, and she marveled at their appearance. She stepped closer to observe him closely. 8 well-defined abs topped with 2 impressive pectorals. Zhu Xing swallowed hard, recalling her own belly, soft and round, utterly incapable of revealing abs, more suited for bearing children. As for her chest, she chuckled softly, while it had a slight curve. It was soft, nothing like Ye Chen's firmness. Seeing Zhu Xing's starry-eyed expression, Ye Chen smirked. "Would you like to touch them?" Chapter 25. Youthful white-haired Zhu Xing must not have given up so easily. The warm water cascaded over Ye Chen's body as he patted his well-defined muscles. A clever idea forming in his mind. If Zhu Xing could entice him with her physique, why couldn't he use his own to allure her? With resolve, he tied a towel around his waist, concealing his lower half while revealing his sculpted abs and chest. Ye Chen tilted his head back, admiring his reflection in the bathroom mirror, flexing his muscles. It was no wonder he was somewhat vain. His chiseled physique was a rarity in the entire Yang city. There were few who could rival his muscular perfection, and even fewer who could match his looks. As he observed Zhu Xing's face, which was now a blend of shock and admiration, Ye Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. Wasn't he the purpose of fitness to attain such moments? His mature, masculine charm radiated, filling the air with a palpable sense of attraction. Zhu Xing's cheeks flushed with a blend of shyness and allure, and her mind felt hazy. Chun Chen's physique is so impressive, I want to touch. Her body instinctively yearned to draw closer to Ye Chen. Noticing Zhu Xing's dazed expression, a smirk curled at the corners of Ye Chen's lips. Do you wish to touch? His voice dripped with seduction, luring Zhu Xing deeper into his web. She nodded shyly and reached out to caress his abs. The coolness of her fingers against his taut abdomen sent a shiver through him, and he let out a soft grunt, his body responding involuntarily. Zhu Xing's delicate fingers glided over his muscles, igniting a delightful tickle. She focused on a particular muscle, poking it gently, only to find it unyielding. A harder jab caused her fingertip to sink in slightly before being rebuffed by the firm muscle. Zhu Xing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was an experience unlike any she had encountered before. Being slender and lacking in muscle tone due to a sedentary lifestyle, the most prominent part of her physique was her small belly. Typically, she spent her time chatting and playing with girls and had little opportunity to explore the male physique. Today, Ye Chen had unwittingly provided Zhu Xing with an enlightening lesson. It turned out that a boy's physique could be this extraordinary. As she poked and prodded the white-haired boy before her, Ye Chen was suddenly reminded of a scene from a romance novel, where the suave CEO would address his delicate wife in a deep, alluring voice. "My dear, you are playing with fire." The scene before him mirrored those tales all too closely. Without hesitation, Ye Chen seized Zhu Xing's wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Their bodies were mere inches apart, separated only by a thin layer of fabric. Zhu Xing could feel Ye Chen's muscles quiver slightly, while he was acutely aware of her soft form pressed against him. Zhu Xing was bewildered, her mind racing. One moment she was happily exploring his muscles, and the next she found herself ensnared in his arms. Ye Chen held her tightly, leaning in to whisper, "Little Xing, do you realize you're playing with fire?" How had she gotten herself into this? Before she could protest, Ye Chen blew softly into her ear, sending a tingling sensation down her spine. Zhu Xing's body melted, her strength dissipating as if swept away by a gentle breeze. This audacious Ye Chen seemed to know precisely how to target her sensitive spots. With sparkling eyes, she gazed at him, her expression pleading. Zhu-style combo move. Cuteness, innocent appeal. Her eyes, bright and clear, brimmed with innocence, as if accusing Ye Chen of his misdeeds. "Oh, Chen Chen, you naughty boy, please don't be so hands-on." While Ye Chen boasted a striking physique, Zhu Xing had her own charm. Her adorable demeanor tugged at Ye Chen's heartstrings, causing his embrace to loosen slightly. Yet he still held on. Leaning closer to her ear, he teased, "Little Xing, I merely asked if you wanted to touch. But how can you go ahead and do so without my permission? Are you not being a bit mischievous?" Zhu Xing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. "What on earth is this? Isn't this a bit too much?" Before she could dwell on it, Ye Chen continued, "You touched my abs, so what shall we do about it? I feel at a disadvantage. Don't you think you owe me some compensation?" His tempting voice repeatedly teased her senses, momentarily clouding her ability to respond. "What if you let me touch you back?" Zhu Xing's eyes widened, and her body instinctively began to resist. But the disparity in strength was too great. Ye Chen easily subdued her with one hand, while the other sought out her belly. With a deft motion, he pinched her sides through her clothing, then began to tickle her. Zhu Xing bit her lip, her face flushed crimson, yet she remained silent. However, Ye Chen noticed her every reaction, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Sensitive spot, +1. Zhu Xing, on the verge of tears from embarrassment, quickly exclaimed, "Chen Chen, I was wrong. I'll make it up to you, just please let go." Ye Chen chuckled, finding the bashful, white-haired girl to be irresistibly charming. But the playful banter had gone on long enough. Any more, and he risked angering his beloved. Reluctantly, he released her, and Zhu Xing sprang up, darting to the bed and cocooning herself in the blankets. Ye Chen scratched his head, wondering if he truly appeared so frightening. After tidying himself up, he lay down beside her. Today had been a whirlwind of excitement, almost dreamlike. If only the sweetness of this moment could last forever, Ye Chen mused. Uncertain if he had upset Zhu Xing regardless of her feelings, he had already devised his next course of action. Step 2 in pampering his wife, fulfilling her every wish. With a few taps, he sent a message in the chat. "How about we go shopping tomorrow?" Zhu Xing, nestled under the blankets, was as red as a steamed crab. She smacked her forehead in frustration. Why was she a boy, so entranced by another boy's physique? Had her prolonged interactions with girls influenced her interests and even her orientation? She was aghast. How had she become so soft-hearted? Those intimate moments replayed in her mind, and her eyes widened. No, even if she had touched his abs, he had immediately embraced her after. Didn't he that even the score? But then he had pinched her belly. A small fire ignited within her. She threw back the covers and glared at Ye Chen, who was now comfortably lying on the bed. "Ye Chen, you won't be sleeping soundly tonight." Chapter 26. When Happiness Knocks, Zhu Xiaoxing's version. "Ye Chen, you shall not sleep well tonight." Ye Chen heard Zhu Xing get out of bed and initially thought he was heading to the restroom. However, upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find Zhu Xing climbing onto his bed. "Zhu Xing, what are you doing?" In the dark room, he could barely make out Zhu Xing clutching a stuffed toy. "I want to sleep with you," Zhu Xing declared resolutely. "Huh? What is happening? Has the relationship progressed so swiftly? They're skipping straight to sharing a bed. How intriguing." A smile spread across Ye Chen's face. Zhu Xing arranged Yusachi and Ji beside him and then lay down next to Ye Chen. Though the bed was only 2 meters wide, and Zhu Xing was petite, the proximity was unavoidably cramped, especially with 2 toys occupying space. Ye Chen was accustomed to sleeping naked, while Zhu Xing preferred pajamas. Zhu Xing could feel the overwhelming warmth radiating from Ye Chen and the rhythmic pounding of his heart. In turn, Ye Chen was captivated by Zhu Xing's unique fragrance. The silky fabric against his skin sending delightful shivers through him. Ye Chen was bewildered. What kind of scenario is this? Is this a scene from When Happiness Knocks? How can it feel like sheep entering a tiger's den? Since Zhu Xing has willingly come to him, how could he possibly refuse? Zhu Xing lay on his side, facing away from Ye Chen, and soon felt a pair of hands encircle his waist, resting firmly on his abdomen, holding him tightly. A smile flickered at the corners of Zhu Xing's mouth. "Very well, let's proceed as planned." He began to struggle, slapping Ye Chen's hands and exclaiming, "Pervert! Do not touch me." Ye Chen was once again confused. Zhu Xing had climbed onto his bed. Didn't he want to share it? The focus should be on sharing the bed, not merely sleeping. If Zhu Xing intended to sleep beside him, why deny him a hug? Was this Zhu Xing's new tactic, a game of seduction? As Ye Chen gazed at the person beside him, a wave of desire surged within him. It was akin to having a delectable morsel presented before him, yet he could not indulge. With beauty at his side, he felt entirely thwarted. He was a man, not a coward. This was the peak of his vitality, and he had never released such pent-up energy. His body was ablaze with urgency. The instincts of his body clashed violently with his moral compass, leaving him restless and unable to sleep. However, given how closely they lay together, his tossing and turning inevitably resulted in more contact with Zhu Xing. The physical response became increasingly undeniable, and Ye Chen felt as if he might burst. He felt utterly hopeless, as if he could star in the most despairing film imaginable. It was as if he had signed up for a special effects shoot, only to find himself cast as the son sitting quietly, doing homework. Unable to bear it any longer, he reached out to Zhu Xing's arm, his voice hoarse. "Xiao Xing, please help me." "Of course not. I refuse to help you." Zhu Xing's resolute voice rang out. Since climbing into bed, Zhu Xing had been acutely aware of the movements of the person beside him, as he sensed the increasing frequency of their bodies brushing against one another. A mischievous smile crept across his face. The thrill of teasing Ye Chen, leaving him wanting more, was exhilarating, but he had to make Ye Chen aware of his transgressions. "Stop taking advantage of me." Zhu Xing's voice was filled with indignation. Ye Chen knew he had been caught. He had to feign ignorance and ask if Zhu Xing truly discovered his intentions. "How can I be taking advantage of you? I pamper you, if anything. Besides, you're the one stoking the flames." Zhu Xing raised an eyebrow, internally scoffing. "When you previously asked if I wanted to touch, and I obliged, that was a mistake on my part. But you embraced me as well. That evens the score." Zhu Xing recounted the scene, then added with fierce determination. "Why did you pinch my stomach? Don't you know that you shouldn't touch someone's belly so casually? You are the one taking advantage here, and you dare claim you're not a pervert? You are a pervert, a massive pervert, a super pervert." Zhu Xing's voice was firm as he condemned Ye Chen's actions. Ye Chen was left speechless. Zhu Xing was right. He had indeed pressed Zhu Xing into a corner, leaving him no time to contemplate, forcing him to passively accept his advances. However, once Zhu Xing regained his composure, he would face the consequences. Damn it, fortune favors the bold and stars the timid. He didn't regret his earlier decision. A bit of audacity could only strengthen their relationship. Yet now, as he surveyed his own state of arousal, he could only groan. "Xiao Xing, I was wrong. I was in the wrong, but look." Zhu Xing turned his head. In the dim room, he could not discern where Ye Chen was pointing. However, based on the pleading tone of his voice and his anticipated reaction, Zhu Xing knew Ye Chen was undoubtedly thinking of something risky. Zhu Xing's face flushed slightly, but his voice remained stern, albeit softened slightly. "I don't care about you. I'm going to sleep." Zhu Xing burrowed under the covers, covering his head in preparation for rest. After a day filled with emotions and mental exertion, he let go of his worries and soon fell asleep. Zhu Xing had fallen asleep. What was Ye Chen to do? He lamented internally. That troublesome Zhu Xing had put him in a predicament. He was ablaze with desire, his body growing increasingly heated. The steady sound of Zhu Xing's breathing beside him signified that he had indeed succumbed to slumber. Zhu Xing's pajamas were exquisitely soft, not only smooth but also delightfully cool. Ye Chen inched closer to Zhu Xing, desperate to find relief from his overwhelming heat. The cool fabric against him elicited a soft groan of comfort. However, this movement stirred Zhu Xing from his slumber, causing him to emit a soft whimper and shift positions. Originally facing away, Zhu Xing now turned to face Ye Chen, curling up into a ball, his head barely resting on Ye Chen's chest. Ye Chen's heart raced, but he soon realized that Zhu Xing was truly asleep and had merely protested out of habit. He breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, with Zhu Xing asleep, didn't that mean he could do anything without fear of being discovered? A sense of satisfaction washed over him. "Zhu Xing, you know nothing about me, or men for that matter. You trust me too much. You think that by coming to my bed and igniting my desires without allowing an outlet, you are punishing me. Little do you know, your slumber is my true reward." A sly smile crept onto Ye Chen's lips as he gazed at the fluffy white figure in his arms. A torrent of mischievous thoughts flooding his mind. As long as he was gentle, Zhu Xing would remain oblivious. Slowly, he brought his lips to Zhu Xing's delicate face, ready to make up for the moments he had missed during the day. Chapter 27. The Medicine and the Mischief? What is this? Zhu Xing, utterly exhausted from yesterday, enjoyed an exceptionally restful sleep, drifting into slumber until dawn. Just as he intended to turn over and stretch, he inadvertently landed on Ye Chen. Ye Chen let out a muffled groan, his eyes snapping open to find Zhu Xing sprawled atop him. "What are you doing?" Ye Chen's shout shattered the tranquility of the morning. Startled awake, Zhu Xing blinked in disbelief, realizing he was indeed on top of Ye Chen. Zhu Xing shrieked, delivering 2 swift kicks to Ye Chen before retreating under the covers. You, pervert, big lecher." Zhu Xing quivered, horrified. How could Ye Chen entertain such thoughts so early in the day? It was utterly vile. If he dared to harbor such intentions today, Who knows what he might attempt tomorrow? Oh no, I'm soiled. Zhu Xing lamented. Ye Chen observed the quilt trembling with Zhu Xing's agitation, feeling a mix of helplessness and confusion. This was a natural physiological response that every man experiences. Indeed, Zhu Xing was also a man. He should understand this. Xiao Xing. Ye Chen began, attempting to clarify, this is a normal biological phenomenon for boys. Surely you must have experienced it too? You're lying. I've never experienced anything like that. Zhu Xing's voice dripped with indignation. Ye Chen was frustrated. Why couldn't Zhu Xing just acknowledge the truth? If it was indeed normal, then why hadn't he experienced it? Ye Chen was clearly deceiving him. Fortunately, he had recognized the situation in time. Otherwise, he might have been completely taken advantage of. How could you not? Ye Chen was it. It's something every man goes through. As the misunderstanding deepened, Ye Chen grew anxious. He quickly searched for information. Is this a normal physiological phenomenon? He then handed his phone to Zhu Xing, encouraging him to watch an informative video. The rustling beneath the covers gradually diminished until Zhu Xing emerged, blushing fiercely. Ye Chen shrugged, indicating that this was not his fault. Why aren't you wearing pants? Zhu Xing screamed once more. Do you know what it's like to emerge from the covers and find a fool, a pervert, sitting right in front of you? Zhu Xing now understood the awkwardness of the situation. Why haven't you been wearing pants all this time? He retreated under the covers again, kicking Ye Chen twice in frustration. Ye Chen remained silent, simply feeling embarrassed as he got out of bed. The earlier incident was not his fault. It was merely a natural reaction. However, he had lost track of his attire in the morning chaos. It wasn't until he heard the sounds of Ye Chen washing up that Zhu Xing slowly emerged from the blankets, still blushing. Zhu Xing proceeded to wash up as well. Standing before the bathroom mirror, he incredulously patted his face. Why did it seem a bit swollen? He hadn't gained weight, had he? Could it be an allergic reaction? Or perhaps morning puffiness? He glanced at Ye Chen, who appeared perfectly normal. How peculiar, Zhu Xing thought. What could have caused this? Shall I go shopping today? Ye Chen invited. Zhu Xing nodded, then said, You go out first. I need a change. Okay. Zhu Xing locked the door and began to change his clothes. How strange. Why is my neck red too? Could it be an allergy? He hadn't eaten anything unusual. Zhu Xing fiddled with his appearance in the mirror, unable to discern the cause. He applied a bit of ointment and decided to disregard it. What should I wear today? A dress? Or perhaps a JK uniform? Oh, Ye Chen had mentioned that he preferred Zhu Xing not to wear overly revealing outfits. Chun, I can sense your possessiveness. Zhu Xing chuckled lightly, selecting some clothes to try on. Clothing change omitted. I believe everyone prefers not to read filler content. Zhu Xing stood before the mirror, striking a couple of poses. Who was that adorably cute figure, so charming that even the sun would squint to gaze upon it? Yes, it was Zhu Xing. Today's outfit consisted of an off-the-shoulder knitted top, revealing his delicate collarbone and fair neck, paired with jeans that accentuated his perfect legs, creating a stunning visual effect. Zhu Xing stroked his chin, sensing something was amiss. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. It was the absence of a certain special touch. He tied his hair into two playful ponytails, then combined them, letting the resulting side ponytail rest against his collarbone. Yes, it was the trending hairstyle online. Oh no, it was merely a side ponytail. Zhu Xing's current ensemble and hairstyle exuded 70 innocence, 30 allure, and a staggering 90 cuteness. He nodded in satisfaction, confident that this look would captivate Ye Chen. Ye Chen pondered deeply. Although he was a boy, his thoughts were as intricate as those of a girl. Earlier that morning, he had asked Zhu Xing, Haven't you ever experienced anything like this? Zhu Xing had hastily replied that he never had. Wait a moment, Ye Chen thought. Normal boys must have such experiences. He slapped his forehead as realization dawned. Zhu Xing didn't exhibit the typical traits of a normal boy. If he didn't resemble an ordinary lad, then it was futile to discuss things in such terms. Thus, he searched again. What could cause a deficiency in male hormones? A plethora of information flooded his screen. After a careful examination, he pinpointed one detail: insufficient secretion of male hormones. Ye Chen felt he was on the brink of uncovering Zhu Xing's secret. He had some knowledge about male hormones, but he continued searching. What are the characteristics of low male hormone secretion? Fair and delicate skin, a shorter stature, a slender physique, sparse body hair, absence of facial hair, and even breast development. Each characteristic perfectly matched Zhu Xing's condition. No wonder Zhu Xing displayed even a hint of chest. Ye Chen's excitement surged. This was a yearning to understand his beloved deeply. He realized he knew far too little about Zhu Xing. He resumed searching. What can lead to low male hormone secretion? Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, he hadn't the time to delve into it when suddenly, with a loud bang, the door swung open. Zhu Xing emerged, adorned in a fresh outfit with a new hairstyle, exuding an entirely new aura, like a refreshing change of a girlfriend. Chen, do I look good? Zhu Xing playfully bit his lip, tugging at his ponytail and shyly twisting his body. Yes, you look great. Ye Chen exclaimed, captivated, who said that a low level of male hormones was a disadvantage. This was simply marvelous. Chapter 28. The mundane daily life that blossoms with infinite surprises. Whoever claimed that a deficiency in male hormones is detrimental must be mistaken. This is truly splendid. Ye Chen mused to himself. If Zhu Xing could indeed cultivate his own success, he would undoubtedly revel in daily excursions, boasting of his stunningly beautiful girlfriend. No, he couldn't simply take her out. Zhu Xing was his, and he could not allow other boys to gaze upon her. Nor could other girls, for Ye Chen seemed to have vaguely heard of the group 4I. With no ill intent, he holds great respect and understanding, devoid of any slander or insult. There's a saying, in Nanjing, boys treat you as girls, girls treat you as boys, and in Nantong, you could be perceived as a 0, while lesbian couples see you as a 1. The overarching statement, in Nanjing, one has it all in this lifetime. All genders are welcome, especially since Zhu Xing is so extraordinarily attractive. He must protect Zhu Xing well, cherishing him in the palm of his hand for a lifetime. Noticing Ye Chen's infatuated expression, Zhu Xing's eyes curved into delightful crescents. Do praise me more. After Ye Chen's cascade of elegant compliments, Zhu Xing's ears flushed crimson. All right, let us go. As you command. Today he would accompany Ye Chen on a shopping escapade. Rather than mere shopping, it was more akin to a delightful date. At Panda Plaza, after a morning of commotion, they had yet to eat. What would you like to eat? Ye Chen inquired. Anything is fine, Zhu Xing replied nonchalantly. Ye Chen was troubled. What did anything entail? How about BFC? Ye Chen suggested a specialty of Yangqing. Sounds good. With Zhu Xing's agreement, Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief and called out to the owner. 2 bowls of BFC and 5 scallion pancakes, please. All right. How much? 17. All right, here you go. Zhu Xing sat nearby, engrossed in short videos, occasionally bursting into laughter. What video is so amusing? Ye Chen leaned closer, eager to glimpse what made Zhu Xing so joyous. Here, take a look. Soon, Ye Chen joined in the delight of the abstract videos, finding them purely entertaining. Yesterday's rain had drenched the earth. Yet this morning, the ground was dry. The bright sunlight bathed the pavement, filling the air with a refreshing aroma. It was a perfect day for a date. Ye Chen felt an immense sense of ease, seated beside his beloved, savoring delicious food. As others say, the anticipation of an event is often the most beautiful part. He was eager for their date today, wishing he could fast forward to the enchanting moments they would share. However, for now, simply enjoying Yangqing's culinary delights with Zhu Xing, though seemingly ordinary, was equally splendid. Life is composed of the mundane and the surprising. He looked forward to a day filled with surprises while also cherishing the simplicity of being with Zhu Xing. As long as they were together, life was inherently beautiful. Regardless of the tempest outside, as long as it did not disturb their little haven of love, that was sufficient. Chen, eat quickly, stop daydreaming. Zhu Xing playfully tapped Ye Chen's forehead, bringing him back to reality. You must try this. Dip the scallion pancake in the BFC. It's absolutely delicious. With that, Zhu Xing clasped his hands together, his starry eyes gleaming with anticipation for Ye Chen's reaction. Following his suggestion, Ye Chen took a bite. The aroma of the scallion pancake mingled with the BFC's fragrance. A delightful explosion of flavor ensued. Ye Chen could only express one word. Exquisite. How is it? Delicious? Indeed, it's delightful. Ye Chen nodded in agreement. Eat up. The two swiftly finished their breakfast. Afterwards, Ye Chen wiped Zhu Xing's oil-smeared mouth with a napkin. Zhu Xing obediently pouted. They exchanged quiet gazes, their hearts racing in unison. The feeling of infatuation blossomed between them. Ye Chen adored Zhu Xing's cuteness, his mischievousness, and everything that pertained to him. Zhu Xing was captivated by Ye Chen's tenderness, his affection, and all that Ye Chen did for him. Their love formed a perfect loop, their heartbeats resonating together. Ye Chen possessed remarkable good looks and an enviable physique. Zhu Xing, too, was exceptionally attractive and well-proportioned. It was as if they had been destined to be together, two souls meant to become a couple. Pink bubbles floated around them. Ye Chen leaned in closer, noticing Zhu Xing's comfort, and gently embraced him. In the realm of everyday life, infinite surprises could indeed blossom. They nestled together until the store manager could no longer bear to watch. Beautiful couple, please refrain from flaunting your affection. Consider the patrons beside you. With that, the manager gestured towards the onlookers, whose expressions were tinged with playful teasing. Their focus shifted from their meals to appreciating this exquisite couple. Zhu Xing's face flushed crimson, hiding within Ye Chen's embrace, too shy to meet his gaze. Ye Chen tried to maintain composure while holding Zhu Xing, awkwardly shuffled towards the exit, his slightly reddened ears betraying the turmoil within. Let us flee. This is too embarrassing. The patrons chuckled as they witnessed the couple's hasty retreat, filling the establishment with an atmosphere of joy. After running for a considerable distance, Zhu Xing finally tapped Ye Chen, signaling his breathlessness, prompting them to stop. After catching his breath, Zhu Xing playfully chided, "It's all your fault. Why did you hug me in front of so many people?" "Oh, so you're going to burn bridges now? You didn't resist at all?" Ye Chen teased. "Well, even if that's true, you were the one who hugged me. I want to take the blame." Ye Chen chuckled, patting Zhu Xing's head. He then extended his hand, signaling his desire to hold hands. Zhu Xing noticed and let out a playful huff, but obediently placed his hand in Ye Chen's. "Where shall we head next?" "Anywhere you want." Ye Chen was tempted to gently admonish Zhu Xing to abandon the habit of being so nonchalant about choices. However, Zhu Xing soon clutched his stomach. "Chen, wait here a moment. I need to use the restroom. Do you have any tissue?" "I need some." "Ido. With that, Zhu Xing dashed away on his little legs. Ye Chen stood still, idly scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, a female voice broke the silence. "Hey there. Could you share your contact?" Ye Chen looked up to see a somewhat attractive girl, her cheeks slightly flushed, asking for his number. He replied coolly, "Sorry, I already have a girlfriend." The girl, sensing his rejection, hurriedly added, "That's fine. The more girlfriends, the merrier." Ye Chen scoffed. He had politely declined her. Yet she persisted, unaware that her actions were those of a homewrecker. He replied succinctly, "No way." The girl's eyes widened in disbelief, her face turning scarlet as she muttered pervert before scampering away. Ye Chen shook his head, bemused by her audacity to pursue him knowing he was taken. Such acts of disrupting another's love must be met with stern disapproval. He resumed watching abstract videos. "Hey, Chingo, what brings you here?" A surprised female voice called out. Ye Chen initially assumed another girl was attempting to flirt, ready to decline, but upon looking up, he was taken aback to find someone familiar. "Oh, little sister, what are you doing here?" Ye Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 29. Am I merely the third party in someone else's relationship? "Hey, little sister, what brings you here?" Ye Chen exclaimed, astonished as he scrutinized the two young ladies before him. One was his beloved younger sister, Ye Chen, currently in her third year of junior high. The other was her close friend, Zhao Xining, of the same age and classmates with Ye Chen. "Brother, are you daft? It's the weekend. Why shouldn't we be here?" Ye Chen remarked, bemused by her brother's apparent confusion regarding the day of the week. "You've been in college for a while now, yet you never called to share what it's like." "College? It's quite relaxed and enjoyable, really. Living with roommates is a delightful experience." Ye Chen reminisced fondly about his happy moments with Zhu Xing, a smile blossoming on his face. "Oh, brother, while others are finding love in college, when will you introduce a sister-in-law for us to meet?" Ye Chen inquired with curiosity. Soon, Ye Chen replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. He imagined the surprise on his family's faces upon meeting Zhu Xing, given his striking looks. Yet, since Zhu Xing was a boy, He pondered whether his family would accept him. But that essay matter for the future. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Brother, why are you just standing there, engrossed in your phone? Ye Chen asked, having noticed Ye Chen's distraction from afar. Oh, I'm waiting for someone, he replied. Waiting for your sister-in-law. Ye Chen teased playfully, a mischievous grin on her face. Ye Chen widened his eyes at her, thinking, how does she know everything? I must find a way to divert her attention. He surveyed the vicinity, his gaze landing on a nearby milk tea shop, and brightened. What kind of milk tea do you want? I'll get it for you. Upon seeing the ambiguous look on her brother's face, Ye Chen's suspicions solidified. Brother is definitely in love. He must be waiting for his girlfriend. I shall not leave. I am here to ensure his future happiness. Just 2 cups of strawberry bubble tea will suffice, she decided, opting for a drink that would take some time to prepare. She was eager to see what her future sister-in-law was like. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhu Xing lamented, my sensitive stomach is quite a nuisance. Nothing I eat seems to settle. A voice echoed in his mind. Today's task, go on a date with Ye Chen. Completion reward, 2,000 emotional points. Failure penalty. Ye Chen will personally wash your underwear. System, do you not have any potions that can enhance height and physique? Zhu Xing nearly forgot about the system and quickly inquired. Of course, there are, came the system's indifferent reply. Then please provide me with a vial. Zhu Xing sighed in relief, glad that it existed. Not a chance. What? Not a chance? Zhu Xing was taken aback, infuriated by the system's obstinacy. It will randomly appear in today's shop. After a glance at the shop's offerings, which were all quite useless, Zhu Xing waved his hand in defeat. Sigh, I should return. I can't make Chen wait too long. As he walked, his striking appearance drew glances from passers-by, causing him to pull his neck in embarrassment, eager to return quickly. However, upon reaching their agreed meeting spot, Ye Chen was nowhere to be found. Instead, 2 vibrant girls in JK uniforms were standing there, exuding youthful charm. Zhu Xing scanned the area again, still failing to spot Ye Chen, and prepared to call him. Just then, a curious voice interrupted. Do you know Ye Chen? Ye Chen had already noticed Zhu Xing, captivated by his striking white hair and exceptional looks. Standing where Ye Chen had just been, he was clearly searching for someone. This must be my future sister-in-law. She is indeed beautiful, she mused, rating her a near-perfect 99 out of 100, only deducting a point for her lack of curves. Zhu Xing, suspicious, raised his gaze. You know Ye Chen? Of course. We have a great relationship, Ye Chen replied with a smile, wanting to gauge the future sister-in-law's possessiveness over her brother. Zhu Xing's brow twitched. What do you mean, a great relationship? Well, we've known each other for 15 years, Ye Chen responded, contemplating how to phrase her answer with a grin. 15 years. Zhu Xing felt as though he had been struck by a hammer. Isn't that akin to childhood sweethearts? The realization that Ye Chen had never mentioned his childhood companion filled Zhu Xing with resentment. What am I then? A mere third party? His heart ached with an overwhelming sense of injustice. Yet, a voice within urged him to trust Ye Chen, believing he would not lie to him. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Zhu Xing asked, and what is your relationship like? Sometimes we're closer than lovers. Other times, we're like ordinary friends who don't contact each other for weeks, Ye Chen replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. The fire of jealousy ignited within Zhu Xing as he remained frozen in place. What is this? They've known each other for 15 years. Certainly more intimately than I do with Ye Chen. Not contacting each other for weeks is normal among childhood friends. Isn't it? Tears welled in Zhu Xing's eyes at the thought of their cohabitation, his body seen by Ye Chen and vice versa. After a sweet morning together, he thought they could enjoy a stable future, only to realize he was merely an interloper in someone else's relationship. Witnessing the impending tears in Zhu Xing's eyes, Ye Chen felt a pang of panic. Oh no, I've gone too far. Zhu Xing, wishing to escape the painful reality, turned to leave just as he collided with Ye Chen, who was carrying 2 cups of milk tea. Hey, Xiaoxing, you're back. Get lost, you scoundrel. Huh? Chapter 30. How fortunate my elder brother is. I must assist him wholeheartedly. Hey, Xiaoxing, you're back? Ye Chen exclaimed, hurrying over with 2 cups of milk tea in hand upon seeing Zhu Xing return. Get lost, you scoundrel, Zhu Xing retorted, her mood in disarray as she shouted at Ye Chen intending to leave immediately. "What's wrong?" Ye Chen asked, bewildered. He had merely gone to fetch milk tea for his sister and her friend, yet upon his return, his wife appeared furious. "You already have a childhood sweetheart, and yet you still want to be with me. Playing both sides. You scoundrel." Zhu Xing stood her ground, letting out a cold huff. The bitterness and grievance in her heart surged like a tidal wave, and though she longed to weep and flee, she could not. At the very least, she needed to comprehend the situation. Thus, she afforded Ye Chen an opportunity to explain himself. "What? Childhood sweetheart?" Ye Chen scratched his head. He had no childhood sweetheart. He barely had any female friends. He scanned the room and gradually focused on Ye Chen. Ye Chen, her gaze evasive, cautiously said, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry." "Younger sister? What did you just tell your sister-in-law?" Ye Chen looked at her with concern. His sister had dug a significant pit for him, almost leading Zhu Xing to misunderstand him. I said we've known each other for a long time and have a great relationship." Ye Chen mumbled, her voice diminishing as she bowed her head. Gripping her skirt, Ye Chen felt a wave of dizziness. He had just resolved the Tang Chun issue with Zhu Xing, and now his sister was throwing him a bombshell. He glanced at Zhu Xing, who stood beside him, her expression complex, her heart a tumult of emotions. "What is going on?" "In the end, it's just Ye Chen's sister. I should have trusted him and not let my imagination run wild." Thinking he had a childhood sweetheart, relief washed over Zhu Xing as she realized that Ye Chen was her one and only. "Younger sister, apologize to your sister-in-law right now." Ye Chen genti patit ye kwansit. Ye Chen covered her head and slowly walked toward Zhu Xing, bowing an apology. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I should have deceived you. I'm Ye Chen's younger sister. My name is Ye Chen." After a brief pause, she suddenly embraced Zhu Xing, "Sister-in-law. Seeing how beautiful you are, I was worried you wouldn't like my brother, so I wanted to see if you were interested in him. It wasn't intentional. Please forgive me." Zhu Xing found herself in a mix of laughter and tears, turning to Ye Chen, who also shook his head with a rueful smile. "It's all right. I forgive you. Just don't make such jokes again." Zhu Xing gently patted Ye Xian's head before smiling warmly at her. "I'm Zhu Xing, your brother's girlfriend." Ye Chen stared at Zhu Xing, her heart racing at the sight of such a stunning smile, but the words that Zhu Xing spoke left her astounded. So it was true. Her brother was indeed lucky. Ye Chen turned to Ye Chen, who wore an equally astonished expression, not anticipating that Zhu Xing would claim to be his girlfriend. Zhu Xing winked at Ye Chen, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "So, when did you two start dating?" Ye Xian's cheeks flushed a deep red as she excitedly asked. Ye Chen and Zhu Xing exchanged glances, seemingly synchronizing their responses, before Ye Chen slowly replied. "A few days ago." Ye Chen gave a thumbs up to Ye Chen, her voice filled with envy. "Brother, you're truly a person of great accomplishments. Keeping such a beautiful sister-in-law a secret from the family." Cough, cough. "I just wanted to surprise you all." Ye Chen's cheeks reddened slightly, aware that he and Zhu Xing hadn't truly reached that stage yet, merely continuing to weave a web of deception. Ye Chen turned back, enthusiastically questioning Zhu Xing, "Sister-in-law, what do you see in my brother? You know, he did many embarrassing things when he was younger." Ye Chen swiftly covered her mouth, dragging her aside. Forcing a smile while gazing at Zhu Xing stood to the side, stifling laughter. This pair of siblings was quite amusing. She was curious about the embarrassing things Ye Chen had done in his youth that could cause him to lose his composure so easily. "Oh dear brother, please don't cover my mouth. My makeup will ruin." Ye Yuan protested, tapping Ye Chen's hand. "What makeup? You're so young." Ye Chen retorted, "Exasperated." "I don't care." Ye Chen shook her head defiantly. "Just wait, I'll tell Mom and cut your allowance in half." Ye Chen's expression remained friendly, yet his words held a subtle threat. "Brother, I'm sorry. Don't bully your little sister." Ye Chen clung to Ye Chen's arm, swaying as she pleaded. "Xiao Xian, we're running out of time." Zhao Xinin, observing the recent events quietly, pointed to the clock. "Oh no, we are running out of time." Ye Yuan exclaimed, smacking her forehead anxiously. "By the way, I haven't asked what you two are up to." "Simple-minded brother, we're going to watch the popular movie Your Name." "My name? Ye Chen?" Ye Chen was baffled, wondering if there was truly a movie by that title. "Simple-minded brother, the movie title is Your Name." Oh. Ye Chen covered his nose, awkwardly smiling. Ye Chen watched her foolish brother, muttering to herself, "Will sister-in-law really like such a silly brother? No way. I must assist him." I still haven't asked what you're going to do. Ye Chen inquired once more. We, Zhu Xing, and Ye Chen exchanged glances. Then Zhu Xing gradually spoke. "We are on a date." "Oh wow. Sister-in-law, I recommend you both watch this movie. It's really good." Ye Chen's face lit up with a grin as she eagerly suggested it. She knew her brother all too well, having been single for 18 years. He was the epitome of a clueless man, utterly unaware of what a date entailed. "All right, sister-in-law, let us add each other on WeChat. Contact me if you need anything." "Okay, sounds good." The friend request was accepted, and Ye Chen sent a cute emoji before walking away with Zhao Xing. Before leaving, Ye Chen called back, "Brother and sister-in-law, wish you a successful date." Both felt their cheeks flush, sharing a tender glance. Ye Chen then took Zhu Xing's hand, leading her away. "Chen, your sister is quite amusing." Zhu Xing chuckled softly. "She's just a little trickster. You're not angry anymore, are you?" "Well, when your sister concealed the truth from me, I was quite upset, thinking you truly had a childhood sweetheart. But now, Zhu Xing's words were cut short, as Ye Chen enveloped her in his embrace. "I've told you, I only adore you. I would never deceive you," Ye Chen declared earnestly. Zhu Xing felt her ears burn, her cheeks blooming like peach blossoms. Such a straightforward confession. "Do you like me too, Xiaoxing?" Ye Chen asked, his throat bobbing as he posed the question he had longed to ask. "I do." Zhu Xing's voice was soft yet resolute. Chapter 31. The frogs have fun. How could a husky steal the home? Zhu Xing, for reasons unknown, found himself confessing his feelings in response to Ye Chen's probing question. Perhaps he truly harbored affection for Chen. The system was right. He indeed needed to confront his own heart. It was only in the presence of Ye Chen that he could act like a living being, experiencing the full spectrum of emotions: joy, sorrow, love, and separation. He felt jealousy when girls surrounded Ye Chen, anger when Ye Chen ignored him, happiness when Ye Chen showed him tenderness, shyness when Ye Chen teased him, and a fluttering heart when Ye Chen took responsibility for him. He did not shy away from physical closeness with Ye Chen. Rather, he relished the thought of snuggling with him. He admired Ye Chen's physique, even succumbing to momentary infatuation because of it. He relied on Ye Chen, who would do anything for him. In that moment, Zhu Xing realized he genuinely liked Chen. At that instant, Ye Chen felt a surge of emotion, almost to the point of tears. Finally, he had heard Zhu Xing's confession. His efforts had not been in vain. A voice inside him kept urging, "Hold him tight. Hold him tight. He is now your partner." Slowly, Ye Chen embraced Zhu Xing, cradling his head in his hands, inhaling the scent that was uniquely Zhu Xing. The embrace grew tighter, as if he wished to merge with Zhu Xing entirely. Only when Zhu Xing gently patted his back, signaling that he was running out of breath, did Ye Chen reluctantly release him. Zhu Xing's face flushed, his hair slightly tousled. He pointed to the crowd of onlookers nearby and whispered to Ye Chen, "Let us wait until we get back to the dorm to hug." "Yes, my dear." Ye Chen responded eagerly. "EW, that is so cheesy. I'm not your wife." Zhu Xing replied, an expression of mild disdain on his face. It seemed Chen was rather quick to take liberties. "All right, my dear." Ye Chen teased it. Zhu Xing sighed, allowing Ye Chen to take his hand. Among the onlookers, a student captured the moment of their embrace on camera. Excitement evident on his face as he typed and posted on the campus wall. "Shocking. The most handsome guy at Yangqing University is in a relationship with an unknown silver-haired beauty." The post quickly gained traction, leaving countless girls in tears. While many others were curious about the identity of the silver-haired beauty in Ye Chen's arms, as such a stunning figure had never been seen at Yangqing University. Soon, someone uncovered the identity of the silver-haired beauty, Zhu Xing, approximately 160 centimeters tall, 18 years old, with a physique that could be described as a male, currently residing in the boys' dormitory. Gasps of disbelief echoed. How could such an adorable silver-haired beauty be a boy? Xiao Chen, come quick. Ye Chen is dating a boy." A girl in the dormitory shook her roommate, Tang Chen, who was engrossed in her beauty routine. Upon glancing at the screen, Tang Chun saw Ye Chen holding a stunning girl with long silver hair. They looked remarkably well matched under the sunlight. She casually scrolled through the comments, only to feel her lips twitch in disbelief. No way. Ye Chen really likes a boy. She had merely speculated, never expecting it to be true. What should I do? Am I destined to be the third wheel? Tang Chun despised the notion of being a mistress, yet the situation was perplexing. Ye Chen was in a relationship with a boy. What did that even mean? Therefore, she couldn't entirely blame herself for wanting to intervene in their relationship. Ye Chen, you must understand that relationships between boys rarely lead to anything. I will prove to you with my strength that I am far more suitable for you than Zhu Xing. Where shall we go now? Zhu Xing inquired, feeling a bit fatigued as Ye Chen held his hand and spun him around. Ye Chen suddenly recalled a dog CAF at Panda Square, where he had accompanied Ye Chen for her birthday. It was filled with cats and dogs, and even had an alpaca. Do you like cats and dogs? He asked. Of course. Zhu Xing replied without hesitation. He adored all things cute, including plush toys and pets. Anything associated with cuteness piqued his interest. Great. There's a dog CAF. Shall we go? Sure. I've never been before. So it'll be a new experience for me. Zhu Xing smacked his lips, intrigued by the idea of a dog CAF, which he had never visited due to financial constraints. All right, let us go. At the dog CAF, the price was 30 per person for 3 hours, with unlimited snacks and drinks. The cheerful staff welcomed them. After Ye Chen made the payment, Zhu Xing eagerly pushed open the gate and entered first. The interior was cozy, with wooden floors and warm lighting. Zhu Xing took a quick look around, and soon, a multitude of fluffy toys approached him. A golden retriever leapt into his arms, nuzzling against his chest. Initially startled, Zhu Xing soon realized these dogs were gentle and affectionate. The staff explained, this is how they show their welcome. You are quite popular with the dogs. Zhu Xing smiled, feeling a sense of cross-species popularity. Truly, the silver-haired beauty Zhu Xing was beloved. He reached out to pet the golden retriever, its fur soft and inviting. The dog gazed up at him, yearning to lick his hand. Zhu Xing's heart melted, and he picked up a corgi, settling onto a plush sofa as a small flock of furry companions surrounded him. A little teddy poodle nudged against his leg, while a Samia jumped onto the sofa, wagging its tail and tilting its head to look at Zhu Xing. The sofa was a sea of puppies. A beagle, unable to squeeze in, barked loudly to announce its presence. Oh my little beagle, you're quite noisy. Zhu Xing chuckled, reaching out to pet the beagle's head, which responded with affectionate licks. Suddenly, a husky leapt into Zhu Xing's lap, pinning the corgi beneath it, and began to lick his face. Zhu Xing attempted to evade, but found himself cornered against the wall, with no escape. He could only watch helplessly as the husky continued its enthusiastic assault. What is happening? Ye Chen rushed over in a panic, initially fearing Zhu Xing was in danger, only to realize he was engulfed by a swarm of playful dogs. But wait, why was that husky licking Zhu Xing's face? Zhu Xing struggled to push the husky away, trying to dodge to the left and right. But the husky was firmly planted on his lap, its tongue following him wherever he turned. The frauds were having fun, only to be interrupted by a dog stealing the show. Chapter 32. How could my dear brother have such a stunningly beautiful and wealthy sister-in-law? It was quite amusing how a mischievous husky managed to steal a moment at home. Ye Chen slapped his forehead in realization and quickly set the husky aside. The husky immediately shifted its focus, beginning to lick Ye Chen's face. Naturally, Ye Chen would not allow this to continue. He firmly held down the husky's head with one hand while the other vigorously ruffled its fur, provoking a series of distressed yelps from the dog. Little husky, how dare you lick my wife like that? I've never been as bold as you with her. Zhu Xing had her hair cascading over one shoulder, her complexion rosy and her gaze dreamy. How can I not even push away a dog? Woe is me. How weak am I to be overpowered by a mere husky? This cannot stand. From this day forth, I shall embark on a journey of self-improvement. Just as he regained his composure, he heard Ye Chen's playful exclamation of my wife, my wife. His face flushed with embarrassment as he kicked Ye Chen lightly and retreated to the bathroom to wash his face and hands thoroughly. Zhu Xing gathered her hair back into a tight bun, then diligently cleansed her face and hands with the facial wash and soap provided in the bathroom. Buzz. Her phone vibrated, and Zhu Xing produced it from her jeans pocket. Sister-in-law, are you having fun with my brother? A message from Ye Chen read. Zhu Xing chuckled softly. Despite their earlier misunderstanding that morning, she found herself rather fond of her quirky sister-in-law once the air had cleared. We're having a great time. We're at a dog CAF right now. After sending the message, Zhu Xing shared a photo of the CAF's interior with Ye Chen. Wow, you want a sunshine dog CAF. The puppies there are adorable. There's even an alpaca. Indeed, quite charming. But I haven't spotted the alpaca yet. After a brief pause, Ye Chen replied a minute later. Sister-in-law, what do you think of my brother? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Xing responded. He's quite nice and very gentle towards me. Ye Chen pondered for a moment before typing. Have you shared a bed? On the other side, Ye Chen clutched her phone, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she tapped away. She was curious whether her brother had truly found a deep connection with Zhu Xing, shared a bed. Zhu Xing reflected. Ye Chen's inquiry likely referred to sleeping in the same bed. Indeed, she and Ye Chen had shared such a moment. After a moment's deliberation, she replied, Yes, we have. On Ye Chen's end, her little head nearly exploded with astonishment. She pressed her phone to her chest, gazing upwards in wonder, marveling at her brother's ability to quietly accomplish significant things in just a few days. Oh, brother, you truly are a man of action. In just a few days, you've already shared a bed. Ye Chen felt a pang of sympathy for Zhu Xing and quickly typed, Did you take precautions? Precautions? Zhu Xing was taken aback. They had merely slept in the same bed. Why would precautions be necessary? She responded, No, why would we need to? Ye Chen sent a barrage of exclamation marks, accompanied by a shocked emoji. Zhu Xing, once more, set her phone down and tilted her head back. Her face flushed deeply as she lamented, My brother is truly incredible. In just a few days, he has already taken such a bold step. He truly is a man of great capability. Considering this, she felt even more concerned for her sister-in-law. In such a short time, Zhu Xing had already fully entrusted herself to him, without even taking necessary precautions. She typed, Sister-in-law, trust my brother. Though he can be a bit foolish, he's never liked anyone before you. You are the first he has truly cared for, and he will cherish you for a lifetime. Ye Chen added, If my brother ever mistreats you, just let me know. I'll take care of him. Oh, so Ye Chen has never liked any girls before? Has he liked any boys? Surely not. No. I mustn't let my thoughts wander like that. Zhu Xing shook her head, continuing to read Ye Chen's messages. A warm feeling enveloped her heart as she recognized she had gained yet another person who cared for her. A smile crept onto her face as she imagined Ye Chen confidently vowing that Ye Chen would always treat her well. This little sister was quite amusing and endearing, showing genuine concern for her brother's happiness. With that thought, a smile graced her lips. She sent Ye Chen a transfer of 2,000 yuan. Hey, sister-in-law, what is this for? On our first meeting, I haven't even prepared anything for you yet. Use this to buy something you like. Isn't this too much? No. If mom and dad find out, they'll surely scold me. Shoo, just don't tell them, and they won't know. Zhu Xing smiled lightly, feeling quite affluent. The money was earned through Ye Chen's efforts, so it seemed perfectly reasonable to share it with her sister-in-law. All right, that makes sense. Then I'll graciously accept it. Yes, please take it. Thank you, sister-in-law. Ye Chen set her phone down, tilting her head back as a tear slid down her cheek. My brother truly is capable. He has managed to win over a wealthy woman, and in just a few days too. Moreover, my sister-in-law is so beautiful. What virtues does my brother possess to deserve such a fortune? From now on, whatever my sister-in-law says shall be regarded as law. If she says to go west, I shall not venture east. Remembering her brother's usual mischievous demeanor, she felt a surge of irritation and quickly messaged Ye Chen, You fool. In just a few days, you've already shared a bed with sister-in-law. Don't you realize she is still young? And you didn't take any precautions? You're truly a pervert, a rogue, a hopeless shut-in with a preference for lowless. Ye Chen responded with 3 question marks, utterly perplexed. What was all this talk about sharing a bed? He had merely slept next to Zhu Xing, and perhaps dared to steal a few kisses while she was asleep. What precautions were necessary for that? I'm done with you. You idiot brother. You must treat sister-in-law well. If I find out you mistreat her, I will personally take action against you. Why are you twisting things around? He retorted. annoyance seeping through. Stop worrying, silly sister. Go watch your movie. However, he felt reassured knowing that his sister accepted Zhu Xing and treated her well. He had worried that his sister's quirky personality might clash with his wife's. The CAF offered self-serve coffee, and Zhu Xing returned with 2 cups. Do you prefer yours with sugar or without? She asked, placing the cups before Ye Chen. I want the one you had, he replied, looking at her with eager eyes. Zhu Xing smiled knowingly. Ye Chen certainly knew how to take advantage of a situation. Ye Chen shrank back slightly, feigning hurt. If you want tea, let me have it. Why scold me? It makes me very sad. He then picked up a cup without sugar. Observing Ye Chen's childlike demeanor, Zhu Xing couldn't help but facepalm. How had she developed feelings for such a childish boy? Yet, a hint of childishness wasn't entirely unwelcome. At least he displayed a strong sense of possessiveness towards her. Zhu Xing silently acknowledged this fact, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 33 Chen, please take good care of me. Is unsweetened coffee palatable? Zhu Xing observed Ye Chen relishing a cup of unsweetened coffee and became curious about its flavor. It's quite decent, Ye Chen replied, wiping his mouth and pushing his cup towards Zhu Xing. Here, give it a try. It's rather good. All right, Zhu Xing said, lifting the cup and inhaling its aroma, which was a rich, smoky scent of coffee. The fragrance was appealing. As her lips approached the rim of the cup, she tilted it slightly and took a sip. In that instant, Zhu Xing's eyes widened in surprise. She lowered her gaze, wanting to spit it out, but Ye Chen quickly covered her mouth. Don't spit it out. Swallow it. Swallow it. Despite her struggles, Zhu Xing had no choice but to gulp it down. Ugh, this is far too bitter. Do people really enjoy drinking it unsweetened? Zhu Xing grimaced, her face contorting dramatically. Ye Chen laughed heartily beside her. You fell for it. How wicked, Ye Chen. Zhu Xing grasped Ye Chen's soft waist, causing his expression to stiffen immediately. Wife. No. Ye Chen cried out in distress. I'll twist you into a pretzel. You deceived me into thinking it was delicious. Ugh, it's dreadful. After a while, Zhu Xing finally released her grip, taking another couple of sips from her own cup of coffee. Once the bitterness faded completely, she sighed in relief. Indeed, coffee with sugar and milk is the authentic way to enjoy it. Hiss. You were too harsh, dear. Ye Chen rubbed his waist, leaning back in his chair with a look of grievance. Serves you right. Zhu Xing crossed her arms, turning her head away and snorting disdainfully. Wife, may I have a sip of yours? Ye Chen's eyes shimmered with a pleading expression. Zhu Xing pushed her cup towards Ye Chen. The moment Ye Chen tasted the coffee with sugar and milk, his expression transformed dramatically. The sweetness of the sugar balanced the bitterness, while the milk rendered the coffee exquisitely smooth. He struggled to find words to describe it, his mind only conjuring the slogan, Dove, indulge in silkiness. The lingering taste was delightful, leaving him unsure whether it was the coffee's sweetness or the flavor of Zhu Xing's lips that enchanted him. Consequently, he downed the remaining coffee in one go. Zhu Xing's lips twitched, and she opened her mouth slightly. You're such a weirdo. Drinking coffee is one thing. But why do you look so blissful? Wife, it's because this is coffee you have tasted that I enjoy it so much. If anyone else offered me some, I wouldn't even consider it. Stop being so cheeky. Zhu Xing's face blossomed like a peach blossom, playfully scolding him. At the CAF, Zhu Xing grabbed a handful of dog food and squatted down. Come here. Using her secret technique of dog food, a short-legged corgi staggered over. This fluffy little corgi was remarkably calm and quiet while eating. After finishing, it licked Zhu Xing's hand, melting her heart. She gently rubbed its furry head with one hand. Ye Chen sat nearby, taking out his phone to capture this heartwarming scene. Zhu Xing beaming as she petted the adorable corgi. Before long, noon arrived, and Zhu Xing and Ye Chen prepared to leave. Reluctantly, Zhu Xing released the corgi and approached the front desk. Hello, miss. May I adopt a puppy? Yes, indeed. We offer free adoptions. You just need to sign an adoption agreement and provide some identification. The staff member replied cheerfully. How about we add a green bubble and come back for another visit? Zhu Xing said, pulling out her phone to add the staff member's contact. By the way, what is that little corgi's name? Zhu Xing pointed to the corgi lying nearby. Oh, her name is Dao, but you can call her Dodo. Dao, Zhu Xing murmured. What a lovely name. Chen, once we rent a house, shall we adopt Dao? Zhu Xing tugged at Ye Chen's sleeve, speaking softly. Of course, dear. Ye Chen replied affectionately, ruffling Zhu Xing's hair. To his surprise, she lowered her head, not resisting his gesture. The two greatest troubles in life: what to eat today, what to do today. However, Ye Chen was free from such worries. As long as he was with Zhu Xing, even if it meant eating simple fare or merely sitting together in silence, he embraced it wholeheartedly. Yet today was a date, so lunch should be a tad more formal. Ye Chen's family was quite affluent. Both his parents were executives earning over $1 million monthly, thus providing him with a generous allowance of $20,000 a month, especially in a small city like Yangshan, where living costs were low. Moreover, he earned money himself. Therefore, it could be said that during his university years, Ye Chen lived lavishly without exhausting his funds. Initially, he intended to take Zhu Xing to a Western restaurant, but fearing the menu might not suit her tastes and worrying about her unfamiliarity with complicated dining etiquette, he ultimately chose a more upscale Chinese restaurant. Why have you brought me here? Zhu Xing asked, patting Ye Chen's hand and turning her head. Wife, we're on a date, so we must choose a more formal setting. Ye Chen replied with a smile. Zhu Xing understood Ye Chen's affluent background. For instance, his clothing was custom-made, featuring excellent fabric and craftsmanship, with a single piece costing several thousand or even tens of thousands. The world of the wealthy was beyond Zhu Xing's comprehension. We only need to order 2 dishes for the two of us. Ye Chen fell silent before chuckling and patting Zhu Xing's head. Dear, there's no need to worry about saving money for me. My funds are meant for you. He then produced a bank card. On the day of my coming of age, my parents gifted me $1 million. Zhu Xing fell silent. Can I retract the red envelope sent to Ye Chen? She felt thoroughly overwhelmed by the wealthy, crushed underfoot. Even with a system by her side, it paled in comparison to wealth. It was simply too vexing. Yet, this was the taste of being pampered. How delightful. In the private room, Xing, let me brew you a cup of Hong Pao to try. The tea was amber-colored, fragrant, and rich. With each sip, it left a lingering sweetness on the lips and palate. Wow. Zhu Xing's eyes sparkled, and she quickly had another 2 cups. Hey dear, don't drink too much, or you won't be able to sleep tonight. Oh dear, how troublesome. I want to drink more, but can't. Zhu Xing reluctantly set down her cup. The dishes began to arrive gradually, and Zhu Xing finally understood why Ye Chen said there was no need to save money for him. Because the portion sizes were indeed quite small. Zhu Xing's cheeks flushed. Was this the world of the wealthy? Utterly captivated. Chapter 34. Do not engage in vigorous exercise immediately after a meal. Chen, slow down, please. Zhu Xing gasped, gripping Ye Chen's hand, struggling for breath. Who can endure such strenuous activity right after dining? I won't listen to you. Let's hurry. Ye Chen laughed while playfully swinging Zhu Xing's small hand. Chen, I implore you, not so fast. I cannot keep up. Zhu Xing, utterly unable to match Ye Chen's pace, released his hand, bent over, and leaned against his knees, panting. Look at your poor physical condition. You must join me for running exercises in the future. Ye Chen stood before Zhu Xing, arms crossed over his chest, his tall figure casting a shadow that shielded Zhu Xing from the sunlight. Oh dear, Chen, you make it sound so easy. You stand at 1.8 meters, while I am only 1.6. Your legs nearly reach my waist. How could I possibly keep up? Zhu Xing exclaimed between breaths. Zhu Xing lifted his head, his eyes narrowing slightly as the sunlight streamed from behind Ye Chen, enveloping him in a soft glow. Zhu Xing could not discern Ye Chen's features clearly, but he perceived an aura of coldness about him, akin to that of a celestial being. So handsome, Zhu Xing murmured, lowering his gaze to conceal the blush that had crept onto his cheeks. Sigh. Ye Chen sighed. Zhu Xing's physical condition was abysmal. Merely walking for a while left him utterly exhausted. Intensive training is a necessity. Only the strong deserve to be my woman. No, man. Ye Chen's resolve hardened. He intended to expedite the purchase of fitness equipment online today for delivery tomorrow. Zhu Xing could no longer be allowed to lead such a leisurely life. Spending every day cooped up in the dormitory had rendered him so frail he could barely walk. Are you feeling rested? Ye Chen inquired after a brief pause. He planned to take Zhu Xing shopping for clothes. Earlier, The air conditioning had been slightly too cold, causing Zhu Xing to sneeze incessantly. The weather in Yang City was notoriously unpredictable. One day it could be a sweltering 30 degrees, while the next could plummet by 20 degrees, leaving people shivering. Now was the transitional season. He could not allow his beloved to catch cold. Thus, this afternoon's mission, to procure numerous outfits for Zhu Xing. Chun, I'm feeling a bit sleepy and wish to rest. What should I do? Zhu Xing hesitated before responding shyly. This was hardly his fault. After a meal, when blood sugar levels surged, drowsiness often ensued. His head spun, and he felt an overwhelming urge to lie down. Ye Chen was a loss for words. He was increasingly convinced that he must someday pen a book titled "A Day in the Life of My Girlfriend." How could one's constitution be so frail? To feel drowsy merely from eating a meal? Come, Zhu Xing, hop on. Ye Chen bent his knee, preparing to carry Zhu Xing to the mall. Oh no, that is not necessary, Zhu Xing protested. Enough chatter, quickly get on. Ye Chen urged, gesturing impatiently. All right, Zhu Xing acquiesced, pressing himself against Ye Chen's waist, becoming completely still. Hey, Zhu Xing, why aren't you jumping on? Ye Chen asked, puzzled by Zhu Xing's immobility. I can't jump. They fell into silence. Ye Chen turning to gaze at Zhu Xing, who shyly averted his eyes. What a joke. Is your body really that weak? Can't even muster the strength to jump. Ye Chen sighed again, then grasped Zhu Xing's thigh. What are you doing? Why are you touching my thigh? Pervert. Let's talk. Hold on tight, Ye Chen interrupted, lifting Zhu Xing's leg and, with a firm pull, hoisted him onto his back. He bounced lightly in place until he was assured that Zhu Xing was securely holding on and would not fall. Zhu Xing wished to say nothing at that moment. He simply wanted to lament his own physical state. However, a gentle blush adorned his cheeks, radiating warmth and bashfulness. When did Chen become so manly? Or has he always been this way, and I just failed to notice? Zhu Xing's heart raced, and he cleared his throat, distancing his chest from Ye Chen's back. Not wishing for Ye Chen to hear the sound of his fluttering heart, Ye Chen sighed internally. Alas, my own wife is far too slender. I can scarcely feel her weight on my back. Intensive training. It is imperative, Ye Chen declared. A man who does not ensure his beloved remains fit is not a good man. In 1 month, I will make Zhu Xing gain 20 pounds. Zhu Xing nestled against Ye Chen, a wave of comfort washing over him. Living life in such a peaceful manner was indeed a form of enjoyment. A smile graced Zhu Xing's face as he relaxed his tense body, leaning fully against Ye Chen, and gradually drifted into slumber. Ye Chen chuckled softly. I do not fear your reliance on me as a burden. What I fear is losing you entirely, never again to witness your joyous smile. His wife's figure was truly remarkable. How could she have fallen asleep again? Was she so trusting of him? Ahem, as long as I am gentle enough. My dear wife shall remain oblivious. A mischievous smile crept across Ye Chen's face, yet he quickly composed himself, adjusting his tone to sound more normal. Zhu Xing, are you asleep? His voice was soft. If he spoke too loudly, how could he possibly engage in mischief without waking her? The only response was the steady rhythm of Zhu Xing's breathing. Zhu Xing was fast asleep. Ye Chen smiled, genuinely happy. Mommy, that handsome brother is smiling wickedly. A little girl tugged at her mother's hand, inquiring. Silly child, they are a couple. Mommy, what does couple mean? The little girl asked innocently. The mother scratched her head, pondering how to explain, and after a moment replied, a couple is a pair of people who can engage in mischief with one another. Then, Mommy, I want to find a couple too. The little girl exclaimed excitedly, her eyes shining brightly. Can we retract that last statement? This section could be considered an epilogue. At the women's clothing store. Zhu Xing, wake up. It's time to wake up. Ye Chen gently placed Zhu Xing on a chair, shaking him lightly. Zhu Xing slowly opened his eyes, focusing gradually as Ye Chen's figure came into clearer view. He hugged me. Zhu Xing, just waking, spoke lazily, playfully pouting at Ye Chen. Ye Chen's face flushed. It was far too embarrassing, far too intimate for a public place. Zhu Xing, you really slept soundly. Handsome brother, your girlfriend is quite attached to you. The salesgirl nearby teased with a smile. Zhu Xing slowly regained his senses and turned to see several young men and women standing nearby. Ah! Zhu Xing shrieked. hastily covering his flushed face with his hands, only to realize he could not conceal it, and so he dove headfirst into Ye Chen's embrace. Zhu Xing's body trembled slightly. How mortifying! Could he escape to another planet right now? Chapter 35. Youthful and unwilling to endure laborious struggles, if social death is a talent, then Zhu Xing is undoubtedly exceptionally gifted. If you have ever experienced social death like Zhu Xing, then all the potato can say is, Lao Tai, you truly lead a vibrant life. What an extraordinary rhythm this is. Zhu Xing, merely accustomed to waking up and playfully teasing Ye Chen, unwittingly became the center of attention as the store's staff witnessed the entire scene. Thus, something more radiant than a red giant star and hotter than molten lava emerged. Zhu Xing's consciousness faded. She has logged off. Ye Chen's ears flushed crimson, and the mirth in his heart nearly spilled onto his face. Yet in order to uphold his wife's dignity, he could not afford to laugh. He struggled to suppress his amusement. His body caught in a fierce conflict between physical reaction and moral restraint, trembling slightly, his face blushing deeply. As he recalled every sorrowful moment of his life, his body finally ceased its involuntary convulsions. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he cleared his throat and glanced at the sales assistant beside him. Excuse me, could you come over? Coming. The sales assistant straightened her posture, adopting a serious expression as she regarded Ye Chen and Zhu Xing. Sir, how may I assist you? The sales assistant, professionally trained, was well aware of the adage that the customer is king. Moreover, she had a discerning eye, recognizing the extraordinary aura surrounding both Ye Chen and Zhu Xing. Despite Zhu Xing's somewhat inexpensive attire, her impeccable coordination rendered her both adorable and alluring, unmistakably extraordinary. Ye Chen, on the other hand, radiated an air of affluence. A mere glance at his clothing revealed his esteemed status. Ahem, bring out all your seasonal clothing and dresses. My wife will try them on one by one. If they fit, I'll purchase them all. Ye Chen's tone was stern, imbued with an undeniable authority. In that instant, he transformed from a soft-spoken youth into a commanding tycoon. He slowly produced a bank card from his pocket. 5 million should suffice for a trial run. The sales assistant's eyes widened instantaneously, her nostrils flaring as she struggled to maintain her composure. The god of wealth has arrived, and she was expected to remain calm? Understood, sir. The sales assistant flashed an exaggerated smile, bowing deeply before hastily summoning others to retrieve clothing from the storeroom. Wow, impressive. Brother, you truly possess remarkable capabilities. A nearby gentleman could no longer contain his excitement and stood up to pat Ye Chen on the shoulder. This was no ordinary women's clothing store. It was one of the most prestigious establishments in Yang City. Each item within was worth thousands. 5 million. His entire net worth barely reached that amount. However, possessing assets in that range is entirely different from casually spending 5 million. Spending for one's wife is no disgrace. Ye Chen's demeanor softened the moment Zhu Xing's name was mentioned, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Brother, I admire you. You are truly something. The gentleman gave a thumbs up, his expression filled with respect. Earning a monthly salary of 20,000, he was already a rarity in Yang City. Today marked the 20th anniversary of his marriage, and he had entered the city's most luxurious women's clothing store to surprise his wife. Little did he expect to encounter such a formidable, wealthy individual. Just a modest accomplishment, Ye Chen chuckled, leaving no room to connect the image of a billionaire casually pulling out 5 million with the current persona of a devoted husband. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the gentleman discreetly left a business card and took his leave. Ye Chen, have you lost your mind? Zhu Xing, startled, abruptly exited her state of social death, momentarily forgetting her shyness as she hurriedly questioned Ye Chen. Didn't your parents prepare 1 million for your coming-of-age gift? How could you possibly spend 5 million? It was no wonder Zhu Xing was astonished. Even her tone became somewhat sharp. If they didn't have that much money, both she and Chen would be in serious trouble. Ye Chen remained silent, a broad smile adorning his face. Seeing Ye Chen's reticence, Zhu Xing's mouth twitched as she pressed further. How much do your parents earn annually? They only earn about 1 million a year, Ye Chen finally answered. But his words plunged Zhu Xing into despair. Oh no, we might genuinely end up in dire straits with Chen. Zhu Xing's head drooped, her spirit seemingly evaporating. She envisioned them both handcuffed and taken away, destined to spend their lives sewing in prison. Supplements. She was still young. She had no desire to be confined. The thought of an uncertain, dark future sent a shiver down her spine. Ye Chen could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. His wife was simply too adorable. He had never witnessed such a profound, emotional fluctuation from her before. Zhu Xing looked up, and upon seeing Ye Chen grinning foolishly, her irritation flared, and she promptly slapped his head. Ye Chen was momentarily stunned, gazing at Zhu Xing in bewilderment. What is the matter with you? Don't you realize the house is on fire? Zhu Xing shouted, urgently blinking at him, signaling, run. I've already fabricated this excuse. Why aren't we escaping? If we don't hurry, the police will take us away. Wife, there's nothing here that can catch fire. Ye Chen was utterly baffled by Zhu Xing's antics. Their dormitory lacked any flammable materials. All electrical appliances had been unplugged before leaving. Noticing Zhu Xing's animated demeanor, Ye Chen leaned closer, gently touching her face, concerned. Wife, are your eyes all right? Why do you keep blinking? Zhu Xing, nearly in tears, desperately clutched Ye Chen's arm and whispered into his ear, Foolish Ye Chen, if you don't run, I will. We don't have that much money. I don't want to spend the rest of my life eating government rations. Zhu Xing's panicked voice echoed in Ye Chen's mind. Suddenly enlightened, he realized his wife was worried about this predicament. What to do? What to do? What to do? How to express to Zhu Xing that he was, in fact, a billionaire. Zhu Xing observed Ye Chen, whose face contorted in suppressed laughter, while he remained rooted to the spot, her heart sinking into despair. A burdensome partner, indeed. If they could settle their debts with mere good looks, they could easily purchase the entire store, including the land beneath it. However, this was not a transaction of beauty. It was a matter of cold, hard cash. The future looked bleak. Chapter 36. Is having such a crybaby wife a blessing or a curse? Some may inquire, Potato. In the previous chapter, Zhu Xing's performance was so lackluster, it seemed as if the author intentionally dumbed him down. All right, let the potato theater commence. Some say, hey, in the last chapter, Zhu Xing's performance was abysmal, akin to a fool, unable to perceive Ye Chen's subtle expressions. Potato can only retort, why do you concern yourself so much with that performance? It will inevitably distort the character's portrayal. Do you understand? Potato poses a question. Do you comprehend the concepts of alienation and concretization of performance? Allow me to illustrate. You remarked that Zhu Xing performed poorly in the last chapter, correct? Meanwhile, Ye Chen shone brilliantly, showcasing the sweetness of his interactions with Zhu Xing, exuding an air of domineering protection over his wife, and displaying the ostentation befitting a fated male lead. Upon concluding the chapter, one might summarize, alas, Ye Chen is the MVP. His performance was nothing short of stellar. The character is richly developed. Potato's expression contorts. And what of Zhu Xing? A petulant child, lazing about while spending Ye Chen's money. He even slapped Ye Chen. He is merely a layabout, overshadowed by Ye Chen's performance. Come now, can you articulate it that way? While Ye Chen's performance is undeniably impeccable, what of Zhu Xing? He only knows that Ye Chen is wealthy, but remains oblivious to the extent of that wealth. Perhaps some will argue that Zhu Xing possesses a system, and he must have known that Ye Chen is the destined male lead. Surely, he must have anticipated Ye Chen's immense fortune? Please, take a moment to reflect. Potato gestures helplessly. Zhu Xing has just been forcibly extracted from a catatonic state, his mind still in disarray, and he was startled by Ye Chen's abruptness. He has long forgotten the system. Moreover, that intrusive system is akin to a nosy bystander, incessantly peering into their blissful lives, yet proves useless in critical moments. Zhu Xing has longed to eliminate it with a single slap. At this juncture, how could he possibly concern himself with that system? Returning to the main topic, did Zhu Xing exhibit any concern for Ye Chen? Did he fulfill the duties expected of a devoted wife? Can you assert that he did not? Furthermore, Has Zhu Xing not sought opportunities to assist Ye Chen, never wishing to burden him with the purchase of clothing to the detriment of Ye Chen's entire household? Can you truly claim that Zhu Xing lacks virtue? Finally, when Zhu Xing finds himself utterly powerless to dissuade Ye Chen, despairing to the point of tears, does that not signify his unwavering love for Ye Chen, a desire to share their fates? Therefore, for those who label him a layabout, take heed. Zhu Xing's performance was commendable. Potato nods in affirmation. Should any reader dare to challenge this, Potato shall not hesitate to seize them. All right, that's sufficient for now. The following is the main narrative. Segment break. Woe is me, I do not wish to be destitute. Zhu Xing crouched on the ground, tears welling in his eyes. Trembling, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and transferred all his funds to his grandmother's bank account. After completing the transfer, he dialed his grandmother's number, yearning for a final farewell. Upon hearing the dial tone, Ye Chen's expression froze in shock, thinking, "Oh no, this is a disaster." He swiftly snatched Zhu Xing's phone and ended the call. Zhu Xing was momentarily stunned. Then a surge of fury erupted. "How dare you? Ye Chen, why did you hang up? I still wanted to bid my grandmother farewell." Zhu Xing cried as he attempted to reclaim the phone, but to no avail. Ye Chen stood firm, unable to endure Zhu Xing's anguish, and he collapsed to the ground, curling up as tears flowed. "Oh, Ye Chen, you only bully me. It's all your fault. I am on the brink of destitution. I merely wish to say goodbye to my grandmother. Yet you deny me that chance. I despise you." Zhu Xing sobbed, hurling accusations at Ye Chen. Ye Chen gazed at the sobbing figure before him, his mind racing. "Oh no, I've incurred my wife's wrath." He frantically sought a way to console Zhu Xing, but was at a loss. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he presented his bank account information to Zhu Xing. "Darling, do not cry. Look, I have money. You deceived me." Zhu Xing lamented, tears streaming down his face. Ye Chen felt a moment of exasperation. However, his extraordinary intellect signaled the necessity of deploying his unique abilities. He swiftly lifted Zhu Xing and thrust his phone into her view. "Wife, cease your tears. Behold the fortune I possess." Zhu Xing, forcibly raised, squinted through tear-filled eyes, struggling to discern the numbers on the screen, leaving streaks of moisture on Ye Chen's shirt. Ye Chen sighetine kaspiritan. Yet, this was not the time for such trivialities. "Wife, focus. Count the digits," he urged, prompting Zhu Xing to regain her composure and begin counting 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, million, 10 million, billion. Wiping her eyes, Zhu Xing glanced at Ye Chen in disbelief, then counted again. It was precisely 500 million. Zhu Xing blinked, caught between laughter and tears. After a moment, relief washed over her. "Oh, thank goodness, we will not face destitution, and I need not bid farewell to my grandmother." She patted her heaving chest, exhaling deeply, then turned to Ye Chen. Ye Chen, with a hint of a smile, reassured her, "Darling, when faced with adversity, remain calm. I am here for you." A flicker of warmth ignited within Zhu Xing. It was all Ye Chen's fault. He squandered her feelings, wasted her tears, misused her goodwill. Curse him. His sins warrant punishment. Zhu Xing unleashed her third technique, Meteor Fist. Swish, swish, swish. Ye Chen found himself speechless once more. Is having such a dramatic wife a blessing or a curse? However, having deceived her, he indeed deserved a reprimand. He had made her cry. Such antics must cease. Alas, now that she knows he is a billionaire, the next time, such tricks would be futile. As Zhu Xing's punches grew feeble, exhaustion overtook her. Gasping, she gazed at Ye Chen's face, a wave of emotion crashing over her. She stepped forward and embraced his waist tightly. "Oh, I feared we would face destitution. Please, do not deceive me like this again." Zhu Xing wept against Ye Chen. He gently stroked her hair, murmuring, "Darling, I will never jest in such a manner again." "Cough, cough, young master. Please allow your girlfriend, oh no, your wife, to try on the size. She left in such a hurry that we did not inquire about the measurements before preparing." The sales assistant chuckled awkwardly. Such is the world of the affluent, indeed extravagant. Chapter 37. Escape from Earth? Right now, this is indeed the realm of the affluent, where indulgence knows no bounds. One could liken it to witnessing a real-life domineering CEO performing in a romantic drama. Such a rarity. Madam, please step over here. We shall take your measurements. Is there a restroom? I need to freshen up first. Zhu Xing cleared his throat and spoke. Certainly, right this way. Zhu Xing briefly washed his face, then leaned against the sink. The crystalline droplets dripped down his rosy cheeks as he took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, the rhythm of his heartbeat echoing like a drum in his chest. The emotional turmoil was overwhelming, and the cadence of his heartbeat lost its usual melody. He felt unwell. His mind was blank, and he could recall nothing. Exhaustion engulfed him. He felt utterly drained. He had just awakened, and the surge of emotions had quickly dissipated. He stood in a daze, and gradually, his tumultuous heart began to calm. As the color drained from his face, his gaze regained its clarity, transforming Zhu Xing back into that ethereal, cool demeanor. He offered a faint smile to the mirror, and instantly, the reflection revealed a serene and gentle smile of an otherworldly fairy. All right, just like this, I must not lose face for Ye Chen. Zhu Xing mused silently, recalling how he had just lost his composure and still felt an immense embarrassment. He patted his face to maintain his composure before exiting the restroom. In the fitting room, the sales assistant smiled respectfully. Madam, please remove your clothing. I shall take your measurements. In truth, her legs trembled slightly, and her heart raced. Zhu Xing's presence held the key to her performance, and thus, her future happiness. A single sale of women's clothing could yield hundreds or even thousands in commission for high-end garments. Although the store boasted of luxury brands, the stockroom held hundreds of autumn pieces. If only this white-haired cherub would utter a word, she could instantly earn tens of thousands in commissions. It was a leap from the depths of despair to the pinnacle of success. The expectations of a wealthy lady would surely differ from the ordinary. She would give her utmost. The training she had received in her profession now came vividly to mind, and her demeanor became more polished and poised. In this moment, she was a gold star saleswoman. Zhu Xing replied softly. Since middle school, he had learned the art of purchasing women's clothing and was well acquainted with the process. However, revealing his body to a stranger, regardless of how many times it occurred, remained an enduring source of embarrassment. After all, he was a boy. He was not a genuine girl. The fear of being discovered loomed large, if exposed. It would not only be humiliating, but the sales assistant would undoubtedly label him a pervert. Dark memories surged unbidden, causing Zhu Xing to shiver. He hesitated, but gradually surrendered to the internal struggle. With Chun here, there's nothing to fear, he repeated to himself, seeking comfort or perhaps self-pacification. Turning his back to the sales assistant, he slowly removed his knitted top. The sales assistant's eyes widened in astonishment. His fair, delicate skin and smooth back gleamed under the light. Goodness, not only is he handsome, but his back is exquisite. A saying among girls goes, to gauge someone's beauty, one should not merely look at the face or legs, but rather the back. For the face can be made up and legs can be shaped. Yet the back is often the most challenging to care for. Many girls may never tend to their backs throughout their lives. The state of the skin on one's back reveals much about a woman's overall health and posture. Zhu Xing's skin was in pristine condition, and his physique was nearly perfect. The sales assistant could not help but murmur, beautiful, simply stunning. Yet, her gaze held a hint of pity. For Zhu Xing was exceedingly slender, such a celestial beauty, yet his figure suffered from being too thin. An ideal woman, in her view, possesses a physique without excess flesh, appearing clean and graceful, a long silhouette. But Zhu Xing was devoid of any flesh, rather than merely lacking excess. If he could gain just 10 more pounds, he would truly attain perfection. Suddenly turning around, his eyes glimmering with shyness, Zhu Xing gently inquired, may I keep my lower garments on? The sales assistant chuckled, charmed by his innocence. She perceived him as akin to the girl next door, easy to relate to. Relaxing her tense demeanor, she spoke to Zhu Xing in a softer tone, though her words made him tremble. Oh no, madam, you wouldn't want the young master to see you in ill-fitting clothes, would you? Upon hearing this, Zhu Xing's face flushed a deep crimson. What an outrageous statement. He was not dressing for Ye Chen. Well, perhaps a portion of it was for Ye Chen. No, a significant part was indeed for him. He had been cooped up in his dorm, often donning only pajamas. When venturing outside, he would consider Ye Chen's preferences, coordinating his attire accordingly. Goodness, how had he become this way? Oh dear, he truly felt a loss of femininity. Zhu Xing slowly removed his jeans, leaving only a pair of leggings. He tilted his head back, eyes tightly shut, his expression reflecting his inner turmoil. Only 2 thin lines covered him, leaving the rest of his form exposed. How embarrassing! He wished to flee, to seek Chen, but he couldn't, for he was still undressed. The sales assistant, observing the complexity of Zhu Xing's expression, felt her heart melt with affection. When one finds themselves alongside someone whose beauty eclipses their own, envy may arise. Yet, if one is with someone whose allure is far superior, admiration, envy, and reverence take precedence, leading to appreciation. In the tapestry of social life, such insights naturally unfold. The sales assistant held nothing but pure admiration for Zhu Xing, coupled with an innate fondness for all things delightful. His well-proportioned, slender legs, gently blushing knees, soft little belly, rosy cheeks, and hands that seemed to lack a place to rest were all endearing. Fortunately, the sales assistant was not made of stone. Otherwise, encountering such a gem as Zhu Xing would leave her dreaming with a smile. With a gentle smile, she leaned closer to Zhu Xing and said softly, "Madam, please refrain from moving too much. You wouldn't want ill-fitting garments, would you?" As she positioned herself behind him, her voice faltered, as if she had awakened some hidden talent. Yet, she continued meaningfully, "So, madam, allow me to measure you properly." Zhu Xing felt tears welling up. Surely, this sales assistant was not some lecherous figure. He feared for his innocence. "Oh dear, Chun, I must depart. Please, don't touch there. How else can I measure?" The sales assistant replied, holding a soft measuring tape with a bemused expression. "Ah, fine, but be gentle. Rest assured, madam, I am a professional." Escape from Earth? Right now. Chapter 38. When Zhu Xing acquired a portable wardrobe. After a flurry of adjustments, Zhu Xing felt a wave of despair wash over him. The sales assistant's measuring techniques were remarkably professional, meticulously evaluating all his sensitive points. "A dash, my dear. You seem a tad petite," she remarked, her tone tinged with concern. Most girls, even if not AB, typically possess an A cup. However, this was utterly absurd. Zhu Xing was left speechless, grappling with the absurdity of possessing a chest at all. "Ahem, my lady, I have several effective methods to enhance your assets," the sales assistant said, cleared her throat and standing tall. The sight of her ample curves left Zhu Xing momentarily stunned. Noticing his wide-eyed gaze, she chuckled softly. After all, she was a C cup. While managing those 2 sisters could be quite troublesome and attract unwanted male attention, it was now her turn to flaunt her assets. "My dear, while you are undoubtedly more adorable than I, this will always be an unattainable dream for you. I am pure and natural," she whispered conspiratorially, leaning in to share her advice. "First, you should consume more nuts and avocados to supplement your fat intake." Zhu Xing clasped his hands together, listening intently to her suggestions, occasionally responding with a soft However, his expression revealed his discomfort. Was it truly necessary for a boy to seek to enlarge his chest? Did Chen prefer larger chests? He glanced down at his modestly defined chest and chuckled to himself. No amount of effort could elevate him beyond an A to AB, unless, of course, technology advanced. Yet, Chen would undoubtedly oppose such a notion. Secondly, engaging in more exercise and practicing yoga can enhance your chest contours, she continued. This is certainly feasible, he mused, contemplating the idea of exercising to revitalize his often lethargic body. Also, increasing your intake of soy products can help regulate estrogen levels, she added. Must I consume that? Zhu Xing thought to himself. Isn't it a bit odd for a boy? Finally, the sales assistant's expression shifted to one of playful urgency. After ensuring no one was within earshot, she leaned closer to Zhu Xing and whispered, "My lady, you might consider allowing the young master to fondle those sisters. I can attest to its effectiveness." With that, she puffed out her chest slightly, Zhu Xing couldn't help but laugh, a blend of embarrassment and indignation. An undeniable charm radiating from him. It feels like red beans simmering in porridge, full of longing. He was too fatigued to argue any further. He envisioned himself in the future, cheeks flushed, clad only in undergarments, shyly approaching Ye Chen, exclaiming, "Chun, I wish to grow larger. I implore you to assist me." He couldn't help but wonder how Ye Chen would react. It would surely be a sight to behold. As Zhu Xing attempted to redirect the conversation, he raised a finger to silence the sales assistant. "Shoo, let us not discuss this anymore. Please fetch me some clothing." All right, she replied, her demeanor shifting back to business. The sales assistant began retrieving various women's garments. JK uniforms, dresses, knitted tops, Lolita fashion, trench coats, jackets, lingerie, leggings, and even swimwear. Why is there swimwear here? Isn't this a proper women's clothing store? Zhu Xing questioned, holding up a satin swimsuit with a skeptical expression. Unfazed, the sales assistant proudly declared, "We are the highest-tier luxury women's clothing store in Yangcheng. There is nothing you can imagine that we do not possess." "Ah, I see. Was this suitable for me?" Zhu Xing pondered. The swimsuit was designed for a more curvaceous figure, while he had a more slender frame. His cheeks flushed as he assembled a new outfit, a fitted tank top layered beneath a white shirt, topped with a black leather jacket. On the bottom, he wore safety shorts with a layer of silk thermal wear, finished off with tailored jeans. A belt cinched his waist, with silvery hair cascading over his shoulders. Zhu Xing revealed a languid smile, instantly transforming from a gentle, demure image into a striking dark motorcycle aesthetic. He eagerly pushed aside the curtain. "Chen, do I look handsome?" Ye Chen, initially distracted by his phone, was caught off guard by Zhu Xing's striking new look. "So beautiful, so dashing. I want to embrace and kiss you," he thought, unable to tear his gaze away. Who says spending time shopping for clothes with my wife is tedious? This is simply marvelous. Zhu Xing reveled in Ye Chen's mesmerized expression, his heart soaring. "Excellent. Let's try each outfit on, one by one. I want every ensemble to leave you utterly captivated," Zhu Xing declared, determined to make an impression. "This outfit is mine, and I want all the other colors." Ye Chen, with a flourish, waved his hand at the sales assistant, tossing his credit card in her direction. "My lord." The sales assistant nearly swooned with joy. Ye Chen excitedly called Ye Chen to showcase his wife's new looks, though Zhu Xing remained blissfully unaware. Returning to the fitting room, Zhu Xing contemplated his next ensemble. How about a dark, mature style? With a playful spirit, he donned a lacy bralette, a crisp white shirt, and a deep black blazer. The ultra-short skirt elongated his legs, showcasing their elegance, despite his shorter stature. A simple bun completed the look, paired with a striking pair of black high heels. The sound of his heels echoed as he stepped out, only to be met with Ye Chen lifting his chin in surprise. "Stunning, isn't it?" Zhu Xing's cool voice whispered in his ear, exuding an air of aloofness. A hint of disdain dancing in his eyes, as if mocking Ye Chen's reaction. Ye Chen's gaze swept over Zhu Xing's attire, and in an instant, he found himself kneeling before him, wrapping his arms around Zhu Xing's legs. Zhu Xing stumbled slightly, the confidence of his prior demeanor dissipating. He playfully smacked Ye Chen's head, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You lunatic! I love you, my wife." Silence enveloped them. Zhu Xing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he pushed Ye Chen aside. The sales assistant was in stitches, barely able to contain her laughter. "This outfit. Let us order 10 pairs of high heels. 10 sets of women's suits. The short skirts can go, but package everything else." "My lord." The sales assistant's eyes glistened with tears of joy. "What about this one? The youthful Lolita style? Let's take it." "My lord." "And this one? The neighborly girl vibe? Let's take it." "My lord." "What about this? The sweet Lolita? Buy it all. Everything," Ye Chen declared, producing another credit card with a flourish. 10 million. We'll take it all." "My lord." After trying on numerous styles, Zhu Xing's gaze fell upon the swimsuit in the corner. Zhu Xing's complexion glowed with a rosy hue, and his heart raced with excitement, nearly soaring to the heavens. No man from southern Liang could resist the allure of exquisite clothing and shoes. "Let me try this on and see if Ye Chen will be utterly mesmerized." Zhu Xing's gaze grew resolute as he slowly donned the outfit. "How does this ensemble look?" he inquired softly, stepping out with his head lowered. his delicate hands desperately grasping the edges of the swimwear. A moment of silence ensued, and Zhu Xing shyly smiled, convinced that Ye Chen was indeed captivated. "Well, dear sister-in-law, it seems you and my brother are quite adventurous," came the astonished voice of Ye Chen. Chapter 39. If social death is a talent, then Zhu Xing is truly gifted. Under Ye Chen's continuous praises, Zhu Xing floated away in delight. After all, everyone loves to hear flattering words, especially from their beloved. Having already tried on a myriad of clothing styles, wearing the same feminine attire again would surely bore Ye Chen. Zhu Xing pushed the sales assistant aside and gradually turned his gaze towards the corner where the swimsuit lay, a singular one piece. He lacked the courage to don a bikini. It's fine. Ye Chen won't notice. I won't feel embarrassed. Even if he does notice, he won't say anything, much less abandon me. Zhu Xing continually reassured himself, yearning for Ye Chen's recognition and praise. He removed the upper garment of his undergarments, yet the final snug triangle of underwear remained stubbornly in place. He could only hope that it would remain concealed beneath the swimsuit. The tight one-piece enveloped his skin, sending a cool sensation coursing through him, eliciting a soft hum. He stood before the mirror, the white-haired fluff encircling his waist, his skin radiating a tempting pink. The swimsuit forcibly elevated his chest to an unnatural height. His soft belly was taut against the fabric, and his slender calves and fair thighs were fully exposed. Remarkably, the intimate area beneath the swimsuit bore no trace of the snug underwear. Zhu Xing's flawless physique was laid bare. The back's hollow design allowed a chilly breeze to sneak in, causing him to shudder. How utterly embarrassing. Was he really going to wear this for Chen? Zhu Xing was torn. Blast it. No turning back now. As long as Chen becomes enamored with his form, a little exposure is permissible. He resolved himself. Standing behind the curtain, Zhu Xing took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stepped out. "Chen, do I look good?" His shy voice trembled, his heartbeat seemingly pausing in that instant. He blushed profusely, tugging at the hem of the swimsuit, attempting to cover more skin, yet feeling a tantalizing allure of wanting to reveal more. The store fell silent, Ye Chen's expression frozen, offering a wry smile to Ye Xian and Zhao Xining beside him. Just as they approached to greet him, they were struck dumb by the sight of Zhu Xing in a swimsuit. Their mouths gaped, exchanging incredulous glances. Before Ye Xian shot a teasing look at Ye Chen, the trio engaged in silent exchanges through their eyes, yet no words were spoken. Ye Chen could no longer muster a smile, sensing his persona crumbling. "Wow, brother, you and sister-in-law are quite bold." Ye Xian was the first to break the silence. Zhu Xing abruptly opened his eyes, locking onto Ye Xian's shocked expression, Zhao Xining's mocking smile, and Ye Chen's dejected demeanor. The piercing shriek echoed throughout the store, resonating in everyone's ears. The cacophony left them momentarily dazed, feeling as though their souls had been jolted from their bodies. By the time they regained their senses, Zhu Xing had already retreated into the fitting room. Once again, if social death is a talent, then Zhu Xing is undoubtedly exceptionally gifted. A wave of warmth surged to Zhu Xing's face, turning it an astonishing shade of crimson, his chest rising and falling violently. He felt as though he had encountered the worst luck imaginable. Never before had he experienced such social embarrassment. Moreover, he had suffered this humiliation twice. In the same location, Zhu Xing sensed his blood pressure soaring, on the verge of a meltdown. It was all that detestable Ye Chen's fault. If it weren't for him, how could he have acted so coyly in front of others upon waking? If it weren't for him, how could he have pranced around in a swimsuit before an audience? All of this was because of him, that detestable Ye Chen. Zhu Xing's simmering rage had found its outlet, and his target of hatred became increasingly clear. Ahem, young master. Perhaps we should skip the rapping? The sales assistant could sense Zhu Xing's social demise. He had earned the right to star in a film depicting the most desperate forms of social death. This was too tragic. Fortune had favored Zhu Xing, allowing him to embrace social death twice in a single day. Ye Chen remained silent. To rap or not to rap, Zhu Xing's bashful demeanor was etched into his memory, igniting a yearning within him. Ye Chen pondered whether he could express his feelings. If he chose to rap it, his sister and her friend would undoubtedly perceive him as a lecher. No, his persona had already collapsed. He couldn't be blamed for this. He had no prior knowledge that Zhu Xing would emerge in a swimsuit. Yet, to his sister and her friend, it would clearly appear as though he had coerced Zhu Xing into wearing it. "Wife, you've dug a deep pit for me," Ye Chen internally lamented as he glanced at Ye Chen, seeking to explain. However, Ye Chen silenced him with a knowing smile. With a playful smirk, she opened her lips slightly. "Brother, sister-in-law, is quite voluptuous." To be candid, the moment Zhu Xing emerged, Ye Chen was indeed taken aback. Had Zhu Xing donned casual wear, she would have rated him a mere 99, solely due to a lack of curves. But in a swimsuit, she would grant him a perfect score. Not only did the swimsuit elevate Zhu Xing's figure, making it less conspicuous, but its tailored fit and visual appeal also directed their gazes toward Zhu Xing's fair skin and those legs that could captivate for a lifetime, rendering the swimsuit a resounding success. Ye Chen was left speechless. His wife was indeed alluring, but how could his sister voice such sentiments? "This swimsuit I purchased for sister-in-law," Ye Chen declared, waving her hand, initiating a payment process that produced a receipt with a satisfying click. Ye Chen felt a wave of frustration. Should he express his gratitude? "Ye Chen, what are you trying to prove here?" With a cheeky grin, she declared, "Hee, I'm going swimming with sister-in-law, and you're not invited." Ye Chen sensed that his little sister had become increasingly mischievous as she grew up. Once, she had trailed behind him, calling him brother with an innocent demeanor. But now she was a cunning little imp. How dare she attempt to usurp his position? "Little sister," Ye Chen said coolly, "your allowance is hereby halved." Brother, that's so mean. You can't do that," Ye Chen protested, suddenly unable to sit still. With a half allowance, she would only receive 1,000 a month. How could she enjoy the pleasures of youth? A strong protest ensued. Ye Chen ignored his sister's clamor and turned to the sales assistant for the one-piece swimsuit. "Wrap as many as you have." A slight smile played on Ye Chen's lips. Come summer, he would relish the sight of his wife donning each piece for him to admire. "Understood, young master." Note: unrelated to the main text. Feel free to skip to the next chapter. As the end of the month approached, an urgent need to reach 100,000 words arose. Only then could full attendance be claimed the following month. It was rather embarrassing. Potato had not passed the professional course and was set to retake the exam on the final day of the month. However, Potato was preoccupied with both the novel and studying, with an overwhelming number of courses leaving no free time. To make matters worse, the recent writing marathon had taken a toll on their health. On the eve of the validation period, Potato meticulously revised certain problematic points from previous chapters and meticulously reviewed the article twice, confirming its readiness before commencing the validation period at 11 p.m. on the 25th. Uncertain of the validation data, a sense of anxiety gnawed at Potato, who found it difficult to resist the temptation to check the back end. As a novice with little prior writing experience, this novel emerged during a particularly late night in winter, when Potato felt a resolute urge to abandon a state of despondency and instead embark on this literary journey. Initially, Potato struggled with various aspects, including creating a cover, feeling embarrassed to seek assistance from others, and ultimately relying on a friend to clarify the process. However, confronted with the unremarkable data and the quiet back end, Potato felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, earlier chapters lacked coherent thought, often emphasizing the system while neglecting the emotional depth of the characters. Yet, through the process of writing, Potato has made progress, gradually refining their style after completing 10 chapters. Looking back, the beginning now seems less than captivating. Some critics have remarked that the opening is merely an unremarkable start to the school year, failing to capture interest. Despite numerous revisions, Potato could only offer slight enhancements to the plot, which still appeared somewhat stiff upon review. The challenge of crafting an engaging beginning loomed large, as no clear scenes came to mind for the initial meeting of the two protagonists. Potato feels less like a creator and more like a chronicler, transcribing the lives of these characters who, in Potato's mind, exist as a genuine couple. This admiration for their relationship fuels a desire to provide them with the most exquisite experiences, allowing them to truly feel love and pain, transforming them into authentic individuals. It is a daunting and exhausting endeavor, Potato's health is not robust. Being petite and slender, the relentless pace of writing leaves little time for rest. Financial constraints lead to insufficient meals, and though hunger is not life-threatening, it persists. Nights spent sleeping in discomfort result in waking with aches and a foggy mind. On the 25th, the situation worsened, with only 4 hours of sleep before needing to attend class. Confusion reigned as thoughts of Zhu Xing and Ye Chen occupied Potato's mind, overshadowing the lecture. Pushing through, 2 chapters were completed by noon, but clarity eluded Potato during a brief 20-minute rest. Anxiety surged, heart racing, as the afternoon class demanded yet another chapter. Returning to the dormitory, a PowerPoint presentation awaited, while trembling fingers struggled to type. Just before fainting from exhaustion, Potato collapsed into bed, awakening at 11 p.m. feeling slightly more coherent. A plan to write another chapter was thwarted as fingers hovered over the screen, failing to produce even 30 words in half an hour. Frustration set in, with no plot points emerging. Potato yearned to avoid recounting mundane events, eager for the sweet moments to unfold, yet uncertain how to navigate the necessary twists in the narrative. Although the mind was awake, the words simply would not flow, as if expelled from the world of Zhu Xing and Ye Chen, making it impossible to depict their lives. Tears threatened to fall, and the temptation to abandon the phone for a restful sleep became overwhelming. Yet, postponing writing would only tighten deadlines, with upcoming exams looming perilously close. This predicament felt burdensome and fraught with tension. Potato wished to avoid rendering these characters as mere figures in a narrative, not wanting to hastily portray their daily lives. In previous reflections, Potato expressed that life consists of both the mundane and the surprising. One cannot rush to experience fleeting moments of joy merely for the sake of storytelling, as that would lead to missing out on profound experiences. It is the ordinary days that truly allow individuals to grasp the essence of genuine emotion. The daily life of Zhu Xing and Ye Chen is the most potent testament to their bond. While Potato remains uncertain of the trials they will face, there is a firm assurance that the conclusion will be the sweetest yet. This evening, however, writing has become an insurmountable challenge, and Potato resolves not to force the process. Good night and sweet dreams. Chapter 40. If I cannot blame you, can I blame myself? Young master, the total amounts to 6.72 million. Please swipe your card. A large stack of invoices was swiftly produced. These clothes are packed. I will arrange a special vehicle for you later. All right, young master. Ye Chen lowered his head, deep in thought. Living in the dormitory with Zhu Xing was indeed quite inconvenient. The space was too cramped, and there was simply no room for all the women's clothing. It was imperative to purchase a residence that belonged to both him and Zhu Xing. Once we move into our new home, we can truly embrace a blissful life together. Ye Chen fantasized about their future, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. At that time, I shall keep my wife close, allowing her to nestle beside me, and we can indulge in our intimate moments daily. Ye Chen was eager to select a house, yet he felt it necessary to consult Zhu Xing's opinion first. The sooner they moved in, the sooner they could relish in their happiness. He would discuss it with her in a couple of days. Turning to Ye Chen, he noticed she was still engaged in whispered conversation with Zhao Xinin, the two of them occasionally sharing mischievous laughter. Ye Chen's lips twitched as he inquired, "Little sister, do you and your friend have any plans for the evening?" Not really. We're about to head home," Ye Chen replied, stretching after a long day of shopping, fatigue evident in her demeanor. "All right, you should return early. We wouldn't want to worry our parents," Ye Chen said, his tone dismissive. He intended to send them away quickly, especially with Zhu Xing still in the changing room. Their presence felt like an oversized lamp, hindering his performance. With that thought, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel frustrated, patting his head. He had merely wanted his sister to admire her sister-in-law's exceptional beauty, but it turned out to be a self-inflicted misstep. His wife was indeed unfortunate, enduring social embarrassment twice in the same day and place. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. The first time, he had no idea Zhu Xing would act so adorably upon waking. The second time, he certainly didn't expect her to emerge in swimwear. Given her temperament, she was bound to be upset, Figuring out how to comfort Zhu Xing later was already a headache, and if he kept Ye Chen and Zhao Xining around, it would be even more complicated. Ye Chen shivered at the thought. There was no way he could console Zhu Xing tonight. He needed to hasten their departure. Oh, brother, if we leave, are you sure you won't get too familiar with your wife? Ye Chen teased, leaning in closer to whisper in Ye Chen's ear. Realizing her intention to provoke him, he retorted, "You two little brats, what do you know? We are on a date. If you stay here, it would be utterly inappropriate. Besides, she is my wife. I am her husband. What's wrong with being affectionate?" He playfully pressed down on Ye Xian's head. Ye Xian covered her head and exclaimed, "You foolish brother. Stop pressing my head. I want to grow taller at this rate. Will you even grow taller?" Ye Chen simulkit. His little sister was already in her third year junior high. Her prime growth period long past, yet she still clung to the hope of getting taller. Enough of that. Ye Xian's face stiffened as she shook her head. "You should treat my sister-in-law better," she added, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she quietly continued. "Even if you're on a date and do something at night, you must take proper precautions. Sister-in-law has told me that you don't use protection even when sharing a bed." "What? We have only slept in the same bed. We've never done anything else. You silly little sister, don't think so lowly of me." Ye Chen's expression darkened. How had his little sister come to possess such scandalous thoughts? Ye Xian shuddered and turned to the changing room, realizing that her sister-in-law's understanding of sharing a bed differed from her own. "Oh no, how did my mind become so tainted? I almost led my sister-in-law astray." With her face burning, she felt the need to flee, dragging Zhao Xining along. It was less of a departure and more of a hasty retreat. Remaining there would be too awkward. She couldn't face Zhu Xing, especially after realizing that they were not even on the same wavelength. Once Ye Xian and Zhao Xining had left, Ye Chen smiled in satisfaction and then composed himself, approaching the changing room door. "Wife, are you done changing? We're ready to leave." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Xing pulled back the curtain and stood before him. She had changed back into her original outfit, her expression returning to normal. Yet the hint of red at her ears suggested her inner turmoil was far from resolved. "Stop looking. Let us go." Zhu Xing shot him a glance before stepping outside. Ye Chen's heart tightened, and he hurried to catch up. If Zhu Xing were to yell at him, at least it would provide an outlet for her feelings, and he could comfort her afterward. But this cold demeanor, this indifference, was what truly worried him. "Wife, cut it out. Don't call me that." Ye Chen's attempt at affection was abruptly interrupted by Zhu Xing. "Explain to me why your sister and her friend are here." It was too coincidental for Ye Chen to stumble upon a women's clothing store. A moment's thought would make it clear that Ye Chen had summoned them. "This is all your fault for embarrassing me," he lamented inwardly. I called them." Ye Chen stammered, but Zhu Xing already seemed aware, so he decided to drop the pretense. "Well, as long as you admit it." Zhu Xing scoffed coldly, turning as if to leave. Hey, wife, it's barely dark outside. Why are we leaving so early?" Ye Chen grasped her wrist, attempting to hold her back. "Go play your games. I'm not joining you. I'm heading home to rest." Zhu Xing pushed his hand away and took a step back, pulling out her phone to summon a ride. Seeing her determination to leave, Ye Chen panicked and rushed forward, lifting her into his arms. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Ye Chen, put me down," Zhu Xing exclaimed, suddenly finding herself cradled in his embrace. "Shoo, my dear wife, don't be angry. Let me explain slowly." Ye Chen cooed, attempting to soothe her, and gradually, Zhu Xing's struggles lessened. "Fine, I'll give you a chance, but you better explain well." Though her expression remained cool, her heart was anything but tranquil. She wouldn't admit it was because she lacked the strength to break free. Seeing that Zhu Xing was receptive, Ye Chen sighed in relief, quickly gathering his thoughts. "I called Ye Xian, but you can't blame me, right?" If I can't blame you, who should I blame?" Zhu Xing nearly laughed in exasperation. If it weren't for Ye Chen, she wouldn't have been put in such an awkward position. "It's your fault for being too adorable and too beautiful." Ye Chen blinked innocently, his expression earnest as he hurriedly added before Zhu Xing could become upset again. Chapter 41. Zhu Xing is simply too feminine, effortlessly charmed into a docile state by Chen Chen. "It is indeed your fault, my dear wife, for being so endearing, so beautiful, with a figure unmatched and an impeccable sense of style. The flames of Zhu Xing's anger were instantly extinguished. They say one should never strike a smiling face, and Zhu Xing only now comprehended this truth. That stubborn Chen Chun, why does he keep showering him with compliments? It left him too embarrassed to be angry. Furthermore, dear wife, I must confess that this situation is also my fault. I adore you so much that I yearn to flaunt my exquisite partner to others. Ye Chen's thoughts became clearer, his words flowing faster and his voice growing more animated. Yet, it is precisely because I cherish you so deeply that I wish to keep your allure all to myself. However, I have no female friends. Hence I can only call my little sister to admire your unparalleled beauty. Zhu Xing fell silent, yet her fair neck was already tinged with a rosy hue. My dear wife, I know you wish for me to appreciate your beauty more, alas. How careless of me not to consider your desire for me to understand all of you. After saying this, Ye Chen slapped himself. A loud crack echoed. Zhu Xing stared in astonishment, her heart racing. Seeing Ye Chen prepare to strike himself again, Zhu Xing panicked and grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Stop! Don't hurt yourself. This is merely a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, my love. If anyone should be blamed, it is I for not considering your feelings." Ye Chen closed his eyes and shouted, exerting a little force, which made Zhu Xing unable to hold on to him. Another loud crack resonated. Zhu Xing's expression turned anxious. Her eyes filled with concern as she covered Ye Chen's face. "What are you doing, you fool? I already said it was a misunderstanding. Why do you insist on punishing yourself?" Zhu Xing gently caressed Ye Chen's reddened cheek. "My dear wife, trust me. I will make an effort to see things from your perspective in the future. If there is a next time, you need not be angry. I shall correct my own mistakes." Ye Chen's gaze lowered, filled with deep affection as he looked at Zhu Xing, his words causing her to blush and her heart to flutter. All right, Zhu Xing stammered, covering her flushed cheeks. Waves of warmth surged through her heart. When did Chen become so insightful? I quite like this. I won't be angry this time. Ye Chen observed Zhu Xing's bashful demeanor, and once assured she could not see his expression, he unveiled an exaggerated smile. His beloved wife, aside from her mountainous terrain, was truly no different from a little girl. Ye Chen was no fool. He was the destined male lead with an exceptional capacity for learning. His previous failure to comfort Zhu Xing stemmed from a lack of experience with the opposite sex, as he had never been sought for consolation, nor had he devoted energy to mastering the art of comfort. However, after being schooled by Zhu Xing during his last attempt to soothe her, he vowed to diligently study methods to comfort her. Thus, in the unseen corners, Ye Chen continually contemplated how to console Zhu Xing. Today, however, was different. He had successfully charmed her into submission. Comforting Zhu Xing was indeed a simple task. First, he needed to understand the cause of her anger. It was straightforward. Zhu Xing was upset for three main reasons. Firstly, during her first social faux pas, she had already been on the verge of directing her ire at him, but Ye Chen's lavish spending had startled her into forgetting her anger. Secondly, Zhu Xing had donned an entirely different style, filled with anticipation, hoping to gain Ye Chen's approval and praise, longing for him to shower her with compliments. However, she received no praise, but rather faced a humiliating social blunder. Thirdly, during her second social embarrassment, she felt extreme shame and indignation, quickly realizing that Ye Chen had summoned Ye Chen and others, leading to this unfortunate incident. Naturally, Zhu Xing would blame Ye Chen for her plight. Ye Chen grasped the reasons behind Zhu Xing's discontent and knew precisely how to address it. He took the initiative to embrace Zhu Xing, securing her in his arms. He understood her strength was minimal, and she could not possibly struggle free. This first step made her aware of their power differential, subtly placing Ye Chen in a dominant position before they even began to converse, thereby awakening her innate admiration for strength. During the embrace, he employed soothing methods, fully aware that Zhu Xing responded better to gentleness than force. If he were to confront her directly, it would surely lead to discord, resulting in their parting on unfavorable terms. Therefore, by comforting her, he could gradually stabilize her anxious emotions stemming from her inability to resist, laying the groundwork for his next move. This combination of actions allowed Zhu Xing, despite still harboring anger, to be receptive to Ye Chen's words. With that, Ye Chen employed his exceptional verbal artistry, starting with, "My dear wife, you cannot blame me," which ignited Zhu Xing's temper. She would surely think, if not you, who else could I blame? Without you, I wouldn't have faced such humiliation. Then, upon seeing Ye Chen's playful wink, she felt as though he was teasing her, causing her to perceive him as frivolous and dismissive, further fueling her ire. At this moment, Ye Chen swiftly explained why Zhu Xing should take some responsibility for the situation. Yet, beneath the surface, his words were full of praise for her. He complimented her charming looks, her splendid figure, and her impeccable style. This series of flattery directly satisfied Zhu Xing's desire for acknowledgement, extinguishing the flames of her anger. After all, one should not strike a smiling face. And since Zhu Xing held affection for Ye Chen, his compliments swiftly quelled her ire. As her mood fluctuated, Zhu Xing's internal defenses weakened, and Ye Chen seized the opportunity. He chastised himself, acknowledging, "This situation is also my fault. I adore you too much, my beautiful wife, and I yearn to show you off to others." By taking responsibility, he instantly captured Zhu Xing's attention, and with the confession of his deep love, she found it difficult to remain angry with him, while simultaneously recalling her own feelings for Ye Chen. Then, he added, "I yearn to boast about having such a stunning wife," which lifted Zhu Xing's spirits and piqued her interest in what he would say next. Furthermore, when he stated, "I adore you too much, but I do not wish to share you with my male friends," he made it clear that he wanted to possess Zhu Xing completely, elevating her sense of importance to new heights. His follow-up remark about not having female friends shattered any imagined rivals in her mind, instantly heightening her sense of security. He then brought up his little sister, and at this point, Zhu Xing found it impossible to remain angry, even increasing her fondness for Ye Chen. However, this was still not enough. Ye Chen, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, recognized the opportunity to enhance Zhu Xing's affection for him and seized it. He continued, expressing regret for not considering Zhu Xing's feelings. Such masterful use of language. This statement not only reinforced his image as a warm-hearted partner, but also subtly conveyed his passionate love for Zhu Xing, leaving no room for doubt about his feelings. A single sentence was all it took to soften Zhu Xing's heart. He immediately caught up, delivering a resounding slap to himself. The immense sound rendering Zhu Xing's mind a blank slate, erasing all other thoughts and leaving only shock and concern for his own self-harm. This slap ignited the affection for himself that Zhu Xing had concealed beneath his anger, simultaneously amplifying the persuasive power of Ye Chen's words. With that single strike, Zhu Xing's fondness for Ye Chen soared dramatically. Ye Chen feigned another slap to redirect Zhu Xing's attention once more. Zhu Xing grasped Ye Chen's hand, asserting that all previous misunderstandings had been forgiven, yet it was still insufficient. The subsequent slap became the piece de resistance. Ye Chen shook off Zhu Xing's hand, and in the midst of Zhu Xing's astonished and worried gaze, delivered another slap to himself, with identical force and a sharp crack. If the first slap had swayed Zhu Xing's belief, this one extinguished all doubts he harbored about himself. This final act catapulted Zhu Xing's admiration for Ye Chen to unprecedented heights. Ye Chen's loyal vows, earnest gaze, and gentle tone sent Zhu Xing's heart racing. A vow, indeed, is a form of confession. This barrage of actions left Zhu Xing no moment to catch his breath, compelling him to passively embrace all the love directed toward him. Now, let us assess the final impact. The wife is no longer angry. She holds deeper affection for him, and she is willing to accompany him on their forthcoming date. Ye Chen gazed at the blushing Zhu Xing in his arms, reflecting inwardly, "My dear, you are still too delicate. Soothing you is as effortless as comforting a simple creature." Chapter 42. The Theatrical Wife in Action. CHN's Firm Retribution. My dear wife, you remain too much of a woman. Comforting you is as simple as soothing a paramecium. Ye ne lamented. Suddenly, Zhu Xing's delicate arms, resembling tender lotus stems, draped around Ye Chen's neck. With a bashful blush on her cheeks and glimmering eyes, she softly murmured, settle down. Ye Chen felt a tinge of regret. He had thought Zhu Xing was inviting a kiss. Nevertheless, he obediently withdrew his hand that had been clutching her leg. However, the swiftness of his action caused Zhu Xing to nearly tumble from his embrace to the ground. While a normal person might have fared well, Zhu Xing was no ordinary individual. As she landed, her legs gave way, and she swayed as if about to collapse. Fortunately, Ye Chen, with quick reflexes, caught her just in time. A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Ye Chen's eyes. "My dear wife, why do your legs seem to have gone weak?" Could Zhu Xing admit that she was feeling frisky? Certainly not. With a hint of evasion in her gaze, she firmly asserted, "It's merely a cramp." Following her declaration, she feigned the appearance of someone genuinely suffering from a cramp, her face twitching as she gasped for breath. "My dear wife, continue your performance," Ye Chen chuckled, seizing the opportunity. "Oh, a cramp, you say? Allow me to massage it for you." His wife, in a flustered state, inadvertently afforded him a chance to take advantage of the situation, which he could not let slip by. Zhu Xing watched as Ye Chen knelt by her feet, his hands moving from her heels upward. A twitch of her lips betrayed her discomfort. "Could I retract what I just said? Was Ye Chen truly taking liberties now? Is this where it hurts, my dear wife?" Ye Chen inquired, kneading her calf while maintaining his playful demeanor. In truth, he was stifling laughter, for her calves were delightfully plump, showing no signs of a cramp whatsoever. "Please, Ye Chen, it's not that. If you stop, it will heal on its own." Zhu Xing managed a strained smile. "Not all, my dear. A cramp necessitates a massage. It alleviates the pain." Ye Chen feigned concern, continuing his exploration upward. "Is this the spot?" he asked, kneading the flesh of her thigh. "Please, Ye Chen, it's not that." Zhu Xing's expression stiffened, laughter fleeing her face as she attempted to push his hands away, but to no avail. "Oh, is that so?" Ye Chen nichaked softly, his hands preparing to ascend further. "Enough. I can't take it anymore." Zhu Xing summoned all her strength and kicked Ye Chen, sending him sprawling backward, losing his balance and collapsing onto the ground. Caught off guard, Ye Chen had not anticipated Zhu Xing's ability to topple him, though it did not hurt. He immediately propped himself up to rise. At that moment, Zhu Xing stepped forward, placing one foot between his legs while the other forcefully pressed him back down. As if awakening a hidden attribute, Zhu Xing ground her heel into Ye Chen's chest, occasionally delivering swift kicks whenever he attempted to rise. Her expression radiated disdain, her voice icy as she declared, "Taking advantage of me, are you? You perverted, reclusive, little lowly lover." Zhu Xing exuded an air of aloofness, commanding the scene with an aura of a high and mighty goddess, utterly captivating Ye Chen. He relished the moment, choosing to lie still on the ground and allow her to exert her playful dominance. Ye Chen contemplated writing a day with my mechanical girlfriend upon his return, effortlessly integrating my versatile girlfriend into his narrative. Zhu Xing truly possessed the ability to embody numerous styles. Noticing Ye Chen's stillness and the hint of enjoyment in his demeanor, Zhu Xing's facade faltered, her cool demeanor melting away. Her cheeks flushed, and in a moment of playful retaliation, she delivered a sharp kick to his abdomen, muttering a fierce pervert. Ye Chen let out a grunt. Though it bore no pain, his wife's strength was too feeble to inflict any real discomfort, her kicks serving only to add a flirtatious flair to their interaction. Zhu Xing stood nearby, waiting for Ye Chen to rise. Then, turning away, she grasped his belt and led him toward his shop. "What are we doing, my dear? Aren't we having a meal?" he queried. "Fool, what else is there to do besides eat?" Zhu Xing replied without glancing back, continuing her stride. A gentle smile graced Ye Chen's lips. Though Zhu Xing had not verbalized her feelings, her actions undoubtedly conveyed her agreement to the impending date. His proud Sunder, a wife, preferred to express her affection through deeds. Chapter 43. My wife is too innocent. A gentle deception leads directly to victory. Wife, what shall we eat? How about barbecue? Zhu Xing pulled Ye Chen along the pedestrian street, her eyes darting around until she spotted a barbecue restaurant that looked quite appealing. All right. Ye Chen similed lightly. Surely, his wife only began to seriously contemplate her answers when she was in a position of authority. If Ye Chen were to ask her what she wanted to eat or what they should do today while he was in charge, she would undoubtedly respond with a casual whatever or just decide for yourself. In her submissive role, Zhu Xing would not genuinely consider Ye Chen's inquiries, which was, in fact, a form of evasion. She preferred to deflect his questions rather than think them through. Thus, Ye Chen playfully suggested, "Wife, let me be your little darling tonight, and see just how proactive you can be." His interest piqued. He was eager to observe Zhu Xing's performance on their date, especially since she usually played the passive role. At the barbecue restaurant, they were seated at a cozy corner by the window, with Zhu Xing scanning the menu after scanning the QR code to order. "Hey, Chen, what do you want to eat?" "Anything. I'll eat whatever you choose," he replied with a gentle smile, curious about her response. Zhu Xing raised an eyebrow, but remained silent, intently studying the menu. He must enjoy meat. He is a typical guy. With that thought, she ordered a variety of meats, along with some desserts and drinks. "Wife, could you cook for me?" Ye Chen asked, mimicking Zhu Xing's cute demeanor. She rolled her eyes, but obediently placed the meat on the grill. The sizzling sound filled the air, accompanied by a tantalizing aroma. "Wife, could you feed me?" "Get lost." Zhu Xing suddenly stood up, picked up a piece of meat, and stuffed it into Ye Chen's mouth. "Whoa, wife, is this an attempt on my life?" Ye Chen exclaimed, gasping for breath, then playfully scolded her. "Just eat your food and stop your nonsense," Zhu Xing replied, slightly annoyed. As she continued to eat on her own, Zhu Xing was puzzled. Ye Chen was behaving unusually, seemingly submissive to her every whim, making her feel like the boss of the evening, which was quite disconcerting. Ye Chen observed her silently, coming to a realization. Zhu Xing's assertiveness was quite low. She was accustomed to a more submissive role. But that was fine. She would make a wonderful future wife. Allowing her to remain in this submissive position was all he needed. After they finished their meal, they strolled back to the pedestrian street. "Wife, what shall we do next?" Zhu Xing pondered. What do couples typically do on a date? Eat, shop, perhaps go to a hotel? Oh no, how could they think of that? They hadn't reached that stage yet. Blushing, she shook her head, dispelling the impure thoughts, and said to Ye Chen, "Let us go watch a movie. I heard Ye Chen mention a film titled your name this morning. I'm curious about what kind of movie has such a name. Why not check it out tonight?" Zhu Xing had heard that cinemas were a romantic haven for couples, though she was unsure why. Perhaps it was because watching a love story could evoke tears and deepen their connection. She had never been to a cinema before, let alone with a partner. "Sounds good, my wife," Ye Chen replied, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Unlike Zhu Xing, he had seen enough of the world. The darkened screening room was indeed an ideal place for mischief. Was Zhu Xing inadvertently permitting him to indulge in such antics? How intriguing. "Wife, which movie shall we watch?" As they entered the lobby, Zhu Xing immediately spotted the poster for your name. "Oh, it's an animated film." No matter, as a refined otaku, Zhu Xing was still quite interested in animation. "Let us watch this one," she said, pointing to the poster, and proceeded to buy 2 tickets for the 8:30 showing. "Let us hurry, it's about to start," she urged, pushing Ye Chen along. Ye Chen glanced at the seats on the ticket and grimaced. Why they bought tickets in the front row? Did his wife not understand this aspect of dating? One should always choose seats in the back for convenience. Inside the theater, many young patrons filled the seats, mostly middle and high school students. Zhu Xing took the lead, settling into her seat and patting the one beside her. "Come, sit here." Ye Chen was at a loss for words, unsure whether his wife truly understood the dynamics of their outing. After sitting down, he asked, "Wife, why did you choose the front row? Isn't it better to sit in front?" "The view is clearer," she replied, seemingly oblivious to his concern. Ye Chen stared into her clear, innocent eyes and felt speechless. Indeed, the view is better, but it's not convenient for other activities. "Why not sit in the back?" he suggested, pointing to the last row where a few couples were seated. "Why would we do that?" Zhu Xing frowned. "Because the view is better. If we sit in the front, we have to constantly look up, which can be uncomfortable. In the back, we can see everything comfortably." Ye Chen stumbled upon a convenient excuse. "Oh, is that so?" Zhu Xing questioned, skeptical. "Think about it, my wife. The screen is so large, and sitting in front means we miss out on many details. If we sit in the back, we can take it all in. But can we just switch seats like that?" "Of course, my dear. As long as no one is sitting there, we can move. And look, it's almost time. No one is there, which means those tickets weren't purchased. Ye Chen spoke fervently, and seeing Zhu Xing's expression soften, he pressed on. Finally, Zhu Xing relented and allowed Ye Chen to guide her to the back row. A boy in a school uniform looked astonished, giving Ye Chen a thumbs up, while feeling sorry for Zhu Xing's innocence. Bro, you're impressive. With just a few words, you got such a beautiful girl to the back row. She's too innocent. In the back row, there were only a few couples scattered about. Wife, how does it feel to sit here? It's fine. I can see the entire screen. She nodded, satisfied with their choice. Ye Chen smirked inwardly, got her. As the theater plunged into darkness and the movie was about to begin, Zhu Xing was engrossed in the screen when she suddenly felt a hand resting on her thigh. She turned to see Ye Chen sitting stiffly, his expression serious, yet his hand was gently caressing her leg. What are you doing? Don't touch me, she hissed. Wife, you wouldn't want to disturb others watching the movie, would you? Chapter 44. What happened to me? Dear, you wouldn't want to struggle too loudly and disturb others watching the movie, would you? Zhu Xing thought, suppressing his urge to complain about how Ye Chen managed to keep his torso still and his expression serious while his hand roamed freely over Zhu Xing's thigh. Let go. We're here to watch a movie, Zhu Xing whispered fiercely. He finally understood why Ye Chen had insisted on taking him to the back seat. It was merely to take advantage of him. He felt foolish for complying with Ye Chen's coaxing and being lured to the back. Why was he so naive? How had he fallen into Ye Chen's hand again? Zhu Xing gritted his teeth, his bright eyes glaring at Ye Chen, only to hear Ye Chen say, "Shoo, darling, don't move. The movie is starting." Ye Chen pointed at the screen, and Zhu Xing followed the direction of his finger. East Treasure Corporation. Darling, if you stay still, let me touch for a while, Ye Chen pleaded with a pitiful look. Zhu Xing, feeling exasperated, replied, Huh? You're the one touching my leg. Why don't you touch back? Or, when we return to the dorm, I can let you feel my abs. Ye Chen shamelessly suggested, and Zhu Xing felt anger brewing within him, yet found himself helpless. Clearly, Ye Chen was the one taking advantage of him. If he were to touch Ye Chen's abs, wouldn't that also be him taking advantage? Isn't it a bit greedy to want both? Zhu Xing thought, noticing Ye Chen's hand remained motionless on his thigh. With the movie starting, he quickly added, I won't bother with you anymore. You just focus on the film. He attempted to pry Ye Chen's hand away, but found it futile. So he resigned himself to watching the movie earnestly. Ye Chen, observing Zhu Xing's reluctant acceptance, smiled gently before returning his gaze to the screen, though his hand remained firmly placed on Zhu Xing's thigh. It was impossible to relinquish such an opportunity to take advantage of him. A dazzling comet streaked across the sky, accompanied by a tremendous sound that instantly captivated Zhu Xing's full attention. He was absorbed in the unfolding plot as time passed by in seconds. While Zhu Xing was engrossed in the film, Ye Chen was captivated by Zhu Xing's rapt expression. Scenes flickered brightly in Zhu Xing's eyes. Ye Chen's heart raced as he watched Zhu Xing's bright eyes and serious demeanor. When the plot shifted to the male and female leads swapping bodies, Zhu Xing's face flushed as he glanced at the poised Ye Chen beside him. What would happen if he and Ye Chen swapped bodies? Ye Chen, such a lecher. He would undoubtedly gawk at his own body. Zhu Xing concluded this in a mere 0.01 seconds, well aware of Ye Chen's lustful nature. At that moment, Ye Chen's hand still rested on Zhu Xing's thigh, and Zhu Xing, entranced by the film, failed to notice Ye Chen's restless hand. Zhu Xing clicked his tongue, pondering what he would do if he possessed Ye Chen's body. Perhaps he could feel Ye Chen's abs? No, he couldn't think like that. If he did, he would become a lecher like Ye Chen. Zhu Xing prided himself on being a gentleman, so he quickly dismissed that thought. Should he use Ye Chen's body to pursue himself? How absurd. He would simply be adding to his own troubles. Using Ye Chen's strong physique, he could easily overpower his own weaker self, allowing Ye Chen to experience the sensation of being overpowered. He would seize Ye Chen's shoulders, pinning him against the wall. Gazing eye to eye, at that moment, Ye Chen's feet would dangle, his little legs flailing helplessly, his eyes filled with embarrassment and unshed tears. Zhu Xing knew precisely where his body was sensitive, A simple exploration would render Ye Chen as pliable as spring water, at his mercy. He would let Ye Chen experience the feeling of being bullied. Gradually, Zhu Xing leaned in closer to Ye Chen's lips. After a lengthy pause, their lips parted. Ye Chen's lips glistened, and Zhu Xing positioned one leg between Ye Chen's. He then lowered Ye Chen down. With no strength left, Ye Chen found himself pinned to Zhu Xing's leg. Their lips met again, fervently kissing until Ye Chen gasped for air, his face flushed. Zhu Xing chuckled to himself, while Ye Chen looked on with concern. What was wrong with his wife? Had she gone mad from watching the movie? Ye Chen tightened his grip on Zhu Xing's thigh. Ugh! Zhu Xing emitted a muffled sound. The sudden mix of pain and a hint of pleasure jolted him back to reality, bursting his bubble of fantasies. He shot Ye Chen a resentful look, realizing how close he had come to succumbing to his whims. Wait, what was I just thinking? Zhu Xing's mind raced. Why had he imagined using Ye Chen's body to pursue himself? Was this some sort of twisted plot twist? Why was he the one suffering in every way? His face burned crimson. How could he have become such a person? The thought of utilizing Ye Chen's body to nearly seduce himself was utterly absurd. Zhu Xing covered his face with his delicate hands, utterly embarrassed. Ye Chen sat beside him, utterly bewildered. What was happening to his wife? Had he somehow managed to conquer himself? His imagination was truly vivid, and he pinched Zhu Xing's thigh again. Ugh! Zhu Xing whimpered once more, turning angrily toward Ye Chen. Darling, pay attention to the movie. The female lead is about to meet the male lead. Oh, Zhu Xing replied, turning back to the screen. However, he was immediately taken aback. He realized he wasn't as engrossed in the film as Ye Chen was. All of this was due to that body-swapping plot. No, it was all Ye Chen's fault for using his body, leaving him in a daze. Upon that realization, Zhu Xing felt significantly relieved and resumed watching the film. As the scene of their amnesia unfolded, Zhu Xing felt a heaviness in his chest. What if Ye Chen lost his memory and forgot him? He would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Ye Chen was the person he cherished, the one who understood him and entered his life. If Ye Chen lost his memory, Zhu Xing could hardly fathom how he would cope. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt a slight sting in the corners of his eyes. In the darkness, a hand grasped Zhu Xing's. Darling, what's wrong? I'm right here. Ye Chen's resolute voice resonated in his ears. Zhu Xing turned to meet Ye Chen's smiling face. That smile enveloped Zhu Xing like a warm spring breeze, gradually calming his heart. I'm fine. Let's continue watching the movie. Chapter 45. Fate will surely favor them, never mind. Continue watching the movie. In the darkness, Zhu Xing offered a gentle smile, her delicate hand resting upon Ye Chen's. He instinctively squeezed her soft hand, a gesture that brought her a profound sense of reassurance. She firmly believed that there could not be so many what-ifs in this world, and that fate would undoubtedly smile upon their relationship. The two remained silent, engrossed in the film. As the story unfolded, the protagonists finally met and exchanged names. The movie concluded, and soothing music began to play. Zhu Xing found herself lost in thought, a whirlwind of complex emotions surging within her. Observing her state, Ye Chen slowly drew her into his embrace, gently patting her back. Zhu Xing did not resist. Instead, she relished the warmth of his embrace amidst the calming melodies. Nestled against his neck, she could feel the vigorous pulse of his veins. The unique fragrance of milk wafted from her, prompting Ye Chen to unconsciously tighten his hold. It was only when she let out a soft whimper, indicating discomfort, that he gradually released her. Their eyes met. Zhu Xing's hair, slightly tousled, and her cheeks tinted with a rosy hue. Their heartbeats resonated in unison, and the air was filled with a soft pink haze. Zhu Xing closed her eyes, her brow slightly furrowed and her lips gently puckered, silently inviting a kiss. Ye Chen understood her unspoken cue, leaning closer as their breaths intertwined, their lips on the verge of contact. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone shattered the intimate atmosphere. Zhu Xing retrieved her phone, casting a hesitant glance at Ye Chen before answering. "Hello, Grandma. Are you still awake at this late hour?" She spoke sweetly. "Xiaoxing, why did you call me this afternoon? I've only just seen it," came a frail voice from the other end. Zhu Xing paused, then replied, Oh, it's nothing, Grandma. I just missed you and wanted to chat. Hee hee. Zhu Xing, how is college treating you? Her grandmother inquired with a chuckle. It's fine, quite refreshing, Zhu Xing responded. Glancing at Ye Chen. That's good to hear. Are you getting along well with your roommates? Yes, quite well. We're almost like a couple, she replied, a hint of coyness in her tone. That's wonderful. My dear, let me be frank. If your roommate treats you well and you have feelings for him, why not bring him home for me to meet? What? Grandma, what are you saying? Zhu Xing's voice rose, then she quickly subdued it. Zhu Xing, I know you are a boy, but I believe you'd be happier marrying a boy, her grandmother said earnestly. Ah, that might not be appropriate. Zhu Xing hesitated, glancing at Ye Chen, who was engrossed in his phone. The conversation was not loud. It was clear enough for Ye Chen to hear his grandmother's words. So, Zhu Xing's family was indeed supportive of his pursuit of a boyfriend. Ye Chen sighed in relief. Is there someone you like now? Zhu Xing? Her grandmother asked, sensing Zhu Xing's feelings. Yes, Zhu Xing admitted after a moment's silence. Is he there with you? Let him speak with me, her grandmother urged, her voice rising in excitement. Zhu Xing hesitated but ultimately handed the phone to Ye Chen. My grandma wants to chat with you. Be sure to speak properly, she nudged Ye Chen, her eyes conveying a message. Understood, Ye Chen replied, sitting up straight, his demeanor serious. Hello, Grandma. I am Ye Chen. I am Zhu Xing's grandmother. After a brief pause, she asked sternly, do you truly love Zhu Xing? I love him very much, Ye Chen responded with conviction. Can you care for him for a lifetime? I can, Ye Chen assured her. I have more than enough resources to support him for a lifetime. What about children? Can you accept not having any? I can accept that. And what about your family? Will they accept this? Ye Chen hesitated for a moment, but firmly stated, I don't care what they think. What I want is Zhu Xing, and if he desires children in the future, we can adopt. Silence lingered on the line as Ye Chen waited, his heart racing as if it were on fire. Is this what meeting the parents is like? He sighed. Ye Chen, has Zhu Xing shared anything about his family with you? After a lengthy pause, her grandmother inquired. Ye Chen was taken aback, responding, not yet. Once he does, I hope he brings you over so we can meet, she said. All right. They exchanged pleasantries, and Ye Chen shared a bit about his family situation. His grandmother seemed pleased, offering her compliments. After a short while, the call ended. Zhu Xing, what is wrong? Zhu Xing sat in her chair, head bowed, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing, appearing quite dejected. Ye Chen returned her phone, observing her for a moment before asking, is something troubling you? Would you like a share? Zhu Xing remained silent, offering no response. We are a couple now. Is there anything you cannot share with me? Ye Chen knelt down, grasping both of her hands tightly. Who said we are a couple? I haven't agreed to that. Zhu Xing retorted, still looking down, her expression hidden from him, her voice sounding strangely off. Ye Chen's heart tightened as he gently cupped her face, lifting it slowly. Under the dim light, a single tear rolled down her cheek. Chapter 46. Now, stay with me. Beneath the dim glow of the lights, a single tear slowly cascaded down the corner of Ye Chen's eye. A pang of unease stirred within him as he gently wiped away the tears. Ye Chen remained silent, offering Zhu Xing a warm embrace instead. The air was suffused with a soothing tranquility as time seemed to stand still. Only their shared existence felt genuinely real. Zhu Xing buried his head deep in Ye Chen's shoulder, crystalline tears slipping down, yet he uttered not a single sob. Why am I crying? Zhu Xing pondered internally. Although he could not discern the reason, he simply sat there, listening to his grandmother converse with Ye Chen. The grandmother's inquiries delved deeper, incisively probing the sharp contradictions between him and Ye Chen, questions they had long avoided, never daring to discuss. By evading these issues, they might maintain this ambiguous relationship for a lifetime, yet they could never progress further. To truly become a couple, even to the extent of becoming husband and wife, they had a long and arduous journey ahead. These unresolved questions were akin to stumbling blocks on their shared path. Unless addressed, they would forever remain unable to embrace the essence of a genuine relationship. Ye Chen, however, was prepared to face these challenges. His expression was resolute, responding with unwavering conviction. Yet Zhu Xing found himself devoid of the courage to be Ye Chen's partner. Affection and companionship were two entirely different matters, and he yearned to evade the confrontation once more. No matter how much he resembled a girl, he was ultimately not one. The notion of boys being together would undoubtedly invite scorn from society. How can Zhu Xing be a boy? Is Ye Chen foolish to choose a boy as a partner? Ye Chen is so handsome and well off. Why not choose a beautiful girl? Boys with boys, ugh, that is truly repugnant. Homosexuality would forever remain unaccepted by the masses, a love that defied societal norms. Online, people might eloquently profess their respect and understanding of homosexuality, but in reality, they would turn away in disdain. What nonsense! Why seek a same-sex partner when there are suitable alternatives? Acceptance was a mere illusion. In reality, when homosexual couples wed, verbal blessings were the utmost extent of societal approval, let alone any meaningful interaction. If Ye Chen and he were truly to be together, the thought sent shivers down Zhu Xing's spine, imagining the disdainful remarks from onlookers. The very notion filled Zhu Xing with dread, intensifying his fear of the future. Ye Chen deserved someone far better, someone more attractive, with a superior character and better circumstances, who decreed that Ye Chen should remain entangled with him. Finding a beautiful girl, marrying, and living a joyful life seemed far more desirable. Yet, the thought of letting go brought a pang of heartache, an ache that permeated his being, rendering his limbs weak. Tears flowed freely. Perhaps he truly ought to release his grip. Thus, he resolved to let go, to cease entangling Ye Chen any longer. Zhu Xing released his hand. Standing before Ye Chen, suppressing the sorrow within, he spoke earnestly. Ye Chen, let us be together. My love. Before he could finish, a resolute voice interrupted him. Ye Chen's arms rested on his shoulders, gazing at him with deep affection. My love, don't overthink it. Let us be together. Right now. Tears soaked his shirt, the dampness washing over him in waves. Ye Chen could wait no longer. This was the moment, to be utterly together with Zhu Xing. Chapter 47. If words cannot convey, let the heart speak. Tears dampened the shirt, a wave of moist sensations washing over. Zhu Xing's tears flowed incessantly, showing no signs of abating, intensifying with each passing moment. Ye Chen felt a tightening in his chest, and without needing to guess, he understood that Zhu Xing had once again let her thoughts wander too far. My dear wife, you possess all that is wonderful, delicate, and easily swayed, yet you are far too prone to overthinking. Ye Chen's gaze grew more resolute. A man who cannot protect his own wife, what kind of man is he? He had once vowed in the stillness of night to cherish Zhu Xing for a lifetime. How could he allow her to shed tears? He could wait no longer. Now was the time, completely, to be with Zhu Xing. Ye Chen, wife, do not dwell on such thoughts. Let us be together, right now. His words of separation were forcibly interrupted by Ye Chen. Zhu Xing stood in a daze, as if she had not fully heard his voice. Ye Chen grasped herist, pulling her into his embrace. Zhu Xing tilted her head back to look at Ye Chen, her gaze vacant, the glimmer of tears barely visible at the corners of her eyes. Ye Chen's eyes burned with passion and affection, a torrent of unspoken words surging within, coalescing into a heartfelt declaration. Little Xing, I too initially questioned my own feelings. Why was I drawn to you, compelled to seek your attention? Yet, I discovered that you were the most extraordinary presence in my life. During our high school days, your every word and action imprinted deeply upon my heart. Each moment spent conversing and sharing with you felt invaluable. As we awaited the results of our entrance exams, sleepless nights plagued me, thoughts of you swirling endlessly in my mind. At times, I would rise from my bed like a madman, running through the quiet city in the early hours. It is only now that I realize I've been enamored with you since that time. I regret not confessing my feelings before the exams. Yet, I am grateful for the means I possess, the connections I leveraged, and the considerable resources I expended to learn where you were studying and arrange for us to live together. When I saw you again, my heart raced uncontrollably. It was as though it welcomed your return. Ye Chen took Zhu Xing's hand and placed it upon his chest. The relentless pounding of his heart seemed to remind her that he was its rightful owner. Zhu Xing's delicate lips parted slightly, tears cascading down like pearls. Do not cry. I am always here. Ye Chen tenderly wiped away Zhu Xing's tears, his touch gentle as if handling a rare treasure. Little Xing, do you know, when you finally uttered those words, "I like you," I felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Ye Chen Kulisput had hands firmly. My efforts were not in vain. I know with absolute certainty that you hold feelings for me. I believe that maintaining this relationship, filled with joy and occasional playful banter, would allow us to be blissful together for years to come. However, I have come to realize that if we remain in this state, neither of us will find true happiness. This relationship is ultimately mere self-deception. When faced with real challenges, it is as fragile as paper. I once vowed to protect you, to shield you from any harm and prevent you from shedding a single tear, but this bond constrains me, and I find myself unable to fulfill that promise. Thus, I can no longer wait. Let's break free from this relationship. Let us be together now. Ye Chen knelt on one knee, taking Zhu Xing's left hand and gently placing a kiss upon it. A torrent of sorrow erupted from within, accompanied by a symphony of sobs. Zhu Xing turned her head aside, her delicate hand shielding her face. "Ye Chen, are you foolish?" she stammered, her voice hoarse with emotion. "You have everything going for you. Why choose someone like me? I am just an ordinary boy with a less than admirable temperament, lacking in physical prowess, prone to anger, laziness, and avoidance. You gain nothing by being with me. Why do you seek me out?" Ye Chen's heart surged with warmth as he replied candidly. "You are the most crucial person in my life. Loving you is my destiny. Why did I choose you? Because my heart tells me so." Ye Chen embraced Zhu Xing tightly, their hearts beating in unison, her chest vibrating in response to his heartbeat. "Do you hear it? This heart beats solely for you," Ye Chen declared solemnly. Chapter 48. Shadows of the past, uncertainties of the future. Let them drift away with the wind. "Can you hear it? My heart beats solely for you." Ye Chen spoke in a deep tone. "Emotions that words cannot convey shall be expressed through the heart. This is Ye Chen's most fervent and sincere love." "You fool," Zhu Xing sobbed, lightly striking Ye Chen's shoulder. "I will take responsibility for you, care for you for a lifetime. Through all the trials of life and death, we shall not part, shall we?" Ye Chen ganti karesit zuwins nape, his voice soft yet resolute. "Are you truly not regretting this?" Zhu Xing looked up, tears glistening in his eyes. "This would be the most correct choice of my life." What of homosexuality? Ye Chen is unbothered. What of the disdainful gazes of others? He pays them no mind. What of the impossibility of a conventional marriage? Such matters hold no significance for him. All he desires is Zhu Xing. No one shall intervene. A blazing fire burned within Ye Chen's chest. He possessed an unwavering determination. Zhu Xing must and can only belong to him. Zhu Xing took a deep breath, suppressing all his emotions. Ye Chen's overwhelming courage ignited a flame in Zhu Xing. He could no longer afford to hesitate. If Ye Chen could cast aside all burdens, why could Zhu Xing not do the same? His love was no less than Ye Chen's. Ye Chen's love was passionate and intense, while Zhu Xing's was gentle yet obsessive. Their affections intertwined, forming a perfect loop. They were destined for each other, a true match made in heaven. Ye Chen had long cherished himself. Had he not also loved Ye Chen from the start? Ye Chen constantly occupied his thoughts. Was he not also yearning for Ye Chen? Ye Chen was the only one who could penetrate his heart. Without him, where would he go? Would he allow a few disparaging words from others to shatter this rare romance, to rob them both of their happiness? No, impossible. He would not let such a situation arise. He had endured enough suffering. He could not allow his cowardice to wash his future in tears. Zhu Xing's gaze gradually strengthened as he fixed his eyes on Ye Chen, speaking each word with conviction. "Let us be together. Let the shadows of the past and the uncertainties of the future fade away with the wind." Ye Chen smiled, tears brimming in his eyes. These are the most enchanting words he had ever heard, destined to be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Lovers ultimately unite. He and Zhu Xing were finally together. Zhu Xing rose on tiptoe, wrapping his arms around Ye Chen's neck. Ye Chen's heart raced as he grasped Zhu Xing's chin. Zhu Xing winced, blinking his bright eyes, letting out a soft sound, yet he did not move otherwise. Both awaited the next moment in quiet anticipation. Their lips met, sweet and soft like cotton candy. Neither had prior experience in kissing. Zhu Xing was particularly reserved, showing no movement. Ye Chen became entranced, attempting to part Zhu Xing's lips with his tongue, only to be met with resistance. Ye Chen's expression turned forlorn, his eyes pleading. But Zhu Xing's gaze suddenly shifted to one of danger, compelling Ye Chen to relent. After a long while, they parted. Ye Chen grinned, teasingly remarking, "Wife, I must confess, I find you quite tempting. Get lost, you pervert." Zhu Xing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He had hastily agreed, forgetting that Ye Chen was quite the lecher. Yet despite this thought, a gentle sweetness blossomed within Zhu Xing. At least, Ye Chen's gaze was filled with him, his heart entirely devoted to him. Zhu Xing turned away, bashfully speaking. "You promised to treat me well for a lifetime." "Indeed, I did," Ye Chen replied, somewhat perplexed, unsure of Zhu Xing's intent. "If I do not wish to engage in that sort of activity, you cannot force me." "Huh, all right." "Oh, it hurts so much to have something so close, yet unattainable." Seeing Ye Chen's disappointment, Zhu Xing hurriedly added, "Actually, if you make me happy, I might reward you." "Reward? What kind of reward?" Ye Chen inquired, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "For instance, I could wear some cute dresses, or, if I am truly happy, I might even kiss you." Zhu Xing found himself forced to utter these embarrassing words, a blush spreading across his neck. "Is that all?" Ye Chen's expression fell, appearing rather disheartened. Zhu Xing, disregarding his shyness, widened his eyes. "Isn't that enough? What do you want?" "Wife, I want you," Ye Chen said, his meaning clear as he pointed at Zhu Xing. Zhu Xing's mind swirled, and after a moment, he responded with a serious expression. "Chen Chen, you cannot be so lascivious. It is harmful to your health." Ye Chen swayed slightly, laughing. "Wife, did you know? You are quite lecherous yourself." "We are not the same," Zhu Xing replied earnestly. "Oh, how so?" Ye Chen asked with newfound interest. "Your lust harms your body. My lust harms yours," Zhu Xing replied with utmost seriousness. Chapter 49. Ye Chen's motto is, "Forget the roots. If you're lustful, it harms your body. If I'm lustful, it harms your body too." Zhu Xing said earnestly. "Indeed, my dear wife, you speak with such wisdom," Ye Chen replied, scratching his head. Yet he stood tall and declared, "Wife, there's no need to worry. My physique is exceptionally robust." He then leaned closer to Zhu Xing's ear, whispering, "I'm the kind who can never be broken, no matter how we play." Zhu Xing's fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "Can I return you? What should I do with a husband who is so physically capable? I feel I can't keep up." "Stop your banter, let's go." Zhu Xing pinched Ye Chen's waist, spinning him around 180 degrees. Ye Chen yelped in pain, "Wife, this is an act of murder against your husband. Hurry, the dormitory will close soon." With her small tiger teeth clenched, Zhu Xing pushed Ye Chen onto the street. After watching a movie and the time spent confessing, it was already 10:30 and the dormitory closed at 11. If they didn't make it back, they would have to spend the night in a hotel. With a lone man and a woman in the same room, Ye Chen would undoubtedly make advances on Zhu Xing. She would truly shed tears if she ended up giving herself away. The street was filled with fresh air, and the clear night sky was adorned with endless stars. "Wife, what do you think about buying a house?" Ye Chen suddenly asked while waiting for the car. That sounds quite good." Zhu Xing pondered for a moment before agreeing with Ye Chen's suggestion. Owning a house would bring great convenience. It would provide more privacy, make daily life easier, and allow them to cook for themselves instead of relying on prepackaged meals. Furthermore, if they were to stay out late like tonight, they could simply return home. Most importantly, having a residence in Yang City would offer a safe haven for their souls. All right, it would also make it easier for you to get hands-on, Zhu Xing thought, her eyes widening, and she quickly added, "Actually, I think having a house might not be such a good idea. Perhaps we should reconsider." "Why?" Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, bemused by his wife's sudden change of heart. "Guess for yourself." Zhu Xing rolled her eyes and turned her body aside, crossing her arms. Ye Chen instantly understood and hugged her from behind. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhu Xing struggled, but Ye Chen rested his chin atop her head. "You are my wife. What's wrong with me being affectionate? Surely, you can't expect me to abstain." His tone was a mix of pity, pleading, and a hint of mischief. "Ye Chen, You truly are a pervert. Zhu Xing gritted her teeth, wishing to scold him. Being affectionate towards my wife isn't perversion. It's love. Don't you understand, dear? Ye Chen shook his head, relishing his own words. Zhu Xing could no longer tolerate the smug expression on Ye Chen's face and stomped down on his foot with determination. Wife, how did I not notice before that you possess such a violent side? Ye Chen hopped on one foot, bouncing around. Blame your blindness. Now, bear it. Zhu Xing huffed, shifting her body away. After a moment, Ye Chen leaned closer again. Wife, I swear, once we buy a house, I will absolutely refrain from being handsy. Zhu Xing shot him a glance, smirking. What if you do touch me? For every time I do, I will transfer you 5 million. Ye Chen projet confidently. Get lost. With that much money, wouldn't you be able to touch me every day? Zhu Xing scoffed, delivering a punch to Ye Chen. Ye Chen's mind was filled with mischievous thoughts. Attempting to bribe her with money. Absolutely not. That is out of the question. I am not someone easily swayed by material wealth. All right, how about this? If I touch you once, I will be punished to not see you for an entire day. No way. Zhu Xing's face flushed, shooting Ye Chen a glare. If you're not by my side, I would be bored. Let's change it. Ye Chen paused, a smile emerging on his face. Wife, you really do care for me. Then how about this? If I touch you once, you must fulfill 3 of my requests. No matter what they are. As long as I can manage it, I will see it through. Zhu Xing contemplated for a moment and then nodded lightly. All right, if you touch me once, you must meet 3 of my demands. When shall we go house hunting? Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. His wife was so naive. She had forgotten his motto. Forget the roots. Once they purchased a new home, he could simply toss Zhu Xing inside and lock her away, allowing her to be his cherished canary for life, content to remain within those walls. Soon, every night would be filled with joy, leaving no room for her to escape. A blissful future lay ahead. Not today, perhaps in a few days. All right, dear, I will scout the area to find the best properties. Okay. Zhu Xing nodded slightly. When the car arrived, they took their seats in the back. Ye Chen smacked his forehead. So, caught up thinking about the house, I forgot about the car. Wife, what kind of car do you like? Ye Chen leaned in reading softly. Does it really matter? A car is just 4 wheels that run. Any will do. Zhu Xing replied, showing little interest in vehicles. After all, she rarely went out. Even for daily outings, taking a taxi was more than sufficient. So I can buy whatever I want? Well, it should at least look good and be sturdy. Zhu Xing mused, despite her lack of interest in cars. If she were to own one, it should be visually appealing and durable. She certainly did not want a scenario where an accident led her to another world. Where shall we go take a look? In a few days, when we have time, Zhu Xing replied nonchalantly, fiddling with her phone before setting it aside out of boredom. Her eyelids grew heavier as she reflected on the day's events. They had gone on a date, experienced many things, indulged in delicious food, donned lovely outfits, watched a movie, and played with a puppy. So many activities typical of couples. She had even accepted Ye Chen's confession and shared a kiss with him. It dawned on her how much had transpired in just one day. Exhausted, she longed for sleep. Her eyelids finally closed, and she leaned against Ye Chen's shoulder. Ye Chen gently stroked Zhu Xing's hair, smiling softly, allowing the car to remain quiet as the colorful lights flashed outside. If every day could be as splendid as today, that would be perfect. No, that was not quite right. Every day spent with his wife was the most splendid day of all. Ye Chen gazed at Zhu Xing with eyes as gentle as flowing water, quietly watching over her. The countless stars above paled in comparison to the tenderness within his heart. Chapter 50. What on earth is happening? Am I truly afflicted by a peculiar ailment? Darling, wake up, we have arrived. Ye Chen Genti Topit Zuing, who slowly opened her eyes. Ugh, I'm so sleepy, she murmured, languidly draped over Ye Chen and stretching her arms wide. In an instant, the beauty of spring emerged, prompting Ye Chen to hastily pull Zhu Xing out of the car. Chen, I'm so tired. Carry me back, she slurred, still in a daze. His own beloved wife, lost in a sleepy stupor once more. Ye Chen sighed, shaking his head. After all, who else but he could dote on her? Ah, but who could possibly spoil her? It is he who must indulge. Nonetheless, carrying her on his back was unwise. She was already in a hazy state. and he feared she might slip from his grasp and tumble down. The thought of her falling made his heart ache. "Stay still now." Ye Chen lifted Zhu Xing as if she were a delicate infant. Her head rested against his shoulder, and her arms encircled his neck. It was nearly 11 o'clock, with at least 3 or 4 boys lingering in the dormitory. They gawked at the sight of Ye Chen entering with a stunning beauty in his arms, their eyes wide with astonishment. Upon closer inspection, the unmistakable silver-white hair confirmed it was indeed Zhu Xing. "Wow. Isn't that the campus heartthrob Ye Chen with Zhu Xing?" they exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, they're quite the item, as the confession wall suggested. Rumors had long circulated about their early lights-out policy and the noise that ensued at night. One couldn't help but wonder if they indulged in clandestine snacks in the dormitory. A chorus of gasps erupted, causing Ye Chen to furrow his brow. What a scandalous display of gossip. Such blatant invasions of privacy are truly beneath one. It must be quite a struggle for his wife. He wondered how she endured all these years. Clearly, the timeline for purchasing a home needed to be expedited. Ideally, they would acquire a chic residence ready for immediate occupancy. "Darling, do wake up. We've arrived at the dormitory." Ye Chen gently placed Zhu Xing on a chair, but she swayed and collapsed onto it, her lips slightly parted, a glistening droplet of saliva at the corner of her mouth. Ye Chen was taken aback. Could she truly be this exhausted? She was so deeply asleep that no amount of prodding would rouse her. However, with his wife in slumber, he was free to engage in mischief. A sly smile crept across Ye Chen's face as he leaned closer to Zhu Xing. His hands rested on the armrests, their faces nearly touching. "Ah, my dear, your skin is in splendid condition, so fair and supple. Your face seems rounder than before, more radiant. You are so tranquil in your sleep. No noise, no disturbance, not even a snore. How well behaved you are." As he observed her closely, his heart stirred with increasing desire. The more he looked, the more he yearned to gaze upon her. The thought that such a beautiful, charming person was his wife filled him with profound satisfaction. Yet, alongside this joy, there seemed to be an insatiable void within him. No matter how much he gazed, kissed, or loved her, it never felt sufficient. His wife possessed an enchanting allure. Ye Chen's breathing grew heavier, his breaths brushing against Zhu Xing's face, causing her delicate lashes to flutter ever so slightly. He immediately held his breath, his heart racing. In moments of mischief, one dreaded being discovered by the very subject of his affection. A thrilling sense of guilt and excitement coursed through him. However, fear of being caught could not deter him from his playful intentions. He remained fully attentive to Zhu Xing's reactions, ready to flee at the slightest hint of awakening. Fortunately, she merely smacked her lips before settling back into her rhythmic breathing. A weight lifted from Ye Chen's heart, and he exhaled deeply. His wife had nearly given him a fright. He must exact a playful revenge. He gazed upon Zhu Xing's rosy cheeks, unable to suppress his grin. "I am so tempted. I want to touch, to kiss, to pinch. What should I do?" Perhaps a gentle touch would reveal her texture. Ye Chen cautiously extended his hand, finally grazing her cheek. "Ah, so smooth, so tender." Oh, merely pressing down slightly causes it to flush. His wife's skin was extraordinarily delicate. This was both a blessing and a curse. The blessing being her breathtaking beauty and the exquisite feel of her skin. The curse was that it complicated his playful endeavors. A mere pinch or kiss could lead to a rosy swell. Oh, what a dilemma. A love-hate relationship. Just a gentle pinch to see what it feels like. It's slippery, almost too soft to grasp. Ye Chen continued his explorations, always halting just before she might awaken. It seemed he had contracted a strange affliction. His lips were irresistibly drawn to Zhu Xing's face. Alas, he could not be blamed. Who could resist such an adorable sight, especially when it belonged to his beloved wife? He pressed a kiss to her cheek, and seeing no sign of her awakening, he continued this tender assault, leaving traces of his affection across her face. The unique scent of milk wafted up to him, and as his lips met her skin, he reveled in the delightful sensation. Ye Chen's inner turmoil reached a peak. Kissing for too long would surely leave marks on Zhu Xing's face. Yet, the thought of relinquishing her was equally disheartening. Amidst his indecision, he noticed the slight swelling on her cheek from his affectionate attentions. When he regained his senses, Zhu Xing's face bore a peculiar blush, slightly swollen. Ye Chen's ears tinged pink, and he cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Just one more kiss, the last one, and then I shall stop. Old habits die hard. Ye Chen reassured himself internally as his gaze fixated on her luscious lips. He leaned closer, gradually lowering himself, but merely brushed his lips against hers before hastily retreating. Zhu Xing seemed to stir. Ye Chen quickly moved aside, pretending to engage with his phone nonchalantly. Zhu Xing slowly opened her eyes, only to be momentarily blinded by the bright light. She raised a delicate hand to shield her face. Chen, what time is it? Her brows relaxed, her gaze dazed and languorous. It is nearly midnight, Ye Chen replied, suppressing his excitement and anxiety. Oh, I shall take a shower, Zhu Xing said, stretching and letting her hair down. Her silken strands cascaded to her waist, and as she tilted her head, the silver waves undulated gracefully. After preparing her sleepwear and towel, she headed to the bathroom. Ye Chen's heart raced, anxiety mounting. Surely, she wouldn't suspect anything? It was unlikely. He had been so restrained. Zhu Xing stood before the bathroom mirror, disbelief washing over her as she touched her face. What on earth? Why is it swollen again? Could it be an allergic reaction from petting the puppy? She turned to exit the bathroom, casting a wary glance at Ye Chen. Ye Chen maintained a calm demeanor, locking eyes with her as she approached. What is it, darling? Nothing, she replied, her suspicion deepening, though it did not seem to stem from Ye Chen's actions. Could she have contracted an odd ailment? Each time she awoke, her face inexplicably appeared swollen. Chapter 51. A wife who cannot be endearingly affectionate is not a good wife. Has he contracted some peculiar ailment? Each time he awakens, his visage inexplicably appears swollen. It is indeed strange. Could it be due to seasonal changes affecting his skin? Various scenarios flitted through Zhu Xing's mind. Yet he never once considered that Ye Chen might be behind all. After all, Ye Chen maintained a serene demeanor, as if nothing amiss had transpired. I should apply some ointment later, he mused, shaking his head as Zhu Xing gradually peeled off his garments, skipping over the bathing segment. As I trust no one is particularly fond of such filler content, haha. Chen, could you help me dry my hair? Ye Chen looked up as Zhu Xing emerged from the steam, his silvery hair cascading like a waterfall upon his shoulders. His skin, as pale as snow, bore a subtle rosy hue. Water droplets dripped from his chin, scattering refracted light in the air. Zhu Xing quietly dried his hair, observing Ye Chen's unwavering gaze upon him, a gentle smile blossoming at the corners of his lips. Stop staring and come help me dry my hair. I need to prepare for bed. Ye Chen, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to reality only when Zhu Xing urged him again. I'm on my way. Filled with pride, Ye Chen thought to himself, such a stunning individual is my wife. Truly, this is a fortune I have cultivated over 8 lifetimes. After washing his hands, he took the hairdryer in hand. Dear wife, please sit still. All right, Zhu Xing replied obediently, embodying the essence of a delicate porcelain doll. Before long, the fragrance of shampoo enveloped the small room, and Ye Chen inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over him. His fingers glided through the silken strands of Zhu Xing's hair, which felt as smooth as the finest silk. Ye Chen's heart nearly melted, so much so that he forgot he was still holding the hairdryer. Ouch! You silly Chen, you've burned me, Zhu Xing exclaimed, covering his head and chastising him. Oh dear, my apologies, wife, Ye Chen responded sheepishly. You fool, I forgive you, Zhu Xing huffed, settling back down, awaiting Ye Chen's ministrations. My wife truly possesses an abundance of hair. It took a full 15 minutes to dry completely, Ye Chen remarked in awe. All right, my dear, you may now retire for the night, he said gently, ruffling Zhu Xing's fluffy hair as she squinted her eyes, her lips pursed. After savoring the moment, Zhu Xing spoke up. Where's your water cup? I could use a drink. I'm feeling a bit parched. Wait, why haven't you bought a cup yet? Ye Chen exclaimed, smacking his forehead, his voice trembling slightly. Huh, forgetting is unacceptable. Hurry and fetch it, Zhu Xing replied, spreading her palms as she meticulously trimmed her nails, occasionally blowing on them. Wife, your memory truly is poor, Ye Chen teased. Do you wish to be punished? Zhu Xing threatened, her bright eyes widening. I am thoroughly cowed by your authority. Ye Chen surrendered, handing over his water cup. That's more like it, Zhu Xing sang. The sound of her drinking resonated in the air. A few drops trickled down the corner of her mouth, trailing along her neck. Zhu Xing wiped her mouth unceremoniously and returned the cup to Ye Chen. Did you know you just received an indirect kiss? Ye Chen's heart raced at the thought, but he quickly chided himself for speaking out. Why did he need to say anything? Was it not sufficient to let his wife drink from his cup? Ridiculous. They'd already kissed. Why should he care about this? Zhu Xing shot him a glance, her cheeks flushed. Once everything was tidied up, Zhu Xing beckoned Ye Chen again. Hey, Chen, come closer. What is it? Ye Chen asked, slightly taken aback. Did she discover that he had stolen a kiss? It's for a reward. He felt an urge to avoid punishment. Come here without all the chatter, Zhu Xing commanded, her expression stern. This is bad. Is it really punishment coming? Ye Chen thought, his heart sinking as he complied and approached her. He half squatted, closing his eyes, bracing himself for what he anticipated would be a slap. But suddenly, an idea struck him. No, I can't just accept punishment without a word. Perhaps Zhu Xing has misunderstood. Resolute, he stood up, prepared to explain, but before he could utter a word, delicate hands cupped his face, and he felt a soft, moist sensation. By the time he registered what was happening, Zhu Xing had already climbed into bed, snuggling beneath the covers. Ye Chen was momentarily dazed, his words forgotten. After a brief pause, he reached out to touch the warm skin. What was happening? It was not a slap, but a kiss? Had his wife lost her senses? Why did you kiss me? You silly Chen. I mentioned earlier that if you made me happy, I would give you a reward. Zhu Xing's shy voice emerged from under the covers after a moment. Only then did Ye Chen remember her words, and a smile slowly crept onto his face. Zhu Xing had long prepared for this moment. Recalling the conversation they had while he dried her hair. Having Chen dry my hair is so pleasant. Perhaps he deserved a reward? Filled with hesitation, she ultimately decided to grant him a reward, especially since it marked the first day they were together. Yet, when it came time to summon Ye Chen, she found herself conflicted. Should I really kiss him? Perhaps there is another way. No. Zhu Xing shook her head, her resolve solidifying. A promise is a promise. She would not waver. A kiss wouldn't cost her anything. However, upon seeing Ye Chen's bewildered expression, her lips twitched. Does he think I'm going to hit him? His internal monologue is far too dramatic. He's not that kind of person. Why would she hit him when he had just been so tender? But as she leaned closer to Ye Chen's face, he suddenly sat up. Wait, don't move. I can't reach. Zhu Xing panicked, quickly cupping Ye Chen's head and planting a hasty kiss on his cheek before darting back to her side of the bed. You silly Chen. Why do you keep moving? I almost missed. Oh, I still lack the courage. I took too long. Zhu Xing lamented internally, her head buzzing with embarrassment. What a scare. It was just a kiss, not a slap. Ye Chen thought, still shaken from moments ago when he had anticipated a reprimand. In the end, it turned out to be a kiss. Clearly, his wife was quite shy, having deliberated so long over the decision. Wife, you are truly wonderful. Of course I am. Continue to behave well, and there will be more rewards. Zhu Xing responded, poking her fluffy head out from beneath the covers. Ye Chen swallowed hard. Wife, may I express my fondness for you? Get lost, you fool. Zhu Xing retorted, her face flushed as she retreated back under the covers. Ye Chen chuckled, feeling utterly charmed. Chapter 52. Do not be angry. Chen is just here to sleep. Ye Chen chuckled, his heart melting at the sight of his utterly adorable wife. She had just mentioned that good behavior would be rewarded in the future. Alas, he lamented the inability to increase her affection. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly maximize her adoration and reap the rewards until his hands grew weary. In simple terms, love my wife a little more, and she will grant rewards. Ye Chen mused to himself. Pampering his beloved was his expertise. After taking a shower, Ye Chen turned off the lights and climbed into bed. Wife, are you asleep? He tossed and turned, unable to find slumber, and decided to inquire if Zhu Xing was awake. Not yet. What is up? Zhu Xing replied from the car, having napped briefly in the dormitory, now feeling less fatigued. I'm a bit insomniac. I want to sleep with you. Get lost. Zhu Xing covered her face, exasperated by Ye Chen's audacity. Despite having taken advantage of him earlier that day, he still sought to gain more from her. Wife, I really can't sleep. Please help me out, will you? Ye Chen implored, his eyes brimming with earnestness. Why would you want to sleep with me if you can't fall asleep? Sleeping with me will help you sleep? Zhu Xing retorted, her lips twitching as Ye Chen attempted to exploit the situation anew. Ye Chen remained silent, and Zhu Xing misinterpreted his quietness as embarrassment for her words. With a huff, she turned away, facing the wall. However, just as she began to drift into slumber, she suddenly heard rustling sounds beside the bed. Turning her head, she found Ye Chen had climbed on her bed. What are you doing? Zhu Xing shrieked, instinctively attempting to kick him off. Shoo, darling, don't make a fuss. I'm just here to sleep, Ye Chen said nonchalantly, grasping her leg and reclining onto the bed. The mattress was infused with Zhu Xing's essence, and Ye Chen inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the scent. Chen, you're really quite perverted, Zhu Xing remarked, observing Ye Chen's deep breaths. To my wife, any level of obsession can only be termed as affection. Do you understand, my dear? Ye Chen reiterated that timeless wisdom. How shameless. Do not be angry, my love. I truly have come merely to sleep. Ye Chen quickly defended himself upon sensing Zhu Xing's impending fury. Zhu Xing fell silent. Trust me, dear. I genuinely cannot sleep and will not make any advances toward you. Ye Chen continued to plead his case. Zhu Xing, at a loss for words, turned away from Ye Chen, facing the wall in preparation for sleep. My wife has consented. Ye Chen rejoiced inwardly and pressed closer to Zhu Xing. If we are to sleep, do not crowd me, Zhu Xing exclaimed, finding herself pushed against the wall, only to notice that a considerable space remained on Ye Chen's side. Oh, all right. Ye Chen touched his nose and shifted slightly, feeling somewhat awkward. Enveloped in Zhu Xing's warmth, Ye Chen's eyelids grew heavier until they finally closed. Listening to the steady rhythm of her breathing, Zhu Xing sighed. What is this? He could easily fall asleep, but is playing tricks to share the bed with me. A gentle sweetness blossomed within her heart as she settled into a comfortable position, ready to drift off. Just as she felt drowsy, an arm encircled her chest, and a leg pressed firmly against her own. Ye Chen clung to her tightly. Despite her struggles, Zhu Xing found herself ensnared, unable to free herself from his embrace. Chen, wake up, she whispered, but her calls elicited no response. Exasperated, she resigned herself. Let the world come to an end. Leaning into Ye Chen's embrace, she sought a position of utmost comfort. Tomorrow, you shall face the consequences. Dead Chen, Zhu Xing silently vowed, eventually closing her eyes. Before long, the soothing sound of steady breathing filled the air. Under the luminous night, the two companions surrendered to sleep. Chapter 53. Tears soaked the pork-knuckle rice. Vowing to earn 1 million under the luminous night sky, the two companions drifted into slumber. In a haze of dreams, Zhu Xing felt an irresistible pull on his consciousness. Gradually, he opened his eyes, only to be confronted by the haunting shadows of a past he wished to forget. Xiao Xing, the money in your account is for your surgery. The password is your birthday, his grandmother had added just before her departure. His grandfather, suffering from lung cancer and confined to a hospital bed, required her care, and she had to return to him. Zhu Xing nodded gently, tears welling in his eyes. As the door closed, his grandmother left, and he sank into the bed, burdened by a heavy heart. It's all my fault, all my fault, all my fault. The torrent of questions surged within him. Why does one have to suffer from such a strange illness? Why must treatment cost so much? Why? So exhausted, so exhausted. In the dim room, he was left alone. His heart ached, and his body curled into a tight ball. With a gentle blink, tears streamed down his cheeks. Zhu Xing breathed softly, yet his breaths grew increasingly labored. The tears soaked his pillow, and he fell into a deep sleep. Upon awakening, it was already the next morning. Zhu Xing felt refreshed, but sensed he had forgotten something. Rising from the bed, he noticed the emptiness surrounding him. It dawned on him that he was alone. A bitter smile crossed his face, but no tears emerged. I must withdraw the money from my bank card. Zhu Xing tidied his appearance, took his ID and household registration book, and headed to the bank. At the bank, excuse me, young lady, no young man. You are under 18 and cannot withdraw money, the bank clerk remarked, surprised to discover Zhu Xing was a boy. Zhu Xing was not even 16, classifying him as a minor with limited legal capacity. You need a guardian to accompany you for the withdrawal. Where are your parents? They're both gone, Zhu Xing replied flatly, his heart unperturbed. The bank clerk fell silent, then asked, do you have any other guardian, perhaps an older sibling? No, Zhu Xing hesitated before adding, I have an aunt. Very well. Have your aunt accompany you to withdraw the funds. The clerk sighed with relief. The clerk felt conflicted. The surveillance cameras loomed overhead, and legally, he could not assist Zhu Xing in withdrawing the money. However, the pangs of conscience gnawed at him. Luckily, Zhu Xing had an aunt who could accompany him. Otherwise, the decision to allow or deny the withdrawal was beyond the purview of a mere bank employee. After some effort, he finally managed to withdraw the funds. 170, 543. The cold phone pressed against his chest, and his heart raced. Zhu Xing transferred 80,000 to his aunt, instructing her to care for his grandparents, and another 80,000 to his grandmother, as his grandfather was hospitalized and urgently needed funds. He was left with just over 10,000, enough to survive until he could earn more. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Xing noticed his waist-length silver hair. He gently tugged at a strand, his fingertips caressing it, and his resolve began to solidify. Boss, do you buy hair? We don't usually, but the boss's eyes widened at the sight of Zhu Xing's remarkable long hair, and his initial refusal transformed into interest. How much can you offer? Zhu Xing asked, sitting down as the boss circled around him, admiring his hair. 500. The boss pondered before stating a price. Goodbye. Zhu Xing stood to leave. After all this time, his hair was worth only 500? What a joke. Wait. 500, how about that? The boss called out, blocking Zhu Xing's exit. Zhu Xing hesitated. 500 was not a small sum. Come on, young lady, 500 is already a high offer. Ordinary hair usually goes for just over 1,000. My price is quite generous, the boss urged, observing Zhu Xing's expression. Feeling touched, Zhu Xing finally conceded, 500, but you mustn't cut too much and not at the roots. All right, you indicate where, and I shall cut, the boss said, gesturing for Zhu Xing to take a seat. After a thorough trimming, Zhu Xing nodded in satisfaction. The boss held the long locks, which cascaded like a waterfall, shimmering with a silky sheen. Zhu Xing's waist-length hair was gone, replaced with a boyish cut. The sum of 700 was exchanged. Goodbye. Zhu Xing turned to leave the salon. The boss displayed the long hair prominently in the shop. Days later, a finely dressed noblewoman entered. Boss, how much for this hair? Under the warm light, the pure white locks glimmered. One price, 10,000. Deal. Zhu Xing, taking his measurements, purchased 2 sets of men's clothing. The garments hung loosely on him, ill-fitting and requiring him to cinch them tightly. Standing before the mirror, his small, frail frame appeared alarmingly thin. The men's attire, forcibly tightened by a belt, looked quite bizarre. His beautiful amber eyes, dimmed, reflected a delicate feminine face framed by a boy's hairstyle. Zhu Xing touched his face, a single tear escaping. Actually, I do have some boyish features, he mused, a smile gracing his lips, though tears welled at the corners of his eyes. Deceiving myself, I suppose. Aside from the short hair and men's attire, there is not a trace of masculine traits. Mother, do you see? As long as I cut my hair short and wear men's clothing, I can pass as a boy. You needn't try so hard, Zhu Xing whispered, his unexpressed sorrow remaining a solitary burden. Chapter 54. Zhu Xiaoxing, starting as a boy, Mom, do you see? As long as I cut my hair short and wear boys' clothes. I'm a boy now. You don't need to try so hard, Zhu Xing murmured, yet the bitterness in his heart remained unspoken. Zhu Xing harbored deep resentment toward himself for not being a genuine boy. His mother tirelessly worked to gather funds for the treatment of his peculiar ailment. Had it not been for this affliction, she would not have endured such hardships, and the likelihood of a cerebral hemorrhage would have significantly diminished. He blamed himself. Even if he were to be a true girl, it would be better than being an ambiguous figure that neither belonged to one gender nor the other. The scrutinizing gazes of others felt piercingly bright, and even when it stemmed from goodwill, he always regarded them with a wary eye. It was exhausting. He longed to escape this existence, to present himself as a boy to the world. His mother had meticulously prepared for high school, ensuring that all the information was tailored for girls. However, somehow, the news of Zhu Xing being a boy spread throughout the class and even the entire school, reminiscent of that rude boy from middle school. Ultimately, paper cannot contain fire. The fact that Zhu Xing was a boy was undeniable and would eventually come to light. He no longer cared about identifying the source of the leak. At this moment, he felt utterly fatigued, lost, and isolated. Should he comply with his mother's wishes and become a true boy, or should he go so far as to undergo surgery to eliminate his ability to conceive, thus becoming a girl devoid of that potential? Or should he simply remain as he is, an ambiguous entity? He felt disoriented, as if standing at a crossroads in life, with no guiding light ahead. Suddenly, he recalled his mother's words, "Xiao Xing, you will be happy." But would becoming a genuine boy truly bring him happiness? He did not know. What he was certain of was that transforming into a real boy would bring a smile to his mother's face. Yet now, she had passed away. Did he still want to become a true boy? Was that the outcome he desired? Becoming a true boy seemed to fulfill his mother's legacy. However, if he were to transform into a real boy, would he still be himself? Would he still be Zhu Xing? Perhaps he would merely become a vessel carrying his mother's wishes, devoid of inherent meaning, serving only to soothe his wounded heart, leaving the question of true happiness unaddressed. He did not wish to become a genuine boy, but could he become a true girl? That was even less feasible. Medical technology had not yet advanced to that level. In fact, it had not progressed to enable him to truly become a girl. Moreover, the unknown path was fraught with fear. Zhu Xing had no desire to become an authentic girl. Even if he did, would it guarantee the happiness he sought? It seemed that maintaining his current ambiguous state was the only feasible option. Staying in this form was the easiest choice. It required no financial expenditure for transformation, and he had navigated this existence for over a decade, becoming quite adept at it. However, this ambiguous identity would invite much gossip and speculation. Zhu Xing was uncertain whether he could bear such scrutiny. Furthermore, could he attain happiness in this indistinct form? He was unsure, deeply conflicted. Yet, one thing was certain. This state required no further financial investment. Zhu Xing yearned to discover the happiness he desired. He resolved to begin by embracing his identity as a boy. However, he lacked sufficient funds for surgery to become a true boy. He trimmed his long hair and donned ill-fitting boy's clothing. He would start by transforming into a boy, hoping to see if he could find the happiness he sought. Zhu Xing slowly wiped away his tears, his gaze growing resolute. He was determined to go to school. Chapter 55. You fool, why are you so kind to me? I'm just a boy. Zhu Xing slowly wiped away his tears, his gaze gradually firming. He was determined to go to school, embracing his identity as a boy. In the early morning, Zhu Xing tidied his attire, revealing a girl in a boys' school uniform with silvery short hair in the mirror. Zhu Xing forced a bitter smile. No matter how much he deceived himself, the fact remained that he appeared as a girl. With no funds for surgery, he had to make do. At Yangcheng High School, whispers circulated. Isn't that Zhu Xing? Why has he cut his hair? And why is he wearing a boy's uniform? Haven't you heard? Zhu Xing is a boy. He just always dressed in girls' clothes. What? Are you sure Zhu Xing is a boy? That's ridiculous. If he's a boy, then there are no girls left in the world. Come on. Haven't you noticed that Zhu Xing never uses the girls' restroom? He doesn't even go to the boys' restroom. Rumor has it he avoids using the bathroom altogether. The astonishment was palpable. Zhu Xing returned to his seat, his spirit dimmed, and the classroom erupted in chatter. He surveyed the room, witnessing clusters of students gossiping about his appearance. Then, a boy approached him and inquired, Zhu Xing, have you lost your mind? Why do you have that hairstyle? Didn't you look in the mirror this morning? Laughter filled the room until a girl stepped forward, exclaiming, What are you all laughing about? What does it matter how Zhu Xing styles himself? Many rolled their eyes, but fell silent. Zhu Xing gazed at the girl, who was his close friend, Su Ling. She sat beside him, her eyes filled with compassion. Xiao Xing, why did you cut your hair and wear a boy's uniform? Zhu Xing replied nonchalantly, It's nothing. I am a boy. Why shouldn't I wear a boy's uniform and have a boy's haircut? The classroom erupted once more. Although rumors about Zhu Xing being a boy had circulated, Hearing it directly from him shocked everyone. Many rushed out of the classroom to spread the news, captivated by the striking contrast of Zhu Xing's previous feminine appearance. Su Ling's mouth fell open in shock, speechless. Yet, a glimmer of delight and jealousy flickered in her eyes. Once she regained composure, she said, "Xiao Xing, your uniform doesn't fit well. Let me help you." Without waiting for response, she reached out, and before Zhu Xing could react, she tugged at his uniform. A significant expanse of fair skin was revealed, covered only by a girl's small tank top, subtly hinting at the contours beneath. "Oh my goddess, my god is exposed." The boys stared, their gazes fixated on Zhu Xing's delicate skin, some even fixating on the contours of his chest, eager to glimpse what lay beneath. Zhu Xing's face flushed crimson, flustered as he attempted to adjust his uniform. But the more he panicked, the less he could manage to wear it properly. The ill-fitting clothing only exposed more skin. The boys reacted with astonished gasps, their expressions laden with innuendo. "Xiao Xing, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to help you with your clothes." Su Ling apologized profusely, yet made no effort to assist Zhu Xing or shield him from the boys' stares. "Look, Zhu Xing is wearing a girl's tank top," one boy exclaimed. "I can see he has some curves." Another chimed in, gesturing dramatically. The classroom descended into chaos until Ye Chen entered. He immediately noticed Zhu Xing's flushed face, tears in his eyes, his disheveled attire, while the boys continued to jeer. Ye Chen zeroed in on one boy who was instigating the ruckus and delivered a punch that sent him sprawling, dazed on the floor. "Who the hell is making a racket? Stand up and face me." Ye Chen's voice resonated with fury. The room fell silent, intimidated by his display of strength. "Who was just causing trouble? Step forward." Ye Chen scanned the room, and those under his gaze quickly averted their eyes. With a huff, he rushed to Zhu Xing, removing his shirt and draping it over Zhu Xing's shoulders. "Come with me." Ye Chen grasped Zhu Xing's hand, leading him out of the classroom as the students buzzed with excitement, some rushing to inform the teacher, others attending to the injured boy, while many murmured about Ye Chen's bravery and Zhu Xing's exposed form. Amidst the chaos, Su Ling stood in the center, muttering, "I don't believe Ye Chen can protect you after school." She pulled out her phone, typing furiously. "Zhu Xing, are you foolish?" Ye Chen halted on the playground, his expression stern, anger simmering beneath the surface. Zhu Xing, out of breath and bent over, finally lifted his head. "What's wrong? What's wrong? How can you wear a boy's uniform? Don't you know it doesn't fit?" Ye Chen's frustration was palpable as he glared at Zhu Xing, who seemed indifferent. "I am a boy. Why shouldn't I wear a boy's uniform and have a boy's haircut?" Zhu Xing replied calmly. "Ye Chen stegirit, momentarily secretion." He felt exasperated, his expression a mixture of frustration and resignation. With a heavy sigh, he declared, "I can't deal with you. Just do as you please. I'm leaving." With that, Ye Chen swept away like a gust of wind. Zhu Xing remained rooted in place, clutching Ye Chen's jacket tightly. "Hey, Ye Chen, your jacket is still with me. Keep it, don't let it get lost." Without looking back, Ye Chen continued on his way. "Foolish Ye Chen, why are you so kind to me?" Zhu Xing crouched down, inhaling deeply, enveloped by the comforting scent of sunlight that belonged to Ye Chen. Chapter 56. You should say, "My dear wife, that every facet of you is my favorite." As the dream dissipates, Zhu Xing gradually awakens. The morning sunlight is somewhat blinding, and she gently shields her eyes with her delicate hand. Memories from the past manifest as fleeting images in her mind, finally settling on the silhouette of Ye Chen. Zhu Xing shifts her position to face the still sleeping Ye Chen. Perhaps sensing her movement, Ye Chen, in a half-dreamy state, pulls Zhu Xing closer, wrapping his arms around her and resting his chin atop her head. Zhu Xing's head lightly rests against Ye Chen's chest, where she can hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her emotions swirling in a complex dance. After a moment of silence, Zhu Xing softly inquires, "Ye Chen, why are you so good to me?" The questions that had long lingered in her heart slowly surface at this moment. "Because I like you." The drowsy voice whispers in her ear, unraveling the doubts that had clouded her mind. A wave of warmth envelopes her, and Zhu Xing sits up, realizing, "So, you like me even back in high school." A bittersweet ache fills her heart, accompanied by a profound sense of gratitude. If Ye Chen hadn't harbored feelings for her, if he hadn't resolutely chosen to come here with her, if he hadn't mustered the courage to confess his love, they could have never truly been together. And she would have forever been deprived of her own happiness. Chen, I like you too. Zhu Xing wrinkles her nose, tenderly cradling Ye Chen's head before planting a gentle kiss on his forehead. Whenever others ridiculed her, whenever she faced harassment or bullying, it was Ye Chen who stood up for her, shielding and caring for her. In the past, his every word and action were a source of comfort. Now, he tends to her daily needs, infusing her life with warmth. How could her heart, not made of stone, remain unaffected? Ye Chen's affection for Zhu Xing envelopes her with a unique love, slowly mending her once fractured heart. Her heart beats for Ye Chen, noticing the movement beside him. Ye Chen's eyelashes flutter. Upon opening his eyes, he is met with Zhu Xing's gentle and sweet visage. They share a silent gaze before Ye Chen wraps his arms around her, pulling her closer. Wife, I think I heard you say you like me in my dreams. He caresses her head with the utmost tenderness. Really? Zhu Xing burrows her head into Ye Chen's chest, softly murmuring. Could you say it again? Of course. Zhu Xing pauses, then sweetly declares, Chen, I like you. Ye Chen's heart skips a beat, and it feels as though it has melted. The embrace tightens, and with a tremor in his voice, he replies, Wife, I like you too. The two remain nestled together, savoring this moment of warmth. Wife, do you know, I adore how you lean on me like a little bird. Ye Chen suddenly speaks up. Do you not like it at other times? Zhu Xing's expression turns dangerous. Her tone, laced with frost. Can I take that back? No, wait. I mean, I love this little bird-like demeanor of yours, but I also cherish all your other forms. Zhu Xing is speechless. Is Ye Chen still groggy from sleep? Before he can further explain, her delicate finger finds his lips, silencing him. Hush now, you should say, wife. I love every version of you. Zhu Xing imitates Ye Chen's tone, playfully delivering the line. Chapter 57. The Defeated Little Star, captured by Chen. Be quiet, you should say, wife. I adore every aspect of you. Zhu Xing imitated Ye Chen's tone, uttering this phrase. What to do when one has a wife skilled in flirtation? Ye Chen expressed his complete submission. He swallowed hard, embracing Zhu Xing. Wife, must we begin the playful banter so early in the morning? Do not forget, you are currently in my grasp. Ye Chen leaned in close to Zhu Xing's ear, his voice low and teasing. He jested, for he was the husband. How could he be turned against by his wife? Teased? He might as well take command. Zhu Xing's expression shifted dramatically. Just a moment ago, she wished to share a tender moment with Chen, yet here she was ensnared. Dear wife, I previously mentioned that I would have a strong reaction in the morning. Ye Chen sighed in exasperation. He did not desire this predicament. His wife was not behaving, and Chen was delivering a stern lesson. Zhu Xing's lips twitched as she extended her arms, attempting to push Ye Chen away, yet she found herself powerless. Was this truly Chen's prowess? It was utterly absurd. Surely, she would perish. Chen, let us speak amicably. No need to get handsy. Zhu Xing covered her face, steam rising from her head. Then, Ye Chen commenced a vigorous lesson for Zhu Xing. Have you surrendered yet? Ye Chen launched an intense assault. Not at all. Zhu Xing braced herself, successfully fending off much of Ye Chen's onslaught, though she suffered minor injuries. Well then, have you submitted yet? Seizing the moment, Ye Chen targeted Zhu Xing's defensive gap, unleashing a formidable attack. Her defenses crumbled, and he grasped her in his hands. Still not yielding, Zhu Xing remained steadfast, refusing to succumb to Ye Chen's overwhelming presence. Impressive perseverance, dear wife. Have you capitulated yet? Ye Chen's gestures shifted as he began to tickle Zhu Xing at her sides, rendering her unable to resist as her stamina waned. Understanding she could no longer allow herself to be toyed with, Zhu Xing secretly gathered her strength. When Ye Chen momentarily paused, she launched her fiercest counterattack. NND, I shall fight you to the end. Zhu Xing pushed upward with both hands, shoving Ye Chen's arm aside, but he swiftly seized her attack's aftermath, pinning her hands with astonishing speed, effectively locking her in place. Well then, dear wife, what was it you just said? You wish to challenge me? Ye Ye Chen's expression was one of amusement. Chen, I was mistaken. Let's discuss this. No more tickling. Zhu Xing's defenses crumbled entirely, leaving her exposed. Tears welled in Zhu Xing's eyes. Who could comprehend his plight? All he desired was a tender moment with Chen in the early morning. Yet he found himself defeated. Last resort. The Zhu-style combination technique. Adorable pity. Please, Chen, do not lay a hand on me anymore, Wu. Zhu Xing blinked, his eyes as clear as water. Devoid of any ulterior motives, his pitiful expression struck at Ye Chen's heart. Ye Chen was entranced, feeling warmth surge up his nostrils. Oh no, I might bleed. He dashed towards the restroom, narrowly avoiding disaster, ensuring no drops landed on Zhu Xing's bed. Zhu Xing sat up, feeling soft and languid, yet his expression radiated triumph. Even his little tuft of hair bobbing with delight. Yay! The Zhu-style combination technique is invincible. Alas, the unfortunate Zhu Xiaoxing found himself nearly depleted, managing only to regain a semblance of victory through his final act of cuteness. The defeated heroine was thoroughly captured by Chen. Chapter 58. The innocently adorable yet naive university student Zhu Xing, my beloved wife, is simply too charming, and Ye Chen is deeply infatuated. The combined prowess of the Zhu family techniques inflicted a substantial blow, causing Ye Chen to lose a fraction of his health points. Ouch! The pain is unbearable. As Ye Chen wiped away the blood from his nose, Zhu Xing also got out of bed. Darling, we have physical education class today. You must change into casual attire. Ye Chen glanced at the timetable and called out to Zhu Xing, huh? What? Zhu Xing was momentarily taken aback, then moved closer to Ye Chen to examine the schedule together. Didn't we just finish selecting our classes last week? Why are they starting so soon? Upon checking the timetable, Zhu Xing realized that physical education class was scheduled for Monday mornings from 10:10 to 11:50, spanning a total of 16 weeks. Sweetheart, it was clearly stated when we chose our classes that this week would commence. Moreover, did you not notice that you haven't attended any classes during the first week? Ye Chen replied, Somehat ekasperatit. There were classes in the first week. Zhu Xing blinked, her innocent eyes revealing a student's ignorance. Clueless wife. I've been covering for you. Ye Chen sighed, bemused by how oblivious his wife could be. Darling, don't you check the group messages? What? We have a group? Zhu Xing's eyes widened in astonishment. Ye Chen face-palmed, feeling utterly perplexed. Who else is supposed to look after you, if not me? I genuinely question how you managed to get into this university. He gazed at the dazed Zhu Xing, shaking his head. Clueless Chen, I am quite intelligent, you know. Zhu Xing protested, puffing out her chest and patting it lightly, though she quickly shrank back beside Ye Chen. But no one told me I needed to join a group. Ye Chen slapped his forehead, grinning in disbelief. Darling, you really are quite dim-witted. Clueless Chen, you must not speak of me like that. Zhu Xing retorted, her tone tinged with agitation as she recognized her own folly in having wasted an entire week without attending a single class, oblivious to any irregularities. Moreover, why had no one informed her about joining the group? A hint of disappointment welled up within her. Why had no one paid attention to her? Clueless Chen, why didn't you tell me about the group? Zhu Xing exclaimed, her face flushed as she clung to Ye Chen's arm, desperate to prove her intelligence. My dear, I assumed that anyone of sound mind would know to form a group at the start of the semester. Ye Chen's words shattered Zhu Xing's pride. Ye Chen, you fool, I shall ignore you. Zhu Xing's face turned crimson, a blend of embarrassment and anger, yet she felt utterly helpless. After all, it was indeed her lack of awareness that left her in the dark about the need for a group. However, she was frustrated that Ye Chen hadn't mentioned it to her. If he didn't even acknowledge her existence, then who would? Turning away, Zhu Xing silently gathered her toiletries without sparing Ye Chen a glance. Why is my darling upset? Ye Chen was somewhat bewildered. Normally, wouldn't a group be formed after the semester began? He assumed his wife had already joined, hence his lack of attention to the matter. Furthermore, since Zhu Xing had been skipping classes, he thought she simply didn't want to attend, so he had taken the liberty of signing her in. It's not entirely his fault. One could only say that the thought processes of boys and girls indeed diverge. Zhu Xing rummaged through her clothes to find something suitable for physical education. Spotting Ye Chen still lingering in the room, she approached him directly. Hey, hurry up and get out. Huh? Why should I go out? Ye Chen, busy packing his belongings, paused at her command, finding the scene oddly familiar. Never mind, dear. I'll step out myself. Just let me know when you're dressed. Ye Chen quickly exited the room, sensing her rising irritation. Zhu Xing scoffed, the tension dissipating. Casual wear, what should she wear? Zhu Xing felt a headache coming on as she pondered her options. Her suitcase was filled with feminine attire, mostly skirts, leaving her with very few long pants, and nearly all of those were jeans. However, jeans were not suitable for physical education. Any vigorous movement would risk tearing them. What to do? Zhu Xing was once again distressed over her outfit choice. Feeling utterly defeated, she realized she didn't possess a single pair of casual long pants. Only jeans. With no other option, Zhu Xing reluctantly picked up a pair of jeans, biting her lip as she began to change. Today's outfit of the day, a white tank top as a base, layered with a white shirt, topped with a gray jacket. For the bottom, she wore a pair of triangle-shaped shorts, safety pants, a thin pair of silk autumn leggings, and finally, the jeans. On her feet, she slipped into a random pair of sneakers, simple enough. As for her hair, Zhu Xing shook her head, gazing at her flowing locks and feeling a twinge of indecision. She twirled a strand of hair around her finger, crafting a beautiful ponytail. Satisfied with her reflection in the mirror, she nodded approvingly. This should suffice for physical education. Come in, Zhu Xing called as she opened the door for Ye Chen. Upon seeing her ensemble, Ye Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Darling, that outfit is not suitable for physical education. It's clearly more appropriate for a shopping trip." Zhu Xing shot him a glare, choosing not to respond. It dawned on Ye Chen that she lacked any male attire. Chapter 59. Chen, would you care to reflect on the words you have spoken? Ye Chen, realizing the gravity of the situation, recalled the day he rummaged through Zhu Xing's suitcase, only to find not a single piece of male attire. Yet, Zhu Xing could not don men's clothing. Even the smallest size appeared oversized. If it were to be smaller than the smallest men's size, it could only be children's clothing. As for custom-made men's apparel, would he really ask the sales assistant, "Hey, my wife requires a tailored suit for men"? Goodness, not only would he feel utterly embarrassed, but could Zhu Xing withstand the gaze of onlookers? It was highly doubtful. After all, his wife was quite sensitive. Alas, he had foolishly ordered so many women's outfits for her, including casual trousers. How vexing. It was all the fault of that cramped little dormitory, which could scarcely accommodate his beloved wife's wardrobe. He needed to buy a house, a spacious abode where they could indulge in their romantic escapades. No, it should be a place to house his wife's beautiful garments. Purchasing a house was of utmost urgency. The weather in Yangcheng was unpredictable. With today's temperature at 28 C, Zhu Xing and Ye Chen strolled along a shaded path. Zhu Xing, in a sullen mood, kept her gaze fixed on her phone. Ye Chen held her hand, occasionally giving it a gentle squeeze, yet Zhu Xing remained unresponsive. Observing her demeanor, Ye Chen softly inquired, "My love, what's troubling you? Are you unhappy?" Zhu Xing let out a faint hum. "It's all right. A bit of exercise will surely lift your spirits," Ye Chen encouraged, mimicking a running posture. Zhu Xing glanced at him, then returned to her phone. "If only I had a physique like yours, I would certainly exercise every day." Ye Chen fell silent, continuing to hold Zhu Xing's hand as they ambled along. An overwhelming sense of guilt washed over him. Was it really due to a deficiency in male hormones that his wife's health was compromised? What was to be done? Should he administer hormones to her? However, he feared it might alter her appearance unfavorably. What to do? Perhaps they should begin with exercise. After all, physical activity could enhance her well-being to some extent. A rigorous training regimen was in order. He must ensure his wife's appetite flourished. In a month, he would have her gain 20 pounds. Ye Chen's resolve intensified. He had intended to purchase some fitness equipment yesterday, but had forgotten amidst their romantic play. Today, he would take action. He would first acquire items that wouldn't take up much space, like yoga mats and small dumbbells. A yoga mat, He could watch his wife in form-fitting attire. Then he could guide her on how to perform the exercises properly. How delightful. No. It wasn't merely a matter of indulgence. His wife's body and mind belonged solely to him. He, dear wife, await my guidance tomorrow. Ye Chen chuckled mischievously, while Zhu Xing looked at him, sensing an ominous future ahead. It was stiflingly hot, and she was disinclined to attend physical education class. No one was looking out for her. She and T even joined the university group. Even her husband seemed to be concocting mischief. Zhu Xing felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. At the basketball court, the teacher called out, "All right, let us form teams, 2 per group." "Hey, why are the girls still in this class? This class is all boys." The teacher, Mr. Su, approached Zhu Xing and asked, "Did you not manage to secure a spot in the girls' class?" "No worries. I can give you a pass to practice with them." A group of boys nearby erupted in laughter at Mr. Su's words. "Mr. Su, she is a boy, not a girl." Yes, teacher. He should definitely stay in this class." It was absurd. Having a strikingly handsome boy around, even if he was taken, was a delightful sight. "Are you mocking me? You say she is a boy?" Mr. Su exclaimed, his eyes wide as he pointed at Zhu Xing. The laughter grew louder. "Mr. Su, don't doubt it. Check your roster. His name is Zhu Xing. He's indeed a boy." The photos of Zhu Xing and Ye Chen had spread like wildfire, and everyone in the school was now aware of their existence. The allure of a strikingly handsome young man was simply irresistible, and Zhu Xing's intriguing identity only fueled curiosity. "Is that so? Let me take a look." Saying so, Mr. Su opened the roster to verify. Upon seeing the image of a petite figure under 160 centimeters, dressed in feminine attire with a long ponytail, he was astounded to discover that this enchanting girl was, in fact, a boy. Mr. Su found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to place Zhu Xing in the boys or girls team. Zhu Xing lowered his head, feeling increasingly vexed by the chatter around him. "Mr. Su, let Zhu Xing and I team up." Ye Chen stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Zhu Xing. Mr. Su raised an eyebrow at their display of affection and said, Students, while the school does not have a strict policy against relationships, we do not permit public displays of affection during physical education." "Who is displaying affection?" "It's just that my classmate is so stunning that I can't help but show it off." Ye Chen replied, winking mischievously. He playfully traced a finger along Zhu Xing's palm. "Ugh, how cheesy," Zhu Xing retorted, though she instinctively tightened her grip on Ye Chen's hand. Yet, in the next moment, Ye Chen let go. "What's wrong? Aren't you holding my hand anymore?" Zhu Xing asked, a twinge of disappointment creeping in. "Are you not going to warm up? You'll regret it during class," Ye Chen teased, lightly tapping Zhu Xing's head. Zhu Xing covered her head and protested. "Chun, don't tap my head. I still want to grow another centimeter." How tall are you now?" Ye Chen inquired hesitantly. 159, Zhu Xing replied shyly. Ye Chen could hardly contain his laughter. It was almost unbelievable that in this day and age, someone could be as short as 159 centimeters. Moreover, Yangcheng was a northern city where the average height was over 170 centimeters. What is the significance of gaining another centimeter? Ye Chen chuckled. "To make it an even number, of course," Zhu Xing said, unable to suppress her amusement at their banter. "Are you participating in a promotion where reaching 159 automatically upgrades you to 160? Ye Chen laughed heartily, giving Zhu Xing a thumbs up. "Chen, are you feeling nostalgic?" Zhu Xing threatened playfully. "Dear wife, let me stretch your back and get those muscles moving," Ye Chen declared, suppressing his laughter as he reached out to Zhu Xing. The two stood back to back, hands intertwined. "Are you ready, my love?" "Ready," Zhu Xing rolled her eyes, bemused by her husband's childlike antics, yet finding herself indulging in the whimsy of the moment. Ye Chen gently lifted Zhu Xing onto his back, her petite legs swinging in midair. "My dear, do you feel any stretching sensation in your back?" Ye Chen inquired. "Not at all," Zhu Xing replied. Due to the considerable difference in height between them, this warm-up exercise proved to be rather ineffective. After carrying her for a while, Ye Chen set Zhu Xing down. "Now, it's your turn to carry me." Zhu Xing gazed at Ye Chen with a perplexed expression. "Do you even realize what you just said?" Chapter 60. My dear husband honey, it's your turn to carry me. Zhi Xing gazed at Ye Chen with a peculiar expression. "Do you truly wish to reflect upon the words you just uttered? To carry him? Are you treating yourself like a neon person? It would crush little Xing." With a swift kick, Zhu Xing reprimanded Ye Chen, who then realized the absurdity of his earlier statement, rubbing his nose and offering an awkward smile. Come, my dear, let us shoulder together. Ye Chen stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, and Zhu Xing followed suit. 1, 2, 1, 2. Do you feel the stretch, my dear? Ye Chen inwarded. A bit, she replied. Does it hurt? He asked again. Not at all. Hearing Zhu Xing's response, Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction, noting her remarkable flexibility, pondering the possibility of exploring new athletic positions in the future. Come now, my dear, let us loosen our wrists and ankles and rotate our heads. Now, dear, let us perform lunges. You fool, do you think I can do that in these jeans? Zhu Xing replied exasperatedly. Ye Chen smacked his forehead, having forgotten that Zhu Xing was in denim, which would be quite restrictive for such movements. All right then, let us do jumping jacks. Must you incessantly call me wife? Zhu Xing expressed her mild annoyance, feeling a tad embarrassed by Ye Chen's repetitive endearments. Ye Chen paused, approached Zhu Xing, and embraced her tightly. But you are my wife. Why should I call you that? He then blew gently into her ear, causing her to melt in his grasp. But you, my dear, have yet to call me husband. He insisted. If you don't, I shall hold you forever. Ye Chen tightened his embrace, leaving Zhu Xing struggling to escape. Oh my goodness, why is Chen being so insistent today? She thought, realizing that her innocent inquiry had led to this predicament. If you don't call me husband, I want to let go. Zhu Xing noticed the glances of nearby boys, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chen, please let go. Can't you see others are watching? I care not for their gazes. They are merely envious of my exquisite wife, Ye Chen retorted, increasing his grip, signaling that he wouldn't release her until she complied. Zhu Xing felt utterly speechless, knowing that only by calling Ye Chen husband would he relent. Fine, just wait, she mumbled, her expression stiffening. Husband, she uttered softly. Oh dear, my ears seem to have failed me. I didn't quite catch that. Would you kindly repeat it, but louder this time? Listening intently. Ye Chen it, resting his chin atop her head and gently swaying her. Zhu Xing's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a tapestry of emotions as she exclaimed, Chen, you're quite the character. If it weren't for her affection for him, she could easily accuse him of being a rogue. How utterly outrageous. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and declared, Husband, is that sufficient? Her voice rang out, attracting the attention of nearby boys. Ah, my dear, while your volume is commendable, it lacks sentiment. You ought to sweetly say husband instead of just shouting it. Not quite satisfactory. Let us try again with more sweetness and tenderness. Ye Chen critiqued. Oh my heavens, how could I possibly be fond of such absurdity? What a pervert. Such a fool. Zhu Xing screamed internally, her expression a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. All right, Chen, just wait, she resolved, taking a deep breath to calm her tumultuous emotions. Dear husband, could you please release me? You're holding too tightly, and it's a bit painful, she said sweetly. As you wish, my wife. Ye Chen responded, placing a gentle kiss on her cheek before finally letting her go. Zhu Xing felt as if she might explode. He had drained her of her energy. This was simply outrageous. Upon returning home, she would have to train him properly. Meanwhile, bystanders gazed in astonishment, somewhat believing that the couple might engage in a secretive rendezvous later that night in their dormitory. Chapter 61. A Dark Future Awaits. Zhu Xing feels helpless. In truth, my friends, I have begun to believe that they might secretly indulge in snacks at night in the dormitory. Perhaps. Boldness could lead to unexpected denials. Just my interpretation, meow. However, being conservative might also mean they could have children by now. How could two boys possibly have children? Silly fool. A moment of recklessness could result in a multitude of little ones. Brothers, you understand. Everyone stood agape, having just witnessed the entire display of affection between the two. It turns out, tuning the instrument is like this. Once learned, they are filled to the brim. Zhu Xing blushed furiously, yet felt powerless against Ye Chen. Moreover, due to Zhu Xing's inadequate warm-up, Ye Chen frequently provided hands-on guidance, while mere guidance would have sufficed. Ye Chen's persistent touch left Zhu Xing's face flushed and breath erratic, unsure if it was the warm-up or Ye Chen's skilled technique. Chen, I can't warm up any longer. Please, Refrain from taking advantage of me, Zhu Xing exclaimed with all his might as he prepared for further instruction. His short legs trembled, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Zhu Xing found himself utterly at Ye Chen's mercy, as Ye Chen used the pretense of guiding his warm-up to explore his sensitive areas. The worst part was that he couldn't escape. Every time he attempted to evade, Ye Chen would lock him in place, resulting in even more unwelcome attention. In Ye Chen's words, "Darling, one must warm up properly. We cannot abandon it midway." Such was the predicament. If he did not evade, he would be taken advantage of, but if he did, it would only lead to more of the same. By the time the warm-up concluded, Ye Chen had also made contact with all of Zhu Xing's sensitive spots. Indeed, Zhu Xing's complexion was rosy, and he was perspiring. Yet this was not due to the warm-up. It was all Ye Chen's doing. Zhu Xing felt utterly despondent. He wanted to lodge a complaint against his overly sensitive body, for upon contact with any sensitive point, he would become weak and speechless. Zhu Xing lamented, "Chen, stop with the nonsense. I have a question for you. How can I possibly play basketball in this trembling, pale state?" Gasping for breath, he bent over, supporting himself on his knees. He longed to return to the dormitory, take a warm shower, enjoy a cool ice cream, and then blissfully lie down. Instead, he found himself in ill-fitting clothes under the glaring sun, being taken advantage of by Ye Chen in front of their classmates. If there was to be any advantage taken, it should wait until they returned to the dormitory. What skill was this? It was mere bullying. Zhu Xing's bright eyes sparkled as he watched Ye Chen approach with a mischievous grin. Oh heavens! Someone put an end to this. Zhu Xing suddenly regretted so readily agreeing to Ye Chen's confession. Had he not just sealed his own fate? It was like scratching an itch. Why not go rub against a wall instead? Why come to him? Why take advantage of him continuously? He could not even help resolve Ye Chen's needs. After a prolonged session of tuning, Zhu Xing could barely stand, let alone flee. He could only watch helplessly as Ye Chen drew nearer. "Darling, you are so adorable I wish to kiss you. What should I do?" Ye Chen whispered suddenly in his ear. Zhu Xing truly found himself devoid of the strength to even curse. "Just kidding. I won't lay a hand on you. Once we return to the dormitory, we shall continue our play for an entire afternoon, no less." The sky fell. How could it still transition like this? Zhu Xing closed his eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of impending darkness. Yet suddenly, a spark of realization struck him, and he opened his eyes wide. Why does Chen keep urging me to buy a house? Once I purchase one, I would truly become Chen Star. He even grandiloquently proclaimed that if he moved me once, he would fulfill 3 conditions. If I were to actually live in a large house, Chen could encircle me, working by day and indulging by night. Wouldn't that be the end of it all? The 3 conditions I agreed to would be rendered null and void. Chen certainly possesses a veto power. Oh no, would the future truly be consumed entirely? Chapter 62. Why is the Unfortunate by Mao Zhu Xing so unlucky? His teeth are white. Is his future truly to be completely devoured? Zhu Xing's face was etched with panic as he fixed his gaze on Ye Chen, fearful of any sudden movements. "My dear, did I not assure you that I wouldn't lay a finger on you?" Ye Chen remarked, noticing Zhu Xing's defensive posture, his lips twitching slightly. Chen, I can no longer trust your words. If you dare to lay a hand on me again, I shall incapacitate you while you sleep, rendering you unable to enjoy any happiness." Zhu Xing declared fiercely, his pearly teeth bared. Ye Chen said, "Is my wife truly this fierce? This is a tool for future happiness." He realized the situation had escalated. Ye Chen scratched his head, wishing he had been more restrained, as he had inadvertently made his wife uncomfortable. No, it was more accurate to say that he had made her overly comfortable, resulting in her displeasure. "I swear, my dear, I will not touch you today," Ye Chen pledged, thumping his chest. "Now, keep a distance of 10 steps from me. No approaching." Zhu Xing's eyes brimmed with vigilance. He needed to maintain a safe distance from Chen. This way, at the very least, he would have time to shout for help. Escaping was impossible. He could never escape in this lifetime. However, he wished to avoid being caught off guard by Ye Chen in a vulnerable moment. Ye Chen opened his mouth slightly, but chose not to speak, silently retreating 10 steps. Seeing Ye Chen step back, Zhu Xing let out a sigh of relief and crouched down to rest. After a warm-up and tuning, he truly felt drained. "Gather around. Gather." Teacher Su whistled and called out. Just as he was about to take a break, he was summoned. Why did everything today seem to conspire against him? Reluctantly, Zhu Xing rose and stood beside Ye Chen. "We're playing a game. Grab the ball." Teacher Su instructed. Zhu Xing nudged Ye Chen, indicating he should retrieve the ball. "Today, we will discuss various basketball ball handling postures, dribbling techniques, and key points for physical confrontation. Listen carefully." The teacher spoke at length, but Zhu Xing was not engaged. The blazing sun overhead made him sweat profusely, leaving him feeling faint. Ye Chen patted Zhu Xing and asked, "My dear, are you feeling unwell?" "Not really," Zhu Xing replied stubbornly, unwilling to reveal his discomfort. However, beneath his jeans, he wore thermal leggings, which clung to him uncomfortably after sweating. Scanning the vicinity and noticing no one paying him any mind, he lowered his head to adjust his pants. But just as he did, Teacher Su noticed him. "Zhu Xing, pay attention in class. There will be a test in physical education, and grades are at stake." Startled, Zhu Xing shrank back, muttering, "Oh, all right." Yet, the sweat clinging to his trousers was unbearable. How could he focus on the lesson when he had no interest in what Teacher Su was saying? The boys around him were the only ones engrossed in the discussion. "All right, spread out, form pairs, and practice dribbling. 50 dribbles at high position, 100 at low position." Ye Chen breezed through the exercises and tossed the ball to Zhu Xing. Zhu Xing began to practice, but his form was entirely unrefined, lacking coordination, making it uncomfortable to watch. It was exhausting, sweat clinging to him, making him feel utterly miserable. Zhu Xing's mind was clouded with negative thoughts as he barely completed the high dribble before attempting the low dribble. But when he crouched down, he heard a faint rip. Zhu Xing's face froze, and he instinctively reached down to check. Fortunately, it's just a small tear. No one could see it. He sighed in relief, adjusted his posture to ensure it wouldn't worsen, and continued to practice. As luck would have it, Teacher Su approached, noticing Zhu Xing's awkward movements, and stepped forward to correct him. "Zhu Xing, you need to lower your body and shift your center of gravity." Teacher Su placed a hand on Zhu Xing's shoulder and gently pressed down. Zhu Xing's eyes widened. His pants were on the verge of giving way. With a rip, a gust of wind rushed in, sending a chill through him. Zhu Xing clamped his legs together, his face burning with embarrassment. "Teacher, please hurry away." As if sensing Zhu Xing's distress, a voice called out nearby, "Teacher Su, could you come over here and take a look?" "All right, I'm coming right away." With that, Teacher Su turned to leave. Zhu Xing exhaled, seizing the moment to make a discreet exit. However, after taking a couple of steps, Teacher Su turned back. "Hey, Zhu Xing, where are you going?" Zhu Xing stiffened, forcing a pained smile as he turned to respond. "Teacher, I need to use the restroom. I saw you heading that way, and thought I could go without informing you. You could have just told me. Now it's a hassle. You can wait until after class. You cannot go now." Encountering such a peculiar student, Teacher Su found himself in quite the predicament. "Okay, teacher," Zhu Xing mumbled, lowering his head and squeezing his legs together, inching back slowly. "Continue practicing. Do not stop." What is wrong with me today? Why is my luck so dreadful? This is infuriating." Zhu Xing's face burned with shame and anger. The clueless Chun beside him didn't even notice anything amiss and failed to inquire. How pitiful. Why was he so unfortunate? Chapter 63, Chun. Why do you not pay more attention to me? Why do you not love me a little more? If Zhu Xing has transgressed against the heavens, he should be executed, rather than being repeatedly harassed and toyed with. What is this madness? Waking up in the morning only to face General Chun, feeling discontent. Dreading physical education class. Feeling discontent. Having no fitting pants to wear, feeling discontent. The weather is sweltering, feeling discontent. Being relentlessly pursued by Chun, feeling discontent. Not even having a moment of respite, feeling discontent. Sweating and feeling sticky, feeling discontent. My pants tore while practicing, feeling discontent. Caught changing pants, feeling discontent. Chun shows no regard for my feelings, which infuriates me. I'm so unhappy. Zhu Xing's heart was in turmoil. Caught in a state of awkward discomfort, with the looming threat of embarrassment, forced to engage in activities he despised, and feeling dejected for neglect by the one he adored. Chen, what are you doing? I'm so angry. I feel uncomfortable. I do not want to attend physical education class. Can you not notice me? Ye Chen gazed vacantly, pondering whether his beloved would wear a pristine white wedding dress or perhaps a pink one in the future. In truth, he thought a light blue gown would be lovely, reminiscent of the light blue plaid skirt Zhu Xing wore when they first met in college. Honestly, he found light blue quite charming, as it evoked the thrilling sensation he felt when he first laid eyes on Zhu Xing in their dormitory. In the future, a light blue wedding dress it shall be. Wait, that is foolish. Why not acquire a dress in every color? Let my beloved try them all. After all, she looks stunning in anything. With the wedding dress settled, the question remained, where to hold the ceremony? No, why should there even be a wedding? His beautiful wife should only be for his eyes. Others should not gaze upon her. But that won't do. There will be friends and family. How could they not see? Hence, a grand wedding must be arranged. The highest of standards. He must proclaim to all of Yang City, Zhu Xing is my wife. He must shatter her self-doubt, ensuring she understands they stand atop the world as a couple envied by all. His beloved will surely be overjoyed, and later that evening, they can indulge in delightful romantic games. How to teach her to play. He could try every pose. How exhilarating. Ye Chen chuckled to himself, completely oblivious to the darkening expression of Zhu Xing. Now, let us practice our defenses, which will truly test our fundamentals. Pair up, and for 10 seconds. If the attacking side fails to secure the ball, they lose. Conversely, if the defending side falters, they lose. The losing team must perform 20 push-ups. Zhu Xing stood in place, her expression one of indignation, glaring at Ye Chen. He cradled the ball, contemplating. I must ensure my wife loses. This is a perfect opportunity for her to exercise. I want my wife to be in top shape. That is my wish. Come, my dear, I will defend, you attack. Ye Chen said, positioning himself beside Zhu Xing. He was determined to have her work out. Zhu Xing's expression shifted to one of disbelief, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Why? I am being so evident, so unhappy, so uncomfortable. Why do you not notice? Do you truly only desire my body? Is it merely my soft flesh that entices you? Flames ignited in her gaze as she approached Ye Chen to confront him. However, Ye Chen remained oblivious to her presence, momentarily puzzled by her silence when he turned around. But Zhu Xing had already come up behind him, and in that instant, his robust frame collided with her, knocking her down. With a resounding rip, Mr. Pants met his demise. Ye Chen realized he had knocked Zhu Xing over and intended to help her up, only to see her pants torn, revealing her thermal leggings and even the outline of her safety shorts. His eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. Zhu Xing lay on the ground, utterly stunned. Pain coursed through her body, yet paled in comparison to the disappointment and sorrow swelling within her. Is this how you intend to care for me? To cherish me for a lifetime? Why can you not see my heart? You alone are capable of understanding my feelings. Yet, why did you knock me down? Tears streamed down her face, shimmering like a rainbow in the sunlight. In an instant, Ye Chen snapped back to reality, adrenaline surging as he scooped Zhu Xing up and sprinted away. Hey, where are you going? Mr. Su's voice called out from behind. Tears flowed uncontrollably as Zhu Xing covered her mouth, but soft sobs escaped her lips. My love, please do not cry. I am sorry. It is entirely my fault for not buying you leisure pants sooner. I will choose a place immediately. Ye Chen rushed, filled with remorse. But Zhu Xing's tears showed no sign of abating. Confused, Ye Chen pondered whether her distress arose solely from her pants being torn. He chose silence, fearing that the more he spoke, the more he would err, and quickened his pace. Waves of sorrow engulfed Zhu Xing, who felt abandoned in a world that revolved solely around him. Why could he not care for her properly? Could he not glance her way just once? Why? Are your vows mere jest? Tears continued to cascade, quickly soaking Ye Chen's clothing. Panicked, Ye Chen recalled his earlier distraction, realizing he had failed to notice his wife, which likely fueled her anger. He hastily spoke, My dear, please do not be sad. Do not cry. It is all my fault for zoning out and not paying attention to you. Please do not cry. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Xing's sobs intensified, her body shaking. Ye Chen fell silent, his pace reaching its peak. Once they reached the dormitory, he would explain everything. This was not the moment for clarifications. Ye Chen raced back to the dormitory, not pausing for a breath. With a loud bang, he entered, cradling Zhu Xing in one arm while pushing the door open with the other. "Come, my love, do not be angry. Let us change your clothes, and we can discuss everything slowly." He gently patted her back, offering comfort. Zhu Xing sniffled, but her cries began to diminish. Perhaps he had misunderstood her. If he explained as he had in the past, all would be well. "Ah, my love, stay here. I must return briefly. Mr. Su is likely to be furious, and I need to explain to him to prevent us from failing the course." Ye Chen smacked his forehead, recalling the urgency. Now, he faced a choice, to comfort his wife or salvage their academic standing. "You go ahead. When you return, we will talk," Zhu Xing replied hoarsely. Having discerned the importance of the situation, Ye Chen would attend to the more pressing matter. "Very well, my love, wait for me. I will be back shortly." With her approval, Ye Chen felt relieved, his mind racing with how to explain to Mr. Su, and he hurried away. After Ye Chen departed, Zhu Xing changed her clothes, but her heart raced. Perhaps she had overthought things. When would she rid herself of this habit of incessant fantasizing? Upon reflection, I realized that I too have my shortcomings. Ye Chen went to provide an explanation, so I decided to procure some food. Just as Ye Chen concluded his explanation, I arrived at the basketball court bearing the meal, engaging in conversation with him as we strolled. This must surely be a misunderstanding. Zhu Xing's gaze hardened with determination. However, upon reaching the basketball court, I beheld Ye Chen entangled with a sweet and charming young girl, their interaction intimate. A rush of blood surged to my head, rendering me speechless. Is this still a misunderstanding? Chapter 64. How could I possibly be inferior to that deceased foe girl? After Ye Chen departed, Zhu Xing changed into another outfit. She tapped her head in frustration, lamenting, "When will I ever overcome this tendency to indulge in fantasies? I must have misunderstood Chen Chen." Just like the previous encounter with Ye Chen, where she was brought to tears by just a few words, she initially intended to ignore Chen Chen, only to realize it was all a misunderstanding in the end. This time, she resolved to give Chen Chen a chance to explain, believing that Chen Chen would articulate her side well, thus alleviating her anger. Upon reflection, she recognized her own faults. For instance, she had been the one to tease Chen Chen in the morning. When Chen Chen retaliated, she had no grounds for complaint. It was foolish of her to lack basic common sense, unaware that university students form groups. Why hadn't she purchased casual trousers instead of insisting on wearing jeans during physical education? And why'd she donned thermal leggings when the weather was clearly warm? When Ye Chen touched her and elicited a reaction, she could have mustered the courage to refuse, but she had secretly enjoyed the affectionate moments shared with Chen Chen. Chen Chen adored her so deeply that it was evident the collision had been accidental. Yet, what was the reason for Chen Chen's lack of attention at that moment? What was she thinking? Why had she disregarded Zhu Xing? It was all so perplexing. She felt compelled to seek out Chen Chen for a proper discussion. No, she couldn't wait any longer. She yearned to find Chen Chen immediately. However, mealtime was approaching, and she decided to bring 2 portions of food, hoping to sit under the shade of a tree with Chen Chen to eat and talk. This misunderstanding would surely be resolved. In the cafeteria, Zhu Xing pondered, what does Chen Chen enjoy eating? She was unaware, as it seemed Chen Chen had an appetite for everything. Having never visited the cafeteria before, she was uncertain which dishes were appealing. All her meals had been brought to her by Chen Chen, who never specified which vendor they were from. She decided to order a portion of fish-flavored shredded pork, a serving of braised eggplant, a plate of mapo tofu, and 2 servings of rice. Chen Chen should love these, she mused. Once Chen Chen finished her tasks, they would sit together on a bench, gradually unfolding the explanations. Meanwhile, Ye Chen was earnestly explaining the situation to Professor Su, vowing that such a scenario would never happen again, which ultimately calmed Professor Su's ire. At that moment, Tang Chun and her roommate were strolling around the basketball court. "Hey, Xiao Chun, look, isn't that Ye Chen? Why is she alone now?" "Sure, I've noticed her for a while," Tang Chun replied, narrowing her eyes slightly. The online buzz suggested that Ye Chen and Zhu Xing were inseparable, yet here was Ye Chen, solitary. Her acute intuition hinted that a rift must have formed between Ye Chen and Zhu Xing. A smirk played at the corners of Tang Chun's mouth as she thought. Ye Chen, boys and boys lead to nowhere. Isn't that the crux of the issue? Though it was said to be shameful to interfere in others' relationships, why not seize the opportunity to contend for something? With a decisive step, she approached Ye Chen. Ye Chen, long time no see. Why haven't you replied to my messages? Upon hearing someone call her, Ye Chen turned to find it was Tang Chun, frowning slightly. I have things to attend to. We can talk later. With that, she attempted to leave, but Tang Chun, perplexed by the situation, felt a surge of indignation. She had always been the center of attention, turning down suitors rather than being the one rejected. Thus, she reached out to grasp Ye Chen's arm. Hey, don't rush off. We're friends now. Let's have lunch together. Later, I really must go. Why was Tang Chun so oblivious? Couldn't she see that Ye Chen had already dismissed her? Tang Chun's expression stiffened. The continuous rejections from Ye Chen only fueled her irritation. Did she truly pale in comparison to that deceased faux girl? How could Ye Chen lack any discernment? That petite figure, lacking in assets and destined for barrenness. Didn't her own qualities far surpass Zhu Xing's? Why was Ye Chen so fixated on that faux girl? Ye Chen, do you truly have such fondness for Zhu Xing? Chapter 65. Nourishment. Can you not seek me out? If absolutely necessary, I shall offer you 2 ducks. Ye Chen, do you truly have such an affinity for Zhu Xing? Ye Chen was taken aback. Turning around with a peculiar expression, he replied, No, I do not harbor feelings for him. I am fond of you. Why are you so intrusive? Tang Chun felt a pang of grievance as she was momentarily silenced, and she finally voiced her thoughts. Ye Chen, are you not aware that there is no future between you and Zhu Xing? With a cold smirk, Ye Chen retorted, I refrain from rebuking you because I see you as a girl. Do you realize you are behaving quite irrationally? He stepped closer, forthrightly stating, Is it amusing to meddle in someone else's relationship and play the role of a mistress? Take care of your own affairs and do not trouble me. You. Tang Chun's face flushed with anger, rendering her speechless for a moment. What do you mean you? What is it? Do you wish for me to provide you with male models? Hurry and clear off, Ye Chen disdainfully remarked. He believed that any obstacle preventing him from being with his wife must be eradicated. I helped you, and this is how you repay me? Tang Chun was so furious that tears threatened to spill, her voice trembling slightly. Fine, you helped, but who asked you to be a mistress? Ye Chen frowned and said plainly, Come now, it's merely a meal worth 10,000. Is that sufficient? He waved his hand dramatically, as if preparing to transfer money to Tang Chun. Who desires your money? I shall offer you 100,000. You must dine with me today. Tang Chun, overwhelmed by anger, spoke without thinking. Beautiful, affluent, and talented, Tang Chun was the belle of Yangqing University. Yet today, she faced repeated setbacks at the hands of Ye Chen. Are you out of your mind? Love it or leave it. Ye Chen replied with an expression of utter disinterest, turning to walk away. You cannot leave. Tang Chun once again grabbed hold of Ye Chen. What are you doing? Can you not just go away? Ye Chen barked, irritated by her persistent clinginess. The thought of his wife possibly crying in their dormitory fueled his anger. If you have the courage, then act. I will follow you today. Tang Chun, fully committed to her resolve, declared. At this point, her feelings for Ye Chen were irrelevant. She was simply infuriated and wanted to regain her dignity. Tang Chun, you truly are a nuisance. You must be exceedingly bored to bother me incessantly. If you continue to cling to me, you should be wary of your surroundings. Tang Chun trembled at his words, but still refused to let go. Meanwhile, Zhu Xing, carrying a meal, approached the basketball court, intending to find Ye Chen. From a distance, she spotted Ye Chen entangled with a girl. That girl, Zhu Xing recalled, was the same one who had been laughing and conversing with Ye Chen the other day. A chill ran down her spine, and her mind felt as though it had exploded. She realized that she had never asked Ye Chen about that girl. Furthermore, Ye Chen had never mentioned her either. At that moment, she had chosen self-sabotage to attract Ye Chen's attention, hoping he would devote himself entirely to her. The sweetness of their recent interactions had caused her to forget about that girl. It turned out that Ye Chen was still in contact with her. Was this situation merely a misunderstanding? Zhu Xing bitterly chuckled, feeling somewhat deluded. How could there be so many coincidences? A fire ignited within her. She wanted to confront them, to question Ye Chen, to scold that girl. Similar thoughts raced through her mind, yet her feet felt rooted to the ground, leaving her to silently watch the two of them. Hey, clear the way. A male voice rang in her ears, but it was too late. The food container fell to the ground, and Zhu Xing was knocked over. The soup spilled, creating a colorful mess on the ground, while Zhu Xing appeared dazed, stained with the remnants of the meal. Chapter 66. The sound of water trickling resembles the sorrow of a wounded heart. The soup spills, creating a kaleidoscope of colors on the ground, while Zhu Xing stands in a daze, his clothes stained. Apologies, classmate. I couldn't stop the ball in time and accidentally bumped into you. A burly youth in a basketball uniform awkwardly scratches his head, frozen in place, uncertain of what to do. Noticing Zhu Xing with his head bowed, seated immobile on the ground, he tentatively speaks, "Hey, classmate, are you all right? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Let me help you up." As he speaks, he reaches out to grasp Zhu Xing's arm, gently assisting him to his feet. Zhu Xing appears dazed, but upon being lifted, his eyes regain focus and drift towards Ye Chen. Yet, Ye Chen is turned away, entangled with the girl, completely oblivious to Zhu Xing's plight. Zhu Xing blinks, the light in his eyes dimming to its utmost. With such a commotion, how could he not have noticed? "Hey, classmate, are you feeling better?" The boy, having helped Zhu Xing to his feet, is startled by the delicate features hidden beneath silver hair. His heart races, but upon seeing Zhu Xing's silence and the clouds of despair in his eyes, anxiety tightens within him. I hope I haven't hurt him too badly. I certainly can't afford to compensate him. He fails to recognize Zhu Xing, unaware that he is a boy. "Let me take you to the school clinic." Seeing Zhu Xing remain silent, with tears glimmering in his eyes, the boy slaps his forehead. I must have really hurt him. This is bad. He reaches out to assist Zhu Xing again, but Zhu Xing steps back, evading his help. A voice, as clear and crisp as a mountain spring, yet laced with loneliness, rings in his ears. "No need. I'm fine." Zhu Xing, disheartened, turns to head back to the dormitory. Remaining here serves no purpose. It would only be a humiliation. "Really, classmate, I can replace your clothes." The boy calls after him, but Zhu Xing merely waves his hand dismissively, and he gives up. However, the mess on the ground is undoubtedly his responsibility to clean up. At that moment, Ye Chen is entangled with Tang Chun, when suddenly a heaviness settles in his chest. He turns, hoping to find the person he longs for. Yet he sees no one. Naturally, at this hour, his beloved should still be in the dormitory, wiping away tears, not out searching for him. Then his gaze sharpens, and he addresses the still pouting Tang Chun with an icy tone. "Let go." Tang Chun shivers at the chill in his voice, defiantly retorting, "I won't." Ye Chen, at a loss for words, is exasperated by her antics, thinking she believes her femininity grants her the right to bully him, assuming he is an easy target. With a fierce glint in his eye, he delivers a swift kick to Tang Chun's calf. She gasps, crumpling to the ground, and Ye Chen immediately retracts his hand. "Consider your place. If this happens again, you can expect dire consequences. Let's see if your family can rescue you." With that, Ye Chen turns and departs. Tang Jun, on the ground, clutches her leg, her face a mask of disbelief, clearly unprepared for Ye Chen's aggression. Yet, she cannot chase after him, only glare at his retreating figure. "Damn you, Ye Chen, just wait." As Zhu Xing walks along the path, his soiled clothing draws curious glances from passers-by, but he remains indifferent. The day's events flash before his eyes, ultimately freezing on the image of Ye Chen tangled with the girl. From his perspective, their actions appear exceedingly intimate, almost inseparable. Today, marked by misfortune, helplessness, and heartache, Zhu Xing laments his decision to accept Ye Chen's confession so readily. He recalls scrolling through short videos that claim things easily obtained are seldom cherished. He dismissed such notions, believing his love with Ye Chen would endure. Yet, reality confronts him relentlessly, sowing seeds of doubt and sorrow. Could it be that Ye Chen truly has lost interest in him? Siam Mohan warned him against giving himself too freely, advising him to maintain an air of mystery. but he had remained oblivious, convinced of his own allure, certain that Ye Chen's gaze would remain fixed solely on him. Yet now, he feels as if he has laid bare before Ye Chen, having already shared kisses and intimate moments, merely a step away from officially becoming Ye Chen's partner. He feels like a fool, a colossal fool, seduced by Ye Chen's sweet words, ultimately ensnared in a prison called love. In the past, when witnessing Ye Chen with another girl, he resorted to self-destructive behaviors to garner Ye Chen's attention, naively believing he could bind him with his body, yearning for the affection he craved. Yet, Ye Chen still finds himself entangled with others, leaving Zhu Xing utterly powerless and lost, uncertain of what to do. He longs for solitude. As Zhu Xing shakes his head, he realizes he has unconsciously arrived at the dormitory. The familiar room, filled with remnants of their shared life, evokes memories of their once sweet moments together. However, a wave of nausea suddenly washes over him. Gazing at his disheveled reflection in the mirror, Zhu Xing forces a bitter smile. Once again, he has fled in despair. With matters as they are, perhaps a shower would help. He wipes away the stains and tosses his clothes into the washing machine before plunging into the bathroom. As the water cascades, he perceives an unusual sound beneath the surface, the echo of his own heartache. What does being in a relationship with Ye Chen truly offer him? Aside from a fleeting semblance of love, within this dynamic, he is perpetually subordinate, at the mercy of Ye Chen's whims. It is as if Ye Chen's financial support entraps him, reducing him to a mere object of care. Ye Chen has persistently urged him to purchase a house together. Yet, should they acquire such a dwelling, he would be confined within its walls, ostensibly cared for by Ye Chen for a lifetime. In reality, what difference is there between this and being a slave? The nature of their relationship seems to have soured, with Ye Chen assuming a masterly role over him. This state of affairs cannot persist. He must break free from Ye Chen's grasp, compelling him to realize that if he fails to cherish him, he will also walk away. In a daze, after finishing his shower, he reaches for a towel. Oh no! In his haste to enter the bathroom, he forgot the towel was left draped on the balcony. He is left without any covering. Zhu Xing bites his lip. No, it can't be this fortuitous, can it? He steps out of the bathroom, stretching out his hand to retrieve it. Meanwhile, Ye Chen stands in the dormitory, his eyes widening in shock. Chapter 67. Is this not an overt suggestion? On the tree-lined path, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Ye Chen felt a surge of agitation within him, as though something was amiss. After spending so long immersed in his thoughts, he wondered if his wife was alone in their dormitory, perhaps feeling disheartened once again. The image of Zhu Xing, tear-stained and sorrowful, tightened his heart like a vice. That wretched Tang Chen, whom he had thought could serve as a tool for flirting with Zhu Xing, had instead brought him nothing but trouble, delaying him for far too long. A cold glint flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. Truth be told, there was no longer any need to keep Tang Chen around. If she had resolved to become a stumbling block in his relationship with Zhu Xing, she should brace herself for the consequences of his wrath. Ye Chen had previously investigated Tang Chen's family background, which was quite respectable, positioning them above the average. However, they were still no match for him. Ye Chen possessed a virtue and a flaw. His virtue was that he never struck a woman, while his flaw was that he struggled to distinguish between the genders. Tang Chen, prepare to face the repercussions of Ye Chen's fury. In the dormitory, Ye Chen pushed open the door, relieved to hear the sound of water running in the bathroom. His wife was showering, leaving her little time to weep. He settled into a chair, awaiting Zhu Xing's emergence while scrolling through his phone to order takeout. The water ceased, and Ye Chen turned Wi-Fi. What unfolded before him was utterly unbelievable. Was this content accessible without payment? Ye Chen's gaze turned vacant, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He stood there transfixed, when suddenly it struck him. Shouldn't he retreat and give her space? He decided to step back, not wanting to provoke Zhu Xing's anger. Yet, just as he prepared to withdraw, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Zhu Xing sensed something was amiss, her heart sinking. As she raised her gaze, it met the familiar look in his eyes. After a brief moment of shock, a piercing scream erupted. Ah! Zhu Xing grabbed an object nearby and hurled it at Ye Chen in a flurry, seizing a towel to wrap around herself as she emerged. Ye Chen lamented his misfortune. Who could have anticipated this? He recalled how Zhu Xing had chosen not to bring clothes, yet had remained in the bathroom waiting for him to return. What had transpired? Had their relationship truly evolved to the point of being akin to an old married couple, to the extent of neglecting to prepare a towel? How was he to navigate this predicament? His wife's mind was indeed a curious one, and her logic seemed profoundly lacking. At this moment, was it not a blatant indication of her intentions? Indeed, it was quite overt. If exposure were a talent, Zhu Xing would undoubtedly possess extraordinary gifts. Initially, Ye Chen had believed that his entanglement with that deceased woman would preclude any chance of return. Thus, he had harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking that today could not possibly worsen. Yet, reality proved otherwise. There was no limit to misfortune. He felt an urge to faint, yet was unable to succumb to such weakness. Zhu Xing, wrapped in her towel, emerged with a heated face. Ye Chen, recognizing the delicate atmosphere, stepped outside to close the door, only to hear the click of the lock behind him. Zhu Xing had lost faith in her luck. When the door finally swung open again, Zhu Xing had donned her pajamas. Mean. Her cheeks were flushed, her voice a blend of anger and deep embarrassment. Ye Chen nodded, stepping inside, yet finding himself at a loss for words. They sat in silence, each on their respective chairs, the air thick with awkwardness, time dragging on painfully slow. Unable to bear the tension, Ye Chen attempted to lighten the mood. "Wife, your figure is truly impressive." The moment the words left his lips, he regretted them, realizing that in moments of discomfort, one often utters even more uncomfortable statements. Zhu Xing was on the verge of losing her mind. Was this truly the man she adored? How could he possess such a lack of emotional intelligence? Why bring up such an inappropriate topic? A simple inquiry about what they would have for lunch could have diffused the tension. Even maintaining this awkward silence would have sufficed. Overwhelmed with exasperation and disappointment towards Ye Chen, Zhu Xing made a resolute decision. "You, step outside for a moment." She stood and pushed Ye Chen out, locking him outside. His expression was one of bewilderment. How was he to comfort his wife? The misunderstanding from gym class earlier had yet to be resolved, and now this added layer of complexity made comforting her exponentially more difficult. He needed to ponder carefully how to approach this. As Ye Chen contemplated, the door opened. He lowered his gaze, momentarily locking eyes with Zhu Xing's bright ones, but she quickly averted her gaze. He wanted to employ his usual tactics to stabilize her emotions, but upon noticing the bag she carried, his eyes narrowed. "Wife, where are you going?" Zhu Xing took a deep breath, suppressing her grievances, and calmly replied, Chen, I need to step out for a bit, but I'll be back this afternoon." "Really? You don't need me to accompany you?" Ye Chen asked suspiciously. "I'm going to see my grandmother. It's best if you don't come with me." Zhu Xing managed to suppress her emotions, yet waves of sorrow washed over her. She was the one enduring the hardships. Why was it always her who had to leave in the end? "All right, then come back soon and let me know if anything happens." Ye Chen pointed to his phone, adding, "Grandma mentioned that you had shared stories about the past, which is why you want to visit her." Since Zhu Xing had yet to confide in him, it was perhaps better that he did not accompany her. Understood. Zhu Xing made an effort to avoid his gaze as she quickly departed. Once Zhu Xing left, Ye Chen surveyed the now empty dormitory. A sense of loneliness washed over him. He resolved never to let his wife be alone again. He needed to be by her side at all times, ensuring she would not feel isolated. She had mentioned returning in the afternoon. He could wait a bit and contemplate how to apologize to her. At Zhu Xing's home, she opened the door to a dusty interior. Carrying groceries into the kitchen, she noticed a thin layer of dust accumulating on the countertop. After wiping it clean, she began washing the vegetables to prepare a meal. Once the vegetables were clean and cut, she discovered that the gas stove was not igniting. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was broken. Sighing, Zhu Xing lamented that the washed vegetables could not be left unattended. She opened the refrigerator only to find it had lost power, the contents spoiled and emitting a foul odor. An investigation revealed that rain had caused drainage issues in the aging complex, and repairs to the plumbing and electrical systems were uncertain. Zhu Xing sank onto the sofa, dust swirling around her, a bitter smile on her lips, tears brimming in her eyes. Did her luck really have to be this wretched? Chapter 68. The dimly lit room, a reflection of an unspoken past. How unfortunate can luck be? It feels as though everything and everyone conspire against him today. Why is it that nothing seems to go right? Zhu Xing collapsed onto the sofa, suddenly engulfed by a wave of exhaustion. The indifference of his beloved weighed heavily upon him, and life was shrouded in an unending series of troubles. What was the purpose of living in such a state? So weary, so utterly drained. He longed only for the solace of sleep. Dragging his weary body to the bedroom, he was met with an eerily familiar, yet strange arrangement. The remnants of a bygone era deepened his sense of desolation. Why did he feel so isolated? It seemed that only Ye Chen remained by his side, yet he had no desire to seek him out. Ultimately, he was left with nothing but himself in this cold and indifferent world. In the dim room, the musty air enveloped him as Zhu Xing gently laid his head upon the pillow. His expression remained tranquil, yet his heart was submerged beneath the tidal waves of loneliness. He needed to reflect on his relationship with Ye Chen. Love renders one foolish, blurring the lines of reason and clouding judgment. Zhu Xing realized he was ensnared in the whirlpool of affection, unable to extricate himself. Living with Ye Chen, he had surrendered his entire being to him. His rationality faded, leaving only emotion to dominate his thoughts. His daily existence revolved around charm and cuteness, vying for Ye Chen's affection. Unbeknownst to him, he had transformed into a love-stricken fool. While a portion of this was driven by the system, the greater part was his own conscious choice. Now, reflecting on his time with Ye Chen, he felt utterly foolish. In pursuit of that ephemeral love, he had unceasingly clung to Ye Chen, waiting for his favor, naively believing that his body could tether Ye Chen's heart. Indeed, he sensed Ye Chen's infatuation with him, yet he felt so powerless. He found himself relegated to a subordinate role, overwhelmed by the weight of Ye Chen's presence. Ye Chen was remarkable, handsome, athletic, affluent, and capable. In contrast, Zhu Xing felt he possessed nothing but his own body, as if he were devoid of worth. Ye Chen could withdraw at any moment, while Zhu Xing remained a mere parasite, clinging to him. He dared not gamble. Perhaps Ye Chen was wholeheartedly devoted to him now. But what if, one day, Ye Chen suddenly awakened to see the emptiness within Zhu Xing's heart? If Ye Chen were to entertain a fleeting notion of amusement, all of Zhu Xing's efforts might come crashing down in an instant. He would be left as a mere parasite, resorting to the sale of his own body to earn Ye Chen's affection. Yet, that was not the love he desired. Zhu Xing's eyes sparkled with clarity as he delved deeper into thought. The love he sought was not that of a master and servant, but a relationship built on mutual respect and equality, one that would last a lifetime. He glanced through his state glasses, noting that Ye Chen's fondness and affection for him remained high. Yet, did Ye Chen truly cherish all of him, or merely his appearance? Zhu Xing felt lost, struggling to see clearly. Nonetheless, he began to formulate ideas for the future. He would strive to win Ye Chen's love, elevating it to unprecedented heights, ensuring that Ye Chen would harbor no other intentions but to accompany him for life. However, he needed to alter his strategy. He could not allow Ye Chen to have it too easy, nor could he permit Ye Chen to obtain him without effort. He needed to engage in a healthy push and pull. Simultaneously, he required a stronghold, a safety net that would prevent him from being left with nothing should Ye Chen abandon him. If that day ever came, he feared he might truly be unable to survive. A life filled with bleak uncertainties held no meaning. He needed to seek an escape route, a source of emotional support. After deep contemplation, a pang of anguish surged within him. He did not desire this. He longed to share joyous and fulfilling days with Ye Chen. Yet, the imbalance in their relationship compelled him to consider such measures. Zhu Xing rose and stood at the doorway, gazing into the room. The dimly lit space concealed unspeakable memories of the past. His sanctuary could not remain here. He needed to find another place to cradle his spirit. This location was fraught with painful reminiscences. He must forge a new life. Farewell, my past. With the door firmly shut, dust settled, and his footsteps gradually faded into silence. Within, the room remained a solemn testament to emptiness. Chapter 69. An incredibly innocent wife, yet her private life is so rich. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Within the confines of a university dormitory, Ye Chen lay restlessly on his bed, turning over in his thoughts. I miss my wife. I long for her affectionate presence. After pondering for 2.5 hours, he finally discerned how to apologize to Zhu Xing. However, she had yet to return. The yearning for his wife consumed him, and images of her bare form inadvertently surfaced in his mind. How tantalizing! I wish to caress her. He chuckled to himself, imagining that when she returned in the evening, he would comfort her and then whisk her away onto the bed to indulge in their romantic games. His wife, with her tender heart, would surely tend to him if she saw him distressed. My beloved, please return soon. I yearn for your embrace. A wave of sweetness washed over Ye Chen as he eagerly anticipated their afternoon reunion. Yet impatience gnawed at him. Clutching his phone, he gazed at her familiar avatar, contemplating a call to Zhu Xing. However, upon opening the dial pad, he hesitated and ultimately canceled the call. What if Zhu Xing was with her grandmother? He wished to leave a good impression. A text, on the other hand, seemed acceptable. With his slender fingers, he typed, "Darling, have you seen your grandmother? When do you plan to return?" 30 minutes passed without a reply. Ye Chen felt a restless itch in his heart, longing for contact with his wife. Should he call her? Perhaps it was wiser to wait a little longer. She was probably engrossed in conversation with her grandmother and had simply forgotten about him. Yet, he could not help but type again, "Darling, have you seen your grandmother?" An hour and a half later, still no response from Zhu Xing. Ye Chen could no longer remain still. Tossing in his bed, he found himself aimlessly scrolling through his phone, his fingers instinctively tapping on the green bubble indicating their chat. Still no reply from his beloved. Why was she taking so long to respond? Was she truly still chatting? The feeling of self-deception crept in, and he could not shake it off. No, this simply would not do. Ye Chen rose from his bed and began to pace within the dormitory. The once warm and inviting space felt ordinary without the presence of the familiar person he cherished. The room, which had held so many beautiful memories, now appeared to be just an ordinary dorm. As he wandered, he sought the remnants of their shared moments, eventually resting his gaze on Zhu Xing's desk. He sat in her chair, discovering the softness and comfort of it, albeit a tad small for his stature. Leaning on the desk, he traced his fingers across its surface. Lost in thought, he rummaged through Zhu Xing's belongings, examining each item with careful attention. He marveled at the little trinkets she had collected, admiring her youthful spirit. The intricate crafts she had made left him in awe of her artistic talent. As he flipped through her old diary, he felt a pang of sorrow for her past struggles. The comic books neatly arranged on her shelf caught his eye, and as he browsed through them, he couldn't help but chuckle at how delightfully risque they were. What was this? A special comic? The poses depicted left him astounded, his cheeks flushing as he turned page after page. His thoughts danced between the innocent facade Zhu Xing presented and the surprising revelations contained within those pages. No wonder the saying goes, the more demure the appearance, the wilder the spirit. Is this your awakening comic, my love? Ye Chen mused, a smile creeping across his face. 2 hours later, at 6 o'clock, the sky was painted in soft hues of orange. Yet Ye Chen's heart was anything but tranquil. Zhu Xing had not responded to a single message. Surely nothing could have gone awry. Panic surged within him, mingled with regret for not having accompanied her. Who knew what trouble she might encounter alone? The thought of her being taken away by someone else sent a jolt of fear through him. His eyelids fluttered as he hastily dialed Zhu Xing's number. The monotonous tone rang in his ears. The number you have dialed is unavailable. Please try again later. Despair clouded his mind as he desperately continued to call and text her, but there was no response. Something must have happened. There was no other explanation for her silence. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his racing heart and made another call. When the line connected, he spoke with resolve. Help me locate someone. I'll cover the expenses. An advance of 300,000 with an additional 700,000 upon successful retrieval. As the call ended, anxiety gripped him, leaving him feeling helpless. Where have you gone, my love? Zhu Xing, meanwhile, scrolled through her messages, her fingers hesitating as she typed a few words only to delete them one by one. Finally, she turned off her phone and lay back on her bed, whispering to herself, "Fool." Chapter 70. The sudden generosity of the system as Zhu Xing stepped out. The clock was nearing 2 in the afternoon. He intended to rent a place to serve as his base. It shouldn't be too far from the school. It must not be overly close either. However, at present, he felt the pressing need to satisfy his hunger, as his stomach ached with emptiness. While enjoying a bowl of noodles, Zhu Xing noticed a message from Ye Chen. He slurped his noodles, his fingers dancing over the chat window. He was uncertain how to address Ye Chen. Surely, he could not simply state, Chun, I wish to live apart from you. Such a declaration would likely provoke an explosive reaction, prompting Ye Chen to confront him and confine him to a dark room. Perhaps it was best to let the matter rest for a while. At 3 in the afternoon, at Xingchen community, the landlady sisterly inquired, "Are you living alone?" "My dear," Zhu Xing replied with half-closed eyes, "Sisterly, my boyfriend will also be staying here." The woman before him, his landlord, was clearly probing for information. Zhu Xing resolved to bring Ye Chen over, just in case he encountered a troublesome landlord. If she were to summon a few burly men to storm in and take compromising photos, it would spell disaster. If being attractive were a crime, Zhu Xing would certainly be guilty as charged. While out in the world, it was wise to take precautions. "Do not worry, dear, I mean no harm. The security here is excellent," Sisterly cheerfully reassured him, dispelling his concerns. "Yes, my boyfriend lives not far from here and visits regularly." Zhu Xing maintained his protective stance. "Very well. This community is quite well located, with excellent transportation, and the furnishings are all set. The rent is 2,000 a month." Sisterly presented several contracts before him. After visiting numerous communities, Zhu Xing found that only Xingchen community met his expectations. The price of 2,000 for a modest 70 square meter apartment was indeed steep in Yangqing. Nevertheless, the ample sunlight, convenient transport, and ready-to-move-in condition justified the expense. A little extra cost was acceptable. "All right," Zhu Xing agreed readily, signing the contract and handing it to Sisterly. "The deposit is 6,000, with a minimum rental period of 6 months," she added. "Let us go for a year. Then, that's 30,000. I'll transfer it to you." Zhu Xing took out his phone, added Sisterly to his contacts, and sent the money. "Great. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. I'll take my leave now." After receiving the payment, Sisterly visibly relaxed, remarking on the surprising financial capacity of students. The young woman before her, still bearing a youthful demeanor, appeared every bit the student, yet she casually handed over 30,000. Once Sisterly departed, Zhu Xing checked his balance. Though he had previously transferred all his money to his grandmother, he had accumulated a significant amount of emotional value over the past few days, leaving him with around 50,000. Initially, he believed that the system would bridge the economic gap between him and Ye Chen. However, as he delved deeper into their relationship, he discovered that Ye Chen was remarkably affluent, which added to his anxiety. Now, living alone, he had to contemplate safety issues. "System, can you provide me with a potion to enhance my physical abilities, perhaps enabling me to take on 10 at once?" he inquired. "Negative," came the cold response from the system. Zhu Xing's lips twitched as he retorted, "Aren't you the universe's super invincible villain system, Nanliang? Does Nanliang not require such abilities? Wouldn't cuteness suffice?" The system replied with conviction, "That is not the point. What if I were to be forcibly abducted by someone?" Zhu Xing asked, exasperated. "Not a concern. I will intervene," the system assured him confidently. "And if Ye Chen were to force himself upon me?" Zhu Xing's brow furrowed as he probed further. "Not a concern. I will merely observe," the system responded coolly. "Excuse me? Are you jesting?" Zhu Xing exclaimed, astonished at the system's apparent double standards. "Furthermore, why did it seem to side with Ye Chen? I am the villain system of Nanliang. While my aim is to cultivate a top-tier villain, that is not the ultimate goal," the system explained. "What is your ultimate objective?" Zhu Xing felt a nagging suspicion, yet he hesitated to voice it. "Of course, the ultimate goal is for you, the host, to seduce the male protagonist," the system elaborated. "As the villain of Nanliang, I intend to disrupt the original narrative by separating the male and female leads while enticing the male lead to submit to the charms of Nanliang." Zhu Xing was left in a daze, realizing that he had unwittingly given in so quickly, with the system pulling the strings. Chapter 71. Blessing for Xiaoxing. Do not succumb to your emotions. Alas, it seems I have given my heart away too swiftly, and the system has exerted its force. Betrayed by the very system I trusted, struck down by Zhao Ye Chen, and scorned by strangers, Xiaoxing is truly weary. System, are you particularly intent on betraying me? Could it be that you were sent by Ye Chen? Zhu Xing sighed, pressing her forehead in despair. Do not overthink it. I am not betraying you, nor am I sent by Ye Chen. The system paused before continuing. Consider this. Since acquiring the system, have you ever lacked food? Lacked clothing? Who has advanced your relationship with Ye Chen? Who aided you when you were on the brink of freezing to death? Reflect upon it. Without the system, you and Ye Chen would likely still be at the very beginning of your relationship. The system enumerated the events, leaving Zhu Xing speechless. Indeed, while the system may often remain silent, without its assistance, the rapid progress of her relationship with Ye Chen would have been impossible. Enough of your explanations. Why haven't you announced today as task yet? Zhu Xing shook her head, expressing her helplessness. Host, do not slander me. I've already arranged today as task. It is you who, in your romantic days, forgot about the system and now seeks to shift blame. The system defended itself. Encountering such a love-struck host, the system felt exasperated. Stop talking. Let me check today as task. Buzzing. Today's task. Engage in a sweet romantic game with Ye Chen. Task reward. 1,000 emotional points. Task penalty. Make Ye Chen wash his own underwear. Are you toying with me? Can you not exhibit a shred of humanity? I am currently separated from him, and you still wish to proceed with this task? Zhu Xing lamented while seated on the sofa. I am indeed playing with you. A barely audible whisper slipped past, but Zhu Xing failed to catch it. What did you just say? I was saying that considering your current separation from Ye Chen, this system has decided to temporarily reduce the task penalty. Now, all you need to do is wash Ye Chen's underwear by hand. What did you say? Are you certain this is a reduction in the task penalty? System, if it comes to this, you might as well end me. Zhu Xing closed her eyes, appearing resigned. Are you certain? If you were to perish, according to the revisions of the world line, Ye Chen would fall in love with the female lead anew. The system spoke calmly, sending a shiver down Zhu Xing's spine. I want to die. Please, kind system, help me and revoke this punishment. Zhu Xing pleaded. You're begging me? The system, abandoning its usual seriousness, suddenly became mischievous. Zhu Xing was taken aback and then inquired, is begging you effective? Why not give it a try? If it weren't for you, the host, you'd have to wash Ye Chen's underwear by now. Surely, you wouldn't want your delicate hands to touch and rub his unmentionables. Zhu Xing fell silent, but soon spoke up. System, I beg you, please help Xiaoxing and change this punishment. I implore you. Zhu Xing pouted and acted cute, her eyes brimming with a pitiful expression. With this combination of tactics, the system found itself utterly disarmed. The system finally understood why Ye Chen was so defenseless against Zhu Xing's adorable antics. It was simply because Zhu Xiaoxing was too charming. Noticing the system's silence, Zhu Xing realized she was gaining the upper hand and feigned shyness. System, is that all right? Absolutely not. The system's firm voice cut through. Huh? Didn't you tell me to plead with you? Zhu Xing's pupils dilated in shock. Did I say that? Perhaps I forgot. The system pretended to be oblivious, refusing to admit its statement. Ah, you are truly something. You have deceived my feelings. Zhu Xing exclaimed angrily, confronting the system. Host, let's be clear. I merely suggested you try begging. I never guaranteed a revocation of the punishment. Observing Zhu Xing's furious demeanor, the system smiled slightly and explained. Oh, so you can revoke the punishment? Zhu Xing detected a loophole in the system's words, her eyes sparkling with hope. Not at all. With that final statement, the system vanished. Zhu Xing was taken aback, then furiously stomped her foot and pointed at the spot where the system had been. But this time, the system remained silent. This is disastrous. I might truly have to wash Ye Chen's unmentionables. The system, concealed within its space, wore a pleased expression. Its host was far too reckless. Previously, she had inflicted harm upon herself, exhausting so much of its energy and nearly facing penalties. Such a host must be punished severely. After tidying up her room, the clock struck 5. Zhu Xing glanced at the time, then retrieved her phone, staring at the numerous unread messages from Ye Chen, her heart a tempest of emotions. She longed for Qinshin too, but having come this far, Zhu Xing, do not show any weakness. She set her phone to do not disturb for messages from Ye Chen and tucked it away in her pocket. Out of sight, out of mind. It had been a while since she had cooked for herself. She wondered if her culinary skills had deteriorated during this week of inaction. Oh no! Zhu Xing smacked her forehead. The vegetables she had bought at noon had to be discarded, as she couldn't cook them and had no room to store them. She marveled at her own foolishness. How could I be so silly? Never mind. I'll just buy some more vegetables. I must eat a meal I prepare myself today. With her keys in hand, she prepared to leave, only to encounter someone at the door. Hey, classmate, what are you doing here? A somewhat familiar voice rang out. Zhu Xing focused her gaze and saw a tall, handsome young man, though her memory of him was vague. Do you know me? Zhu Xing hesitated to ask. What? You forgot. I bumped into you this morning. The young man scrutinized Zhu Xing closely, confirming she was indeed the beautiful girl he had encountered earlier. He glanced at her door number, 1301. Oh, do you need something? Zhu Xing recalled that he was the one who had knocked her down this morning. Are you all right from this morning? The young man scratched his head, speaking hesitantly. Yeah, I'm fine. The two fell into an awkward silence before Zhu Xing finally said, I'm heading downstairs, see you. She moved aside to stand by the elevator door. Wait, I'm going downstairs too. The young man stepped up beside her. As the elevator ascended, the two fell into silence again. Classmate, I still don't know your name. The young man suddenly spoke up. Zhu Xing remained indifferent, scrolling through her messages with Ye Chen on her phone. Su Changqing. After introducing himself, Su Changqing asked, Did you just move into 1301 today? No other reason. I live on this floor too. Yeah, I guess I just moved in today. Zhu Xing glanced at him and inquired, How much is your rent? Just checking so you don't get overcharged by the landlord. My place is right here, so I don't discuss rent. Oh, all right. Once again, silence filled the elevator. After parting ways, Su Changqing muttered to himself, Such a lovely girl, but a bit too aloof. Yet, she is quite nice. She didn't make me pay for bumping into her. After selecting her ingredients, Zhu Xing returned to her rental apartment. Once she finished preparing the food, she had time to scroll through her chat messages. That fool Ye Chen was still asking when she would return. I'm not going back today. Your wife has run away. Frustration bubbled within her. Zhu Xing, do not show any weakness. For the sake of blissful future, she must not yield after only half a day. Chapter 72. Zhu Xing is merely lazy, yet proficient in cooking. Moreover, she possesses an insatiable appetite. Zhu Xing's heart resembles a glass jar brimming with water. However, after enduring trials, the jar shatters into countless fragments. Ye Chen's love serves as an adhesive, mending the shattered pieces. Yet the water within has long overflowed. An empty heart yearns to be filled with love. As evening descends, at 7:30, a plate of stir-fried greens, a dish of shredded potatoes, a serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a bowl of millet porridge grace the table. Zhu Xing, donned in an apron, stands with hands on her hips. I have become addicted to cooking. I have prepared so much that I cannot possibly consume it all. However, gazing upon the table laden with dishes fills her with a sense of accomplishment. She retrieves her phone to capture the moment. Yet, looking at the sparse chat list, there are only a handful of contacts. She finds herself at a loss as to whom to share this with. Ye Chen, in a state of distress, incessantly calls and texts. Zhu Xing initially resolves to ignore him, contemplating letting him stew for a while longer. However, a thought crosses her mind. What if he believes she has vanished? She mustn't allow him to act foolishly. Thus, Zhu Xing decides to send the photos to Ye Chen. At that moment, Ye Chen's mind races with thoughts of Zhu Xing in peril. Yet, a vibration from his phone jolts him back to reality. A green bubble appears in the chat window, displaying a familiar avatar with a new image, glistening stir-fried greens, neatly arranged shredded potatoes, and a vibrant plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The sight alone is tantalizing. Another voice message follows, prompting Ye Chen to listen. Do not worry about me. I am at my grandmother's house and will not be returning for the next couple of days. The cool, melodious voice of the young woman brings a sigh of relief to Ye Chen. Thank goodness Zhu Xing is safe. Yet he wonders why she did not respond to his messages sooner, causing him unnecessary distress. He types a message, only to delete it line by line, ultimately deciding to call her instead. Typing is too slow. He needs to clarify everything over the phone. Incoming call. Chun Chun. As the ringtone echoes, Zhu Xing clutches her phone, slowly deciding to hang up. Perhaps it is better not to answer. She fears losing control of her emotions. Nonetheless, she sends a voice message. Do not worry about me. I left my phone at home when I went out with my grandmother this afternoon. Ye Chen remains silent, contemplating for long while before responding. He knows Zhu Xing is safe, yet a nagging feeling of unease lingers within him. Is Zhu Xing being deceitful? If not, why did she not answer his call? Is she feeling guilty? Ye Chen narrows his eyes, sensing that Zhu Xing is concealing something from him. However, probing her now may yield no answers and could further complicate their relationship. He resolves to observe the situation and arranges for someone to investigate Zhu Xing's whereabouts. In a day or two, once he discovers her location, he suspects he will also glean her thoughts. All right, remember to come back early. I miss you. Ye Chen types, transferring 100,000 yuan. Buy some supplement for my grandmother, and keep the rest for yourself. He concludes with an embrace emoji. Zhu Xing grips her phone, equally silent. Truly, she longs to return to Ye Chen's side. Yet, she must refrain from doing so. She must resist the temptation. In a couple of days, I will return. Do not worry about me. Zhu Xing replies with an embrace emoji as well. She accepts the transfer, seeing it as a future source of savings. She decides to let Ye Chen wait a little longer, planning to return in a couple of days. It is imperative he understands that she is not a mere plaything, not something to be taken for granted. Zhu Xing's heart, like the shattered glass jar, is empty, while love serves as the primary force to fill it. However, her relationship with Ye Chen remains confined to mere romance, merely the first step in their affair. Moreover, this romance is profoundly unequal. Zhu Xing feels a sense of urgency. She perceives that Ye Chen is enamored solely with her physical form, rather than her as a whole being. Zhu Xing resolves to employ strategies to ensure Ye Chen falls deeply in love with her, that he sees only her in his life, destined to be together for eternity. Tomorrow, she intends to visit her grandmother and inquire about her thoughts. Chapter 73, Foolish Chun Chun. Why aren't you reciting your tired old love lines now? Zhu Xing mused, her contentment evident as she gently cradled her round belly. Although she hadn't tea cooked in several days, the moment she did, the meal turned out delicious, truly a testament to her prowess. After lounging on the sofa for a while, she finally rose to tidy the table. The small room was immaculate, a reflection of her efforts. She spread out the newly purchased bedding and lay upon the bed. Ah, how soft it felt, rolling around a couple of times. She nestled her head against the pillow, staring blankly at the ceiling. A peculiar sensation washed over her, as if she were a wife returning to her parental home after a quarrel. She felt quite the exemplary wife, adept in cooking, cleaning, sewing, and charmingly playful. How did she transform into this? Zhu Xing buried her face in her hands, reminding herself that she was, after all, a boy. Alas, the truth lay in her gentle nature, for she struggled to assert herself. Now that the house was in order and with nothing else to occupy her, her thoughts drifted back to Ye Chen's visage. Damn you, Ye Chen, this is all your fault. Zhu Xing pouted, a soft hum escaping her lips. With a heart fully devoted to him, her very being belonged to Ye Chen. She yearned for an unwavering, equal love, yet when she pursued it, reality's barriers left her battered and bruised. It was only 9 in the evening, and while Zhu Xing was not yet weary, she found herself devoid of activities, leading her to languidly scroll through videos in boredom. Oh, how dull. With a swift motion, she dismissed the music app, only to unconsciously reopen it moments later. Stunned, she chuckled softly and tossed her phone aside. How could she have felt so bored while living with Ye Chen? What had they done during that time? It seemed they were always tuning instruments. Alas, her life had unwittingly become filled with thoughts of Ye Chen. After their separation, she found herself at a loss for how to spend her time. Sprawled in a starfish position on the bed, she pondered, would Chun Chun feel this same tedium? I longed to call him. In the university dormitory, Ye Chen felt a swell of frustration and gloom. This past week of cohabitation had birthed unfamiliar feelings within him. An unsettling emptiness lingered, prompting the question of why he felt so bored. When he had shared a space with Zhu Xing, boredom had never crossed his mind. They had been busy tuning instruments, and his emotions had ebbed and flowed. How could he have felt bored? Desperate, he picked up the phone to call Zhu Xing, hoping to discover if she too experienced this ennui. Beep, beep. Zhu Xing's heart fluttered upon seeing Ye Chen's name illuminate her screen, a spark of joy igniting within her. It seemed Chen shared her sentiment of boredom. "Hello, what is up?" she replied, suppressing her excitement to maintain a calm demeanor. "What are you up to?" Ye Chen's voice resonated, steady and magnetic. "Not much, just lying in bed, scrolling through my phone," Zhu Xing replied. After her words hung in the air, silence enveloped them. Zhu Xing suspected Ye Chen had disconnected, just as she was about to end the call when she heard him say, "I miss you." His voice trembled with emotion. Ye Chen had anxiously awaited a message from her for 4 long hours that afternoon, fearing something dreadful had befallen her. Fortunately, she had eventually responded, but thereafter she had remained distant. Was she upset with him for some reason? Perhaps he ought to give her space until her anger subsided. Yet, he could no longer contain himself. He needed to hear her voice to find solace and sleep that night. A warmth blossomed within him, gradually enveloping his entire being. The tedium and worries dissipated the moment he conversed with Zhu Xing. After her response, silence ensued once more, but it lacked any awkwardness. Instead, it was filled with a tender warmth. They both relished the quiet, but as time stretched on, Zhu Xing's expression shifted to one of puzzlement. "Foolish Chen, why aren't you saying any sweet nothings now? Truly foolish." Inwardly, Ye Chen contemplated his apologies, and he finally spoke. "Xing, I'm sorry. It's my fault." Don't say that. I don't want to hear it," Zhu Xing interrupted, leaving Ye Chen momentarily stunned. Hadn't she left him out of anger? "Hey, foolish Chen, let us play a little game. Who says we can't enjoy a love game across the screen?" Chapter 74. A game of love? Or a game of death? "Foolish Chen, why can't you utter those cliché sweet nothings now? Truly, you are a simpleton, an idiot. Why are you so self-absorbed in making apologies? Your presence is, to me, the most sincere apology. Yet, one must prioritize oneself." Zhu Xing directly interrupted Ye Chen. "No more apologies. Let us engage in a little game." The dim-witted Chen lacked emotional intelligence, and the clever little Xing was here to remedy that. Moreover, this would conveniently allow her to complete today's task, as she was not keen on hand-washing Ye Chen's bitter tea. A game? What sort of game? Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Zhu Xing to interrupt his apology. However, the fact that she was willing to play a game indicated that she was still in high spirits. "Do you know how to read lips? For instance, I will form the words, and you shall guess." Zhu Xing paused, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "If you fail to guess correctly, you must share an embarrassing childhood story." "All right." Ye Chen hesitated for a moment, but then readily agreed. There were indeed quite a few embarrassing incidents from his youth that he would find difficult to share with Zhu Xing, yet he did not believe he would lose. This was confidence. "We are about to begin." Zhu Xing's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Come on." Ye Chen sat up straight, his eyes fixated on the screen, exuding an air of certainty. Zhu Xing's cherry lips parted slightly as she formed the words. "Foolish Chen. All right, you may convey your answer." Zhu Xing cleared her throat, signaling Ye Chen to begin. "It's quite simple. It is foolish Chen." Ye Chen closed his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. "Come now, I hear you call me that every day. Of course, I remember the lip movements." "Easy, easy." "Oh, is that so?" Zhu Xing maintained her enigmatic smile. "Very well, on to the next question." Zhu Xing's lips moved again, forming a new phrase. "Who is that girl beside you today? Now tell me." Zhu Xing commanded, her gaze fixed intently on Ye Chen's response. As Zhu Xing formed the words, Ye Chen mimicked her lip movements. It turned out to be, "Who is that girl beside you today?" Ye Chen was taken aback, his eyes locking with Zhu Xing's, which sparkled with a myriad of emotions, seemingly harboring an underlying fury. Ye Chen's heart raced. So this was what awaited him. Do I really have to answer? Ye Chen's expression faltered as his gaze involuntarily shifted to the side. "Yes, answer me." Zhu Xing had long harbored discontent towards that girl and was equally displeased with Ye Chen. The first time she witnessed Ye Chen with that girl, her heart had ached with worry. Despite Ye Chen eventually focusing on her, he had failed to inform her of that girl's identity. Moreover, he had been in contact with her again today. Had she not stealthily observed for the basketball court, she might have never discovered this. How infuriating. Foolish Chen Chen. If you do not answer properly, prepare to face the consequences. Ye Chen was bewildered. Who had leaked the information about him and Tang Chen to Zhu Xing? It made no sense. How did Zhu Xing find out? Yet, seeing the flames of anger in her eyes, Ye Chen shuddered and replied, "That girl is Tang Chen. She initially picked up my student ID, and upon seeing that I was tall and handsome, she became infatuated and wanted to pursue me." Ye Chen shifted his tone, continuing, "The first time we met, we were actually arguing, and I thought to add her on WeChat since I had very few female friends. It was unrealistic to mention this to Ye Chen, so I intended to use her to gauge her feelings, my dear wife." To his surprise, he had played with fire and burned himself. Today, she had seen that he was not with Zhu Xing and tried to cling to him, insisting that he accompany her for lunch. Leaning closer to the screen, Ye Chen added, "My dear, that girl is quite the nuisance. She kept pestering me, refusing to let me go, and everyone around was watching, so I was stuck with her for a while. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I pushed her away and ran back to find you. I swear, my dear, that is the entire story. I do not like her. The only person I love is you." Of course, this was not the whole truth. Ye Chen concealed some details, such as his initial intention to use Tang Chen as a tool for flirting with Zhu Xing. However, revealing that to Zhu Xing would surely infuriate her. It was a benevolent lie. Ye Chen feigned a gesture of swearing, but Zhu Xing interrupted him playfully. "All right, I will take your word for it." After hearing Ye Chen's explanation, Zhu Xing felt a sense of relief. It seemed not to be the type of relationship she had feared. Ye Chen also felt a wave of relief, as he had managed to explain Tang Chen's presence in this manner. Yet, how had Zhu Xing learned about Tang Chen? "My dear, how did you find out about that girl?" Ye Chen was genuinely curious. Surely no one would have relayed such information to Zhu Xing. "I had intended to go to the cafeteria for lunch, thinking that after I found you, we could clarify the misunderstanding from this morning. However, upon arriving at the basketball court, I saw you engaging in intimate interactions with a girl. I thought it best not to disturb you, so I quietly left." Zhu Xing's tone was lighthearted, yet Ye Chen felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Ye Chen's body stiffened. So, Zhu Xing had followed him and witnessed his interaction with Tang Chen. Had he lied in that moment, it would have been the end for him. Thankfully, he had not. However, seeing Zhu Xing's demeanor, it appeared she was still upset. Just as he opened his mouth to explain, Zhu Xing interrupted him once more. "Enough talk. On to the next question." Ye Chen's body tensed, moving even closer to the screen. Zhu Xing's fury intensified as she formed the words. "Do you know that I am very angry today?" This was a perilous question. Chapter 75, Love You to Madness. Love you to tears. Yet you remain unaware of your own heart. Zhu Xing's lips parted slightly, her starry eyes ablaze with fury. "Do you know how angry I am today?" Ye Chen felt a sudden stiffness in his body. He had expected Zhu Xing to engage him in a playful romantic game. But instead, he found himself ensnared in a deadly, serious confrontation. Zhu Xing's mouth formed words slowly, and Ye Chen effortlessly followed along, deciphering her meaning. How should he respond? Of course, he was aware of her anger. Now, he intended to present the answer he had pondered over for an entire afternoon. "Dear, I failed to attend to your feelings. It is my fault." Ye Chen spoke with a calm demeanor, offering a sincere apology. However, Zhu Xing sharply interrupted him. "Do you realize what you've done? You trapped me. You manhandled me. Do you know how powerless that made me feel? You held me tightly, demanding that I call you husband simply because you call me wife every day. And if I don't, you won't let go? Do you even see how many people are around us? My pants are ill-fitting, yet you insist on dragging me into warm-ups, making it difficult for me to move, and then you touch me. Wasn't there enough of that in the dormitory? Why do it in front of so many people? Do you know that while practicing basketball, my pants developed a small tear? My posture was so awkward. Why didn't you notice? What were you doing then? Well, my pants tore more significantly, and I wanted to change. Why didn't you help me out? If you had just said a word, I wouldn't have had to endure such embarrassment." With my movements so clumsy, couldn't you see how distressed I was? My face was pale, yet you still wanted me to play basketball with you? What on earth were you thinking? Why didn't you pay attention to me? Why didn't you care? Why couldn't you see how uncomfortable I was? Why do you insist on touching me like that? Clearly, I'm only beside you. Why can't you show me a little more concern? A little more affection? Even if it's just a glance? What are you thinking? What is in your head? Ye Chen, answer me. As Zhu Xing's voice grew more impassioned, her final words burst forth in a shout, and she hugged her knees, weeping bitterly. You take advantage of my affection for you. You bully me. You exploit my frailty. You bully me. You know I have no one else around, yet you bully me. You simply bully me. Woe is me, I detest you. Zhu Xing's voice, filled with anger, struck at Ye Chen's heart. Each tear that trickled from her eyes pierced deeply into his soul, and her agonized cries echoed painfully within him. He gripped his phone tightly, longing to comfort her, yet found himself utterly speechless. He loved Zhu Xing to the point of madness. In his eyes, every action represented an overwhelming possessiveness, a misguided attempt to express his feelings. He thought he was demonstrating, "Wife, I love you obsessively. I love you to the brink of madness. I love you enough to wish for eternity together." Yet, his actions inflicted profound hurt upon her. It was clear, painfully clear, that this was not his intention. His love for Zhu Xing was genuine, the driving force behind his actions. But why had it led to such a tragic outcome? This was not what he desired. Ye Chen's eyes dimmed, and he struggled to find his voice. Yes, he had erred. His perception of love had warped. He had suffocated Zhu Xing. She was gasping for breath, each motion a testament to her resistance. Yet, he remained oblivious, naively believing she would appreciate such expressions of love. He had foolishly spent an entire afternoon devising an apology, mistakenly thinking it would advance their relationship. How naive he was. It was he who had pushed Zhu Xing into a corner, and it was she who could no longer endure him, prompting her flight. Yes, it was all his fault. He was wrong, and gravely so. The root of his error lay in his distorted love. "I'm sorry." A mere casual apology could hardly mend the wounds he had inflicted upon Zhu Xing. Ye Chen fell silent, uncertain of how to rectify his mistakes, how to salvage their relationship, how to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Zhu Xing's sobs gradually subsided. The pain he had caused loomed heavily over her unfortunate day. She did not wish to relinquish this relationship. She sought to express her feelings through this outburst. She released all her pent-up anger and grievances, and the effect was palpable. Ye Chen fell silent. Zhu Xing's hoarse voice broke the stillness. "Ye Chen, you know I like you. Can you promise me that from now on, you won't toy with my feelings?" All that had transpired would leave scars upon Zhu Xing, filling her with a sense of injustice. Yet, for the sake of a brighter future, she could endure, gritting her teeth. However, her greatest fear, her deepest dread, was that Ye Chen might truly play with her heart. Should the day come when he chose to manipulate her feelings, she would be plunged into despair, yearning only for death. She sought escape. She did not wish to feel this way. She needed emotional support. Ye Chen's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he solemnly declared, "I swear I..." "Don't make promises." Zhu Xing interrupted him again, pointing to her heart. "Just ensure that you can act with a clear conscience." Silence reigned, silence, silence, and more silence. Ye Chen wished he could obliterate himself from existence. Both remained silent, yet neither ended the video call, waiting for a word capable of alleviating the tension. Ye Chen's heart felt as if it were being torn apart, racked with unbearable pain. Zhu Xing's heart raced relentlessly, never pausing. Time slipped away, and Zhu Xing contemplated ending the call. Perhaps Ye Chen had yet to comprehend his own feelings. "Wait, Xiao Xing, let us play that game one more time. This time, I'll speak, and you guess." His lips moved as he pieced together a few words. Zhu Xing understood, and her eyes shimmered with tears. Those words were unmistakably, "I like you." Chapter 76. The affliction named love, yet the remedy is also love. What is love? Love is not a transaction based on mutual exchanges dictated by relationships, where each party seeks personal gain. This is merely a form of barter, devoid of authentic affection. So, what then constitutes true love? Love is neither physical intimacy, nor investment, nor possessiveness, nor favoritism. It is certainly not a calculated selection based on weighing pros and cons. Love is a multifaceted emotion. It embodies companionship, a steadfast presence through day and night, through every moment shared. Love is selflessness, the willingness to endure personal sacrifice for the sake of another. It is trust, a sanctuary where one can reveal their true self. Love is also tolerance, the readiness to assume responsibility for mistakes made. It manifests as support, offering encouragement following another's choices. The essence of love contradicts human nature. While human nature is inherently selfish, love is the unreserved act of giving. To genuinely love someone is to respect them, honoring every decision they make. It is to accept them wholly, embracing all aspects of their being. It involves recognizing their progress and celebrating their virtues. It requires understanding their innermost feelings and thoughts. It is about supporting their choices and nurturing their emotional well-being. Only by embodying these principles can one claim to truly love another. Ye Chen deeply loves Zhu Xing, yet he is extreme and distorted in his affections. His possessiveness drives him to bind Zhu Xing to his side, longing for constant closeness. He is acutely aware that Zhu Xing loves him in return, and he too harbors deep affection for her. Thus, he perceives Zhu Xing as his possession, even contemplating a future marriage. However, he neglects her thoughts, blinded by the seemingly sweet reality they inhabit. Their relationship has only just begun. They have merely crossed the first hurdle in the journey of love. Indeed, they are still just ordinary lovers. While they share an intimate physical connection, they have yet to traverse the deeper realms of vulnerability. Zhu Xing has not shared her past with him, leaving him largely uninformed about her. Likewise, he has not divulged his history, rendering Zhu Xing equally unaware of his background. Ye Chen's understanding of love is shallow and warped. If the staircase of love comprises 100 steps, they have only ascended to the 30th step, yet he mistakenly believes they are at the 70th. This misjudgment of their relationship is a grave error on his part. His suffocating affection leaves Zhu Xing gasping, pushing her to the brink of despair. Yet, he remains oblivious to her silent pleas for help, ensnared by the sweetness of their current dynamic. The path of their love remains fraught with challenges, akin to towering mountains standing in their way. Presently, Zhu Xing's grievances and anger manifest as tears, pulling him back from the blissful facade. He realizes the multitude of wrongs he has committed. Time slips by moment, as Zhu Xing awaits Ye Chen's response, eager to discern whether he acknowledges his mistakes. Ye Chen struggles with unbearable pain. His mind races, yet he remains at a loss for words to salvage their relationship. A fine sheen of sweat breaks out on his brow as his fists clench involuntarily. Despite having learned countless phrases of apology in this moment of need, they feel utterly inadequate. After what feels like an eternity, a flicker of disappointment crosses Zhu Xing's eyes as Ye Chen remains silent. She is weary and desires rest. Perhaps it is best to end the conversation here. Ye Chen feels a surge of urgency, yet a revelation strikes him like lightning. Why linger in the turmoil of how to apologize? Why not simply express his true feelings? If words seem weak and shallow, then let his heart speak instead. His heart races, and the chorus of emotions coalesces into a single declaration. I like you. The affliction named love can heal Zhu Xing, but must be done with love. Tears shimmer in Zhu Xing's eyes. This is the answer she yearns for. This is the love she desires. Chapter 77. Brother, you truly are a person of great capability. Ye Shao Quan Shuk. JPG. The two sat in silence, Ye Chen quietly observing Zhu Xing's reaction. Zhu Xing was at a loss for words, tears welling at the corners of his eyes as he knelt on the bed, delicately covering his face with his hand. Love that drives one to madness, love that enchants, love that brings sorrow, love that ignites anger, love that brings joy. All efforts are made in pursuit of love. Fortunately, Ye Chen spoke, otherwise a rift would have surely formed in their relationship. Zhu Xing gently sobbed, his soft cries reaching Ye Chen's ears. Thankfully, it was salvaged, and there was no need for such deep sorrow. Listening to Zhu Xing's weeping, Ye Chen felt a tightening in his chest. Yet he was at a loss as to how to proceed. A thought struck him. Let us continue with the game. Darling, do not cry. Let us play a little game. Ye Chen called softly, and Zhu Xing wiped his tears, giving a faint affirmative. Phew, as long as my darling agrees. Watch how I console you. Ye Chen sighed in relief, then suggested, let us play an imitation game, where I perform an action and you mimic me. The one who fails must accept a forfeit. The game of tuning is not solely Zhu Xing's privilege. All right, you go first, Zhu Xing said, sniffling as he focused intently on Ye Chen's movements, unsure of what Ye Chen was up to. Round 1. Come, do it with me. Ye Chen sat cross-legged, inhaled deeply, and slowly extended his hand to his chest, forming a heart gesture. Zhu Xing mirrored him, also forming a heart. Moi love you. My dear. Ye Chen winked, grinning. Cheeky. Zhu Xing's face flushed. He realized what game Ye Chen was playing. You clever boy. So you have figured it out. Fine, I shall play along. Round 2. Let me go, Chun Chun. Zhu Xing smiled, seizing the opportunity before Ye Chen could. All right. Zhu Xing relaxed his facial muscles and then unleashed a wink attack on Ye Chen. One eye gently closed while the other sparkled with mischief, seemingly hiding a smile. Zhu's first skill. Cuteness. This strike. 18 years of adorableness. Can you handle it, Chen Chun? Ye Chen's heart was pierced by Cupid's arrow, momentarily stunned as emotions stirred within him. So adorable. Yet, he had to imitate Zhu Xing's actions. However, his face twitched, one side involuntarily tensing, rendering his attempts far from Zhu Xing's fluidity. This expression was so amusing, so comical. Zhu Xing observed, covering his mouth to stifle laughter. Chen Chun is quite cute too. Clearly struggling, yet still attempting. All right, I'll let you slide this time. Okay, next round. So we play this way, then let us continue. Round 3. Ye Chen took the initiative. Suddenly, he stripped off his shirt, exposing his impressive chest and well-defined abs. Zhu Xing was momentarily spellbound. Thinking Ye Chen was about to run naked, he shrieked and quickly covered his eyes, yet his fingers parted slightly, and his gaze inadvertently flickered over. Ye Chen smiled gently. Come on, darling, your turn. Pervert, Zhu Xing exclaimed, face turning crimson. My dear, surely you don't wish to accept a forfeit. Ye Chen smirked, already concocting a punishment. Zhu Xing immediately exhibited a peculiar expression. Although he was well aware of Ye Chen's intentions, he believed he could not shy away. Bring it on. I'm not one to back down. All right, then close your eyes. When I undress, I'll call you. Zhu Xing chuckled, beckoning Ye Chen. Wah. Ye Chen was taken aback. Zhu Xing had genuinely agreed? He merely intended for Zhu Xing to accept a forfeit. Wait, you can't look. Zhu Xing's face flushed slightly as he fidgeted. Oh, all right. This is your own agreement, so you can't blame me. Ye Chen closed his eyes, eagerly anticipating Zhu Xing's reaction. Unexpectedly, he would witness this moment again that very day. Thoughts of his beloved's fair skin, delicate hair, soft tummy, and slight curves consumed him. All right, open your eyes, Zhu Xing urged shyly. Ye Chen abruptly opened his eyes, determined to etch the scene into his memory, only to exclaim, Ah, what do I see? Zhu Xing's cheeks were tinged with a gentle blush, yet he wore a pale white strap top. Oh, I'm undone. Familiarity washed over him. Reminiscent of the first time he handed Zhu Xing a towel. Zhu Xing delicately covered his snow-white shoulder, bashfully asking, So, how did I do? Did I pass? Just kidding. I'm not an ordinary boy. I still have an undershirt on. He wouldn't foolishly reveal himself to Ye Chen. This morning doesn't count. Fine, you pass. Ye Chen felt a tinge of disappointment, having not seen what he wished. Round 4. Zhu Xing took the lead. After scanning the room, he found nothing that posed a challenge. But underestimate Zhu Xing at your peril. He eyed the discarded female clothing, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. Then, in front of Ye Chen, he donned a female attire once more. Instantly, Ye Chen's gaze fixated on him. Once Zhu Xing had dressed, he tossed his long hair and playfully opened his lips. Your turn. Is this really a challenge? Ye Chen shook his head, realizing Zhu Xing was indulging him. He put on a shirt he had just removed and said, They are done. Not quite. Zhu Xing lightly tapped his rosy lips, a sly grin appearing. Huh? Ye Chen was puzzled. What I mean is, you must wear the female attire. Hee hee. Zhu Xing winked playfully. Ye Chen's expression stiffened. How was he to play this? Where would he find female clothing? Oh, Zhu Xing had some, but he couldn't possibly fit into it. Oh no, I accept my punishment, Ye Chen sighed despondently. Then I shall begin, Zhu Xing said with a smile. Here we go. Ye Chen closed his eyes, ready to face his fate. All right, let me ask you, what is the most embarrassing thing you have ever done? Zhu Xing blinked his sparkling eyes, recalling how Ye Chen had mentioned Ye Chen's numerous embarrassing moments, but Ye Chen had immediately covered her mouth to prevent her from speaking. He was curious. What could be so mortifying that it made Ye Chen blush? Can we change the punishment? Ye Chen suddenly asked. What did you say? Zhu Xing huffed, raising his voice. Ye Chen shrank back, knowing he had 3 incredibly embarrassing stories. However, Zhu Xing was unaware of the extent of his embarrassment, so he chose to recount the least shameful one. All right, I'll tell you. Yes. Zhu Xing leaned in eagerly. Ye Chen cleared his throat and, with a hint of reluctance, recounted, back in middle school, I was developing quite well, and my needs were rather intense. One day, I returned home early and, forgetting to lock the bathroom door, I engaged in some personal activities. As a result, Ye Chen returned and forcefully pushed open the bathroom door. Zhu Xing was laughing heartily, already envisioning the scene of Ye Chen's despair and Ye Chen's astonishment. Ha, how amusing. All he could see was a despondent captain and a pitiful little sister. Ha. The sound of silver, bell-like laughter reached his ears, causing Ye Chen's ears to redden and his cheeks to blush with a rare hue. After a moment of silence, Ye Chen, in a state of utter despair, added, Do you know what the first thing Ye Chen said was? What? She said, Brother, you truly are someone capable of great things. Ha. Chapter 78. Gazing into each other's eyes, a kiss of the spirit, Zhu Xing laughed until tears streamed down her face. No wonder Ye Chen would cover Ye Chen's mouth tightly when recounting his embarrassing moments. It was unexpected to discover Ye Chen's playful side, which was utterly amusing. What happened next? Zhu Xing blinked her eyes, filled with curiosity about the unfolding events. Ye Chen smirked slightly and slowly began to speak. Afterwards, I pulled up my pants and pushed her out. He then feigned indifference, but that mischievous Ye Chen couldn't help but chime in. What did she say? Zhu Xing inquired with keen interest. With a smile, she remarked, Bro, your future girlfriend is bound to be very happy. Zhu Xing wanted to laugh, but soon found herself unable to. She had seen Ye Chen's assets, and they were quite extraordinary. If that day ever came, she feared it might be overwhelming. A sense of trepidation washed over her. All right, I've finished my story. Ye Chen's ears flushed crimson. He was eager to change the subject. Well then, let us continue. Zhu Xing cleared her throat and prepared for the next round. In this round, Ye Chen took the initiative without any superfluous words. He closed his eyes, leaned closer to the phone, and gently pecked the screen. Ahem, my dear. It's your turn now. Ye Chen straightened his posture, anticipating Zhu Xing's response. Zhu Xing's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. You're quite the playful one. Aren't you? A cyber kiss, perhaps? She teased, giggling softly. With her eyes closed, she puckered her lips and leaned towards the screen. Is that sufficient? Chen Chen? Zhu Xing's eyes fluttered, her expression bright and cheerful. No, that one do. Ye Chen secret hesitating. What? Why not? Zhu Xing's eyes widened in surprise. Surely Ye Chen wasn't trying to back out. She had carefully followed his lead. What I mean is, just kissing the screen isn't enough. I want to kiss you in person, Ye Chen explained slowly. His gentle words felt like a crowbar, prying open Zhu Xing's heart. Foolish Chen Chen. Why don't you cherish me properly? I long to kiss you too. Zhu Xing's heart raced, but a sigh echoed in her mind. Zhu Xiaoxing. Don't be soft-hearted. Just this once, let Chen Chen learn to cherish you, to love you well. Then, you can kiss him every day. Phew, stop being so chatty. Zhu Xing playfully chided, her face blooming like a peach blossom. They fell into a comfortable silence, yet their eyes spoke volumes of their deepest emotions. Gazing into each other's eyes felt like a kiss of the spirit. It seemed as if they were etching every detail of one another into their minds. They lamented knowing each other too late, yet cherished the tranquility of the moment. This moment felt both elongated and fleeting. As night fell, Ye Chen reluctantly bid farewell. My dear, remember to return early. Be sure to call me often. There's no problem I can't help you solve. Goodbye. He waved and hung up. Zhu Xing gazed down at her phone, momentarily lost in thought. Her heart felt full, as if brimming with happiness. Pressing the cold phone against her chest, she suppressed the rapid beating of her heart. Ah, love, how it lingers. Ye Chen wished for her to return soon. For he missed her dearly. But did she not miss him just as much? They had only just begun their journey together. The path of love was long, and both she and Ye Chen had to strive towards it. In the future, she would surely be able to kiss Ye Chen every day. With her delicate fingers tracing her lips, Zhu Xing's gaze hardened with resolve. For the sake of future happiness, she could no longer afford to be soft-hearted. She needed to contemplate what to do tomorrow. Visiting her grandmother for advice seemed prudent. Perhaps they could acquire some new furniture, making this place feel warmer and cozier. This would be her fourth haven, the first being her home, the second her grandmother's, the third Ye Chen's heart, and this room would be the fourth. A few decorative items and essential supplies were in order. Yes, she needed to buy some skirts and clothes too. Oh dear, it seems tomorrow's agenda is quite packed. As night descended, it was time for a restful slumber. Cocooned under the covers, resting her head on the pillow, she closed her eyes. Yet her mind kept wandering back to Ye Chen's face. Given his excellent performance tonight, she wouldn't stay angry with him. How sweet, how blissful. A smile involuntarily graced her lips. Her legs instinctively tightened together. Chen, I can't wait to be with you. I found it. Yes, the money has been sent. All right, goodbye. Ye Chen slowly scrolled through the messages on his phone, a playful expression dancing across his face. Xingchen Community, Building 1, Unit 1301. A place he had just rented today. TSK, his dear wife was being a tad mischievous by keeping secrets from him. Yet with a gentle sigh, he acknowledged that it was his relentless pursuit of love that had caused Zhu Xing to evade him. He couldn't resort to forceful measures. No worries. He'd adopt a different strategy, nurture his beloved and enhance her affection towards him. True love is precious, and he firmly believed that he would ultimately walk the path of life with Zhu Xing. His fingers danced across the screen, sending a simple message. Good night, my dear. Good night, my love. He tightened his grip on the phone, then slowly released it. Good night, Chen. The message was sent successfully. Foolish Chen. Zhu Xing murmured softly, clutching her pillow tightly. Good night, sweet dreams. The following morning, Zhu Xing slowly opened her eyes, stretching languidly as sunlight streamed in, revealing her fair skin. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she slipped on her slippers and began her morning routine, preparing breakfast, a bowl of millet porridge, stir-fried potato strips, and a bun. The glistening potato strips were crisp and perfectly seasoned, paired with a fluffy bun, creating a delightful meal. Ah, cough. She choked a bit, patting her chest. But to no avail. Ignoring the heat, she took a sip of the millet porridge, only to scald her tongue. Fortunately, it went down smoothly. She felt the warmth of the food traveling down her esophagus, settling in her stomach, bringing a comforting warmth to her. Zhu Xing squinted her eyes in contentment. Oh no, I forgot to take a picture for Chen. Zhu Xing quickly snapped a photo of her breakfast and sent it to him with a voice message. Chen, have you had breakfast yet? Ye Chen promptly called back. Zhu Xing's lips twitched as she answered the call. Hello. Good morning, my dear. Ye Chen greeted her, showcasing the pancake he was eating. Look, dear, I'm having this. Yes, but you should eat less of that. It's too oily and salty. Zhu Xing advised, and Ye Chen paused, slowly responding, but dear, I'm in the dormitory and can't cook. Zhu Xing facepalmed. She had been so silly. How about you cook for me every day from now on? Ye Chen suggested with a playful tone, seemingly offering her a way out, yet cleverly leading her into his plan. All right then, Zhu Xing agreed, but hesitation crept in. How could she cook for him unless they had a place of their own? Yet, would Ye Chen lock her in? She pondered. Alas, let us speak of it later, let's speak of it later. Zhu Xing chuckled lightly, and then proudly declared, Look at what I have prepared. I assure you, it is absolutely delectable. It certainly appears appealing, but dear, did we not indulge in stir-fried shredded potatoes just last night? Ye Chen pointed towards the dish of shredded potatoes and inquired, So what? I simply adore potatoes. Zhu Xing replied with her head held high. All right, I shall return with an entire house full of potatoes for you, Ye Chen jested. Oh, that won't do. Even the most scrumptious potatoes can become tiresome if consumed excessively, Zhu Xing retorted, pouting slightly. Then how about I prepare potatoes for you in different styles every day? Would that be acceptable? Hee, that sounds wonderful. Zhu Xing responded with a smile. Dear, Ye Chen gazed at Zhu Xing's lustrous lips, his Adam's apple gently bobbing. What is it? She queried, leaning in slightly. Chapter 79. Zhu Xiaoxing's quest for financial independence. She cannot be supported by Ye Xiaocheng. Wife, what is the matter? Zhu Xing pursed her lips, her tongue delicately licking the grease from her lips. Just a kiss. Zhu Xing covered her face, surprised by the morning affection. Hee, Mua, are you ready? She pouted her pink lips and gently pecked the screen. All right, dear. Mua, remember to return early. Ye Chen responded with a kiss, adding a gentle reminder. I know, I'm hanging up now. Beep, beep. Zhu Xing ended the call, wiping the screen clean. System, did I complete yesterday's daily task? Zhu Xing suddenly recalled something and inquired. Yes, the task is complete. Rewards have been issued, the system replied in a monotone. Hee, did you not expect me to accomplish it this way? Zhu Xing beamed, her eyes sparkling as she boasted to the system. Just average. The system observed Zhu Xing's smug expression, feeling somewhat speechless. Any normal person would have thought of engaging in a romantic minigame. It certainly wasn't necessary to be physically together. One could say Zhu Xing's intelligence barely met the standard. After all, it was only when Ye Chen called her that she thought of this playful approach. You didn't even praise my cleverness. I shall ignore you. Zhu Xing rolled her eyes, though a smile soon danced at the corners of her mouth. This little Nanliang seems to be in need of a little punishment, the system mused. Host, you haven't yet reviewed today's daily task. The system's voice trailed off, contemplating some amusing ways to deal with this mischievous host. Let's take a look then. Zhu Xing raised an eyebrow, clicking to view the task. Today's task, integrate the romance within. Task description. Now that the host has become a couple with the destined male lead, the romance cannot merely flourish externally. A perfect relationship must also encompass the internal connection. Task reward, 3,000 emotional points. Task punishment, pass out on Ye Chen's bed while in uniform. System, are you toying with me? Zhu Xing sulked, her face falling as she pondered over the statement for a moment before finally voicing her concern. Not all task assignments are beyond the control of a minor system like me. The system cleared its throat, suppressing its amusement. Now, let us see how this proud and playful little Nanliang reacts. Zhu Xing, no, Zhu Xing's fingers tangled in her silver hair, ruffling it messily. This wretched system, it's clearly colluding with Ye Chen. What kind of task is this? Developing the internal romance is tantamount to engaging in intimate relations. Should I forego the task and accept the punishment instead? No. Zhu Xing suddenly remembered that neglecting the daily task would not only incur a penalty, but also require her to continue with the task, sans the reward. Calm down. There must be a way to complete the task, got it. But it's so embarrassing. It's fine. It's better than revealing my body. Oh dear. I'll need to adjust today as plans. It seems I must return to the dormitory tonight. Poor Ye Chen. It's all this wretched system's fault. It's clearly stirring up trouble. Zhu Xing's little tuft of hair stood on end as she prepared to scold the system, only to be interrupted by its voice. Host, your weekly task is nearing completion. Zhu Xing quickly checked Ye Chen's affection and love level for her. The love level has reached 78. Affection level at 87. Just a smidge more and the task will be complete. It appears with a little effort today or tomorrow, I can finish the task. 100. 000 soft currency. Wait, Ye Chen is right here. If I need money, I could just ask him directly, right? Oh no, that one do. Nanliang must achieve financial independence. Chapter 80. At 18, Zhu Xing has not grown a single inch in the past 6 months. Xiao Nanliang seeks economic independence. She cannot be financially supported by Ye Chen. With her silver hair neatly styled and her sleepwear cast aside, Zhu Xing casually purchased 2 sets of women's clothing yesterday. Thus, her outfit of the day consists of a pure white tank top layered beneath a light yellow shirt, topped with a pale gray jacket. On the lower half, she wears white shorts, pinkish-white safety pants, silk autumn leggings, and a pair of casual trousers on the outermost layer. Her hair is simply styled, and she opts for flat shoes. Today's agenda is packed. She plans to visit several places, so a simpler attire is preferable. The morning will be spent at the supermarket, the afternoon with her grandmother, and she will return to her dormitory in the evening. Time is of the essence. She must set off quickly. In Yang City, at a Walmart, Zhu Xing maneuvers a small cart through the aisles. She makes a mental note to purchase salt, soy sauce, and cooking oil, as well as towels, bath towels, toiletries, and a plethora of other essentials. Should she indulge in some fruit? With money in hand, why not? She adds a box of sun-kissed green grapes and another of sun-kissed strawberries to her cart. Before she knows it, the cart is brimming. After settling the bill, Zhu Xing is overwhelmed by the weight of her purchases. How will she carry all this? If only Ye Chen were here to assist her. Should she call him? No, better not. A little fatigue is tolerable. After a considerable struggle, Zhu Xing finally arrives home just before noon. Sighing heavily, she laments not having called Ye Chen for help. Feeling utterly exhausted, she collapses on the sofa, pops open a bottle of cola, and savors a couple of refreshing gulps of its effervescent bubbles. Today has been tiring, and she decides against cooking lunch. Instead, she retrieves her phone and orders a KFC family bucket. With her current finances, she can afford to order la carte rather than sticking to a set meal. Such is the luxury of wealth. In truth, her appetite only requires about 70 yuan to satiate her. After satisfying her hunger and taking a brief rest, she hails a taxi to her grandmother's house. Her heart races with anxiety. How will she explain her situation to her grandmother? Although her grandmother supports her desire to find a partner, it is still difficult to broach the subject. She resolves to take it one step at a time. The journey is short, and within half an hour, she arrives. In the small county town beneath Yang City, Zhu Xing stands at the entrance, takes a deep breath to quell her nerves, and strides confidently into the yard. "Grandma, I'm back," she calls out cheerfully, her face adorned with a bright smile. "Oh, Xiaoxing, you're back." Her grandmother, basking in the sunlight, rises unsteadily at the sound of Zhu Xing's voice. Zhu Xing rushes forward, enveloping her grandmother in a warm embrace. "Grandma, I missed you." Feeling the familiar warmth and scent of her grandmother, Zhu Xing's eyes brim with tears, her voice trembling slightly. "Come here, let me hug you." Her grandmother holds her tightly, swaying gently while patting her back. After a moment, they part, and her grandmother pinches Zhu Xing's soft cheek, exclaiming, "My granddaughter has truly grown up and become even more beautiful." Zhu Xing blushes and protests, "Grandma, I'm a boy. How can you say I'm becoming more handsome?" "Oh dear, I misspoke. Let me see if you've grown taller." Her grandmother smiles and ushers Zhu Xing to the wall marked for height measurements. "Oh my, it's been almost half a year. Surely you must have grown." Zhu Xing initially speaks with certainty, but her confidence wanes as she continues. The measurement on the wall reveals his height to be 159 centimeters, unchanged. Thus, at 18, he has not grown a single inch in the past 6 months. Moreover, today he wears flat shoes, so there is no boost from heels. Her grandmother measures him against the wall. Have you grown taller, Grandma?" Zhu Xing asks, his gaze evasive and his voice laced with uncertainty. "Well, you've grown a little," she replies after a brief silence, fabricating a comforting lie. In reality, the marks are nearly level with one another. Her grandmother then leads Zhu Xing to sit beside her on the bed and inquires seriously, "Xiaoxing, is your boyfriend not feeding you properly?" Chapter 81. Zhu Xing must and can only marry Ye Chen. "Xiaoxing, does her boyfriend not feed you?" A rough hand gently caressed Zhu Xing's cheek as her grandmother lovingly stroked her face. Zhu Xing fell silent, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Grandma, how can you say that?" Zhu Xing clasped her grandmother's hand and playfully shook it, pouting, all right. "Tell me, does your boyfriend treat you well?" Zhu Xing's playful demeanor softened her grandmother's sternness, leading her to inquire further. "Well, he treats me quite well, I suppose." Zhu Xing hesitated, aware that Ye Chen had caused her pain. Yet he also cared for her deeply. He provided for her every need. "Ah, so he takes good care of himself?" Her grandmother continued, probing. "How did you and your boyfriend meet?" Zhu Xing sighed, feeling exasperated by her grandmother's persistent questioning. Oh, Grandma, please don't keep calling him my boyfriend. Do you really want me to find a boy to be my partner? Taken aback by her grandmother's forthrightness, Zhu Xing paused before answering. We met in high school, and it's been over 3 years now. 3 years is quite a long time. Xiao Xing, do you like him? Her grandmother sighed before asking. Zhu Xing fell silent for a moment before responding honestly, yes, I do like him, quite a lot. Her grandmother pressed further. What do you like about him? Feeling a pang of anxiety, Zhu Xing listed Ye Chen's qualities. He's quite handsome, in good shape, takes care of me really well, and he's wealthy. Oh, does he like you in return? Her grandmother observed the fleeting shyness on Zhu Xing's face and grasped the depth of her feelings. Well, I think you should like me, Zhu Xing replied, wishing she could retract her words, noticing her hesitation might raise her grandmother's concerns. Are you two having some conflicts? Zhu Xing scratched her head, reluctantly admitting, yes, there are a few issues. Her grandmother narrowed her eyes. What kind of issues? Has he found another girl? Not all. Zhu Xing paused to gather her thoughts, then slowly explained, Grandma, I feel like he only likes my physical self, not me as a whole. I'm so anxious, constantly thinking about him, wanting to be with him, yet worried he might fall for someone else. Zhu Xing disclosed this, knowing her visit to see her grandmother was partly to seek guidance. Her grandmother sighed, then spoke gently, Xiao Xing, I've heard your boyfriend has a good background, much better than ours. In our society, we value compatibility, so he may have high expectations of you. After her grandmother's words, she held Zhu Xing's hand tightly, adding, Xiao Xing, our circumstances may not match his, which is why your anxiety is understandable. However, we also have our strengths. Remember, traditionally, men provide while women manage the home. As long as you excel in your own responsibilities, such as cooking and cleaning, and demonstrate your worth, happiness can be achieved. Is it possible that Wada, she is a boy? Why must I always be regarded as a girl? Grandma, I am a boy. Could you please stop treating me as a girl? Zhu Xing's face flushed crimson as she protested. While her grandmother's intentions were clear in wanting Zhu Xing to showcase his value, he felt embarrassed by the expectation to assume traditionally feminine roles. Xiao Xing. Her grandmother grasped his hand firmly. I am aware you are a boy, but due to your health, you cannot be seen as an ordinary boy. You once asked why I wanted you to find a boy for a partner. My health is failing, and I worry about how long I have left. Given your condition, you cannot marry a typical girl. Hence, I wish for you to find a boy who can care for you throughout your life. Tears glistened in her grandmother's weary eyes. I've let go of many things in my life, but I cannot let go of you. The thought of you being mistreated in the future keeps me awake at night. When your partner spoke with me, I sensed he was a good person, which is why I encouraged you to show your worth and cherish him. I may not live long enough to see your wedding. That is why I'm eager to help you find someone you can trust for a lifetime. After I'm gone, only your partner will be there to care for you. Thus, Xiao Xing, while I may not wish for you to marry a boy, it is necessary and inevitable. Zhu Xing remained silent, tears glistening in his eyes as he embraced his grandmother. Grandma, don't worry. We will live well in the future. I promise you will see me married. Chapter 82. The gift of welcome is unexpected. Grandma, rest assured, we will definitely live well in the future. Grandma, you will surely live to see me married. It turns out, this was her intention. Grandma's heartfelt efforts were solely aimed at ensuring that she could find a good family and live a happy life together. Tears flowed gently as Zhu Xing's gaze gradually grew resolute. Even if it was for the sake of alleviating Grandma's worries, he must, and can only, seek his own happiness. Zhu Xiaoxing, you must strive to make Ye Chen truly love you. For yourself and for Grandma. After a moment of silent companionship, Grandma inquired, Xiaoxing, have you eaten? I had lunch, but not dinner yet. Zhu Xing pondered for a moment before responding. Then have dinner before you leave. Okay. Zhu Xing agreed, thinking it wouldn't take too long to return home, so staying a little longer was fine. It had been nearly half a year since they last met, and it was time for a good chat. Holding Grandma's hand, Zhu Xing shared numerous jokes, eliciting hearty laughter from both. As their conversation progressed, Grandma asked Zhu Xing if there were any sweet moments with Ye Chen. Zhu Xing's cheeks flushed as he recounted the events that transpired between them. However, he chose to omit certain embarrassing incidents and quarrels, wishing to spare Grandma unnecessary concern. He was capable of handling it all. Zhu Xing excitedly narrated their experiences living together, their dates, and ultimately deciding to be together. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, his eyes shimmering with an unusual brightness. And at the mention of sweet moments, a bashful expression appeared on his face. Grandma noticed all of this, her own face breaking into a satisfied smile. Time passed unnoticed, and gradually the sky darkened. Xiaoxing, dinner is ready. He coming. Zhu Xing washed his hands and sat at the table. Vegetables, shredded potatoes, stir-fried beans with meat, and congee. Such familiar dishes. Yummy. One bite, and he could tell it was Grandma's cooking. After finishing the meal, Zhu Xing patted his round belly. I can't move. I'm so full. Xiaoxing, how about you stay the night and sleep here with Grandma? Grandma said, observing his state. Zhu Xing shivered slightly, then replied, Grandma, I can't. My leave is almost over. I can't stay tonight. I'll come back next week. Grandma, I really want to stay, but I have tasks to complete. Otherwise, your granddaughter, grandson, would lose his virtue. Zhu Xing placed a hand on his forehead, feeling as if the system was urging him to fulfill a mission. All right, then you should head back early. If you wait too long, you won't catch a ride. Seeing that staying overnight was not an option, Grandma urged Zhu Xing to leave promptly. Okay, Grandma, I've transferred some money to you. Zhu Xing took out his phone and made a few taps. All right, Grandma, I earned some money. Feel free to spend it. If it's not enough, just let me know. Zhu Xing showed Grandma his balance, and her mouth fell open in surprise. Then she grasped Zhu Xing's hand tightly, her voice filled with concern. Xiaoxing, you haven't done anything illegal, have you? Of course not, Grandma. Zhu Xing chuckled helplessly. Oh dear, have you been supported by your boyfriend? Grandma, what are you saying? Zhu Xing's face turned crimson, playfully protesting. Then a thought struck him, and he added, Grandma, this is money I earned from writing novels. My books are quite popular, so I've made a good amount. Oh, my granddaughter is truly remarkable. Grandma Zhu Xing shook her arm, feeling a mix of pride and exasperation. All right, head back soon. Grandma gently pushed Zhu Xing toward the door. Then, Grandma, I'm leaving now. Zhu Xing hesitated, glancing back. Yes, be careful on your way. Grandma waved her hand in farewell. As Zhu Xing took a few steps away, he turned back to see Grandma still standing at the entrance, smiling at him. A wave of emotion washed over him, and he hurried back for a big hug. Grandma, after I leave, you must take good care of yourself. All right, Xiaoxing, your aunt and uncle are here. There's no need to worry about me. Hurry along, or you'll miss the last bus. Grandma gently patted Zhu Xing's back, urging him. With a reluctant farewell, he waved goodbye and boarded the bus to the city. Leaning against the window, his starry eyes filled with reluctance. Grandma preferred to remain in the village. As she often said, I was born here and will die here. I have lived my whole life in this village. He had tried to persuade her to move to the city, where life would undoubtedly be more convenient. However, she simply replied, Xiaoxing, you still have school and a brighter future ahead. I am old and cannot follow you. The city has tall buildings, and it would be inconvenient for me to move around. When you go to school, I would be all alone at home. It's better for me to stay in the village, where neighbors look after me and your aunt and uncle visit me daily. This way, I have company to chat with. Zhu Xing was left speechless, ultimately conceding to Grandma's wishes. After alighting from the bus, he hailed a taxi. After a couple of transfers, he finally arrived at Yangqing University. By the time Zhu Xing reached his dormitory, it was already 10:30. Throughout the journey, Ye Chen had messaged and called him, to which he responded through text. Bang! The door swung open, and Ye Chen looked up, finally seeing the person he had missed day and night. With a smile, Ye Chen stood up and embraced Zhu Xing. Welcome back, my love. As they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. After just a day apart, Ye Chen felt as if he might wither away without Zhu Xing. Thus, they remained wrapped in each other's arms. Fool, let go of me. I need to freshen up. Zhu Xing, feeling a mix of embarrassment and warmth, squirmed in Ye Chen's embrace, desperately needing to wash up to avoid the lingering taste in his mouth. All right, Ye Chen released Zhu Xing, allowing him to head to the bathroom. After brushing his teeth and washing his face twice, Zhu Xing emerged from the bathroom. Ye Chen sat on a chair, putting down his phone and turning to gaze at Zhu Xing. Zhu Xing's cheeks flushed again, his thoughts racing at what was to follow. And he felt a wave of shyness wash over him. Blame the system. He hurried to Ye Chen's side, gently pinching his chin, then pressed his lips against Ye Chen's. Ye Chen was taken aback. Chapter 83. The remedy: do not indulge in your own imagined scenarios. What is happening? Ye Chen had heard of the saying that a brief separation enhances the freshness of a marriage, but he had never witnessed it until now. His wife had just returned, and she was kissing him. Had she come to a realization? Was she yearning for him? What ist? At that moment, Ye Chen was seated, his chin being lifted by Zhu Xing, forcing him to tilt his head back. Zhu Xing leaned in, one hand pressing against the nape of his neck. Their lips brushed together, yet no further actions ensued. Zhu Xing was anxious. Her task was incomplete. Did it really have to be this way? Oh dear. It was a quandary, whether to proceed or refrain. Never mind. Let us complete the task swiftly to avoid any lingering uncertainties. Soon after, Zhu Xing knocked on Ye Chen's door. Ye Chen's pupils widened in surprise. He had not expected Zhu Xing to visit at such an hour. Being a gracious host, he opened the door, allowing her entry. Upon stepping inside, Zhu Xing felt a wave of shyness, lingering in Ye Chen's courtyard, surveying the new surroundings without taking any action. Meanwhile, Ye Chen was observing Zhu Xing. For indeed, a brief separation does heighten the novelty of a reunion. Thus, he embraced her, pulling her into his arms. Zhu Xing shivered, attempting to break free. Yet Ye Chen held her tightly, rendering her immobile. Resolute, she decided that if she was to engage, she might as well complete the task at hand. Thus, she remained in his embrace. Ding! Today's task has been accomplished, and the reward has been issued. With the task completed, Zhu Xing sighed in relief, intending to withdraw from Ye Chen's courtyard. However, Ye Chen was unwilling to let her go. Since she was already there, why not linger a while longer? Consequently, under Ye Chen's insistence, Zhu Xing stayed for an additional 5 minutes. Ultimately, she fled in disarray. The air was thick with an ambiguous tension as Zhu Xing staggered. Her face flushed. She took 2 steps back to distance herself from Ye Chen, who wore a mischievous smile. Rising, he swiftly embraced her, pinning her against the wall. What are you doing? Zhu Xing gasped in astonishment, her voice filled with shock. The playful grin on Ye Chen's face deepened. Zhu Xing, initially bewildered, soon grasped the implications of his words, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Get away. Don't touch me, she protested, flailing her arms ineffectively. Ye Chen sees it, has shoulders, holding her against the wall, ensuring they were eye to eye. At that moment, her feet dangled above the ground, her legs thrashing helplessly. She could only gaze at Ye Chen with eyes brimming with indignation and unshed tears. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Zhu Xing as if she had been struck by lightning. This scene felt strikingly familiar. It was reminiscent of a moment she had imagined while watching a movie. After swapping bodies with Ye Chen, she had resolved to teach him a lesson, to let him experience the sensation of being bullied. Back then, she had lifted him, teasing his sensitive spots until he weakened, and then slowly leaned in to kiss him, drawing him into a breathless state. However, how could the imagined scenario mirror reality so closely? The roles had simply reversed, and now it was she who was being lifted. No, please do not replicate my imagined actions. Zhu Xing's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, as if she might weep pearls at any moment. Yet Ye Chen was unfazed by her turmoil. A man must be resolute when required. Now was the time for him to assert himself, and he had no intention of relinquishing her. Leaning closer to Zhu Xing's ear, he whispered, "My dear wife, I miss you dearly. What shall we do?" With that, he blew gently, causing her to feel weak, as if she were melting into a puddle. The remedy was indeed a mirror of her imagined scenario. Chapter 84. Without taking a gamble, how could one ascertain whether he might grow weary of such behavior? The medicinal remedy resonates perfectly with the narrative I have envisioned. Chen Chen, oh Chen Chen, the remedy is once again toying with me. Zhu Xing found herself at a loss for words, yet her misty starry eyes betrayed a sense of unease intertwined with a subtle thrill. Ye Chen buried his head deep in Zhu Xing's neck, greedily inhaling the fragrance that enveloped her. The warm, humid breath caressed her neck, igniting a comforting warmth from the depths of his heart, rendering his limbs increasingly feeble. Zhu Xing instinctively turned her head, attempting to dislodge Ye Chen's presence. However, his head remained stubbornly nestled in her neck, resulting in their fluffy heads rubbing against one another. After a brief stalemate, Ye Chen suddenly spoke, "Wife, in the future, should anything arise, do share it with me. As long as we engage in earnest discussion, there is no problem that cannot be resolved. Please, do not depart without a word." His voice trembled slightly. That afternoon, Zhu Xing's silence had genuinely frightened him. Zhu Xing let out a silent sigh. Ye Chen was still too naive. Repeating words multiple times might not guarantee understanding. Yet, experiences teach, and one learns with but a single encounter. Chen, how could you cherish me without first experiencing the pain of losing me? That which is too easily obtained is often taken for granted. Zhu Xing acknowledged her own flaw, hastily packaging herself for the sake of love. She remained silent, choosing not to respond to Ye Chen's inquiry. Seeing her silence, Ye Chen assumed she was deep in thought, prompting him to rise and meet her gaze. At that moment, Zhu Xing was lifted, her limbs hanging limply. Yet, her eyes remained calm, starkly contrasting with Ye Chen's anxious expression. A sudden realization struck Ye Chen. What did that gaze signify? Could it be? Could Zhu Xing truly contemplate leaving him once more? His emotions spiraled into turmoil, akin to a raging inferno. Why? Why would she wish to depart from him? A voice within him clamored, "Claim him. Bind him to your side. From this moment forth, he shall never leave, and you shall cherish him every day, every night, every moment." Yet, a piercing pain accompanied this thought, conjuring an image of Zhu Xing, tears streaming down her face. "I love him, but love transcends mere possessiveness and obsession. I must not act selfishly. I desire an equal partnership, not one rooted in obsession." The two voices within him clashed, threatening to shatter his sanity. Zhu Xing observed Ye Chen's tormented visage, her heart aching. She reached out to grasp his arm, drawing his attention back to her. However, as he gazed at her suspended form, an epiphany dawned within him. "Forget the complexities, relish the moment. I am certain that what I am about to do is right." Fixating on Zhu Xing's serene countenance, his gaze gradually descended to her lips. Ye Chen suddenly closed the distance, his full lips pressing against her delicate ones. Zhu Xing's eyes widened in shock. She had not anticipated his bold kiss. With a gentle bite to her lower lip, Zhu Xing let out a soft sound, her defenses crumbling. Ye Chen's face obscured her breath, and she gradually found herself struggling for air, prompting her to pat his back. Yet, Ye Chen paid no heed to her gesture, continuing until she grew faint. Once he ensured her safety with a couple of breaths, he shifted his focus. Heavy breaths cascaded against Zhu Xing's face. Her eyelashes fluttered as she opened her dazed eyes, only to realize that Ye Chen remained pressed against her. A strange sensation enveloped her, a blend of satisfaction and affection, pulsating heartbeats intermingling with tension. It seemed she did not detest this behavior. Yearning to draw closer, yet fearing a farewell, Ye Chen hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. He longed to steal a glance at her flushed face, but instead found himself ensnared by her tear-filled eyes. Why become entangled in such dilemmas? Simply express one's true feelings and abundant love. Ye Chen resolved not to harbor regrets, seizing the present and every opportunity to earn Zhu Xing's affection. He aimed for her to understand that only he could evoke such feelings within her. Zhu Xing despised his twisted love, yet found herself reluctant to relinquish his possessiveness. Love is not merely about possessiveness and obsession, but it must encompass a modicum of both. Ye Chen erred in misjudging the nature of their relationship, blinded by the sweetness of reality, leading him to actions that caused Zhu Xing pain. However, this did not render him entirely devoid of merit. At the very least, Zhu Xing would find joy in his reasonable possessiveness. Ye Chen was gambling, wagering whether Zhu Xing might be repulsed by his actions. Yet now, her gaze was hazy, even seemingly welcoming his advances. Joy radiated from Ye Chen's eyes. He had won his wager. Chapter 85. Why is my body so weak? Could it be another cramp? Ye Chen gently lowered Zhu Xing, yet she was already so weak that she was on the verge of collapsing. Ye Chen placed one leg between hers, then guided her to sit on his lap. With one hand bracing against the wall and the other gripping her chin, he compelled her to look up at him. Zhu Xing's hair was disheveled, her complexion flushed, and her breath was uneven, presenting a rather disarrayed figure. A mischievous smile crept across Ye Chen's face. His wife, in this state of reluctant allure, was undeniably exhilarating. The light behind him cast a soft halo around his silhouette, while Zhu Xing remained in the shadows. Unable to discern his features clearly, the brightness forcing her to instinctively lower her gaze. However, Ye Chen's firm grip on her chin compelled her to meet his gaze. His face was sharply defined, with smooth lines, a prominent nose, and deep-set eyes that seemed to pierce through Zhu Xing's soul. Zhu Xing's breath hitched. Her heart raced, and her eyes darted away, unable to hold his stare. Ye Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of playful seduction in his voice. "My dear wife, do you think I am handsome?" This tantalizing question echoed in her ears, causing Zhu Xing to shiver and instinctively curl into herself. Yet as she moved, Ye Chen pinched her cheeks, puffing them out in a comical yet endearing manner. My dear, will you answer me?" Ye Chen's tone grew increasingly intimate, his eyes sparkling with mischief. He was adept at seduction. Zhu Xing remained silent, her body trembling. Unsure of what to say, her heart felt as if it were lodged in her throat, leaving her breathless. Noticing her continued silence, Ye Chen leaned in closer until their foreheads touched, allowing them to see reflections of themselves in each other's eyes. Zhu Xing's gaze was filled with panic. She had not anticipated Ye Chen's boldness. This was not the direction she had expected. Why was she constantly at his mercy? She had been taken advantage of, her lips swollen from his kisses, and her body imbued with his scent, even lingering in her mouth. She felt utterly consumed. "Handsome, handsome, let go of me," Zhu Xing hurriedly praised, hoping to elicit his release. However, it was a futile desire. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. He understood that a measure of force could be playful teasing. Having learned from experience, he aimed to grant Zhu Xing a moment to breathe. Yet, seizing the opportunity to strike while she relaxed could yield unexpectedly delightful results. In the midst of emotional highs and lows, Zhu Xing was more likely to develop feelings for him. Observing Ye Chen remain still, even detecting the amusement in his eyes, Zhu Xing widened her eyes. Wouldn't he dare to make another move? Would he? If he tries to take advantage of me again, I will truly be angry. Ye Chen allowed a soft hum, acknowledging her praise. Then they separated slightly, Ye Chen straightening up. Zhu Xing exhaled in relief. Chen is still somewhat obedient. A compliment, and he lets go. Yet, why did a subtle sense of regret bloom within her? Regret. Zhu Xing's pupils dilated. Did she actually desire Ye Chen to continue? Oh no, she truly had been trained into a state of submissive softness, with a hint of shyness in her eyes. She glanced up at him. Ye Chen nodded slightly, observing the changing expressions on her face, and, as thoughts of his next actions crossed his mind, the smile in his eyes deepened. Ye Chen suddenly released his grip, withdrawing his leg. As Zhu Xing had been sitting on it the entire time when he pulled back, she found herself without support, her legs too weak to hold her up. She slipped down suddenly, bracing herself for a fall as she tightly shut her eyes. But a powerful force caught her, and after a brief moment of descending, she felt the familiar sensation of weightlessness as Ye Chen lifted her once more. Opening her eyes, she was met with Ye Chen's smiling gaze. "My dear, why are your legs so weak? Another cramp?" Zhu Xing covered her face, lamenting her overly sensitive body. How could she explain this? Should she say, "Chen, I'm weak because I'm feeling faint"? What a ridiculous thought. She had her pride. Even if Chen knew, he should not state it outright. "No, I just didn't react in time," Zhu Xing stammered, her brow furrowing as she recalled how Ye Chen had suddenly pulled back his leg, almost causing her to fall. "Why did you suddenly withdraw your leg? You nearly made me fall." My dear, you cannot wrongfully accuse me. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Since you've called me handsome, how could I possibly continue my actions?" Ye Chen feigned innocence, but then with a wicked smile, he leaned closer to Zhu Xing's ear. "My dear, could it be that you wish for me to continue what I was just doing?" Let the World Perish Chapter 86. The love-struck Zhu Xiaoxing, as soon as Zhu Xiaoxing tasted sweetness, he lost himself. Darling, do you wish for me to continue what I was just doing? Ye Chen whispered into Zhu Xing's ear, gently nibbling on the translucent earlobe. Zhu Xing trembled violently, his cheeks aflame, and abruptly turned away, escaping Ye Chen's caress. Yet, after exerting all his effort, his body softened once more, waves of tingling sensations washing over him. Ye Chen smiled faintly, his gaze fixated on Zhu Xing. At that moment, Zhu Xing turned his head to the side, his ear tips blushing a delicate pink, his body occasionally twitching. Ye Chen lifted Zhu Xing gently, a smile on his face, quietly observing his reactions. The two remained in this stalemate, silence enveloping them. Once Zhu Xing regained his composure, he turned to meet Ye Chen's eyes, his tone sharper than before. Can you let go of me? All right, I will let go. Ye Chen immediately acquiesced, steadily placing Zhu Xing on the ground and only releasing his grip once Zhu Xing was stable. Zhu Xing cast a suspicious glance at Ye Chen. This was uncharacteristic of him. Given such a splendid opportunity to act freely, he had actually restrained himself. Something was amiss. Zhu Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, wary of Ye Chen's next move. Yet, Ye Chen made no further advances. After ensuring Zhu Xing was steady, he released him and turned to wash up without a backward glance. Zhu Xing leaned against the wall, opening his mouth to speak, but refrained. This was not typical of Ye Chen. Had he truly had a change of heart and decided against being overly aggressive? Oh dear! Zhu Xing slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that he had quarreled with Ye Chen, and it was certain that Ye Chen would make some adjustments. However, he didn't expect the transformation to occur so swiftly. Excellent. He was teachable. No wonder he was the one Zhu Xing admired. A hint of sweetness blossomed within Zhu Xing. Witnessing the one he loved change for him was a form of happiness in itself. With joy in his heart, the little tuft of hair atop his head swayed gently. Perhaps their time together would arrive sooner than expected. Zhu Xing glanced again at Ye Chen's state. Affection points had risen from 87 to 89, and love points from 78 to 79. Quite good. He was on the verge of completing his weekly task. Could this be considered a double blessing? Not only could he be with Chen sooner, but also accomplish his weekly task and earn some soft currency. Delightful. The tuft of hair swayed lightly, seemingly indicating that its owner's mood was quite pleasant. The system silently observed. Poor Zhu Xiaoxing, just a little happiness. And he forgot the recent events that had left him feeling thoroughly drained. Diagnosis complete, purely love-struck. As night deepened, the two retired to their respective beds. Zhu Xing had explored many places today and soon fell into a deep slumber. Ye Chen lay on his side, quietly admiring Zhu Xing's sleeping form. His strategy had proven highly effective. Firstly, in their romantic relationship, he had been assertive, displaying his affection and possessiveness. Yet simultaneously, he released Zhu Xing before he became uncomfortable, illustrating his willingness to change. He had been attentively observing Zhu Xing's responses. Zhu Xing did not seem to resent their intimate contact. In fact, he would often reciprocate. What Zhu Xing despised was the lack of breathing room, the sense of being possessed without consideration for his feelings. Addressing this issue would lead to a dramatic elevation in their relationship. It was far from a dream. My dear, we shall soon be together, Ye Chen murmured softly, yearning to bypass the trials in between and arrive at the final destination. However, both understood that such haste would inevitably lead to their relationship's disintegration. Taking it slowly, his beloved would ultimately belong to him. He had ample time to cherish moments with her. Dreaming of a beautiful future, Ye Chen gradually closed his eyes. The following comprises Ye Chen's dream. As consciousness gradually pulled him, Ye Chen opened his eyes, only to find himself in an unfamiliar place. The unreal sensations enveloped him, as if everything could collapse at any moment. Instantly, he realized he was dreaming. Curiously, he had not dreamed in quite some time. He surveyed his surroundings, finding himself in a building, yet unaware of which floor he occupied. Turning his head, he noticed a shadowy corridor lined with numerous doors. Ye Chen frowned. This had an ominous feeling. Nevertheless, he was bold, and nightmares held little sway over him, merely a spice of life. His gaze followed the corridor until it was swallowed by an unfathomable darkness. Curiosity piqued, he decided to venture forth. He was certain this was merely a dream and would have no impact on him. Footsteps echoed as Ye Chen strolled leisurely down the dim corridor. Displaying no signs of fear, a faint noise emanated from one of the doors beside him, causing him to halt, frowning slightly, and press his ear against the door to listen. There were indistinct voices within. He could not discern the words, but he faintly caught the name Zhu Xing. His heart raced, and he forcefully knocked on the door, eager to pry it open and discover the conversation inside. However, his former unmatched strength was powerless against this door. Next, he pressed his ear to the door again, but this time, silence reigned. An oppressive quiet enveloped him. Anxiety gripped Ye Chen. He had heard of precognitive dreams before. Was he experiencing one now? In the past, he had dismissed such notions, deeming them inconsequential. Yet now, hearing discussions about Zhu Xing, his heart tightened. Zhu Xing was his. He vowed to protect Zhu Xing for a lifetime. Now that someone was discussing Zhu Xing, could it be that someone intended to harm him? With a heavy heart, he continued deeper into the darkness. He needed to discover the truth about this place. In the pitch-black abyss, Ye Chen strode purposefully. After 5 minutes, he still had not reached the end. Something felt amiss, very amiss. Ye Chen stood still, brow furrowed. But he had no time to ponder, for a door ahead suddenly swung open. A figure emerged, and Ye Chen's eyes glimmered with recognition as he squinted to observe the silhouette. The more he looked, the more familiar it became. Suddenly, a realization struck him like lightning. This was Zhu Xing. He hurried towards the figure, intending to pull Zhu Xing away. But then, a voice rang out. "Darling, where are you going? Come back." A male voice followed, and another figure appeared, causing Ye Chen to halt. "All right, my dear. I was just stepping out for a moment. I will return shortly." The familiar, cool female voice resonated. It was indeed Zhu Xing. Alarm bells rang in Ye Chen's mind. He grasped the arm of the figure before him, noting that it was just as slender as the Zhu Xing he remembered. "Come with me," Ye Chen urged, pulling at the figure's arm, but to his astonishment, he found he could not budge it. Slowly, he turned back, only to discover 2 figures behind him. One tall figure seemingly holding Zhu Xing's other arm. "Who are you?" The familiar, cool female voice echoed, sending a jolt through Ye Chen's heart. Chapter 87. Pierced, uncertain whether body or heart. "Who are you?" A familiar, chilling female voice brimmed with wariness resonated, causing a tremor in Ye Chen's heart. What was happening? Did Zhu Xing not recognize him? Ye Chen sensed the resistance emanating from the figure before him. His pupils constricted as he suddenly noticed a towering shadow behind the petite figure, tugging at her other arm. The arm was taut, trembling subtly, and Ye Chen feared that exerting his full strength would inflict pain upon the person he suspected to be Zhu Xing. Meanwhile, the imposing figure showed no intention of relinquishing his grip. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes, released his hold, and took a step back. In this struggle between the two, only Zhu Xing would suffer. "Dear, who is he?" A voice filled with caution erupted from the man, who stood protectively before Zhu Xing. "I don't recognize him. He must be a madman." Zhu Xing's voice, distant and concealed behind the male figure, echoed in Ye Chen's ears. Zhu Xing was on guard against him. A shiver coursed through Ye Chen's body, a pang of hurt striking his heart. What was going on? Why did Zhu Xing not recognize him? And who was this man? What was the nature of their relationship? Leaning slightly forward, Ye Chen pressed his hand against his chest. This was merely a dream, yet his heart was convulsing. The sensation of heartache felt alarmingly real. But for now, he must retrieve Zhu Xing. Once he had her, all would be revealed. Ye Chen straightened, his eyes shimmering with determination. First, he needed to deal with that male figure. Using the ground for leverage, he lunged forward, unleashing a powerful side kick aimed at sending the man crashing against the wall. However, his full-force strike was intercepted by an elbow. His leg tingled with numbness. Yet the man remained steadfast, unmoved. Ye Chen's gaze sharpened. This adversary was formidable. A gust of wind from a punch rushed towards him, prompting Ye Chen to defend himself hastily, his wrist tingling from the impact. Astonishment flashed through his eyes. This man possessed extraordinary strength, subtly surpassing his own. He could not rely solely on brute force. In an instant, Ye Chen altered his strategy, but the figure's speed was astonishing. As soon as he launched a punch, another was already on its way. Ye Chen sidestepped just in time to evade the blow. Seizing the opportunity, he harnessed his left hand's momentum and aimed a punch at the man's ribcage. The figure recoiled, his movements faltering, and Ye Chen followed up with a side kick, forcing the man to stagger back 3 steps, though he did not topple as anticipated. In the obscurity, he could scarcely discern his opponent, relying solely on his senses and instincts. "Xing, you must leave. Distance yourself from this man," Ye Chen shouted, yet received no reply from Zhu Xing. His expression tightened as he hastened to pursue, intent on seizing control of the rhythm of the attack. But the man's reflexes were too swift. He had already positioned himself, waiting for Ye Chen's approach. Ye Chen launched himself forward with all his might, but his efforts were thwarted by the man's elbows. A whip-like kick followed, which Ye Chen barely managed to deflect, though his form became slightly compromised. The man seized the moment, delivering a powerful right hook straight to Ye Chen's chest. Ye Chen grunted, stumbling back 3 steps, his chest constricted, a metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. This could not continue. He had to conclude this swiftly. Where was Zhu Xing? Why had she not responded? There was no time to ponder further. The man's fists were upon him once more. Ye Chen blocked with his elbow, his frustration igniting. Subsequently, he feigned a left punch, and, as the man's attention diverted, he executed a rapid right whip kick, bending the man's body and unsettling his balance. Yet, the man's fists whirled around him in an instant. Ye Chen retreated to dodge, but his footwork remained relentless, delivering another whip kick that the man failed to parry, sending him sprawling. The man attempted to rise, but Ye Chen was quicker, his toes striking the man's head. Dazed and disoriented, the man heard a persistent ringing. Though he yearned to retaliate, his strength had waned. Ye Chen pounced, pinning the man down, one hand gripping his neck and the other seizing his arm. The man thrashed violently, driving his knee into Ye Chen's abdomen. Pain shot through him, yet he maintained his hold. The man was powerful and fast, but his technique was somewhat unrefined. This was his only chance. If the man adapted, both he and Zhu Xing would suffer dire consequences. For now, the man was merely a spent force, struggling in his final throes. Ye Chen's gaze was unwavering as he tightened his grip. The man's struggles grew feebler, but Ye Chen showed no sign of relenting. As expected, the man thrashed again, causing Ye Chen to wince, his body trembling, yet his hands remained steadfast. If he could hold on just a little longer, the man would be finished. Suddenly, a chill enveloped him, followed by searing pain, which was swiftly replaced by a wave of warmth. Ye Chen coughed blood, turning abruptly, his heart silently praying it was not the person he dreaded most. A sharp blade pierced his body, blood gushing from a wound. The one wielding the knife was the last person he wished to see. Chapter 88. The pinnacle of possession is also a form of true love. Blood trickled down the blade as Zhu Xing forcefully pushed, the sharp edge fully embedding itself in the body. Tears welled in Ye Chen's eyes, and he coughed up blood in small gasps. His consciousness grew increasingly hazy, and the strength in his hands gradually waned. The male figure had also succumbed, unaware of whether he was alive or dead. His heart beat feebly, enveloped in an overwhelming chill. His body was cold, and his heart was even colder. The hilt of the knife twisted, churning flesh and blood, as Ye Chen strained to turn, revealing a wan smile. Then, in Zhu Xing's astonished gaze, Ye Chen's broad palm gently cupped Zhu Xing's face. "Do not cry." His thumb slowly wiped away the tears, leaving bloodstains on that delicate visage. Ye Chen could no longer sustain himself. He collapsed, pressing Zhu Xing beneath him. The mingling scent of blood and the sweet fragrance of innocence filled the air. His breaths became lighter, yet Ye Chen distinctly perceived the sound of a heartbeat. It was not his own. It belonged to Zhu Xing. This truly was a nightmare. A barely audible sigh marked the end of Ye Chen's consciousness. Infinite corridors and countless rooms seemed to harbor myriad shadows. This truly is a strange person. I killed him, yet why did he smile before dying and caress my face? Zhu Xing exerted all his strength to push the lifeless body away, slowly extricating himself. Once freed, his chest heaved, breaths coming in gasps, yet a warm sensation spread across his face. Zhu Xing paused, his delicate hand slowly tracing his cheek. Why am I crying? As consciousness returned, sunlight bathed his face, awakening Ye Chen. Sweat soaked the bedding, a wave of trepidation washing over him. He turned to glance at the other bed, which was empty. Ye Chen smiled bleakly. Had Zhu Xing risen early and left his side again? A voice within him emerged. See, if you do not keep him close, he will wander far and wide. Consider this. In your recent dream, Zhu Xing was entwined with other men, even forgetting you. Only by truly possessing him and claiming his heart entirely can you ensure that his eyes behold only you, that he yearns for your presence and is captivated by your essence. No, this cannot be. Zhu Xing despises this. He cannot be confined for a lifetime. Otherwise, how is he different from a cage canary? Do you not understand? Possession taken to its utmost is also a form of true love. No, Zhu Xing desires an equal and respectful love. Even if I could possess his body, I cannot attain his genuine heart. What significance would that hold? Isn't possessing Zhu Xing enough? Why discuss meaning? Time cultivates feelings. Do you not comprehend? Emotions can develop gradually. Zhu Xing loves you deeply, as long as you can commit to a lifetime together. With your gaze fixed solely upon him, even if you confine him, he will willingly acquiesce. What he fears most is your simultaneous possession of him while flirting with other women, which he perceives as a betrayal of his feelings. Yet consider, once you have Zhu Xing, would you seek out other women? The answer was unequivocal. Ye Chen reflected sincerely. He would never pursue other women, nor would he toy with Zhu Xing's emotions. Ye Chen fell silent, yet the voice within him continued its relentless discourse. Isn't that sufficient? An insatiable desire can also grant him a unique form of true love. But what if Zhu Xing does not wish to be a canary? Are you foolish? Attend to him, accompany him in boredom, comfort him in sorrow, share joy in play, and soothe him in anger. Face challenges as they come. Respond accordingly. Moreover, Zhu Xing is inherently calm and leisurely, often preferring to stay at home. Now that you possess ample wealth, you can do nothing but accompany him daily. What could be better? Why exhaust yourself in pursuit of that elusive equality in love? As a man, your position in this relationship is naturally elevated. From this moment on, truly possess Zhu Xing, allowing him to experience your unparalleled love. From this moment, indeed, his gaze deepened, as if a fleeting glimmer of light passed through. Very well. Hey, Chen Chen, are you awake? Zhu Xing returned with 2 breakfasts, noticing Ye Chen seated in a chair. He greeted him, but something fell amiss. Why was Chen Chen silent? Zhu Xing leaned closer, trying to discern Ye Chen's expression. Suddenly, Ye Chen exerted force, pinning Zhu Xing against the cabinet. A dominating quishensod, filling Zhu Xing's eyes with bewilderment. What was happening? Chapter 89. What does it feel like to be killed by the one you love most? Zhu Xing slept soundly, drifting into slumber until dawn. He turned over and gazed at the other side of the bed, where Ye Chen was still cocooned in his blanket, lost in sleep. The clock read 6:50 a.m. It was still early. Should he linger in bed a while longer? Zhu Xing closed his eyes, yet sleep eluded him. Perhaps it was best to rise. He got out of bed and began his morning routine. However, after finishing, he noticed that Ye Chen was still asleep. Feeling the emptiness in his stomach, Zhu Xing contemplated waking Ye Chen to fetch breakfast. But then a thought struck him. He could no longer depend so heavily on Ye Chen. If Ye Chen could bring him food, then he too could do the same for Ye Chen. Moreover, it would be wise to procure something healthy for breakfast, as Ye Chen often indulged in less nutritious options. Yes, that would be the plan. Yet, he realized he needed to change his attire. After all, he couldn't venture out in his pajamas. But with Ye Chen still in the room, what if he woke up unexpectedly while Zhu Xing was unprepared? That seemed unlikely. Zhu Xing glanced at Ye Chen, who exhibited no signs of waking. His face flushed as he recalled a rather embarrassing incident when he had dashed for a towel after showering, inadvertently exposing himself. How mortifying! Perhaps it would be best to wait until Ye Chen awoke. No, he must act. To enhance their bond, he needed to make some distinct changes. If Ye Chen were to awaken and discover that the previously lethargic Zhu Xing had brought him a nutritious breakfast, Would he not see Zhu Xing in a new light? Surely he would. With a gentle shake of his head, Zhu Xing softly called out, "Chun Chun, are you awake?" Ye Chen remained silent, deeply entrenched in slumber. Excellent. He would quickly change. Zhu Xing selected an outfit for the day and swiftly shed his pajamas. A chill swept over him. He wrapped his arms around himself and donned his clothes. Today's attire consisted of a white tank top layered with a warm yellow long-sleeve shirt, topped with a knitted sweater. For the lower half, he wore triangle-cut underwear, silk thermal pants, and a pair of casual trousers. He had learned his lesson and prepared several pairs of casual pants. After smoothing his hair, he glanced back at Ye Chen, who was still asleep, granting Zhu Xing a sense of relief. Yet a thought crossed his mind. Well, if he were discovered, it would not matter much, as he had already been seen. Another glimpse would hardly make a difference. In late September, after 2 rainfalls, a hint of autumn lingered in the air. Zhu Xing carried 2 breakfast bags, his short legs moving swiftly back to the dormitory. Ye Chen was already dressed. Seated in a chair, Zhu Xing greeted him, but noticing Ye Chen's silence, he felt a pang of curiosity and leaned in closer to observe Ye Chen's expression. Suddenly, Ye Chen surged forward, pinning Zhu Xing against the cabinet. The impact jolted Zhu Xing, eliciting a muffled sound, but immediately, Ye Chen's assertive kiss enveloped him. Zhu Xing's eyes widened in panic. He attempted to push Ye Chen away, but Ye Chen was undeterred. A sensation of suffocation surged through him. Zhu Xing's eyes grew wide, his face flushed crimson. What was this? This was not the kind of morning kiss he had anticipated. He stammered, struggling to resist. But Ye Chen held him firmly, rendering him immobile, leaving him to endure Ye Chen's passionate embrace. Only when his head spun and he struggled to breathe did Ye Chen finally relent. A glimmer of something extraordinary flickered in Ye Chen's eyes, a delightful sensation engulfing his mind. As long as he could cherish Zhu Xing, he could steal kisses from him at any moment in the future. However, not yet. He needed to prepare for what lay ahead. The immediate priority was to soothe Zhu Xing. Being killed by the one he loved most cast a shadow over his heart. And upon seeing Zhu Xing, his emotions momentarily spiraled out of control. Ye Chen, what are you doing? Zhu Xing's voice trembled with a hint of sobbing. Why would you startle me like this without a word? At least some foreplay would be nice. I even brought you breakfast. Now, his mouth tasted solely of Ye Chen. A sense of frustration washed over him, feeling as though his kindness had been met with ingratitude. Just last night, everything seemed perfectly fine. Could it be that Ye Chen had been pretending? Darling, I had a nightmare last night, Ye Chen began, his voice weak, tinged with sorrow. You had a nightmare, but that doesn't justify this. Zhu Xing whimpered softly, tears brimming in his eyes. Darling, I dreamt that I died. Ye Chen's expression turned grave as he spoke. What? Zhu Xing's sobs faltered, and he looked up at Ye Chen. How did you die? By someone I know all too well. Ye Chen's gaze bore into Zhu Xing's tear-filled eyes, laden with meaning. Chapter 90. The unspoken lies that still threaten emotions. I was killed by someone I know all too well. Ye Chen gazed intently at Zhu Xing, whose eyes were filled with tears. What? Zhu Xing's vision blurred with tears. He could not discern the depth of Ye Chen's gaze. But the weight of his words struck him profoundly. Could it be that he had inadvertently harmed Ye Chen? No, it was unfathomable. How could he ever bring himself to do such a thing? There was no justification for it. Even if Ye Chen had strayed to pursue other women, Zhu Xing would have merely retreated, perhaps confronting those women later. Moreover, by nature, he was gentle and would seldom initiate harm unless someone dear to him was endangered. Was it possible that Ye Chen had harmed someone significant to him? His grandmother, perhaps? This thought sent a shiver down Zhu Xing's spine, and he instinctively recoiled. Yet, he found it hard to believe. Perhaps the person Ye Chen referred to was not him after all. Chen Chen, did I truly kill you? Hearing Zhu Xing's doubtful inquiry, Ye Chen sighed softly. It was not you. Do not overthink it. Even if it were you, how could it ever be spoken aloud? If such a day were to come, I would likely willingly accept being killed by you. However, questions gnawed at his heart. Who was that shadowy figure? What connection did Zhu Xing have with him? Why would Zhu Xing assist that figure in enacting harm? Why did Zhu Xing not remember him? Why did he betray him so resolutely? A torrent of questions surged within him. Ye Chen suddenly felt compelled to ask who that shadowy figure was. But then he hesitated. After all, it was merely a dream. Why dwell on it? Zhu Xing had always been within his sight, and he was intimately familiar with his reclusive social circle. There were no other men in his life, were there? Could it be that the dream was a premonition, suggesting that Zhu Xing might seek other men in the future? No, Zhu Xing belonged solely to him. Ye Chen suddenly recognized the voice within him from earlier that morning. As long as he kept Zhu Xing confined, ensuring that his gaze rested only upon him, Zhu Xing would resist and attempt to flee due to his possessiveness. In that moment, he needed to cultivate a deeper bond with Zhu Xing, allowing him to realize that being with him was ultimately beneficial, immersing him in the ocean of his love, making escape inconceivable and undesirable. This was a shortcut, a direct path to happiness, although the process differed from Zhu Xing's desire for an equal relationship. The outcome would be the same. He would devote his life to accompany Zhu Xing, to cherish him, to indulge him. In return, Zhu Xing would receive the love he yearned for, filled with affection. Thus, there would be no third party to interfere. Love was within reach. Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with a vision of a beautiful future. Zhu Xing retracted his neck, sensing that Ye Chen was lying. The one who had harmed Ye Chen must have been him. Could it be that Ye Chen truly acted against someone dear to him? No, it could not be. Once the thought ignited, it spread uncontrollably like wildfire. He could not comprehend whether Ye Chen was enamored solely with his body or with him as a whole. He had intended to leave Ye Chen alone for a couple of days to observe his reactions, yet he found himself compelled by the system, rushing to Ye Chen's side, offering his body like a puppet. This cursed system, it constantly imposed endless tasks and punishments. Failure to complete them meant offering his body, while the tasks themselves demanded the same. How absurd! The system devised bizarre tasks to forcefully elevate their mutual affection. Yet, most of these tasks revolved around the commodification of his own body. This was unacceptable. If he continually showcased his body before Ye Chen, the latter would only focus on his exterior, neglecting the essence of who he was. He vaguely remembered that the system's daily tasks could be completed with a single click. However, the system never mentioned this, and he promptly forgot. How could he avoid the tasks while still fulfilling them? Even a reduction in punishment would suffice. Zhu Xing felt frantic but was powerless against the system. He had no choice but to contemplate slowly. However, he must diminish Ye Chen's obsession with his body, redirecting his attention to his soul and other virtues. It would be wiser to maintain distance from Ye Chen, as this would prevent the latter from indulging in that boyish impulsiveness. Should he ever attempt to force himself, it would be all too easy for Ye Chen to overpower him. Any resistance on his part would likely come across as flirtation. He needed to consult the system again. System, can you tell me how to cancel the task punishment? No, the system responded abruptly within his mind. At least provide some hints. If you don't, must I trial each punishment individually? Zhu Xing retorted silently. No hints. The host must comprehend on his own. Then what is today's task? Zhu Xing, exasperated, had no choice but to check. The system remained obstinate, leaving him with no alternative. He resolved to complete today's task promptly, then distance himself from Ye Chen until the following evening, after which he would tackle the next day's task, and so forth, thus minimizing their time together. Today's task, study the anatomy. Task description. The exceptional Zhu Liang shall inadvertently allow the male lead to appreciate the beauty of his physique. Please evoke excitement in the male lead regarding a specific private part of your body. Task reward, 3,000 emotional points. Failure penalty, a day submerged in a white tide. Upon assigning the task, the system let out a faint sigh in a place unnoticed by Zhu Xing. Canceling the task punishment was, in fact, rather simple. If Zhu Xing were to willingly accept and attempt the task punishment, he could lift the burden. The essence of the system was to expedite the progression of their relationship. Thus, the tasks and penalties were designed to bring them closer together. Once Zhu Xing understood this and embraced the penalties, the daily tasks and their consequences would lose significance. Yet, Zhu Xing remained oblivious to this truth. Zhu Xing was at a loss. This system was utterly ridiculous. It seemed intent on pushing him into submission. Someday, he would surely dismantle this system. Chapter 91. If one does not cherish his own wife, should he allow others to do so? Alas, sooner or later, I shall dismantle this wretched system. Sigh, how can we continue this conversation, discussing life and death so early in the morning? Zhu Xing took a deep breath and said, let's not dwell on such matters. I have brought you breakfast. Please eat quickly. With that, he gestured towards the meal laid out on Ye Chen's desk. 2 bowls of congee, a fragrant pancake, some pickles, and 2 eggs. Darling, would you feed me? Ye Chen's gaze was tender, filled with warmth. Very well. Zhu Xing initially intended to decline, but a sudden inspiration struck him. Perhaps this was a way to complete the task. Zhu Xing pushed his chair closer and sat beside Ye Chen, who resembled a small child, smiling and patiently waiting to be fed. Zhu Xing's lips twitched as he asked, are you certain you want me to feed you? Indeed. My heart is quite wounded right now. I need your care, my dear wife. I must clarify that I have never fed anyone before. That's perfectly all right. Without further ado, Zhu Xing gently pried open Ye Chen's mouth with one hand while scooping a spoonful of congee with the other, promptly placing it into Ye Chen's mouth. Ye Chen's eyes widened as he felt the heat of the congee, almost choking on it. He quickly opened his mouth wide, gasping for air. Zhu Xing's cheeks lit up with a smile, a playful tuft of hair swaying gently. Serves you right. You deserve that, you rascal. Hee. Ye Chen hurriedly swallowed the congee and glanced at the steaming bowl, chuckling wryly. My dear wife, could you not blow on it first? This is no way to feed someone. Oh dear, I apologize, Chen. I did mention that I have never fed anyone before. Zhu Xing's eyes sparkled as she playfully swayed Ye Chen's arm, her voice soft and charming. Chen, please forgive me. Zhu Xing employed her second tactic, feigning innocence. With a pitiful expression and eyes as clear as water, she made Ye Chen's heart skip a beat. Indeed, it was understandable. After all, his wife had never fed anyone before, so some clumsiness was to be expected. Ye Chen affectionately patted Zhu Xing's head and said, Dear, you must learn well. Observe how one feeds another. He then scooped a spoonful of congee, blew on it a couple of times, and extended it towards Zhu Xing's mouth. Zhu Xing's lips twitched. Feeding congee was hardly an insurmountable task. She had deliberately scalded Ye Chen earlier, but that did not signify her inability to feed him. Moreover, that spoon had just been in Ye Chen's mouth. Was she to use it as well? The translucent congee shimmered under the sunlight. Surely, it bore traces of his saliva. Open wide, my dear. Zhu Xing remained silent, merely gazing into Ye Chen's eyes. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, gently pinching her cheek. As Zhu Xing's mouth formed a pout, Ye Chen swiftly delivered the spoon to her lips. Her mouth was filled. Ye Chen skillfully extracted the spoon, which sparkled under the sunlight. Was it the rice soup or... The warm, white rice soup slid down her throat effortlessly, spreading warmth from her stomach throughout her body. With every taste, a hint of sweetness lingered on her tongue. Zhu Xing's face flushed crimson. To her astonishment, she was beginning to enjoy it. Oh no! She was truly succumbing to her femininity. Ye Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he admired Zhu Xing in her role as a delicate wife. He thought to himself, why not let her feed him after all? If one does not cherish his own wife, should he allow others to do so? Zhu Xing, returning to her senses, parted her lips to speak, but before she could utter a word, another spoonful of congee was presented to her lips. Wait, hadn't she been the one feeding him? How had she suddenly become the one being fed? Chapter 92. My dear, why has your belly grown so large? No. Zhu Xing seems to recall that he was the one feeding the porridge. How is it that he has now become the one being fed? Ye Chen, noticing Zhu Xing lost in thought once more, raised an eyebrow and promptly shoved the spoon into Zhu Xing's mouth. How vexatious. My mouth is filled again. Ye Chen, can you be a bit gentler, a bit lighter? The sensation of a mouthful is quite uncomfortable. Zhu Xing hurriedly swallowed and was about to speak when another spoonful of porridge was thrust into his mouth. Ye Chen. Just as he swallowed, another spoonful of porridge was shoved in. Zhu Xing quickly gulped it down and opened his mouth to say, The words were interrupted by the porridge. Could you slow down? I want to eat vegetables. In the next moment, a chopstick full of pickles was thrust into his mouth. Zhu Xing froze. chewed a couple of times, and his little face scrunched up from the saltiness. Salty. Another spoonful of porridge followed, mixed with the pickles as he swallowed. Just as Zhu Xing thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, yet another spoonful of porridge was delivered to his mouth. No. Ye Chen. I, truly, can't eat anymore. Zhu Xing swallowed several large mouthfuls in quick succession, finally seizing the opportunity to shut his eyes and shout. However, Ye Chen, with a smile on his face, lifted the bowl and utensils. Zhu Xing opened his eyes to find the bowl completely empty, not a single drop of porridge remaining. Furthermore, not only had Ye Chen's portion been consumed, but even his own had been finished. Looking down, he discovered his belly was now impossibly round. Dazed, Zhu Xing closed his eyes, feeling faint. Under Ye Chen's relentless feeding, he had consumed enough porridge for two, his belly resembling that of a pregnant woman. So full, it was slightly uncomfortable. Dizziness set in, and he felt like sleeping. Leaning back in a chair, Zhu Xing closed his eyes, preparing to take a short rest. But suddenly he opened his eyes wide, panic filling his starry gaze. Oh no, I haven't completed today's task. Originally, he had planned to accidentally spill porridge on his chest while feeding Ye Chen, then have Ye Chen wipe it off with a tissue, knowing that Ye Chen, with his stoic demeanor, would definitely feel something. With just a little bit of charm, he could have accomplished the task. Now how is he to do it? Perhaps this way. Ye Chen, my stomach is so full. It hurts a bit. Could you help me massage it? Zhu Xing leaned his head against the backrest, groaning in discomfort. Just as Ye Chen finished tidying up the bowl and chopsticks, he heard Zhu Xing's groans and immediately responded. All right, I'll be right there. With that, he wiped his hand with a towel and squatted beside Zhu Xing. How do I massage? Ye Chen scratched his head. Zhu Xing was wearing layers on top. Should he really massage through the clothes? Sensing Ye Chen's dilemma, Zhu Xing's face flushed, and he lifted his jacket and shirt, leaving only a small tank top. Then bashfully said, like this, massage like this. Great. Ye Chen's eyes sparkled. This was an unexpected opportunity for him. His broad palm rested on Zhu Xing's belly, eliciting a soft whimper from him. Ye Chen had just washed his hands, so they were cool, and Zhu Xing's warm belly felt a bit refreshing against his touch. Moreover, Ye Chen found it quite enjoyable. Zhu Xing's bra was made of silk, which felt delightful to the touch, and his rounded belly made it even better. However, Zhu Xing looked just like a stuffed little hamster, and Ye Chen, feeling mischievous, decided to tease him. Dear, how is it that my actions have made your belly grow so large? A smile danced in the corners of Ye Chen's eyes as he grinned. What kind of remark is that? Zhu Xing raised an eyebrow. Ye Chen's words were quite ambiguous. Dear, why is your belly so round like a ball? Upon hearing this, Zhu Xing instantly became displeased. Just as he was about to retort, Ye Chen playfully patted his belly. To his surprise, it emitted a dull thud, truly resembling a waterlogged ball. Zhu Xing's words were immediately swallowed back, and Ye Chen, having never encountered such a situation, also fell silent. The two fell into a quiet stupor. Ye Chen looked up at Zhu Xing, who was desperately turning his head away, his cheeks flushed, avoiding eye contact. Suppressing his laughter, Ye Chen's face became serious, and he said, Dear, your little belly truly resembles a ball, and it even makes a sound. Zhu Xing's mind was in a whirl, and he turned his head back, hastily explaining, Ye Chen, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could I have eaten so much? No, dear, if you couldn't eat anymore, why didn't you tell me? Ye Chen countered with a smile, placing the blame back on Zhu Xing. Goodness, Ye Chen, are you even human? You shoved a spoonful directly into my mouth, and before I could respond, another spoonful came right after. Zhu Xing was so exasperated he nearly cursed. Ye Chen was simply outrageous. Clearly, he was the one being forced, yet in the end, he had to take the blame. The level of injustice he felt was only slightly less than that of Doe. His emotions surged, and he felt a tumult in his stomach. It hurts. Zhu Xing groaned, clutching his belly, drawing in sharp breaths as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. What's wrong? Ye Chen panicked, placing his hand on Zhu Xing's belly. My belly, it's cramping. Zhu Xing moaned in pain. Don't panic. Clear your mind. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Slowly, deep breaths. Ye Chen guided Zhu Xing's emotions, and breathing while massaging his belly. If the pain persisted, he would immediately prepare to take him to the hospital. Fortunately, Zhu Xing calmed down, his breathing steadying and the pain in his belly subsided. However, he squinted at Ye Chen's anxious expression, a playful thought brewing in his mind. "It hurts. Ye Chen, be gentler." Zhu Xing feigned a look of agony, groaning. "I'm already being very gentle. Does it still hurt?" Ye Chen asked, filled with concern, his movements growing ever softer. No, Ye Chen, be a bit more vigorous. Perhaps it won't hurt so much." Zhu Xing maintained his pained expression. Ye Chen complied, still anxious, asking, "How about now? I'm being quite forceful. Does it still hurt?" No, it still hurts." Ye Chen disregarded Zhu Xing's nonsensical pleas and prepared to carry him away. He understood that Zhu Xing's bellyache was likely due to emotional turmoil, causing intestinal cramps. Yet, it could also be a more serious issue, like a gastroperforation or some other pathological cause. He couldn't take that chance. Zhu Xing smacked his forehead. "Oh no, I've gone too far." In a hurry, he exclaimed, No, Ye Chen, I'm not in pain anymore. I was just teasing you." "Huh?" Ye Chen didn't tee here, clearly, his pace unrelenting. "Ye Chen, I'm not in pain anymore." Zhu Xing leaned closer to Ye Chen's ear, shouting, Ye Chen gradually slowed his steps, then looked down at Zhu Xing. Zhu Xing's eyes darted about, unable to meet Ye Chen's gaze. After all, he had taken the joke too far. Seeing Zhu Xing's droopy demeanor, Ye Chen felt relieved. As long as nothing was wrong, everything else could be dealt with later. However, could he now feign anger to take advantage of his dear? Without hesitation, he proceeded to do just that. Chapter 93. Not seeking to grasp, but to hold something of substance. Now is an opportune moment to cultivate affection. Without hesitation, he declared, "Dear, please refrain from such jokes in the future. They genuinely concern me." Ye Chen cradled Zhu Xing as they made their way back, his face still bearing the marks of shock. I apologize. I was mistaken." Zhu Xing's little tuft of hair drooped, giving her an air of melancholy. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ye Chen gently seated Zhu Xing on a chair. "Come, lift your shirt," he beckoned. Zhu Xing froze momentarily, then hurriedly clasped her hands over her chest, exclaiming, "You must bring the medicine. It is still too early. Don't strip me bare. What are you thinking? Lift your top. Don't you wish to have your belly rubbed?" Ye Chen lightly patted Zhu Xing's head. She embraced her head, responding softly with a hum. It seemed she was even more bashful than Ye Chen to have misinterpreted his intentions. Zhu Xing closed her eyes, turning her head aside, then suddenly lifted her shirt, shouting, "Come on, you beast!" Ye Chen was momentarily stunned, his astonishment causing him to utter a curse. A wave of coolness washed over him as Zhu Xing discreetly opened her eyes to gauge his reaction. To her surprise, she found Ye Chen lost in a daze, fixated on her belly. "It appears I possess considerable allure, even through a thin layer of fabric," captivating Chen's unwavering gaze. Zhu Xing mused inwardly, closing her eyes with a sense of pride as her little tuft swayed gently. However, as Ye Chen remained silent for a prolonged period, Zhu Xing grew curious. She peeked again, only to find his expression had grown even more dazed, akin to a lecherous old man gazing upon a beautiful maiden. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shut her eyes again, thinking to herself, what a pervert, such a lewd fiend, a true hermit with a penchant for lowly. It's merely a piece of lingerie. Why does he stare so intently? After waiting for nearly half a minute without any action from Ye Chen, Zhu Xing could no longer tolerate it. "I protest. This is cold violence. I have been waiting for him to indulge me, yet he remains motionless. How long can one endure such repression? Even a mere piece of lingerie can elicit such a reaction. Hey, Chun, why you keep staring at my lingerie? You are quite..." Suddenly, a chill breeze swept through, causing Zhu Xing to shiver. She looked up to find Ye Chen's nose bleeding profusely, yet he remained unmoved, his expression still one of intense desire. At this moment, Zhu Xing finally sensed something amiss. Lowering her gaze, she was met with an expanse of pure white. It dawned on her that she had been exposed for nearly 3 minutes. No wonder Ye Chen could not look away. Zhu Xing tilted her head back, her eyes closing as she fainted from the embarrassment. When Zhu Xing abruptly lifted her shirt, Ye Chen's eyes widened, his pupils constricting in shock as he involuntarily exclaimed, "What had he just seen? An abundance of soft, pale skin." This was overwhelmingly stimulating. Could it be that his wife was rewarding herself? Ye Chen glanced at Zhu Xing, who had her lips tightly pressed together, her eyelashes fluttering, with her little tuft of hair swaying gently. Was she acquiescing or resisting? Surely, this was a form of self-reward otherwise. Why would she reveal her belly to him? Therefore, if not now, then when? He must see. Ye Chen was determined to etch this image into his memory. My wife remains so slender. Her ribs appear as if covered by a mere layer of skin. His heart ached at the sight. Wife, from now on, you must eat. You must eat well, eat plenty, and grow plump. Unexpectedly, he noted the remarkable elasticity of her abdominal skin, which had previously been soft and layered. He marveled at how, after a hearty meal, her belly could expand so round and full. It resembled a ball. Ye Chen longed to give a playful tap, reminiscing about the sound reminiscent of a water-filled ball. However, judging by Zhu Xing's demeanor, it was wiser to refrain from further actions. Merely gazing was an exquisite indulgence. The more he looked, the more entranced he became, nearly drooling in delight. A sudden gust of wind stirred, prompting Zhu Xing to turn her head and exclaim, "Hey, Chen, why do you keep staring at my lingerie? You truly are." Then, as if realizing something, his dear wife fainted. Ye Chen scratched his head, realizing that she had not intended to display herself for him. Yet his nosebleed was already a pool beneath him. Chapter 94. It's not the clitch, these sweet nothings, or the awkward winks that I adore, but rather you. It turns out, this ISNT meant for my own amusement. Ye Chen chuckled awkwardly, embarrassedly rubbing his nose, only to find his hand smeared with blood. Upon glancing down, he noticed a pool of blood on the ground. What the predicament? Being in such robust health and overflowing with vitality can indeed be troublesome. After all, that certain foolish individual who only knows how to ignite flames refuses to extinguish them. Once I am with that fool, I must ensure he learns to release his pent-up energy. Holding it in for too long can be detrimental. Ye Chen shook his head, dispelling these thoughts, and proceeded to clean up the bloodstains on the ground. He then fetched a small chair and settled beside Zhu Xing's legs. Lifting her clothing, he slipped his hand beneath, gently kneading through the fabric of her undergarment. He hoped this would bring Zhu Xing some comfort. Of course, this was not for the sake of satisfying his own desires. However, lacking formal training in massage techniques, he could only alternate between gentle and firm touches, pressing and kneading sporadically. Nevertheless, he possessed a natural talent for massage, as evidenced by his wife's soft hums of approval. Effective. Continue. Zhu Xing gradually awakened, her clear eyes filled with confusion. Why is my body swaying and trembling? Upon focusing her gaze, she was taken aback by Ye Chen's dazzling technique. Goodness, has Ye Chen actually learned this massage style? A warm current seemed to rise from her abdomen, spreading throughout her body. Zhu Xing tilted her head, letting out soft sounds of enjoyment. Just like this, it feels so wonderful. My stomach no longer feels bloated or painful. Time passed peacefully as Ye Chen's technique grew increasingly sophisticated, skillfully pressing on the acupoints on Zhu Xing's belly. Do not ask how Ye Chen knows about these acupoints. He had never studied them before, after all. He was learning from Baidu while he massaged. Ye Chen let out a sigh of relief as he focused on the last acupoint. Once I press here, this session will be complete. This particular point was the most crucial and also the one that elicited the strongest sensations. Here I go. Aha! Zhu Xing, initially savoring this luxurious experience, suddenly arched her back and emitted an indescribable cry as Ye Chen pressed down. Oh, dear wife, you're awake. How do you find my technique? Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, but a grin soon spread across his face. Get off me. Zhu Xing's face flushed crimson, as if it could bleed. Why must he press on the most sensitive point? Oh no, not again with the indescribable cries. How utterly embarrassing. Dear wife, are you not feeling well? Ye Chen was bewildered by her reaction. According to Baidu, that spot was the most pleasurable. Get off me. Zhu Xing was on the verge of exasperation. Did he expect her to confess? Ye Chen, darling, your massage feels utterly divine. I cannot want for more. Madness. Ye Chen pouted. He had thought that only his own motto was to forget the roots. He never anticipated that his wife's motto would mirror his own. She called out so sweetly. Why not admit that his massage was enjoyable? Unfathomable, truly unfathomable. After some time, Zhu Xing finally emerged from the euphoric haze. Hey, Chen Shun, are you hungry? She asked, somewhat irritated. Despite having ordered enough food for two, he had consumed one. 7 portions, leaving a mere 0. 3 for Ye Chen. Not hungry. Ye Chen replied casually, engrossed in his phone. Are you certain? Zhu Xing questioned skeptically. How could such a large man be satisfied with just a nibble? Ye Chen set his phone aside and moved closer to Zhu Xing, lifting her chin. Cough. Dear wife, do you not understand? Your beauty has filled me to the brim. With that, Ye Chen performed a stiff wink. Zhu Xing stifled a laugh, her eyelids twitching. How amusing is Chen Chen? That awkward wink was executed so awkwardly. Oh no! Rather than a wink, it resembled a forced grimace. Unable to contain herself, Zhu Xing burst into laughter. Strangely enough, the cliché deflirtations combined with a rigid wink held a unique charm. Oh, do not laugh. Ye Chen's ears flushed slightly. He had not anticipated his meticulously prepared flirtation would be met with ridicule. Yet, it seemed the outcome was favorable, as long as his wife was happy. After sharing a laugh, Zhu Xing pursed her rosy lips, attempting to suppress her mirth, yet her smile betrayed her eyes glimmering with sweetness. Indeed, being with Chen brings forth a sense of happiness. Watching Zhu Xing smile, Ye Chen scratched his head, mirroring her awkward chuckle. Once Zhu Xing ceased laughing, he promptly subdued his own smile. Sensing the tender gaze she cast upon him, he leaned in, gently embracing her. Dear wife, you are too slender. It pains my heart. That is why I wish for you to eat more. Zhu Xing softly hummed in response. She was no longer truly angry, as she understood Ye Chen's intentions. Dear wife, I have a goal. I wish to help you gain 20 pounds. Ye Chen affectionately nuzzled Zhu Xing's head, speaking tenderly. That is unnecessary. Gaining 5 pounds would suffice. 20 pounds is out of the question. Zhu Xing raised an eyebrow, countering. Standing at 159 centimeters, she already weighed over 80 pounds. If she were to gain 20 pounds, she would be over 100 pounds at that height. The thought of becoming such a weight was unimaginable. She hoped Chen Chen would not find her repulsive. Ye Chen remained silent, responding with a resolute, I refuse to listen. While compromises could be made in various matters, ensuring his wife's health was paramount. At 159 centimeters and over 100 pounds, she would still be slender. In the end, she would look good in clothes and have a pleasant figure when undressed, making it comfortable to hold her. Most importantly, her health would improve. Zhu Xing was too thin, and it was hard to fathom. Could it be that she was not getting enough to eat? Her bones were sharp and protruding, unpleasant to touch. After a moment of tenderness, Zhu Xing suddenly felt the urge to relieve herself. Chapter 95. How is it that this feels akin to a husband embracing his pregnant wife? The two nestled quietly together, with Zhu Xing's plush head resting against Ye Chen's chest, while Ye Chen's chin rested upon Zhu Xing's crown. One arm wrapped securely around Zhu Xing, the other gently caressing her abdomen. The soft belly, the silky fabric, irresistible. Once he started, he found it impossible to stop. This rare opportunity was one Ye Chen was determined to cherish. Yet, as he continued to touch, an unsettling realization crept into his mind. How much this resembled a husband cradling his expectant wife. Zhu Xing's round belly was reminiscent of pregnancy, was it not? Alas, how unfortunate that his wife was not a girl. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly desire her to bear at least 10 children. No, 10 would be too boisterous, 2 would suffice. A son and a daughter would grant him the joy of being a father to both. But wait, why entertain such thoughts? If his wife were unable to bear children, even if she could, the agony of childbirth should never be inflicted upon her. If only same-sex couples could conceive, how wonderful that would be. Ye Chen sighed softly, tightening his embrace around Zhu Xing. His beloved, with a feminine appearance, yet not a girl, bearing the identity of a boy while embodying the guise of a girl. Fate had dealt her a harsh hand. She had endured too much suffering. It was imperative to protect her, to shield her from any further harm. By isolating her, ensuring that her gaze fell solely upon him, and that her social interactions remained limited to him alone, she would be safeguarded from pain. He vowed to cherish her for a lifetime. As for Zhu Xing, one love would be sufficient to fill her heart. Yet, now was not the time for rash actions. Any misstep might complicate the soothing of his beloved later. A plan must be devised, step by step. Like a frog slowly simmered in warm water, he would gradually draw her in. "My dear, I can hardly wait to be with you." Ye Chen's gaze lowered slightly, resting upon Zhu Xing in his arms, his eyes flickering with intensity. Zhu Xing emitted soft sounds, finding comfort in Ye Chen's warm embrace, his hand resting upon her belly, a source of solace. Such bliss. Suddenly, her stomach began to churn audibly, and her eyes widened in alarm. Oh no, she was about to have an upset stomach. "Chen Chun, let go, my stomach hurts." To emit such sounds in front of her beloved. How embarrassing. Zhu Xing's face flushed crimson, but there was no time to dwell on that. She dashed to the bathroom, her short legs carrying her swiftly. With a click, she locked the door, covering her face as she sat upon the toilet. It was all Ye Chen's fault. Initially, he had cleaned the dishes with his cold hands, those chilly fingers on her warm belly. Furthermore, when she had lifted her shirt earlier, she had exposed her stomach to the air. A cold breeze had chilled her belly, coupled with Ye Chen's persistent caressing and rubbing. It was all Ye Chen's fault. Oh, how mortifying! Her body was so unreliable. A mere chill could provoke such a reaction. Poor Zhu Xing was reluctantly transformed into a projectile warrior. Fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, the sound echoing in his ears. Where to buy a house and how to entice Zhu Xing into it were pressing questions. His wife was renting in the Xingqian community. He should find time to scout the area. If feasible, he would purchase a property there. What if he could buy the very house Zhu Xing was renting? Coughing slightly, he envisioned a day when Zhu Xing returned to that abode, only to find him seated on the sofa with the property deed in hand. Then, in her astonished gaze, he would slap the deed on her face, exclaiming, "You see, my love, let the landlord hear you." Such a scene was too beautiful to contemplate. Chapter 96. Blood. The essence of innocence. The day's tasks have been completed, and the rewards have been dispensed. Weekly task. The emotions akin to lovers. This too has been fulfilled, and the rewards have been granted. The abrupt sounds of the system echoed, leaving Zhu Xing's complexion flushed. All these rewards have been acquired through the sale of her own body. She cannot continue to barter her allure. Otherwise, Chen Chen will only focus on her exterior, neglecting her inner self. Separation is imperative. It must be done. Taking advantage of Zhu Xing's brief absence in the restroom, Ye Chen approached her desk with a miniature GPS device, surveying her small bag before discreetly installing it in a hidden corner. This way, he could track her whereabouts at any moment. Ye Chen allowed a soft sigh. This was indeed surveillance of Zhu Xing. Yet, his concern for her destination weighed heavily on him. Even if she were not by his side, at least he could find solace in knowing her whereabouts. For the sake of a brighter future, my dear wife, bear with me for now. Upon exiting the restroom, Zhu Xing found Ye Chen idly waiting. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. "Hey, Chen Chen, I need to return to my hometown for a while. I'll be back tomorrow evening, all right?" As soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them. She had intended to inform Ye Chen, but ended up sounding as if she were seeking his approval. Why did she feel the need to consider his opinion when it was her own decision to make? Ye Chen remained silent. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Zhu Xing. Perhaps this was merely an excuse. How should he respond? Should he plead for her to stay? "Are you truly going?" he asked softly, his words striking Zhu Xing's heart like a cannonball, shattering her defenses. "Are you really leaving?" What did that imply? Did he suspect that she was intentionally avoiding him? Surely not. Zhu Xing inhaled deeply, suppressing her emotions, and replied calmly, "Yes, don't worry, I'll be back tomorrow evening." Ye Chen was silent. Zhu Xing was resolute in her departure, and he could not impede her. In truth, he could not force her to stay. Zhu Xing was gentle, yet possessed a stubborn streak, not one to simply acquiesce. If he tried to stop her, it would only create tension and potentially harm their relationship. But could he truly let Zhu Xing leave? That seemed implausible. How about I accompany you? Ye Chen suddenly proposed. Recalling how Zhu Xing had previously used a visit to her grandmother as a pretext to rent an apartment and deliberately ignore him, he sensed that she was employing the same tactic again. Zhu Xing's eyes widened, panic evident in her voice as she retorted no. Grandma said you can't come with me to see her. Then I can accompany you to the entrance of your hometown. And you can visit your grandmother while I wait outside. Ye Chen countered, his tone rising with concern as he sought to negotiate. No. Zhu Xing's voice escalated, overpowering Ye Chen's. She had already resolved to spend more time apart from him. How could she agree to have him follow her closely now? Ye Chen's pupils constricted, his gaze becoming more intense. Zhu Xing quickly realized her reaction was excessive and softened her tone. Oh, Chen, to be honest, I'm planning a surprise for you. If you follow me, how can I prepare it? Even if I manage to get it ready, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. With that, Zhu Xing winked playfully, her adorable expression causing Ye Chen's resolve to waver slightly. Sensing this, Zhu Xing employed her ultimate tactic, a combination of cuteness and feigned vulnerability. Oh, Chen, please agree. I promise I'll be back tomorrow evening, and if you call me, I'll answer right away. Please, I beg you. She shook his arm, her face contorting into a pitiful expression, her little hair tufts drooping. All right, I agree. Ye Chen relented, unable to withstand her charming ploy. Yay, love you, Zhu Xing exclaimed, her face lighting up as she planted a kiss on his cheek. Ye Chen's expression stiffened as she released him. He turned and enveloped her in a firm embrace, delivering a forceful kiss. Zhu Xing initially protested by tapping Ye Chen's shoulder, but soon found herself surrendering, her body yielding like a puddle of spring water, rendering her incapable of resisting his advances. Ye Chen's actions grew increasingly fervent as he fervently explored every inch of her. And in a final passionate moment, he bit down hard on her delicate lips. The sting of pain surged through her, releasing a metallic warmth that spread across her mouth, sending shockwaves to her brain. Zhu Xing's pupils dilated, letting out a muffled sound of distress. Yet Ye Chen did not relent, deeply savoring her essence as if he sought to merge her with himself. It was only when Zhu Xing mustered the strength to push him away that he finally withdrew. You lunatic! Zhu Xing glared at him, her eyes ablaze with fury. Her complexion was flushed, her lips pale for a fleeting moment, only to be replaced by a vivid crimson. Ye Chen licked the remnants of her blood from his lips, momentarily lost in thought, his gaze darkening momentarily before returning to normal. He looked at Zhu Xing, who trembled slightly, her brow furrowed, lips pressed together, her beautiful eyes reflecting shock, anger, and a hint of fear. He offered a faint smile, intending to embrace her, but Zhu Xing stepped back, her expression and body language rife with caution. They fell into a silence, locked in a standoff for a time, until Zhu Xing's gaze dimmed, her body seeming to deflate as she softly stated, I'm leaving. With that, Zhu Xing gathered 2 outfits, slung her small bag over her shoulder, and walked away without a backward glance. Wife, you still don't understand me. Ye Chen sighed softly, returning to his seat, lost in thought. Chapter 97. Daodu, how are you so adorable? Zhu Xing strolled down the street, burdened by her thoughts and a sense of grievance that made her eyes well with tears. How infuriating! Chen, that big fool. He pretended to have changed when, in truth, he had not altered at all. Such deception of feelings. Tears brimmed at the corners of Zhu Xing's eyes as she sobbed softly. Just last night, he had been so gentle with her. Wait. Zhu Xing's hair stood on end. He was not gentle at all, although she had initiated the kiss. He had forcibly taken control afterward. Only at the very end did he finally relent. This morning was even worse. He had insisted on kissing her twice. The first time, she could have attributed it to his inner turmoil. But what about the second? Why, oh why, did he have to coerce her again? Fool. Zhu Xing bit her lip, a sharp sting coursing through her. She winced, her resentment intensifying. Kissing should be normal. Why did it have to turn into a French kiss? And after that, why did he have to bite her lip? Why did he have to draw her blood? Ah, vampire Chen. Such a big fool. It hurt. It hurt. How could she face anyone now? Perhaps she should wear a mask. After exiting the pharmacy with some ointment, she applied the cool, soothing balm to her wounds. A tingling sensation surged, soon replaced by a refreshing numbness. After carefully applying the ointment and donning her mask, she finally felt a sense of relief. In a foul mood, Zhu Xing kicked pebbles along her path. It seemed Chen Chun had discovered she was using her grandmother as a shield. Yet, she knew no one else. She couldn't even find a proper substitute. Ye Yuan, Fang Yuan, and Xiamo Han were out of the question. They all knew Chen Chun. He would find out immediately. Oh dear. In a fit of frustration, Zhu Xing sent a pebble flying far away. She only wished to devote her heart to Chen Chun, yet it left her without a single friend. But lacking friends made her far too susceptible to Chen Chen's control. What to do? She felt utterly helpless. Meanwhile, Chen Chen observed the small light on his phone moving slowly, his brow furrowing in confusion. Fat Panda Square? What could Zhu Xing be doing there alone? Rising from his seat, he paced the dormitory. No, he couldn't shake off his concern. He decided to discreetly follow her. Changing into a never-before-worn outfit, he set off for Fat Panda Square. In a sour mood, Zhu Xing wandered aimlessly on the map. Looking up, she was surprised to find herself at Sunshine Dog CAF. Suddenly, she remembered that there was a corgi named Dowdu there. Quite adorable indeed. With some free time, it would be perfect to lift her spirits and perhaps adopt Dowdu. She pushed open the CAF door and greeted the attendant before making her payment and preparing to don shoe covers. Hey, didn't you just leave? The attendant asked, leaning close to Zhu Xing with uncertainty. I just arrived, Zhu Xing replied, raising an eyebrow in surprise. I'm so sorry. I must have mistaken you for someone else. The attendant apologized before returning to her post. However, as she pondered, she recalled seeing a girl who resembled Zhu Xing closely. That distinctive white hair, her short stature, and modest figure. It seemed she hadn't been mistaken. The only difference was that the girl she had seen earlier wasn't wearing a mask, while this one was. Perplexed, Zhu Xing leaned back on the sofa. A beagle on her left and a teddy on her right, cradling the adorable corgi named Dowdu in her arms. Dowdu, how are you so cute? She exclaimed, removing her mask to press her cheek against Dowdu's side. Dowdu, tongue lolling, suddenly sprang into action, licking her cheek a couple of times. Oh no, stop it. That tickles. Embracing the charming little dog, a smile finally broke across Zhu Xing's face, just as she moved Dowdu's head away. The corgi shifted direction and launched another surprise assault. Oh, you naughty little pup, she teased, though her laughter filled the room, reveling in the playful company. With Dowdu around, who needs Chen Chen? Chapter 98. Beware of other colors in a room. With Dido around, who needs Ye Chen? Dead Chen. You are not even as adorable as a little puppy. Just the thought of Ye Chen made Zhu Xing's cheeks swell, gently rubbing his forehead against Dido's head. Dido, would you like to live with me? Zhu Xing murmured, subsequently lifting Dido high into the air. Dido offered no resistance, his pair of glistening eyes gazing up at Zhu Xing, melting his heart in an instant as he held Dido and gently swayed. Then I shall take that as your agreement. Zhu Xing set Dido down, patted his little head lightly, and walked towards the front desk. I would like to adopt that corgi. I have my ID and everything. Certainly. The cheerful clerk handed Zhu Xing an adoption agreement. After filling it out, Zhu Xing submitted it for the clerk's review. She scanned it thoroughly, confirming everything was in order, and then solemnly addressed Zhu Xing. Young lady, once you adopt this puppy, you must treat it well. To the puppy, you are its family for life. Rest assured, I will take good care of Dido, Zhu Xing replied earnestly, their eyes meeting before they both burst into laughter. Oh dear, it's not that serious. It's just that previously, someone adopted a puppy and neglected it, and sadly, we had to take it back only for it to pass away within a month. The clerk shrugged, recounting the unfortunate incident. Zhu Xing frowned, surprised that such people existed, feeling sympathy for the puppy's plight. He looked at Dido, patting his chest as he assured, don't worry. As long as I have food, Dido will never go hungry. Good. The clerk embraced Zhu Xing, then turned to the storeroom and returned with a large bag. Here you go. Zhu Xing glanced inside to find an assortment of dog food, treats, leashes, mats, and other items, his eyes widening in disbelief as he quickly waved his hands in protest. No. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Oh, come on, just take it. The clerk placed the bag by Zhu Xing's feet encouraging. This is Dido's favorite food. This leash has accompanied Dido since he was a pup. And this is the mat he loves to lie on. Oh, and by the way, Dido's favorite treat is beef jerky. The clerk introduced each item, and Zhu Xing's expression grew increasingly serious, listening intently. It was evident that the clerk genuinely cared for these animals as if they were her own children. You must remember all of this. All right, that's all. After patiently explaining, the clerk playfully winked, her lashes fluttering, lips curling slightly. Zhu Xing couldn't help but flinch. Was that really all? This covered all of Dido's daily needs and snacks. I remember we have green bubbles, right? Zhu Xing paused for a moment before speaking. Indeed, the clerk replied with a smile. Let me transfer some money to you. I really feel too guilty about this. Zhu Xing's expression turned serious as he pulled out his phone, ready to send money to the clerk. Oh, no need. We offer these for free. Just hoping you treat the little dogs well. The clerk gently grasped Zhu Xing's hand, dissuading her. But won't you incur losses? Zhu Xing questioned, puzzled, thinking such practices would lead any business to ruin. After all, this place was located in Panda Plaza, where ticket prices weren't high and refreshments were self-serve. Don't worry. We have sponsors backing us. The clerk replied brightly, her demeanor exceptionally lively. Oh, I see. Then I will definitely take good care of Dido. Seeing this, Zhu Xing retracted his phone, realizing further attempts to transfer money would be impolite. Just waiting for you to say that. Come here, let us hug. The clerk's smile deepened as she enveloped Zhu Xing in a warm embrace. After the hug, she continued to share Dido's little habits. Zhu Xing took out his phone, jotting down each detail. All right, that's enough. The clerk, parched from talking, settled onto the sofa to sip some water. Can I take the dog food and treats? I'll pay for them. Zhu Xing flipped through his notes and finally inquired. Yes, we actually sell dog food and treats here. After quenching her thirst, the clerk replied. Then I'm off. Zhu Xing called for Dido, fastening the leash before preparing to leave. Reaching the door, Zhu Xing suddenly smacked his forehead and turned around. Oh, I still don't know your name. I can't just keep calling you Hey. Gusu. The clerk smiled, her eyes sparkling, waving goodbye to Zhu Xing. All right, see you. After Zhu Xing departed, Ye Chen stood in front of the Sunshine Dog CF, momentarily dazed before striding inside. That girl is my girlfriend. She just adopted a puppy, right? Ye Chen described Zhu Xing's appearance, and Gusu nodded in understanding. Which one did she adopt? Ye Chen inquired. The one named Dido, a corgi. Gusu scratched her head, wondering if Zhu Xing had mentioned adopting to her boyfriend. Oh, okay. Ye Chen said little more and turned to leave. Gusu was puzzled. This person seemed rather strange. Ye Chen stood at the door, taking a deep breath. We had agreed to wait until later, once we rented a place, to adopt together. My dear, why did you secretly adopt? Ye Chen skazed deep in it. Zhu Xing, how much more are you hiding from me? It seemed he knew very little about Zhu Xing. Xingchen Community, 1301. Come, Dido. Zhu Xing laid out the mat and called for Dido. Dido was still scurrying around the room, clearly curious about the new environment, but upon hearing Zhu Xing's call, he trotted over eagerly. What a good boy. Here, have a little meat jerky. Zhu Xing crouched down, smiling as he fed Dido the treat, then gently stroked his fluffy little head. Such a good boy. Much better than a certain fool. Unbeknownst to him, thoughts of Ye Chen drifted into Zhu Xing's mind, and he snorted disdainfully. That person is such a fool. He doesn't even know how to love himself. He has to wait until I'm gone to cherish me. Zhu Xing pulled out his phone and scrolled to the chat with Ye Chen. Foolish Chen, why haven't you sent me a message? Zhu Xing frowned, pressing the phone against his chest. Why hasn't he messaged me? His expression fell as he rubbed Dido's head, murmuring, Dido, what would you do if a certain fool ignored me? Dido looked up and barked, his voice crisp and clear. Zhu Xing's heart melted instantly, his expression softening as he held Dido tightly, whispering, Yes, if he ignores me, you must go and bite him. Bite him hard. Dido licked Zhu Xing's face with his pink tongue, and Zhu Xing chuckled as he stroked Dido's head, offering him another piece of jerky after placing him down. Watching Dido eat, Zhu Xing's lips curled into a smile. Dido, if that fool bullies me or abandons me, you must bite him fiercely for me, all right? After finishing his treat, Dido licked Zhu Xing's hand, and Zhu Xing savored the moment. Surely, that day would never come. After all, Chen loves me. A tear slowly rolled down Zhu Xing's cheek. From now on, we are family. His gentle whisper echoed in the empty room. The room has been infused with a myriad of distinct hues. Chapter 99. The Mischievous She-Demon. A warm current surged from the depths of the heart, gradually radiating throughout the body before retracting slowly back to the heart. With a gentle hand resting upon her chest, the heartbeat echoed loudly. Zhu Xing felt a slight sting in her eyes, tears trickling down her cheeks. Her heart now bore a different hue, and from that moment forth, she had acquired a new reason to live. Ye Chen stood at the corner of the 13th floor corridor, yet he did not advance to knock on the door. He merely observed room 1301 in silence. Did you not say you would accompany Grandma? Why did you conceal your adoption of a puppy from me? Why did you hide the fact that you rented an apartment? Why did you deceive me? Leaning against the wall, his lashes cast down, his gaze grew dim. Why did you leave me? Did you not love me deeply? Why can we not be together now? Why must we endure such convoluted processes? Why? The elevator doors slid open, and Su Chongqing stepped out. A fleeting glance at the leaning Ye Chen was all she offered before she turned and strode toward room 1303. As she turned away, Ye Chen's eyes followed her, deepening in their intensity. Would Zhu Xing grow weary of him? Would she find affection elsewhere? Was there yet another secret she was keeping from him? An endless stream of questions flooded his mind, though he internally dismissed each one. Yet the sturdy facade of his heart began to fracture with fine cracks. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Ye Chen straightened, determination gradually fortifying his gaze. There could be no further delay. All obstacles must be vanquished. He must ensure that Zhu Xing would soon be by his side. Ye Chen retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep. Hello. Li Jia's voice resonated from the other end. Hello. May I inquire if the property at 1301, Building 1, Xingqian Community is for sale? Ye Chen spoke with calmness and poise. It is not for sale. Li Jia replied firmly, adding, this apartment is exquisitely decorated and cost a considerable sum. If I were to sell it, I would certainly incur a loss. After a brief pause, she continued, moreover, it is already occupied. I cannot sell it. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. Please do not rush to hang up. I can offer you a price that would satisfy you. Ye Chen responded, gradually revealing an enticing figure. Silence enveloped the line, and one could faintly hear heavy breathing. Yet, it was not long before Li Jia's hesitant voice broke through. Perhaps it is best to let it go. The young lady has only just rented it not 2 days ago. If I sell it now, wouldn't that be akin to double selling? Li Jia pondered for a moment before asserting, that young lady may have already decorated the space. If I were to evict her, how would that be just? Additionally, housing is scarce. I cannot permit her to sleep on the streets. Would it be possible to meet? I propose a face-to-face discussion. Ye Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his voice. Very well. Li Jia fell silent for a moment before consenting to meet Ye Chen. After all, the figure he had proposed was indeed enticing. Her earlier refusal had merely been a product of her moral compass, and upon uttering those words, she felt a wave of regret. The amount was sufficient to purchase a substantial portion of another property. As for Zhu Xing, a few kind words, the payment of a breach fee, and perhaps an additional 200 yuan as consolation would suffice. After all, one must not forego wealth. Didi, I'm playing with your mat, Didi. Didi clung tenaciously to the mat, occasionally letting out a whimper. Zhu Xing knelt on the floor, vying for the mat, resulting in a comical tug-of-war. She was cautious not to pull too vigorously, fearing Didi might hurt. Consequently, she found herself unable to reclaim the mat. Just as she managed to draw it toward herself, Didi exerted force, yanking the mat back and even dragging Zhu Xing a short distance. Oh dear, Didi, you are such a mischievous girl. Zhu Xing chuckled through her exasperation. She had anticipated adopting a well-behaved pet, only to discover she had welcomed a little she-demon into her life. Chapter 100. The Mischievous She-Demon. After a brief playtime with Daodu, Zhu Xing reclined on the sofa. Daodu, upon noticing Zhu Xing lying down, hopped onto her belly, eager for some affection. However, weighing in at 28 pounds, Daodu was quite hefty, almost a third of Zhu Xing's weight. Caught off guard, Zhu Xing felt her stomach cave in as Daodu landed with a thud. Ugh, Daodu, you little brute. You're going to crush me. Zhu Xing gasped, her face contorted in pain as she patted Daodu's head in a futile attempt to calm her. Daodu, undeterred, nestled against Zhu Xing's chest and began to lick her face affectionately. Stop licking me, Zhu Xing protested, but the playful assault continued, leaving her flustered and helpless. Oh dear, not now. Seizing a moment of respite, Zhu Xing lifted Daodu in her arms, hoping to gain a brief reprieve. Yet, unexpectedly, Daodu squirmed and wriggled free, landing squarely on her belly once more. Ugh, Zhu Xing curled up instinctively, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. This was hardly the sweet and docile dog she had expected. Daodu was a little tyrant. Realizing she had perhaps gone too far, Daodu lay down on Zhu Xing's chest, gazing up with her big, innocent eyes and letting out soft whines. Zhu Xing, gradually regaining her composure, gently stroked Daodu's fur. In this moment, Daodu appeared somewhat endearing, embodying the essence of a well-behaved pet. Later, Zhu Xing prepared a simple meal of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried garlic shoots with meat, steaming half a pot of rice. She placed a couple of scoops of dog food in Daodu's bowl and added a spoonful of water, ready to feast. After hastily finishing her lunch and tidying up the table, Zhu Xing patted her round belly and called out, "Come here, Daodu." Daodu, wagging her tongue and scampering on her short legs, leaped into Zhu Xing's embrace. Let's take a nap. Zhu Xing turned over, cradling Daodu as they lay on the sofa. Daodu nestled against her chest, finding a comfortable spot, and soon they both drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Chen had arranged to meet Sister Li at a restaurant's private room. After exchanging pleasantries, he delved straight into the matter at hand, presenting a staggering figure. 1.5 million. Cash on the spot, Ye Chen declared boldly, leaving Sister Li astounded. How could the younger generation be so affluent? Just moments ago, Zhu Xing had casually mentioned 30,000, and now here was Ye Chen nonchalantly offering 1.5 million. The Xingchen community had been redeveloped, and although the location and lighting were decent, selling at 7,000 per square meter was already at the limit. Moreover, room 1301 was merely a modest 70 square meter unit. With renovations costing around 200,000, this sale would yield an astonishing profit of 800,000. The thought made Sister Li's breath quicken. However, she hesitated, knowing that selling the property twice would breach her contract, resulting in a penalty. Besides, Zhu Xing's sudden 30,000 offer might suggest she had backing if matters escalated. Sister Li would be at a disadvantage. Are you in a hurry to move in? Sister Li pondered aloud after a moment. Ye Chen squinted, replying with a nonchalant Of course, he wanted to move in with his wife as soon as possible. Sister Li felt a pang of uncertainty, but soon devised a solution. Give me a moment to communicate with the tenant and expedite her move out. Sure, Ye Chen replied coolly, secretly plotting to make a grand appearance when Zhu Xing would be most distressed, ready to save her from her predicament. He could already envision her starry-eyed expression. A slight smirk formed at the corners of his mouth. Just a couple more days, and everything would fall into place. Zhu Xing stirred from her slumber, her eyes fluttering open to find Daodu sitting upright, tongue lolling out, and big, glistening eyes fixed on her. Zhu Xing rubbed Daodu's head before checking her phone. Wow, it's 2:30 already. I've been asleep for 2 hours. She stretched and ruffled her hair, then declared, "Let us go for a walk, Daodu." Daodu's mouth opened wide in excitement, her tongue hanging out as she obediently sat on the ground. Zhu Xing tidied her clothes and smoothed her hair, smiling at the eager Daodu. "Let us put on your leash and head out." After locking the door, the duo set off cheerfully for their stroll.